Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Scion and the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. In the parallel universe of Dragon Ball, 5 Scions were recklessly piloting their vehicle, a sphere, through the cosmos. This sphere was remarkably smooth, so enticingly rounded that one could hardly resist the urge to reach out and touch it. The speed was astonishing, capable of orbiting the Earth multiple times within a single second. And it was accelerating even further. Inside the 4th sphere, Scion Sack opened his eyes, confusion evident upon his face. Ouch, my kidneys hurt. Only 60 minutes last night. How could this be possible? Ouch, my head aches as well. But why is it the upper head? The sequence of exclamations revealed the youth's profound agitation. After an indeterminate amount of time, the bewilderment in his eyes intensified. Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, Lord Frieza, Elite Warrior Bardock, the birth of Vegeta, and mid-level warrior Sack from the 37th Combat Team. So I died? But not completely. I have been reborn into the world of Dragon Ball. Starting as a Scion? No grand finale and confetti? Damn my kidneys. I didn't even administer anesthesia. What a grudge I must bear. The youth murmured, suddenly inhaling sharply. The pain is unbearable, like a horse that cannot be tamed. Having regained consciousness for but a brief moment, the overwhelming headache and a wave of intense drowsiness swept over him, causing him to drift back into unconsciousness. Fortunately, the spherical spaceship was equipped with a nutrient solution sustaining his life, allowing for a faint breath to persist. It seemed he had not yet perished, and thus, no celebrations could commence. His consciousness did not succumb to the fog of bodily slumber. Transformed into a shimmering silver orb of light, he floated aimlessly within the murky sea of his consciousness, utterly relaxed and devoid of burdens. This continued until a brilliant golden oval of light invaded his sight. The light-formed consciousness of Sack rushed towards it without hesitation, touching, embracing, and devouring it, ultimately merging into one, achieving a sublime transformation. Receiving the feedback from the golden radiance, the silver orb surged with energy, galloping as if on horseback, rhythmic and powerful. Upon absorbing the information, a white arrow of light shot forth from the silver orb, piercing the endless void until it vanished. Sack felt invigorated, a wave of energy pulsating within him. Ah, refreshing. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. With chi guiding the spirit and the spirit manifesting as form. With every movement, the might of a giant elephant. Capable of turning rivers upside down, roaring down stars, plucking the moon and swallowing the sun, all in the blink of an eye. The Holy King world cultivates chi as the essence of all life. The fundamental nature of power in both worlds is strikingly similar. It's just that the Dragon Ball universe is somewhat lacking. Lacking is advantageous. If I were to cultivate 840 million divine elephants, wouldn't I be able to suppress the Omni King with a mere gesture? Sack was utterly unperturbed by his inexplicable arrival in this world. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. Sack, originally named Saxy, was an ordinary worker on Earth. He vividly recalled the stormy night. Saxy had deceitfully sworn an oath to a girl to complete a mysterious Kamingafage ritual. After falling asleep and awakening, he transformed into the Scion, Sack, within the sphere. Subsequently, due to intense kidney pain and confusion, he succumbed to unconsciousness. His consciousness was robust, allowing him to manifest in the sea of his mind and discover the brilliant golden light. In his previous life, he had been inconsequential, mustering the courage to take an oath, only for it to come to fruition. The silver lining was that he had become a Scion, leaving Planet Vegeta to undertake tasks. The downside was that someone had brutally harmed his kidneys without anesthesia, leaving him uncertain if they could still be utilized. Never mind, let's focus on cultivation first. Fortunately, the Scion lineage bore only slight differences in blood, with the rest being quite human. Otherwise, he would be unable to cultivate at all. Transforming into a silver orb of light, Sack soared through the cosmos, reciting the incantations of his technique. With over 3,000 battle power, his body was brimming with chi. As the technique commenced, the surging chi coursed through him, nourishing his form. Crackle, crackle, crack. Within Sack's body, countless streams of chi surged towards the chi sea, coalescing into a singular mass, continuously refining and swirling. Before long, these myriad energies transformed into a tender young elephant, embodying the giant elephant described in the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. The young elephant galloped within the chi sea, playfully running and flapping its trunk. Its form constantly absorbed the chi from within Sack, leaving him entirely depleted, not a drop remained. Yet the young elephant exhaled even more refined and concentrated chi, which rapidly melded into Sack's body, thunderingly transforming his physical form. Sack's consciousness remained unaware of the changes occurring within his body. After all, Frieza possessed the finest research team, specifically devising their space travel drug for scions, a challenge far beyond his current strength. He could only continuously operate the technique, hastening the maturation of the young elephant. In the Chi Sea, the youthful elephant did not resemble a fully matured giant elephant in the slightest. Sack's consciousness directed the technique, absorbing the chi from the nutrient solution. He had also condensed 100 young elephants within, vivid and lifelike. The nutrient solution, initially meant to last a year, was quickly consumed. Enthralled in his training, Sack was compelled to pause. As his power grew, and with no additional external energy to sustain him, he began to awaken. His body felt both tingly and heavy, a simultaneous sensation of overwhelming power and debilitating weakness coursed through him. Overall, his body and the original information of Sack he had received were undergoing significant changes. This transformation could be summed up in one word: immense. Now, Sack found himself in a quandary. Typically, after a breakthrough, one would open their eyes and unleash a radiant beam of light, exhaling a powerful force. If he dared to open his eyes, what would happen if he shattered the spaceship? This was outer space, and scions could not survive in such an environment. Unable to open his eyes, he had no choice but to endure. Speaking of which, I do possess a giant elephant within my Chi Sea, which means I can successfully cultivate the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, a Dominion-level skill. However, it seems different from the descriptions. Is this a mutation? Or did I mutate? Moreover, in merely a mid-level scion, possessing such talent to achieve it so effortlessly? Sack was skeptical, doubtful of his own abilities. Such a technique, even for the most gifted individuals, would be incredibly challenging to begin with. Would it be possible for him to simply recite the incantations and follow the vague guidance to succeed? Don't be absurd, he wasn't the protagonist Yang Qi from the Holy King, who, after being struck by lightning, had a golden figure within him and a thunderous giant elephant in his dantian. Upon contemplating this, Sack couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Currently, aside from some discrepancies and uncertainties regarding whether he had indeed been struck by lightning, the situation didn't appear vastly different. Well, at the very least, there was a 1% similarity. He indeed possessed a golden entity in his sea of consciousness, which he had approached to touch. Beyond that, it remained to be seen whether he had been struck by lightning. Unable to fathom the situation, Sack decided to disregard it and continue cultivating the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. There was chi even in space, albeit much thinner. His body could absorb it through the spaceship. Over the course of 6 months, Sack successfully cultivated a total of 110 young elephants and was in the process of condensing the 111th. It was taking shape, albeit still somewhat too tender. The tender young elephants flickered like flames in the wind, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Suddenly, the spherical spaceship trembled violently. Sack was perplexed. The spaceship's intelligent voice suddenly announced, "Attention! The spaceship is about to land. Members will awaken in 10 minutes, and the ship will experience severe vibrations." A surge of excitement coursed through Sack's consciousness. He understood that his opportunity had arrived. With a sudden opening of his eyes, a rush of air burst forth from his mouth and nose. Whoosh! Clang! Sack was astonished he had not destroyed the spaceship. Could it be that the buildup of energy had taken too long? With a darkened expression, he gathered all his strength. With a single punch, boom! The hatch could not withstand the force and burst open, sending him flying out. The immense suction from outside the hatch instantaneously pulled Sack out. Without hesitation, he propelled himself away, directing the chi expelled by the giant elephants within him away from the spaceship. Sak's gaze was fiercely resolute. "Nos, you dare harm my kidneys without anesthesia? You are doomed." Chapter 2. Enemies on Converging Paths. The Nos mentioned by Sak belonged to the 37th Combat Team of the Scions. Prior to boarding the spaceship, he had delivered a punch to Sak. Perhaps it was for stealth, or perhaps to avoid killing Sak and raising suspicion. That punch from Nos fortuitously struck Sak's kidneys. Little did he know that the true Sak could not withstand it and perished instantly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take Sak's place here. Regardless, the act of harming his kidneys was a fact. Sak had endured suffering. To not retaliate would be to deny his humanity. He certainly harbored no thoughts of gratitude. As for the impending crisis posed by Frieza, he would take it one step at a time. Vegeta had just been born, and there were still 5 years to go. If he worked hard, perhaps he could elevate his power to over 3 million and see if he could become a super scion. If it cannot be done, then do not blame him for his cowardice. Can the scions of the future surpass his destiny? Sak's life wisdom. When the wind is at your back, you sail like a dog. When against the wind, you cower like a dog. The ultimate authority of this dog lies in his hands. He may come and go as he pleases. Sak reached out to remove the detector and tossed it towards the blazing spherical spacecraft. As he witnessed it melt amidst brilliant sparks, he swiftly departed. The detector dispatched by Frieza not only possessed combat power detection capabilities, but also features for monitoring, eavesdropping, and tracking. It could no longer be utilized. He could only rely on his own exploration of key sensing skills. What may have been impossible before is now trivial with divine powers at his disposal. "I must conceal myself quickly," Sak urged, his speed inexplicably accelerating by threefold. Fortunately, the Divine Elephant Prison technique proved effective. He could now effortlessly control the ki within his body. Hiding his strength posed no challenge. Sak intended only to remain hidden, with no intention of confronting North. His power was still insufficient, and should the detector detect any anomalies, let alone Frieza, even if Vegeta dispatched several combat teams, he would be in dire straits. "My current combat power is approximately 3,500. A giant elephant provides 30 combat power, which is already quite remarkable." The Divine Elephant Prison technique, in its initial stages, adheres to the concept that the human body is composed of 840 million particles. By harnessing the giant elephant power of human particles, soon after, the epidermis would develop a keratinous membrane, allowing him to absorb a majority of key energy for his own use. To condense 840 million giant elephants would yield 25.2 billion combat power. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan, it would directly exceed 1 trillion combat power. Who could stand against such might? The latter function is even more formidable. To put it simply, anyone who attacks me, I shall consume. The attacks directed at me will be absorbed, augmenting my combat power and aiding my cultivation. Surprising, is it not? Unexpected, perhaps? Delightful indeed. This is merely the foundation should he later cultivate a robust training method, condensing a hellish furnace within his body. All of creation shall become his sustenance for cultivation. Isn't that exhilarating? Sak sought a deep ocean and plunged into its depths. Practicing the Divine Elephant Prison technique, he harbored 111 giant elephants within him. While fasting may pose challenges, holding one's breath for 7 or 8 days is merely a matter of perseverance. This was Sak's contemplation, and he prepared to act accordingly. He vowed, truly wishing to provoke no one. The 37th Combat Team of the Scions. For spherical spacecraft hurtled towards the ground. For large craters appeared amidst the mountains. Dust billowed as 4 cold figures, encased in transparent shields, slowly ascended from the craters. The leader, a rugged man emanating a bloody aura and standing at 6 feet 3 inches, spoke with a grim expression. Where has Sak disappeared? One of the men, adorned with a scar on his neck, possessing a strikingly handsome yet eerie visage and a robust tail, expressed delight without a second thought. "Captain, Sak has fled from the battlefield." The only woman present, her expression filled with concern, retorted angrily, "North, Sack is no coward. Do not spread baseless accusations and tarnish his name. She then addressed the towering man before her. Captain, Sack must have encountered an unforeseen circumstance. We should search for him. We cannot search. Our mission is urgent, and any delay will result in failure. Our team has never known defeat. Another scion, small in stature and tense, surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, Reina, you should know that our team has never faltered. We cannot allow the incompetence of one to hinder our progress. Reina, a female scion, trembled with rage, her face flushed. You must not forget, Sack has saved your lives multiple times. Most of his scars are due to protecting his teammates. That is only because that fool always positions himself in the safest spot. You, Reina exclaimed in distress, pointing an accusatory finger at North. The captain's commanding voice interrupted the escalating dispute. Enough. North, Bardan is correct. The mission takes precedence. As for Sack, we shall leave his fate to chance. The captain's voice was cold, and his words pierced like ice. Such is the nature of the Scions. Cruel, relentless, and unfeeling. Not only towards their foes, but also within their ranks. Now, we must redefine our attack objectives. North's spirit soared. Haha, Captain, there's no need for such complexity. Lest anyone accuse me of being heartless, I shall take on half of Sack's territory, if that is acceptable. The captain pondered for a moment. Very well, North and Bardan, you shall each take half, and Reina and I will join you afterward to assist. North chuckled and said no more. Yet inwardly he remained unconvinced. How could such a small planet possibly lead to failure? Let us depart. North soared into the sky with a whoosh. Reina, resigned, could only suppress her anxiety and hasten towards the designated target. Sack was in the midst of his cultivation when a tremendous aura approached. North flew high above, fixating on the numbers displayed on his left eye goggles. 50 kilometers, with a combat power of 620. This may very well be the most formidable existence on this planet. How fortunate I am to have the opportunity to engage with it. A glimmer of wicked charm flickers in his eyes, and his form accelerates further. Upon reaching his destination, Nos raises his hand and unleashes an energy orb that plunges into the ocean. With a cold smirk gracing his lips, Nos bellows, "Come forth, Sack," initially believing himself to be unaffected by the unfolding events. Soon realizes his naivety. Alas, time has proven too brief, leaving him utterly unaware of how to fully conceal his aura. Muttering to himself, he swiftly darts out of the water like a swallow. ITSU. Two voices filled with astonishment resonate simultaneously. Scions lack any sense of energy perception and are unable to distinguish individuals through subtle differences in energy. A thief. Sack is no exception. Emerging from the depths, a torrent of resentment floods his mind, and in an instant he recognizes the individual before him. Who else could it be but Nos, the very one he had hoped to spare? Sack is taken aback, while Nos is not far behind in his shock. After the initial astonishment, a sinister grin spreads across his face as he observes the combat data of Sack on the scanner. Kid, you're still alive. However, your luck has run out. Encountering me, you shall not escape unscathed. Sack glares at Nos, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. He had not intended to engage. After all, despite his hatred, sacrificing his life is not a price he is willing to pay. Yet, this individual insists on confronting him. To refuse would be an affront to Nos's painstaking efforts. Observing Sack's inner turmoil, Nos interprets it as fear, and with a menacing growl, he lunges forward. For the happiness of me and Reina. You shall perish. Chapter 3. The scion Reina Nos, consumed with rage, fixates on Sack, attempting to exert an intangible pressure upon him. Sack sighs inwardly. The opponent's attack is evidently lethal, indicating that he has no intention of sparing him. Though outwardly arrogant, Nos's initial strike is a ferocious blow meant to cleave mountains. Yet to Sack, Nos's 3,200 combat power is akin to that of an ant. With a cold scoff, Sack channels the Divine Elephant Suppression technique throughout his being, causing a massive energy to ripple around him, dissipating the surrounding pressure in an instant. In this world, much of the combat hinges on momentum and psychological intimidation, with mental strain being merely a supplementary aspect. Here, strength and finesse coexist, should he wish to counter such tactics. Even without the Divine Elephant technique, his own experience would suffice. Nose's lethal strike, an energy-infused punch, appears to Sack as exceedingly slow and feeble. Such an attack he could easily withstand with his physical form that he reflects. This world largely revolves around the competition of speed and power, with energy techniques being secondary. Everything else is simply beneath contempt. With his thoughts racing, Sack meets Nose's strike with an open palm, feigning terror. Nose, I have treated you well. Why then do you attempt to ambush me? Now you seek my life. As he speaks, he intensifies his own power, his face betraying a veneer of panic. Even as traces of madness creep into his eyes, Nose erupts in a manic laughter. Why? It is for Reina. With you around, her heart is wholly yours. And thus you must die. Murmuring softly, Sack plummeted straight to the ocean floor, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Upon discovering a coastal cliff base, he commenced an intense regimen of training. Ultimately, strength was of utmost importance. The immense pressure of the depths rendered Sack's physique taut, enabling him to absorb vital energy at an astonishing rate, exceeding tenfold. Engaged in the cultivation of the Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique, he continuously refined and fortified his body. As his physical form advanced, so too did his capacity to absorb vital energy. A significant influx of energy accelerated his training in the Divine Elephant's technique, resulting in rapid progress. This symbiotic cycle persisted until Sack's body culminated in the manifestation of 200 mature elephants, accompanied by one tender, youthful calf. His combat prowess surged to an impressive 6,000. Bursting forth from the depths, Sack sent forth cascading waves. His body brimmed with energy, reminiscent of a vigorous stallion galloping forth, exuding vitality. Merely standing aloft, he closed his eyes to savor the ceaseless surge of power within him. With a mere grasp, the space around him trembled violently, akin to a fragile child unable to withstand an onslaught. His enhanced physique transformed even his formerly vulnerable tail into a formidable asset. As he stretched it behind him, each flick and slash resounded through the it was evident that Sack's tail had evolved into a sinewy powerhouse, no longer a liability. His overall combat strength now surpassed 10,000. In solitary combat, leveraging his physical prowess without fear of depletion, he might even stand a chance against King Vegeta. In this world, without energy, one was truly bereft of vitality. Yet he was different, even when energy was depleted. His physical form could continue the assault that my body, akin to iron, yet not iron. With further cultivation, I could seize the opportunity to depart this planet. Sack opened his eyes, radiating divine light that a raspy cough caught in his throat. His expression bore traces of confusion, astonishment, and bewilderment. Directly before him lay the coastal cliff that a girl, clad in Frieza's standard battle attire, standing at a height of 1.65 meters, with sun-kissed skin, mirrored his astonishment. Her eyes brimming with surprise, excitement, and tears. Beside her, a previously swaying robust tail now stood rigid in the air. The girl, with waist-length hair and striking features, possessed almond-shaped eyes and a delicate nose that twitched with emotion. The scion girl atop the cliff was none other than one of their team members, Reina. Chapter 4. Explanation, trust, and Reina's unrealistic hopes. Overjoyed at his newfound strength, Sack had, in his elation, neglected to observe his surroundings. Internally chiding himself for his carelessness, he soon recalled his own lack of experience and resolved to learn gradually. Calming his thoughts, Reina, have you not yet taken this planet? After a few moments of silence, Sack spoke in a gravelly tone. The air was thick with awkwardness. The reason his waist had been compromised was due to Reina. Although she was oblivious to this fact, it still left a knot in his heart. It was not aimed at Reina, but rather at himself. He had always been aware of Reina's affections. The original host merely believed himself unworthy and feigned ignorance, lacking romantic insight. Now, he had to ponder whether his waist could still be of use. If it could, he would naturally not mind. After all, it was his own cultivation. How could he allow his hard-earned gains to benefit others? If it were not usable, what did this ambiguous atmosphere signify? After her initial excitement, Reina's expression returned to calm. her gaze becoming sharp and dangerous. "You're not dead." Sack extended his hands, surveying himself, and shrugged. The evidence was unmistakable. Reina was taken aback by Sack's tranquility, her face flushing with anger. "Then why didn't you join the main force? Where's your spaceship? What have you been doing for the past half-month?" She bombarded him with questions, then added, "Are you seriously injured?" Reina gazed at Sack expectantly, hoping he was as she imagined. Sack had rescued her multiple times. His imposing figure was indelibly etched in her heart. She could not believe that Sack would abandon them in their hour of need. Moreover, this was a savage planet. What was there to escape from? Reina, driven by a desire to see him alive or dead, had diverged from her team to remain behind. Now, face to face with Sack, she was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, unsure of what she truly felt. Sack looked at Reina, feeling an overwhelming headache. It was clear that her last question was the crux of the matter. Scions had no tolerance for cowardice. Just like Noth, if one died, it was simply accepted. Should anyone dare to flee, Noth would never even reach a spaceship. The captain would swiftly suppress and eliminate them. He pointed at the device Reina wore on her left ear. Did you activate it?" Sack found himself in a predicament. He had come this far. There was no turning back. Moreover, in the face of Reina, he could not resort to the same aggression he would with Noth. Since Reina had followed him on missions, she had remained at his side until he surpassed her, becoming the second strongest in their team. This was akin to nurturing a child, a cultivation process. Just as Gohan could reform the nefarious Piccolo, and Krillin could captivate the heart of Android 18, Sack, as a person of Earth, could never bring himself to act with cruelty. Reina paused, reaching up to touch the device. Her tone softened. "No, how does that relate to you answering my questions?" Sack breathed a sigh of relief. The worst outcome had not materialized. The device remained off, minimizing the likelihood of Frieza being informed. Since Reina had not disclosed any information, he was spared further complications. His tone grew lighter. "If you remove the device, I will tell you why." Reina rolled her eyes, playfully scoffing. "Oh, you're trying to negotiate with me. Can you even defeat me?" Sack chuckled softly. He could easily overpower Reina 3 times over, easily engaging in a battle that would leave her gasping and drenched in sweat. Despite her words, Reina swiftly removed the device and tossed it lightly. The device arced gracefully, landing among the rocks 300 meters away. Sack, still unconvinced, summoned a burst of light from his hands. The energy beam sliced through the air, striking the device with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding explosion, the device was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a moderately sized crater. Reina's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet she remained silent. Sack nodded in satisfaction, beginning to explain with a serious demeanor. "Do you understand?" Reina shook her head in confusion. While it was true that scions were powerful, their lack of intellect was equally acknowledged. Though Reina was somewhat better off, she was hardly exceptionally clever. "Super Saiyan, isn't that just a legend? And why were you able to awaken early? Furthermore, why did Frieza seek to annihilate our Scion race? Are we not his subordinates?" Reina probed, her curiosity piqued once more. Sack felt a metaphorical crow fly over his head, sighing deeply. "Forget it. Just lead the way to your spaceship. We need to address the potential threat first." Although Reina was bewildered, she ultimately chose to trust Sack. Turning to fly ahead, Sack hurriedly followed, detailing his thoughts. The two demonstrated remarkable synergy. At this juncture, Reina understood that regardless of Frieza's intentions towards the Scions, she could not return for the time being. She had no choice but to walk this path alongside Sack. Relief washed over Sack. This was indeed the most favorable outcome. Otherwise, he would have to exert control over Reina for several more years. Nevertheless, Sack remained vigilant, tensing his body to prevent any betrayal from Reina before they reached the spaceship. Knowing someone's face does not equate to knowing their heart. It was only prudent to exercise caution. Ironically, those who were overly trusting often posed the greatest threat. This was akin to placing one's head in a precarious position. Without strength, revealing their true selves would lead to their demise. Thus, do you believe Frieza would destroy Planet Vegeta? Indeed, and it is a certainty. What shall we do after we destroy the spaceship? Sack shook his head gravely. No, the spaceship is equipped with a probe. which may very well relay information to Frieza that we cannot reveal ourselves, that Reina's flight momentarily faltered before she continued. Then what should we do? Even if we use a beam attack, it will still be detected. What about after we destroy the probe? If Frieza or his kin send someone after us, we will not be able to escape. Sack smiled mysteriously. Rest assured, I have my own clever strategies, even without revealing ourselves. I possess the means to deal with the spaceship. Reina remained silent, yet her unwavering faith in Sack did not waver. After a pause, she could no longer contain herself. Are we not going back to inform them? Sack surpassed Reina, locking his gaze onto her striking eyes. Noticing their redness, his heart softened. His expression softened, and his tone became more gentle. Reina, it's not that I do not wish to return and rescue them, but rather it is impossible. Moreover, you are the only one who believes my words. Who else would? Sack understood that King Vegeta would believe him, that no, King Vegeta's rebellion against Frieza stemmed from his own ambitions, and they were not aligned. Scions have always been prideful, and it is inconceivable for them to accept Sack's words. Would Frieza slaughter them? What a cosmic jest! Without the Scions, how could Frieza's plan to plunder the universe possibly succeed? Unless Sack, with overwhelming strength, forcibly takes control of Planet Vegeta and becomes the new Scion king, commanding them to flee. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to have the remaining Scions obey. Reina began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Her fists clenched tightly, her gaze dimmed, and her tone grew desolate, as, oh, we are to be cowards, scurrying about like mice. Sack disregarded Reina's lament, turning away to fly into the distance. Reina, your thoughts are gravely misguided. Chapter 5. Addressing the Hidden Threat. Reina was taken aback. Remember the phrase, as long as the Green Mountain remains, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Sometimes fleeing does not signify cowardice, but rather it is a means to await the ultimate victory. Sacrifices that seem noble are, in truth, profoundly foolish. We should strive to protect ourselves and our companions as much as possible, all while securing victory. A true warrior is not one who recklessly charges in a battle without forethought. A true strong man is one who bears responsibility, not one who fights like a madman. Sack intended to elaborate. Fearing that Reina might not remember, he felt compelled to elaborate. Pride was inscribed within the very essence of Scions. He believed that emphasizing his points would yield better results. Do you understand? Reina lowered her head, contemplating earnestly. Sack nodded with paternal satisfaction. If Reina had simply agreed without thought, he would have worried. But now, as she pondered deeply, he felt a sense of relief. Now, Reina, seriously consider. Will you flee with me for the future of the Scions, or will you recklessly pursue a misguided notion of bravery? Disregarding the Scion's future and marching towards a pointless demise. Upon finishing, Sack began to soar forward, and soon Reina surpassed him, flying straight ahead. The two continued their journey in silence as Sack caught sight of the spaceship. Tension gripped him. His energy surged within, ready to unleash an attack if Reina disobeyed him. Fortunately, that moment never arrived. 0.5 kilometers from the spaceship, Reina halted. I could see this distance. They will surely see us. Sack had anticipated this. Let us descend and use the terrain for cover, approaching the spaceship from 2 kilometers away. Reina opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed, saying nothing. Taking refuge against the mountainside, the two stood 2 kilometers from the spaceship. Reina gazed at the 4 large craters nearby, noting 2 spaceships quietly stationed at rest. Curiously, she looked at Sack. If you make your move now, won't Frieza and his men be alerted? Sack chuckled softly. Channeling his energy, he radiated an unmatched aura. His complexion flushed as he gathered his strength, slowly lifting a foot to stomp down. With a thunderous rumble, the ground cracked, plunging about 80 meters deep and extending towards the spaceship 2 kilometers away. The sound of cracking echoed. The spaceship, with no means to brace itself, plummeted directly into the fissure. The 2 spaceships in close proximity were swallowed by the chasm. Reina gaped in disbelief at the earth, then turned to Sack. What? Sack remained impassive, executing the same technique again. The fissure widened, and the walls crumbled, swiftly burying the spaceship. But that was not the end. Sack soared like an eagle, shooting into the sky. His energy exploded from his palms. and with a wave, a blinding light flashed. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a pit measuring 500 meters in diameter and 100 meters deep appeared, centered around Reina's spaceship. Reina stood dumbfounded. Is that even possible? The crucial question was, when did Sak's power become so formidable? Watching Sak soar in the sky, she asked softly, "Is it resolved?" Sak, with hands clasped behind his back, displayed a combat power of over 6,000. Yet his true power exceeded 10,000, all contained within him, devoid of ferocity. Invincibility is a lonely path that is resolved. The immediate threat has been neutralized. As Sak's words fell, Reina unleashed a fierce aura. Energy coursed through her body as she darted towards Sak in the sky, her hands poised to unleash a powerful strike, enveloped in a tempestuous surge. "Here comes my attack." Sak chuckled lightly, feeling a surge of energy erupting within him. Forming a transparent shield around his body, he made no unnecessary movements, simply gazing at Reina's fierce yet harmless assault as it approached. Reina, feeling displeased, playfully rebuked, "Humph, arrogant fool." The energy in her hands intensified, her aura swelling further. The air around them quickened, growing dense and oppressive. Sak shook his head with a smile. "You possess only 4,500 in combat power. This is not arrogance." In an instant, Reina lunged in, seeing that Sak remained unmoving. She restrained her force. Sak felt warmth in his heart, but did not wish for Reina to misunderstand and underestimate him. He made a move, intercepting Reina's attack mid-air. With a resounding thud, Reina's strike landed solidly on Sak. The transparent shield rippled but remained intact. Safely encased within the shield, Sak emerged unscathed. On the contrary, the shockwave radiated outward, causing ripples in the air around him. Reina felt a tremor within her, having taken a solid hit from the recoil. She staggered, regaining her balance only after 30 meters. Breathing heavily, her face flushed, she gazed at Sak in confusion. "What?" Sak swiftly appeared before Reina, wrapping an arm around her waist. "All right, let us depart. We shall enter seclusion to cultivate." Like a marionette, Reina allowed herself to be led by Sak into the unknown. Among scions, such ruggedness was commonplace. No sweet words, no gifts, no dowries were necessary. Their mutual understanding was instinctive and natural. "How did you achieve this?" "You were merely at 3,000 combat power aboard the spaceship, and since everyone was asleep inside, you could not train. That we've only been on this mission planet for half a month, yet your strength." Reina's face flushed as she stared at Sak in astonishment. "All right, you will come to understand in due time. For now, we must focus on our training. If you wish to rescue them, you must first defeat Frieza. Strength is paramount." Sak, accompanied by Reina, chose to retreat into seclusion on this planet, dedicating each day to diligent practice. Defeating Frieza is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight or merely through empty words. Without the formidable strength that comes from rigorous training, everything remains but an illusion in the air. Sak was unaware, yet he proceeded with utmost caution. Ultimately, Frieza managed to gather intelligence, a scion. Sak's understanding of technology was woefully inadequate. Besides his martial arts, Frieza's engineers were fully aware of his every move on the planet. Reports were meticulously compiled and relayed to Frieza aboard his spaceship. Upon learning of Sak's activities, Frieza merely scoffed. Mockingly dismissing the matter, he ordered his subordinates to remain discreet and observe Sak's actions with a sense of amusement, as portrayed by the disdainful Dodoria, who bowed in compliance. "Yes, my lord." His eyes glimmered with the anticipation of show. Sak and Reina sought a secluded spot surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the in earnest pursuit of mastering the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique. Sak increasingly perceived the profound and terrifying nature of this skill, which seemed entirely beyond human comprehension, were it not for the peculiarities of the Dragon Ball world, where most beings, aside from a few deities, practiced a singular form of energy combined with the innate strength of the Saiyan bloodline. He would have been unlikely to succeed in his training, especially given the prior injuries he had sustained. Sak urged Reina to train diligently, while he himself closed his eyes and commenced his practice. His path diverged from that of other scions, as he did not require physical conditioning. Chapter 6. 3 years of training, 300 battle power, bottleneck. With his eyes shut, he circulated his energy, channeling vital force within his body. It swirled like a vortex, voraciously absorbing the external energy. The great elephant served as a nexus, inhaling the surrounding energy and transforming it into life force, which was then exhaled, continuously permeating Sak's blood. Skin, bones, and fascia. This process did not adhere to the gradual progression typical of human training. It was a chaotic amalgamation. The great elephant functioned like a stove, the energy akin to firewood, while the life force acted as the flame. Incessantly refining Sak's corporeal vessel. 201 particles of the great elephant inside Sak bellowed skyward, inhaling vast amounts of energy, which subsequently transformed into life force. Countless streams of energy continuously nourished the great elephant. The 201st delicate young elephant incessantly absorbed energy, striving to mature into a full-fledged great elephant. Following the technique's description, Sak envisioned himself as 800 million minuscule particles. Each particle represented an embryo of the great elephant, coalescing into a singular entity. In the haze of his meditation, Sak could not discern its true form, nor could he grasp the notion of a head resembling a mountain, a trunk extending for billions of miles, or a body that obscured countless stars. As for the boundless infernal prison beneath him, teeming with demons and fiends, he had yet to perceive even a fragment. The 201 embryonic particles awakened, breaking free from their shells to transform into great elephants, each varying in form and continuously engaging in various movements. That moment, a thunderous silence erupted in Sak's ears. It was as if the ancient great elephants were trumpeting. The 201st particle fully transformed into a great elephant, indistinguishable from the preceding 200. A wild, fierce, and immensely powerful aura emanated from him. In the external world, 3 kilometers away, Reina, who was diligently training, stumbled and fell to the ground. Centered around Sak, within a 5-kilometer radius, the grass and dust fell to the earth under immense pressure. Some disturbed dust, under this overwhelming force, was driven further into the ground. Sak slowly opened his eyes, his starry gaze filled with both confusion and exhilaration. After this period of cultivation, he realized that his mastery of the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique was far from complete. Even the first level might be lacking. In this world, hell did not require the suppression of a divine elephant. Perhaps in his mind, there existed only golden light, void of a golden figure, or perhaps he lacked the assistance of a thunderous divine elephant. Or it could be that the rules of the world were incongruent, rendering his practice peculiar. It felt as though he were an empty vessel imbued with the strength, speed, and fierce aura of ancient great elephants, yet missing an essential element: spirituality. Without spirituality, all was mere talk. That if it were an ordinary technique, it might suffice, but this was a supreme method of self-cultivation created by a dominant force. Without spirituality, who would believe in its power? Moreover, mystical cultivation is not akin to stacking blocks. It cannot simply be accumulated piece by piece. That a breath of murky air burst forth like an arrow piercing the atmosphere, striking the ground nearby and creating a deep pit. Now, devoid of energy assistance, he could still discern mosquitoes and flies 5 kilometers away, their fine hairs vividly visible. The fluttering of their wings was distinctly audible to his ears, a feat unattainable through conventional martial arts cultivation. Sak gradually rose, controlling the vibrant energy within him, rendering himself plain and unremarkable, devoid of any detectable aura. Ignoring the tale behind him, he appeared as an ordinary individual. Sak returned to simplicity, dispelling the surrounding pressure. The small grass and trees, previously crushed under the weight, instantly rebounded, and the air grew thick with dust and impurities. Yet Sak paid no heed to these matters. The 201 particles still had to continue their efforts. Reina got up, brushing off the dust from her body. She cast an envious glance at Sak and continued her rigorous training. Following Sak's instructions, she could only rely on various physical exercises to gradually enhance her abilities. Without formidable healing methods, any severe injuries could prove fatal for Reina. That a moment's carelessness could lead her to a tragic end. As the only scion she trusted, Sak would never take such a risk. He had better alternatives. though, but they required a bit more time. Notably, since she began focusing on her own training, her strength had begun to rise. Unfortunately, she lacked the ability to sense energy and was unaware of her own power. 3 swift years passed. Sak and Reina had remained on this planet for a full 3 years. One day, as dawn broke, the air around them suddenly grew heavy. Sak, resembling an ancient ferocious beast, opened his fierce eyes. After 3 years of training, Sak had condensed 1,000 great elephant particles. His pure energy combat power had surged to an astounding 300,000, unmatched in its depth. His physical body had also advanced remarkably, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones with a mere gesture. Even his breaths could serve as both offense and defense. More astonishingly, even without energy, his combat prowess remained unparalleled. His physical form was comparable to that of a being with 300,000 battle power. At this stage, aside from Frieza, no one was his equal. Yet, even with his strength, Sak was merely at the threshold of understanding the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique, still in the foundational phase. Reina flew over, her cheeks flushed. She had sensed Sak's recent pressure distinctly. That was intense. Sak, have you completed your training? Sak regarded the agile Reina with a smile. No, you should say that our training has temporarily concluded. Reina's face momentarily froze, her smile blossoming like a ripe peach, evoking delightful fantasies. Really? What shall we do now? Sak gazed skyward. Of course. We are leaving this place. Reina tilted her head. Are you suggesting we seize a spaceship from this planet? With a snap of his fingers, Sak ascended into the air. Congratulations, you are correct. However, there are no rewards. Let's go. Reina followed eagerly. Seance. They held no notion of wrongdoing in taking things. Furthermore, as a civilized individual, Sak believed that borrowing a few items could hardly be termed theft, especially since they intended to return them. Once we seize the spaceship, shall we return to Vegeta? Sak rolled his eyes. Return to Vegeta? To accompany the dead? Mind your wording. We are borrowing the spaceship. Reina wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction, letting out a delicate huff. Are we really supposed to return the spaceship? Humph. Their spacecraft has quality issues. It has certain we need not return it. After tilting her head in contemplation for a while, Reina playfully scolded him for being mischievous. Half an hour later, a spaceship soared into the sky, heading deep into the cosmos. Inside the vessel, after setting their destination, Sak and Reina devoted themselves to their cultivation. Sak sat cross-legged in his chamber, brow furrowed. He was not emerging voluntarily. The world of Dragon Ball was exceptionally intricate. Unlike other realms that were neatly divided into various worlds and planes, regardless of one's strength, all existed under the grand universe. There was no distinction between a battle power of 1 or a battle power of 1 trillion. There was no difference between an ant and a god of destruction. Everyone was merely a pawn in the universe, a component of the cosmos. This reality bore both advantages and disadvantages. All beings absorb vital energy for cultivation, ultimately competing based on the total amount of energy amassed. More energy equated to greater strength. Less energy signified weakness. Concepts of physical strength or mental prowess held little significance. Even if a god of destruction was formidable, it merely indicated a stronger command over the rules. The overall perspective remained focused on the total energy and the degree of rule mastery. In the latter stages, Sun Wukong, who mastered the ultimate freedom technique, could not defeat Beerus before transforming. Yet upon transforming, he utterly overwhelmed Beerus. Gods, too, lost their advantages. Everyone was relatively comparable. Sak was no exception. He merely needed to continually absorb vital energy to enhance his strength. Due to his practice of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, his rate of energy absorption was significantly faster than that of ordinary individuals. To date, he could still absorb energy to bolster his power. However, the giant elephant particle from his technique had remained inactive for half a month. This was the primary reason for his impending emergence from isolation. Chapter 7. Reflection, Dining Mishaps. Rumors. Sak recognized that he was currently encountering a bottleneck in his cultivation, rendering further progress unattainable. Retreating into seclusion would be futile. It was better to emerge and contemplate alternative methods. In the world of Dragon Ball, when it came to the study of energy, the first choice was Planet Yardrat. This was one of the essential destinations for traversers. Naturally, Sak could not bring shame to his predecessors, nor could he allow the younger generation to mock him. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he eagerly borrowed a spaceship to journey to planet Yardrat. News reached Frieza immediately. Oh ho ho. That planet, you say? It is rumored to harbor beings with battle powers reaching 100,000. Frieza sat upon his exclusive throne, his shoulders shaking with amusement. Will those two foolish wild monkeys be torn apart upon landing? Oh ho ho! A mocking smile adorned Zebo's face as he slightly bowed before Frieza's back. Your Majesty is wise. The reputation of the scions in the universe is far from favorable. Once they enter planet Yardrat, they surely will not leave alive. Frieza turned around, a smile on his face, yet his eyes were as cold as ice. Just two ignorant wild monkeys. Have those leaks been dealt with? Zebo trembled involuntarily, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty, all those who monitored the back end have been exterminated. Not a trace remains. That the sinister smile crept upon Frieza's lips. How fortunate for them. Suddenly, he shifted the topic that Oea plans to attack planet Yardrat. Zebo's body shook even more. Your Majesty, due to our impending assault on the scions in 2 years, we currently lack suitable candidates to infiltrate planet Yardrat. That planet is too powerful. We are but incompetent subordinates to Do. Then let it be for now. Exterminating the wild monkeys is our priority, but a couple of them cannot stir up much trouble. They can be easily suppressed with a mere gesture. Zebo lowered his head, his anxious heart finally settling. Has the notification been sent out? Yes, Your Majesty. Frieza's neurotic laughter echoed once more. Zebo, Your Majesty, in 2 years. I shall show you fireworks. The kind that comes from planets. The look of intoxication crossed Zebo's face. Many years ago, he had the fortune to witness the majesty of Frieza's power. With but a single finger, a planet had been obliterated. Those fireworks were splendid, beautiful, and utterly mesmerizing. Now, to witness such a spectacle again, he felt grateful to his majesty. Oh ho ho! Frieza continued to laugh as he turned back to face the endless, resplendent cosmos. Unbeknownst to Frieza, his neglect today would give rise to a formidable giant in the future. Sak remained oblivious to the fact that his life hung by a thread. His actions were clear to Frieza, and whether he lived or died rested solely in Frieza's hands. Sak could not cultivate, allowing the spaceship to drift alone through the vast expanse of space. Within the cabin, he pondered. Although he could not continue his cultivation, it did not hinder his thoughts. Who was the divine being that brought him to this world? Which exalted figure bestowed upon him this extraordinary technique for cultivation? Why were the thunder elephant and the golden light child absent? The first two were acceptable. He was, after all, but an insignificant creature, and it mattered little. Yet, without assistance, how could a mere mortal like him practice such divine arts? Sak possessed a keen self-awareness, despite currently awakening 10,000 giant elephant particles. He had barely scratched the surface, that he might not even have crossed the threshold of the giant elephant. It was essential to understand that this was a Dominion-level technique, one with special properties. Its foundation likely contained numerous intricate variations, not to mention the realms beyond the divine arts. Even in the current state of the giant elephant, he should have some understanding of the nuances. His rapid cultivation was primarily due to the fact that this world's essence surpassed that of the world where the protagonist of the Holy King resided. Additionally, the rules were not as stringent, and his bloodline was superior to that of the original host. Hence, within a mere 3 years, and without any assistance, he had condensed 10,000 particles. In simpler terms, sheer force leads to miraculous outcomes. As long as he continued absorbing vital energy, he would be fine. According to the description, Sak was unsure if he had deviated from his path of cultivation, without having witnessed the complete vision. The risks were too great for him to grasp. It was challenging. He hoped that Planet Yardrat would provide a solution to the very least. He wished to break through to 10,000 giant elephant particles. With 2 years remaining before Frieza planned to annihilate Planet Vegeta, he questioned whether that time would suffice. Sak did not lament his fate. The gap between a battle power of 300,000 and Frieza's was undeniably vast. Yet without the divine arts, which prohibited him from self-harm to cultivate, how could he have achieved his current strength? Starting off on Earth, his strength is insufficient, leaving him with no chance to escape the team and venture alone. It is crucial to note that all technology of the Scions is provided by Frieza, complete with tracking devices. Should Sack dare to flee, Frieza need not intervene. A mere order from King Vegeta would suffice, and he would be reduced to ashes. One must learn to be content. Surviving such upheaval is already a remarkable feat, and to ascend to the status of a mid-level Scion, accompanied by a stunning beauty, is even more extraordinary. Furthermore, he has mastered the super divine technique and acquired some combat skills. Sack feels a sense of satisfaction, yet simultaneously, an overwhelming discontent brews within him. The might of the Divine Elephant's prison technique is formidable. Mastering this divine skill would not only elevate him beyond the realm of the Divine Elephant, but even the Dragon Elephant could reign supreme in the Dragon Ball universe. With 840 million giant elephants, Sack could attain a battle power of 25 billion, and upon entering the Super Saiyan state, directly reach a trillion in combat strength. In over 30 years, the battle power of the Lightning Cell would range between 3 to 5 billion. Faced with such a boss, he would not even bat an eyelid. Yet, the so-called gods present a challenge he is uncertain of. The inability to sense a divine aura without reaching the divine realm is no mere jest. When the Supreme Kai descends, only the fused god Piccolo can detect the anomaly. Even Goku, with his immense power, is oblivious to the disturbance. Achieving the divine realm evidently requires more than just raw strength and speed. One must also comprehend the underlying rules. Conversely, this world seems exceedingly potent, yet it is as insubstantial as a castle in the air. Sack is perplexed, pondering the source of energy that fuels the Scion transformation. Moreover, how long has Goku been training? Comparatively, less than a century against billions of years, and he can already contend with the god of destruction. This utterly chaotic world raises questions about the multitude of accolades bestowed upon it in his previous life. One might attribute their extraordinary encounters and the guidance of masters to their prowess. Yet how can one surpass the god of destruction merely by training in a mundane gravity chamber? Indeed, the more mindless the narrative, the broader its appeal. Sack can only smile wryly. He finds himself caught in a paradox of criticizing the very world from which he has survived, questioning his right to voice such opinions. He is no better than a mere pawn. That said, as a former devotee of Dragon Ball, it feels somewhat disingenuous to join in the disparagement. Furthermore, the stronger the Scions become, the better it is for him. He yearns to unleash his fury upon the god of destruction, yet he finds himself incapable of doing so. With a string of curses, Sack soon drifts into slumber, within the confines of the spaceship. Only Reina continues her rigorous training, unwavering in her efforts over the past 3 years. The spacecraft hurtles through space, adhering to its predetermined course. Sack remains oblivious to the rumors circulating in the cosmos regarding Frieza dispatching Scions to attack the planet Yardrat. 1 month later, Sack awakens, finding himself still in space, bewildered as he glances at Reina. "What is happening?" he inquires, noticing her grim expression. "Sack, rumors have emerged in the universe claiming that Frieza has sent Scions to attack Yardrat. We are currently 30 million kilometers away from the planet." Sack's consciousness sharpens, an aura of cold intensity radiating from him. The Scions have never attacked Yardrat. In fact, they should not even be aware of this planet's existence. At least Vegeta is unaware, as he operates with utmost secrecy, and his butterfly effect could not possibly reach this far. The existence of such rumors points to one possibility: a leak that Sack's gaze narrows as he fixates on the distant starry expanse. His aura swells, resembling an active volcano on the verge of eruption. Aside from him, only Reina is privy to their destination. "Should we proceed?" Reina questions, observing Sack on the brink of explosion. Sack remains silent, contemplating whether he could unleash his fury upon Reina. His mind is clouded with confusion. Everything is entirely different from what he expected. Reina stands quietly behind him, unaware that she has danced precariously close to the gates of death. After much deliberation, Sack resolves to take a gamble. "We shall go. Why not? The likelihood of Frieza being present here is minimal. Otherwise, such rumors would never have circulated. Yardrat is currently occupied by self-proclaimed heroes. These individuals do not intimidate me. With a combat power of 300,000, I am unafraid of anyone but Frieza, 8S for a war of attrition or a mob assault. I have no qualms. Exercise caution. We will descend upon Yardrat. He instructs. Reina seems perplexed. Did you not just tell me to preserve the Green Mountains for fear of running out of firewood? Why then march into the tiger's den, knowing full well the dangers that lie ahead? Sack offers no explanation. He understands the importance of concealing his capabilities. Henceforth, any plans must remain his secret. He raises his hand, conjuring a dazzling orb of light in his palm. The orb morphs and condenses, eventually transforming into a 3-meter-long great sword that bursts forth, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Reina has no choice but to turn and navigate the spacecraft. This is not akin to traversing the cosmos, where risks are minimal. This planet is fraught with numerous enemies, both internal and external, that a single misstep could result in the destruction of both ship and crew. Outside the planet Yardrat, countless spaceships converge upon Sack's vessel. In the shared communication channel, voices buzz with speculation that the ship, knowing the risks, they still dare to approach. These scions must be fools. Humph, the scions are a more sinister race than Frieza, once they invade a planet. The surrounding asteroids bear the brunt of their energy blasts. However, this spaceship does not resemble Frieza's spherical battle fleet. Who cares? As long as they're not part of our Justice Guardians Alliance or the Galactic Patrol. They could be a threat. Should we warn them on the public channel, urging them to reconsider? Humph, this is a chance to eradicate a monkey. We cannot let it slip away that if they land, we must ensure they are not just any barbaric monkeys. If they are, the presence of such formidable beings here surely means that they can eliminate that scion. The spacecraft's engines roar to life, igniting flames as they maneuver through various trajectories, while an array of bizarre beings express their views freely on the public channel. Were anyone capable of sensing power levels, they would discover that the combat abilities of this group mostly range from 1 to 500. Sack spacecraft remains undeterred, humming steadily as it descends toward Yardrat. Behind it, a multitude of vessels follows suit on the ground. Throngs of individuals swarm toward the designated landing zone that Sack's vigilance proves futile. Gusts of air whip up clouds of dust as the ship lands steadily. With a creak, the hatch opens, and Sack emerges with a smile, his robust tail swaying behind him. Tearing through the air, he swiftly dispatched 3 individuals before closing in on the heart of the one who spoke. A triumphant yet resentful expression intermingled on that person's face, yet not a trace of fear was revealed before death claimed him. The execution was quick and painless, leading to a burial beneath the surface. With a single strike, Sack pierced the ground, exposing a bottomless pit. The crowd erupted in astonishment, then began to surge forward. The faces of those surrounding Sack displayed a cacophony of terror, anger, and envy. No one could fathom Sack's audacity, daring to strike first, even when surrounded by so many formidable opponents. Reina's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Sack with admiration. Indeed, she could never be drawn to a coward. He was simply too bold. What did it matter if there were many? The scions did not cower, but Sack's fierce blow left the onlookers paralyzed with fear, reluctant to make any rash moves. Among the crowd, a bald figure with purple skin and pointed ears narrowed his pupils. He sensed little of Spolito's presence. This scion before him wielded Spolito's power with remarkable finesse. Even under the blazing sun, he felt a chill enveloping him. The Ardalitarians were in peril. Sack remained impassive, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, surveying his surroundings with a cold demeanor. What are your intentions? They concern me not. Do not disturb my peace. With that, he soared into the sky, followed closely by Reina, who was brimming with excitement. The onlookers were incensed. What is this? Such blatant disregard. It was not mere disdain. It was a profound insult. Arrogant, cursed wild monkey. The crowd erupted in furious shouts once more. Around him, various cosmic races began to draw back. They had witnessed what happened to others before them, that if they drew too close to this audacious individual, would they not end up skewered like kebabs? The one who had spoken was unfazed by the cowardice surrounding him. He concentrated, gathering a formidable energy wave in his hands, his expression resolute, yet his eyes glimmering with malice. Killing this individual before so many would surely elevate his reputation. This endeavor might not yield profit, But neither would it result in loss, that he could not believe that Sack, after making such a bold declaration, would dare to act against the tide of so many. Was he truly courting death? This individual was resolved. After launching his attack, he would rally the multitude to join forces against Sack. He was certain that if that scion could survive such a united front, he would willingly eat excrement while standing on his head. His eyes gleamed with obsessive madness as he condensed his energy wave to its utmost strength, launching himself at Sack with reckless abandon. The violent energy surged, howling as it raced towards Sack. The others paled. This individual was formidable, boasting a combat power of at least over 1,200. Such an attack could easily shift mountains and drain seas. Then emerged voices of schadenfreude from the crowd. Daha. This fellow is doomed. He won't survive this. With those words, the crowd erupted into chaos once more. Humph, he deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant? Killing him will signal the end of the Scion era. Everyone, I doubt it is so simple. Scions are no fools. Nonsense. With so many of us, how can he dare to stand alone? Is he not a fool? No. I've heard that when Scions conquer planets, they typically do so with only 5 individuals. They cannot be so weak that I concur. That Scion strength is not to be underestimated. That initial strike was not something an ordinary person could achieve. The assailant found that the anticipated response he had imagined did not materialize. His face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his voice hoarse. Everyone, that fellow is merely a facade. If we strike together, we can surely kill him. Without waiting for others' reactions, he summoned his energy, unleashing a formidable aura. He once again gathered a powerful energy wave in both hands. Cursed being, die. Sack floated calmly in the air. Musing to himself, it seemed he had become the prey. Yet, this collection of fighters, none boasting power exceeding 2,000, what gave them the audacity? Sack's expression turned peculiar as he grasped Reina, who was poised to attack. Clenching his right fist, his muscles taut, he refrained from using energy. With an unremarkable punch, he struck as Sack unleashed his blow. A tempest arose, the air coiling into a lance of compressed atmosphere, trailing in the wake of his fist. The punch shattered the first energy wave, its momentum unabated as it surged toward the second attack. Below, many among the crowd scattered in panic, while a few, enraged, remained steadfast. This scion had clearly regarded them with contempt. His attack encompassing them all. Those who did not retreat soon learned the folly of their choices. Among the crowd, the purple figure quietly retreated. No, this is too powerful. I must inform the elders. We cannot afford to be adversarial. Otherwise, our race may face annihilation. This purple figure was indeed an Ardalitarian. Even amidst the throngs of people, he moved with the grace of a fish in water, slipping through the gaps in the crowd. Quickly vanishing from sight, Sack, oblivious to the presence of the Ardalitarian, fixated his fierce gaze on his own physical assault. This strike was not merely a retaliation against the leader. He sought to establish himself as a figure of invincible authority, one that none here would dare to offend. Those who came here bore ill intentions, and Sack felt no guilt. The area around the leader, spanning 200 meters, must not harbor any survivors. As Sack's punch met the second attack, the energy wave disintegrated upon contact. The leader trembled, his expression vacuous as he gazed at Sack, as the most talented and powerful being of his planet. He had always been at the pinnacle, never tasting defeat. Yet this wild monkey's casual strike had caught him off guard. How could he have failed so utterly? The leader's attack, imbued with profound personal experience, was met with indifference. The others were not yet despondent. They unleashed their own powerful assaults in an instant. The sky was awash with a kaleidoscope of colors, various energy waves, energy blasts, beams, and even peculiar abilities darting chaotically. Yet all were rendered ineffective against Sack's punch, many even annihilating themselves mid-air in a frenzied exchange. Damn it, why are you attacking me? You fool, you obstructed my attack. Moron, if you release your energy wave, stand back. It stinks. Reina's delicate face bore a mixture of shock, confusion, and ultimately a trembling fear, her lips pressed tightly together. She was terrified. Should she laugh, it would be utterly inappropriate. Sack radiated a menacing aura, standing proudly in the sky, his cold gaze fixed below, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This rabble dared to trouble him. He would not hesitate to collect their lives, as for the others. That would depend on his mood. Should anyone dare to intervene, their fate would mirror that of what was about to unfold. The force of his punch, like a battering ram, smashed through countless energy attacks, driving directly downwards at this moment. Everyone sensed something was amiss. The initial punch had yet to be resolved, and now the air lance descended from above. Many panicked, particularly those within the attack's range. Unable to contain themselves, they began to curse at Sack. "You wild monkey! How dare you kill so many? Indeed, we're the elite of different planets, even galactic policemen and super warriors. If you dare to slay us, you will not escape unscathed." Amidst the insults, there were also pleas for mercy. "My lord, we were wrong. We underestimated you and have bitten off more than we can chew. Please spare us. My esteemed lord, we have erred. We were compelled to act thus. If you must assign blame, let it rest upon the shoulders of our leader, my lord, should you grant me my freedom. I shall ensure your name is immortalized, wishing you a lifespan that stretches to eternity. Henceforth, upon encountering you, or indeed any of the Scion race, I shall take my leave post-haste. There are those who plead for mercy. Yet moral coercion is not foreign to us. Indeed, my lord, your prowess is formidable. It would be beneath you to concern yourself with us insignificant beings, for such would be most unethical, should you choose to act otherwise. I shall take to the internet, inciting the entire universe to condemn your actions. After all, with your immense strength, is it not only fitting that you show us mercy? Yes, indeed, you ought to spare us. I am, after all, a good person," voices clamored around, yet Sack remained unmoved. Who is he? A Scion. What of earthly sentiments? Embracing Sack's ideology, he had long ceased to care for the slaughter of innocents. Moreover, this swarm of insects had dared to provoke him. The cosmos operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. You consume me, I consume you, and this was true even in his previous life. Many merely disguise their predatory nature. In essence, we are all akin. What of righteousness and ethics? If he were not powerful and proclaimed his sole intent was to learn, would this horde have shown him mercy? Such a thought is utterly pre-post. The planets conquered by the Scions have never seen a soul escape alive. This group, having enjoyed their comforts for too long, has allowed their compassion to blossom, perhaps forgetting the notorious reputation of the Scions. With a flicker of movement, energy coalesces in their hands, forming a sphere of vitality. With a vigorous swing, the energy sphere hurtles towards a spacecraft. With a resounding thud, the ship's shield offers no resistance, leaving a gaping hole in its hull. Sack's gaze sharpens as the energy sphere, as if guided by his will, veers gracefully through the air, targeting another spacecraft. Simultaneously, he conjures two more energy spheres in each hand. The techniques of this world may be crude, but their lethality is painfully direct. Muttering under his breath, the two spheres are released towards the spacecraft. In an instant, the sky resembles a game of marbles, with new energy spheres continuously appearing. The majority of the spacecraft lose power, erupting in flames, crashing down, a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Sack pays no heed to the vessels in the sky. Instead, he manipulates the remnants of the destroyed ships, drawing them toward him. The debris melts in the air, coalescing into a glob of molten iron. A cruel smile creeps across Sack's lips. There truly no recourse in the vastness of space. He dives upward, pursued by an ever-increasing stream of molten iron. At the forefront, through the friction of intense heat, it shapes into fine strands of iron wire. These wires, remnants of the spacecraft's exterior, ascend to an altitude of 30,000 meters, gazing at the distant spacecraft. A fierce intensity ignites in Sack's eyes. Unjustly, you come to cleanse the world of its demons, do you? Today, I shall let you experience firsthand what a demon truly is. With a silent roar, countless fine wires, as if equipped with engines, dart into the heights, aimed directly at various spacecraft. The cultivation system of the Dragon Ball world is inherently incapable of such feats. Yet who can deny that Sack possesses the Divine Elephant Suppression technique? If perfection eludes him, piercing through your massive spacecraft will be a trivial task. He does not believe that by merely creating a hole, these spacecraft can continue their flight. If they could, he would concede. Once he discovers a method to survive in the cosmos, he shall personally fly over and deal with it. Unbeknownst to Sak, the highest spacecraft had already swiftly distanced itself as he surged upward. Inside the ship, the voices of King Gula echoed. Chapter 11. Give me, and I'll divert your troubles. Fireworks erupted continuously in the sky and on the ground. Everyone craned their necks, ignoring the aerial display, striving to catch a glimpse of the situation in the higher realms of space. They were eager to know the fate of those spacecraft. The explosions in space transmitted no sound, and the daylight rendered their brilliance faint. The extraterrestrials, now devoid of anger, occasionally confirmed the explosions of the ships, revealing their schadenfreude. Moments ago, they had been within the attack range of those vessels. If Sak had not withstood their taunts, they would have had no opportunity for mockery. They despised the enemy's cruelty, but loathed their allies for stabbing them in the back. Their eagerness led them to accompany death. Who would desire such a fate? Some even applauded in approval. Reina, recently liberated, wore a perplexed expression. Were these people truly unhinged? Were they not comrades? Why were they laughing so heartily? Sak swiftly dispatched all the spacecraft and descended. Reina smiled sweetly. Have you finished? Sak surveyed the ground. Aside from this place, there were no survivors. What he did not realize was that the sole ship to escape his scrutiny had transmitted all his actions to various factions. Before long, news of Sak's rampant slaughter of the cosmic champions would spread throughout the universe. Sak remained oblivious and unconcerned that in this world, power ultimately reigns supreme. As long as he discovers the means to break through, he will soon become invincible in the cosmos, surpassing even Beerus. From a vantage point, he surveyed the terrified extraterrestrials below. They had just been applauding moments ago, and now it was their turn. Life and death hung by a thread in Sak's mind. All gazed anxiously at him. Even now, they could hardly believe that human strength could reach such heights. Yet the truth lay before them. The flames in the sky had not completely extinguished. Explosions echoed sporadically. This group dared not make a move. The avenging angel before them was no mere jest. Although numerous, their hearts were scattered, and while they gathered, their strength was feeble. And no one dared to stir, each one apprehensively fixated on Sak and Reina, who stood aloft. A cold glint flickered in Reina's eyes. How do you intend to deal with these people? She inquired, her voice imbued with an aura that suggested a readiness to strike at the slightest provocation. The crowd below felt a chill in their hearts, and some of the weaker-willed individuals collapsed to their knees, pleading for mercy. They were likely dazed, their minds clouded by fear and confusion. Sak regarded the crowd below, taking Reina's hand as they soared into the distance. There was no need to concern themselves with these people. They posed no threat to them. Remember, should our spacecraft sustain damage, all of you shall perish. Unless you can flee this planet and avoid encountering us in the future. The echoes of his threats lingered in the in an instant. Sak and Reina vanished from sight on the planet Yardrat. In the city radiating the most formidable aura, Sak strolled leisurely with Reina, completely disregarding the curious glances of the Ydratans. Can we truly obtain what we desire? Sak pondered in silence. This moment. He wrestled with a pressing question. Had their whereabouts been leaked by Reina? If so, the subsequent events would be illogical. Reina was aware of his immense power. It would be inconceivable for her to send these pawns to their demise. The members of their combat team were all equipped with artificial moons, each possessing combat capabilities in the tens of thousands. This ragtag army did not seem like a meticulously arranged force meant to eliminate him. They were perhaps driven by indignation, motivated by a leaked message. While Sak was lost in thought, an Yardrat approached him. Esteemed warrior, greetings. Gazing at the reverent purple-skinned individual before him, Sak regarded him with a bemused expression. What is it? Did you not flee? How dare you reappear before me? Have you found courage now that I have not committed murder? The newcomer's expression darkened, choosing to avoid the topic. Esteemed warrior, our leader, Supa, invites you to the palace for a discussion. Sak did not press him further, gesturing for him to lead the way. They traversed through circular structures, arriving at the most magnificent edifice that I can only escort you this far. Please proceed. Sak shrugged and stepped inside. The hall was vast, with only a few occupants, yet it exuded an air of solemnity. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling city outside that Sak's footsteps echoed clearly, dissipating the oppressive tension in the air. Within the hall stood 12 Ydratans flanking both sides, each boasting a combat power exceeding 10,000. Perhaps due to their insufficient strength, they could not perfectly conceal their abilities. Sak could clearly perceive their power levels. He cast a fleeting glance before dismissing them, focusing instead on the two Ydratans seated at the forefront. Their auras were warm and gentle, their expressions calm, even adorned with faint smiles, betraying no hint of their true capabilities. Breaking the silence, Sak approached the hall with an unflinching demeanor. However, in his heart, he felt a pang of sorrow for the Scions. They prided themselves as a warrior race, yet they were merely frogs in a well, utterly oblivious to the grandeur of the universe. How absurd! Those two-seated figures could easily sweep across the entirety of Planet Vegeta. Yet they remained blissfully ignorant, boasting of their supremacy in the cosmos. They claimed that without technology, Frieza was nothing, and that their great ape transformation could conquer the universe. Yet, what was this place? What of Namek? Moreover, let us not even mention the formidable foes such as Super Broly, Moro, the ancient Scions, the dragon god Salama, and the fallen angel Walker, among others. These entities can be regarded as powerful adversaries for beyond the cosmos, as well as within it. Sak advanced step by step towards the two-seated figures, completely disregarding the 12 piercing gazes that were as sharp as blades. The hall was vast, yet there inevitably came a moment when he would reach the end of his approach. Upon halting, Sak revealed a hint of a sinister smile. "Greetings, esteemed leader of the Yardrat people, Supa." The moment Sak uttered these words, the atmosphere once again fell into a chilling silence. A subtle yet palpable aura of malice swirled around Sak and Reina. Reminiscent of a steel blade scraping against bone, that Reina's pupils constricted, resembling a startled kitten. A formidable aura radiated from her. Sak spoke, and she was poised to unleash her thunderous might, ready to demonstrate to these ignorant Yardrat the true power of the Scions. The 12 guards turned ashen. They had not anticipated that Reina's power was so profound, potentially surpassing their own. Sak appeared oblivious to their reaction, his gaze fixated on the two-seated figures, awaiting their response. The leader on the left spoke, his voice resonant and unyielding. "It seems this esteemed individual is quite familiar with our Yardrat people." Sak remained silent, extending his hand with the palm facing upward. His eyes locked onto the speaking Yardrat. "I require all your research on the Spirit Tea. In exchange, I shall divert any impending troubles." Sak was no caretaker. He would not offer assistance without compensation, not even for a duration of time. Soon as Sak concluded his statement, the 12 could no longer contain themselves, erupting in unison. Arrogance, Chapter 12. Negotiation and deception. An overwhelming aura of spirit enveloped Sak. Akin to an ocean of energy, Reina's fair visage turned cold, and just as she was about to unleash her power, she noticed Sak slowly shaking his head and immediately retracted her impending fury, maintaining her earlier momentum. Observing Reina's compliance, Sak felt a measure of relief wash over him. He then focused on the leader at the upper left. "Supa, what are your thoughts?" Supa's expression remained unchanged, exuding a gentle warmth. His demeanor humble and refined. "Esteemed warrior, do you truly believe you can acquire the fruits of our Yardrat's years of research with but a single utterance? That is simply inconceivable." Reina was on the verge of erupting once more. The Scions were not benevolent beings. Did they truly believe she would hesitate to draw her blade? Sak firmly restrained the irate Reina, inwardly lamenting the terrifying nature of the Scions' evil genes. Not only Reina, but even he felt a surge of temptation to seize what they sought. This was the foundation built upon the God Elephant's prison technique. It appeared that Supa had no intention of safeguarding the lives of his kin. Sak spoke in a calm, yet infuriating tone. "Boldly, you may attempt it." Sak's pupils constricted, a wave of coldness emanating from him. He had been patient time and again, but did they truly believe the Scions were devoid of temper? The two-seated figures were not intervening. Were they testing his strength? Just as Sak was about to take action, the Yardrat on his right spoke sternly. "Silence. Do not interject. We wouldn't want outsiders to perceive our Yardrat people as uncouth." The guards' expressions remained unchanged as they retracted their auras. restoring a facade of calm. Within the grand hall, the previously taut atmosphere began to ease. The Yardrat who had spoken turned to Sack. "I apologize for our lack of discipline, which has provided our esteemed guest with amusement. I am Yusuf, the sage of the Yardrat, extending my sincere respect to you." Sack remained non-committal. The reputation of the Science was well known. This group had merely endured without retaliating. To expect them to respect him was a fool's dream. "Who among you holds authority?" Husu immediately fell silent, and Supa took over the conversation. "Esteemed warrior, this is not a matter of who has the authority to speak." Sack regarded Supa with intrigue. That's so." Sack was skeptical of their indifference. While he lacked renown, no one was aware of his betrayal of Frieza. Across the cosmos, none dared to underestimate Frieza, the emperor of the universe. Indeed, the more Sack displayed this demeanor, the more anxious Supa became. He stood there silently, like an ancient weld. "Do you possess such confidence, sir?" Supa, after a 3-second silence, spoke with a complex gaze. "Oh." Sack continued to withhold his words. Supa's statement bore two implications. One, that someone might foolishly attempt to confront the Yardrat, and the other, that Sack had the capacity to safeguard them. Sack chose not to respond, causing Supa to hesitate. Sack chuckled lightly, his internal power akin to 1,000 mighty elephants stirring within him, pure energy coursing throughout his being. Sack unleashed an aura as vast as the ocean, with a sly grin. His energy surged forth like a colossal hammer, crashing towards Supa and Husu with the ferocity of thunder. The expressions of the 12 guards shifted once more, and just as they were about to react, Husu's aura erupted. Boom! The two auras collided, causing the air to explode. Unleashing a shockwave, a fierce wind arose, and the 12 guards struggled to maintain their footing, swaying precariously. Fortunately, the hall was spacious, with minimal furnishings, and no damage was incurred. Husu's complexion flushed, his breath becoming erratic. In contrast, Sack maintained an air of nonchalance. As the backlash approached him, the mighty elephant's trunk lifted, inhaling deeply, absorbing all the force pressing upon him. Supa's face was a canvas of disbelief. While he had anticipated Sack's ability to repel Husu, it was utterly incomprehensible that Husu appeared to be at a disadvantage. Husu was ostensibly the sage of the Yardrat, yet in reality, he was their foremost combatant, possessing the deepest understanding of spiritual research and an arsenal of remarkable techniques at his disposal. For Sack to so effortlessly defeat Husu raised the question of whether he could annihilate their entire clan. This individual before him was not the pinnacle of power. At the very least, the Scions were a formidable race. Contemplating this, Supa felt an undercurrent of urgency. The infamous warrior race, the Scions, were indeed not to be underestimated. Should they choose to unleash their full might, they would be unable to withstand such an onslaught. With repeated tests of resolve, Sack, too, began to lose patience. "I shall grant you 3 minutes to deliberate." His voice had grown notably colder. Following this, Sack delivered his most lethal ultimatum. "I am aware that your clan possesses a technique known as fusion, which allows two individuals of similar strength to merge, resulting in a dramatic increase in combat prowess. However, trust me, while I may not be able to defeat you, you will certainly stand no chance against King Frieza." Sack remained composed, fabricating a facade of strength. As for how the Yardrat would react upon learning this, it was of no concern to him. Supa and Husu exchanged glances, both realizing that today's events would be far from amicable. This individual had wreaked havoc within the Yardrat. Yet they had refrained from intervening. Should they offend both sides, their standing in the cosmos would be untenable. They lacked the resources to engage in extensive study. That is not your concern. However, I can assure you that if you provide me with what I seek, I will assist you in resolving your recent troubles. Supa's countenance darkened, and he let out a long, resigned sigh. "I will comply." Sack's heart leaped with joy, though he maintained an impassive exterior. "Then prepare yourselves. I shall seize it." The guards were taken aback, their gazes filled with ire as they stared at Sack, who wore a smile, speaking unhurriedly. "Only by our taking it will you be regarded as victims in the eyes of the other cosmic powers." Supa and Husu were momentarily stunned, then turned to Sack with expressions of gratitude. Their emotions surged, and they had not anticipated this layer of insight. "Very well, we shall make preparations." Zhao Huan nodded, unperturbed by the antics of the group before him. He had no intention of blindly emulating the training methods of Planet Vegeta. Rather, he intended to draw inspiration from them. His understanding of the energy concepts within the Dragon Ball realm was dreadfully limited, leaving him in a state of confusion. Apart from sheer recklessness, he was left with only the techniques of the Divine Elephant Suppression. He had experimented with the initial offensive techniques of the Divine Elephant Suppression, concentrating the spear of the underworld god. Yet the outcome was predictably fruitless. Both worlds utilized energy, yet the nuances between them were vast. The more profound aspects remained utterly elusive to him. Thus, Zhao reluctantly chose to abandon such pursuits and focus on addressing the immediate concerns at hand. As long as he could continue to break through, the specifics of the methods employed were of little consequence in the Dragon Ball universe. Energy, strength, speed, and reflexes were of paramount importance, as long as he possessed these attributes. The trivialities were not worth his concern. With time pressing, Zhao was compelled to prioritize what truly mattered. Observing Husu hastily depart, Zhao regarded the 12 guards with keen interest. Leader Supa, if we do not take action, the consequences may be dire. Supa, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded slightly despite his grim demeanor, hoping for mercy from the strong. Seeing the recognition of his intent, Zhao face lit up with a look of mentorship. Rest assured, I shall not inflict serious harm. Just as Supa opened his mouth to speak, Zhao bellowed, "How dare you refuse? I shall take it by force." The sound reverberated through the hall, shaking the very heavens. Chapter 13. Swift acquisition with a thunderous command. Zhao form darted like a specter, swiftly closing in on one of the guards to the sight. Reina's face blossomed with joy, her grin stretching from ear to ear. These wretched creatures had barked incessantly, attempting to suppress them with their energy, disrupting her peace. She had long harbored disdain for them. Now, she could strike openly, her aura unrestrained, erupting with power. With a resounding crash, she surged towards another guard. Within Zhao, the colossal form of the elephant stirred, a potent energy suffusing his being. He emanated a ferocious aura, gathering formidable energy in his palm, enveloping one of the guards in its embrace. The guard's body stiffened, rendered immobile as if abandoned by heaven and earth. Should Zhao immense force connect, the guard would surely fall lifeless. Supa's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he prepared to intervene, the remaining 5 guards unleashed their battle cries. "You shall perish, such audacity!" Their voices echoed throughout the city, audible to all. Zhao's attack was so fearsome that they instinctively forgot they were merely acting, fueled by their own grievances against Zhao and his fellow scions. They sought to retaliate. The 5 of them erupted with an energy as sharp as blades, a potent force generating fierce winds. Zhao smirked. As the energy of the 5 drew near, he deftly maneuvered, sending a wave of energy hurtling towards them. "I was waiting for you," he taunted, muscles taut, discarding the guard aside and pouncing upon the 5 like a famished tiger, a bloodthirsty aura intensifying. If a fight were to occur, let it be against the strong. If not, let it be against the many to injure them, instill fear, and render them feeble. Such would deter their barking. Within the hall, Zhao's murderous intent melded with his formidable power. The air thickening, the very walls creaking under the pressure, struggling to withstand the onslaught of his oppressive aura. The 13 adulteratans within the hall gasped for breath, their faces flushed. Zhao resembled a celestial demon poised to consume them. Bang! The first guard who made contact with Zhao was launched backward, as if colliding with the hardest metal, crumpling to the ground, devoid of combat capability. The remaining guards trembled, disbelief etched on their faces. One blow, yet it was merely a mundane collision. How could such a powerful warrior fall? It was inconceivable. They had sensed no overwhelming energy fluctuations, yet the force was staggering. A faint smile played on Zhao's lips, akin to that of a harbinger of death. With a swish, Zhao appeared behind another warrior. "We cannot leave our companion to suffer in solitude," he intoned ominously before bellowing, "Die!" A swift chop of his hand, serpentine in its movement, struck the warrior. The sound of shattering bone echoed through the hall as the warrior crumpled, racked with pain. Zhao loomed over him like a devil, head bowed, shoulders heaving. an unsettling mixture of laughter and sorrow. The remaining 4 guards, eyes aflame with fury, gritted their teeth, summoning every ounce of their energy. Suddenly, Zhao Hua raised his head, a tempest of overwhelming energy swirling around him, bursting forth from the hall and spilling into the city beyond. Fear not the destruction of your city. Unleash your full might. The adulteratans, focused on channeling their energy, glared at him, faces reddening with frustration. You, despicable! Zhao Hua smirked, his eyes glinting with malice. Despicable! Were other scions here, they would show you brutality beyond compare. What is mercy but a guise for savagery? With the swiftness of a phantom, he closed in on the remaining 3 guards. Reina chuckled softly, her own overwhelming energy at the ready, striking without remorse. Within the hall, energies clashed violently, explosions echoing incessantly. Zhao Hua dispatched the guards with ease, his form flickering as he approached the leader of the adulteratans. Leader Supa, I regret the inconvenience, he said softly, gripping Supa by the throat. Stop, a thunderous voice commanded, silencing all present. The 5 guards engaged with Reina froze, recalling their earlier encounter, their resolve faltering. Reina giggled, her form a blur as she felled another guard with a swift strike. Supa's eyes flashed with indignation, his fists clenched, yet he ultimately relented. As a leader, the survival of his entire race took precedence over personal pride. Reina, come here. Reina licked her lips, a sweet smile gracing her features as she approached Zhao Hua. Leaning down, Zhao Hua whispered to Supa, Leader Supa, once I obtain your research on Spoleto, I shall withdraw. You may then send your men to pursue us. Bear in mind, I will not hold back. With that, he tightened his grip, muscles coiling like steel. Accompanied by Reina, he strode purposefully towards the exit of the hall. Adulteratans, Zhao Hua proclaimed, Your leader is in my grasp. If you wish to see him unharmed, you will relinquish your research on Spoleto. An evil grin spread across his face. Remember, I demand the entire original. The adulteratans, once merely observing, now displayed expressions of disbelief. Many felt their energy surging, the air around them rippling, as tensions escalated and conflict loomed imminent. Kyusu arrived just in time. Fuming, he glared at Zhao Hua, teeth clenched. Stand down and release our leader, and I shall comply. The adulteratans exhibited discontent, yet none dared to speak. It was evident that their leader was well regarded. Zhao Hua chuckled lightly, gesturing for Reina to retrieve the device. They had long since reached an understanding. He trusted Kyusu would not act recklessly. Even if he did, with a battle power of 300,000, capable of soaring to 3,000,000 under the light of an artificial moon, he had no fear of these adulteratans. Reina accepted a device resembling a tablet from Kyusu, waving it toward Zhao Hua. Here you go. May I release our leader now? Zhao Hua pondered for a moment. They were, after all, collaborators. To sever ties entirely would be counterproductive. Very well. I trust you do not wish for a battle that would devastate your city. Upon concluding his words, Sak released his grip. Supa's expression darkened as he soared away from Sak to Husu's side. The remaining Yardrat aliens stirred restlessly, the atmosphere oppressive, akin to the moment before a volcanic eruption. Assistants, let them depart, Husu commanded in a subdued tone, suppressing the crowd. The bewildered populace stood frozen, their eyes fixed on Husu in disbelief. Sak flashed a sinister smile, unleashing a surge of energy. And in an instant, he was beside Reina, seizing her before hurtling away. Wise one. Leader, Husu ignored the crowd, casting a meaningful glance at Supa. Leader, are you unscathed? Supa shook his head and I'm fine. Observe the guards. They are embroiled in a fierce battle. The crowd, not pondering much, saw a few medical personnel rush, and Husu turned to face the rift left by Sak's passage through space. Obey my command. The entire guard must engage to eliminate the malevolent scions beyond the city. Remember to safeguard what he holds. It embodies the entirety of our research achievements, which must not be forgotten. Should we acquire him, our combat capability could surge to an unparalleled 100 million. Immediately, numerous Yardrat aliens stepped forward, radiating intense energy fluctuations, fueled by deep-seated hatred. Pursue, do not let them escape. Someone shouted, prompting a frenzied charge towards Sak. Chapter 14. Namek Sak, is this truly necessary? Reina inquired softly after they had flown a distance. Their race is quite unique. You sensed it too, didn't you? Many powerful beings with combat powers exceeding 100,000 have yet to reveal themselves. Reina nodded solemnly. In the words of the artificial moon. Sak interjected. Reina, you must undergo a transformation. The scion's blind arrogance and disdain for everything must be reined in and concealed. This universe is full of wonders. Sak understood Reina's intentions and interrupted her. Reina's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her once familiar master, who had now become so different. That egotistical fellow, King Vegeta, cannot tolerate dissent from the scions and will inevitably lead them into a dire predicament. This pattern is unsustainable. We need not slaughter these individuals. Allowing them to remain offers us an opportunity. Reina stared at Sak, utterly perplexed. What about the pursuers? Sak chuckled lightly, his body shuddering as he broke through the air, doubling his speed. They can follow behind and eat our dust. Reina left behind a trail of laughter, inciting the Yardrat aliens pursuing them to a boiling fury. No, he possesses the entirety of our race's research achievements. That is a one-of-a-kind treasure that must not be lost. Pursue. A voice rang out among the crowd, prompting some Yardrat warriors to unleash even greater energy in an attempt to chase them down. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Yet, this news reached the ears of other races on this planet, though they did not fully understand. They grasped the significance of a unique treasure. Witnessing the Yardrat aliens' relentless pursuit, they all realized that Sak had stolen something of immense importance from them, something truly irreplaceable. Greed sparkled in their eyes as they retrieved communication devices, hastily sending messages to their backing forces. Unable to contend with Sak on the planet, they were confident that in space, they could compete based on the advancement of their spacecraft. Sak paid no mind to those behind him, exuding an air of indifference as he moved forward, leaving the Yardrat aliens to seethe with frustration. Entering the spacecraft, they ascended into the sky. Where to next? Sak inquired, furrowing his brow. According to the plot, traveling to Kanasha would be most suitable. There, Bardock encounters the surviving warrior Dolio's illusionary fist and glimpses the future, leading to Kakarot's departure, who would later become Son Goku. If I go and unite with Bardock, perhaps I can alter this outcome. Let us go to Namek, Reina said, her expression one of confusion. Namek, what purpose does that serve? Sak's gaze deepened. Whether or not to save Planet Vegeta remains uncertain, but we can certainly seek a way out for the scions. If memory serves, the current Planet Vegeta is no longer their homeworld. Their ancestral planet should be called Sharada. It has become uninhabitable due to internal strife, which is why they came to Planet Plant. Originally belonging to the Seclusion, I can first travel to Namek, leveraging the powers of the Dragon Purunga to restore Sharada. Simultaneously, I can dedicate myself to training, and who knows, I might unlock further potential and enhance my strength once more. Then let us proceed there. Reina swiftly operated the controls aboard the spacecraft. What about the tail behind us? A glint of coldness flashed in Sak's eyes, malevolence radiating from his being. Eliminate it. A grin spread across Reina's lips. Excitement evident in her demeanor. Very well. Having followed Sak for these years, her hands had nearly lost the strength to wield a blade. Her energy almost rusted, controlling the weapon systems of the commandeered spacecraft. She gazed at the sparse vessels ascending into the sky. With a decisive motion, she activated the weapon launch system. Above an icy planet, within the vast confines of Frieza's colossal spacecraft, Frieza sat on his throne, gazing out at the starry expanse. Intriguing. Dodoria and Zarbon stood respectfully in the center of the chamber. The insidiously pink-hued Dodoria spoke first. My lord, that scion seems rather peculiar. Should we address it? Indeed. Frieza's chair rotated to face them. Mr. Dodoria, a monkey endowed with thought. Do you not find that delightful? Dodoria bowed his head respectfully. My lord, could this become uncontrollable? What if? Indeed. Frieza's mocking laughter echoed through the chamber. Mr. Zarbon, do you know of one named Sak and Reina? My lord, Frieza's eyes narrowed, and the atmosphere within the chamber grew oppressive. Sweat trickled down Zarbon's forehead, bead by bead. Do not fret, Mr. Zarbin. What is Sak's combat power? It surpasses that of King Vegeta, my lord. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth. Does that not make it interesting? Tell me, how would King Vegeta react upon learning this? Zarbin's eyes lit up. My lord. Frieza's chair spun once more to go and act. Zarbin bowed respectfully before retreating, a smirk playing on his lips, evidently contemplating the amusing developments that would ensue. In the vastness of space, time flowed like a swift current. The Sak spacecraft encountered no hindrances, dissipating the fervor that had been building and rendering the warnings of those behind them utterly futile. We've arrived, Reina announced, entering with a sweet voice, her charming eyes sparkling with vitality. This man was unlike those monkeys. While she showed little interest in the Yardrat's research notes, he seemed captivated by them. Having spent this time delving into the cosmos, Sak shifted his gaze from the display to stand before the glass viewport, gazing at the 3 glowing stars ahead and the 4th, green-hued planet orbiting steadily among them. Indeed, this is Namek. Reina quietly approached his side. How long shall we remain here? Her tone revealed no hint of concern, as if oblivious to the fact that scions were universally hunted down as outlaws in the cosmos. She had not considered whether the Namekians would be willing to aid them. Sak narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly uttering 2 words. Half a year. Reina's heart leapt with joy, her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. And then, Sak remained silent. 6 months was the deadline he had set for himself. The sensation of possessing the formidable god elephant's restraining power, yet making no progress, was rather unpleasant. If after a year he still found no solution, he would have to choose a different path, one uniquely suited to the scion race's extraordinary gifts. His fists tightened slightly. It is possible, he silently roared within, his face betraying no emotion. Let us proceed. Closer to Namek, Sak understood that remaining on Namek without a breakthrough would hold little significance. He had studied the knowledge of the Yardrat people for a long time, yet still found himself in an impasse. The Dragon Ball universe was, after all, distinct from that world. Something simply did not exist. Present, his hopes rested solely on Namek. Reina pouted and turned to fly towards the spaceship's control room. Sak observed quietly as the energy of the god elephant within him spread out, faintly sensing the presence of powerful beings on Namek. Suddenly, a warm voice resonated in his ear. Child, come forth. Chapter 15. Your defiance. A glint of cold light flickered in Sak's eyes. There was no need for words. This was the Grand Elder of Namek. Releasing his hands and lowering his head slightly, Sak murmured, Do you possess foresight? How intriguing. Are you aware of my affairs? Standing by the porthole, he gazed down at the myriad islands below, many of which were completely obscured from view. Most of the land, along with a few isolated hills, was covered in dense, peculiar trees. As he drew nearer, Sak could vaguely make out some low, snail-shaped structures that a village, perhaps, Sak murmured quietly as the spacecraft smoothly descended to the ground. Creaking, Sak opened the door and gestured for Reina to follow him out. Aren't you concerned about protecting the spaceship? Reina inquired, puzzled. Sak shook his head with a smile. The Namekians were an entirely pure race. He held no worries on that front. Moreover, Namek possessed advanced technological prowess. As soon as they stepped out, Reina muttered, Why is the sky green? Let us move on. Such is the nature of special planets, Sak replied. What makes this planet unique? It seems so remote, Reina asked. Sak paused, his tone growing slightly serious. Reina, you must cultivate an eye for discovery. Every life-bearing planet possesses its own uniqueness. It is merely a matter of whether we can perceive it. Moreover, we must maintain a mindset of a blank slate, perpetually learning and advancing. Any civilization capable of thriving in the cosmic environment holds valuable lessons. Reina pouted but wore a sweet smile, as if savoring a sugary treat. How long has it been? Ever since I surpassed Sak. I've not heard any teachings from him on that mission planet. I mostly acted according to Sak's directives. Now my master Sak has returned, and not only has he returned, but his power has once again surpassed mine. I relish this feeling. Got it, she replied, her last word trailing off melodically. Sak's heart quivered. The girl's soft huff was always a source of intrigue. Resigned, he flew toward the vague sensation he had perceived. Before long, A whistling sound cut through the air as a swift figure approached them. The figure hovered above them, looking down with an air of aloofness, with green skin, clad in white martial attire. And sporting two antennae on his forehead, it was unmistakably a Namekian. Despite his youth, Sack recognized him immediately as Nail. "Follow me," Nail said, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes as he spoke coldly. Reina's face flushed with anger, ready to retaliate. Sack swiftly grasped her arm, signaling her to refrain from acting rashly. He had important matters to attend to and could not afford to offend anyone. "Very well." Nail turned and flew off, tossing back a disdainful huff. "Humph." Reina was infuriated, her cheeks puffed up. "Sack, I could single-handedly annihilate this wretched planet. Why must we follow him?" Under Sack's piercing gaze, Reina could only begrudgingly silence her retorts. Inwardly lamenting, the Scion's brutal nature was ingrained in their very being, and Reina was no exception. She took a breath and followed suit. Ahead, Nail's ears twitched, his distaste unabashedly apparent. Luckily, Sack was oblivious to this, or he might have lashed out himself. As fellow Scion warriors, their innate instincts were not necessarily superior to Reina's. They soared over vast oceans, traversed great mountains, and crossed expansive plains, arriving effortlessly at a mountain peak. Atop the summit stood similarly styled structures, silently towering in place. "Enter," Nail commanded as he led the way through the main entrance, leaving behind another cold remark. Sack followed without concern. This visit would require considerable assistance from the Namekians. "Youth, you have arrived," a voice echoed as Sack stepped into the room, not yet reaching the center. "Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek," Sack replied respectfully, while Nail's previously cold demeanor softened slightly at the sight of the Elder. Observing Reina, who stood defiantly, the Elder's green visage darkened. "You seek the Dragon Balls, do you not?" As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, Reina gasped. "How did you know?" Sack remained impassive. "That I wish to seek 2 wishes from the Dragon Balls, and I hope the Grand Elder will grant my request." "Audacious," Nail suddenly bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Sack's request ignited Nail's pent-up rage. He was already displeased by the malicious Scions entering Namek, and now they dared to make such an outrageous demand. The Dragon Balls created by their Grand Elder had never been used by the Namekians themselves. These wicked Scions had the audacity to make such an impudent request. "Enough, Nail. They are both good friends. There is no need for such harshness," the Grand Elder intervened. Sack cast a deep glance at the Elder. This old fellow was not simple. He was deft with words. He could not believe that the kind-hearted Namekian could not sense the violent and murderous aura emanating from him and Reina. Such a tactic to suppress him was likely to backfire. While other Scions might be swayed, Sack was not so easily deterred. "Has the Grand Elder granted permission?" The Grand Elder nodded with a smile. "There are still nearly 30 years until the crisis on Namek. I am quite vigorous and not all weak. However, I have an unusual request." Sack was tempted to say that if it was an unusual request, then it need not be made. Yet the words shifted to, "Please go on. When someone grants you a tremendous favor, it is discomforting to turn them down immediately." This old man likely recognized this fact and held Sack firmly in his grasp. Reina could only watch in frustration as her inner rage continued to rise. She had not been so stifled on Yardrat. She could easily obliterate all of Namek without Sack's help. Why must she be so courteous? "In 30 years, will you protect Namek?" Before Sack could respond, Nail interjected loudly. "Grand Elder, I can protect our planet without the assistance of these evil beings." Reina scoffed dismissively. That moment, Nail's fighting power was not particularly high. Reina believed she could defeat him. This time, Sack did not stop her. If one was always accommodating, others would see them as easy prey. A sharp edge in one's reasoning is the true essence of reasoning. "Oh, you dare to defy me?" Naru cast a disdainful glance at Reina and contemptuously remarked, the mocking tone saturating the atmosphere of the Grand Hall, which became increasingly intense. Reina remained silent, her fury communicated through decisive action directed at Naru. A colossal surge of energy filled Reina's being, conjuring turbulent winds, as the pressure bore down upon Naru like an overwhelming tide. Naru's expression changed, and in a swift motion, he positioned himself protectively in front of the Grand Elder. Standing resolute as a mountain, he absorbed the full brunt of Reina's suppressive force. A flicker of wariness crossed Reina's eyes. She recognized that Neru was a formidable opponent, one she would not have been able to contend with prior to her training. However, now was different. Just as she was about to amplify her energy, a commanding voice rang out. Chapter 16. Reina's lesson declaration. Neru's face turned a shade of iron. We shall step outside to fight. This is the Grand Elder's abode, and I will not tolerate your insolence here. Reina turned her head to look, receiving a subtle nod from Sack. Her spirits lifted. The scion-esque combative instincts stirred within her. Follow me, she coldly asserted, taking flight towards the exit. Neru cast a glance at the Grand Elder, who nodded, before he followed her outside. My apologies for the spectacle. Sack internally scoffed, mocking the old schemer who seemed intent on having Reina refine Neru thoroughly. While maintaining a facade of cordiality, it's nothing. My friend is merely too impetuous. Let your warrior provide her with a proper challenge. Yes, that's so, the Grand Elder replied with a knowing tone. Then closed his eyes. Sack, observing the pretentious demeanor of the Grand Elder, understood that he could sense the external confrontation through his energy perception. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he turned to exit the dwelling. Despite possessing the research notes from Planet Yardrat, his control over energy was still rudimentary, leaving him incapable of perceiving the battle unfolding outside. The true transmission of knowledge is worth more than 1,000 books. There were many concepts he couldn't even grasp. The research on energy from Planet Yardrat focused more on its extraordinary applications rather than the meticulous manipulation seen in the Namekians, which diverged in approach. Reina, without the artificial moon, would likely be unable to defeat Neru. However, using the artificial moon would be excessive and could potentially disrupt the fragile ecosystem that the Namekians had painstakingly restored. Such an act would surely provoke their ire. Outside, 1,000 meters above the mountains, Reina and Neru unleashed their energies, the overwhelming force rippling through the sky, causing the air to tremor violently, with cyclones intermittently forming and dissipating under the sheer might of their energies. Waves of power surged, and Reina, driven by the inherent ferocity of her scion genetics, was the first to strike. With a powerful punch infused with immense energy, she aimed directly for Neru's head. Neru's expression grew serious as he swiftly countered with a punch of his own, simultaneously generating a gust of wind that propelled a kick towards Reina's torso. Reina let out a disdainful grunt, her free left hand intercepting Neru's kick while her tail, like a serpent, lashed out towards Neru's side. Sack watched in shock. This fierce woman was truly going all out. Neru's expression remained unchanged, his long legs bending and stretching like rubber, attempting to evade Reina's blocking left hand to target her tail instead. Anger flared in Reina as she gritted her teeth, cursing the monstrous opponent. She maintained her stance, her strength amplifying. In an instant, the air crackled with tension, producing a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the atmosphere. Reina had only just begun her assault, testing the waters. When she unleashed her full power, Sack facepalmed, unsure whether to feel relieved or distressed. Observing the scion-esque penchant for theatrics, he knew they relished tormenting equally matched opponents before delivering the final blow. Reina's combat style had only emerged after numerous battles with him. Utilizing such practical tactics left Sack ambivalent between pride and concern. Neru, undeterred, enveloped himself in a formidable aura, opting for a direct confrontation with Reina. A true man would never retreat. In the epicenter of the battle, a resounding boom echoed as their fierce exchanges reverberated through the air. Cyclones of energy continuously erupted, while Sack stood at the entrance, his combat suit crackling with energy. The harsh sounds of wind and the clash of their strikes filled Sack's ears. Reina poured her strength into every blow, her form no longer resembling that of a mere monkey. As she engaged in a contest of energy density with Neru's body moved fluidly, each strike met with precision. Sack shook his head in disbelief. Reina, fueled by rage, unleashed a torrent of power, contrasting sharply with Neru's calm demeanor. Though it appeared they were evenly matched, Sack understood that Reina would ultimately falter after countless exchanges. As formidable as the Scions were, Their mastery over energy alone could not bridge the gap in physical prowess compared to the Namekians. Exhaustion would lead to defeat. Even in loss, such experiences would catalyze her rapid evolution. Wisdom sparkled in Sak's eyes as he stood quietly atop the mountain, observing. Damn it, if only he would engage in a straightforward confrontation rather than evading like a slippery eel. Neru's form morphed like rubber, constantly shifting after each clash to counterattack Reina. One moment he was soft as clay, the next as hard as iron, leaving her unable to defend herself effectively. Each of Reina's assaults only served to inflict more damage upon herself, which explained her growing frustration. "You're playing with fire," Sak thought, shaking his head. In battle, one must possess courage and tenacity, but never lose one's composure. Reina had never encountered such a tenacious opponent, and her mind began to unravel. Her breaths quickened, a result of both her excessive energy expenditure and her own instability. The longer the fight continued, the more relaxed Neru appeared. He rarely engaged directly, effortlessly dodging Reina's attacks by the narrowest of margins, retaliating with calculated precision. Each time he struck, Reina not only squandered energy, but also exacerbated her injuries. At this juncture, she ought to be on the defensive, that reckless girl. Sak sighed, recognizing her lack of combat experience. She had previously only faced overwhelming odds, and now, against an evenly matched adversary, she was at a loss for how to respond. Sak, although outwardly composed, felt his own energy coursing within him, surging restlessly. The more the battle progressed, the more he worried for Reina's escalating frustration. Should she transform using the artificial moon, Neru would be no match for her. If something went awry, and she were to obliterate Neru, the consequences would be dire. Before Sak's thoughts could settle, Reina's exasperated voice rang out. "Damn it, you've pushed me to this." Neru scoffed, his expression laden with disdain. Reina's fury intensified, her eyes ablaze with determination. "You wretched fool. I shall teach you a lesson." Sak inhaled sharply, his energy coiling within him like a coiled serpent, every ounce of power contained. Reina's recent declaration was not only directed at Neru, but was also a message for him. Understanding her intent, Sak dismissed any thoughts of intervening. Within the dwelling, the Grand Elder sighed deeply, aware that Neru's arrogance would soon lead to a significant downfall. Reina unleashed a punch, once again clashing with Neru head-on. Utilizing the recoil, she propelled herself backward, gathering an immense amount of energy in her hands, which shone brilliantly before she launched it skyward. The Namekian planet was adorned with 3 moons, yet it was devoid of night. And without the moonlight, Reina could not transform into a giant ape. Thus, she resorted to releasing the artificial moon herself. The energy she had just discharged was designed to simulate the artificial moon, capable of significantly reflecting the blood's waves. After absorbing it, she could indeed undergo her transformation. Neru hovered in the air, gazing down at Reina's panting form with condescension. Teach him a lesson? Was it not rather obvious who would be the one to learn? In such a dire situation, she continued to act pretentiously, only serving to disrupt her own focus. What was the purpose of firing energy waves into the sky? To set off fireworks? There were no restrictions against fireworks here. Did she truly need to waste her energy? Reina shot a glance at the arrogant Neru, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Opening her mouth, she silently mouthed, "Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 17. The divine dragon Purunga Sak stood with his arms crossed, observing with a cold gaze. Reina, although a formidable mid-level warrior, was unable to rein in her savage thoughts and transform into a rational giant ape. Even after defeating Neru, the tumultuous emotions within her would continue to fuel her destructive tendencies. The reason Sak chose not to intervene was his understanding that Reina was currently engulfed in resentment. This pent-up fury, if left unexpressed, would only be detrimental to her. It exceeded his plans, yet that was of little consequence. As long as he maintained his dominance over Reina, he could later devise a means for her to attain enlightenment. The information borrowed from the Adelatrians had provided him with ample inspiration. Coupled with the energy control techniques of the Namekians, he was certain he would discover a breakthrough. Sak was confident that within half a year, he could achieve another advancement. Even if Reina were to transform into a giant ape, her combat power would not reach 30,000, rendering her incapable of overcoming him. As Sek concentrated on coalescing his colossal elephant form, his advance would become unstoppable. A giant elephant possessed a combat power of 30. With his ability to absorb energy rapidly, subsequent breakthroughs would come effortlessly. It was nearly impossible for Reina to surpass him. Reina's body began to expand, her form sprouting thick fur. Fortunately, her battle suit was resilient, accommodating her growth. High cheekbones accentuated her beautiful visage, which elongated as her teeth morphed into fangs, and her chin jutted out, transforming her countenance into that of a fearsome gorilla. Her palms swelled tenfold, becoming rough and coarse, while her tail grew even thicker, producing a piercing sound as it swept through the air, akin to a century-old tree trunk, yet remarkably flexible. With a resounding roar, she lifted a foot larger than a grinding wheel, stirring the air with a mournful howl as she lunged toward Neru. A formidable surge of energy emanated from her, locking onto Neru with a force capable of tearing through space. Panic flickered in Neru's eyes. This energy had increased at least tenfold, and he found himself unable to withstand it. This female simian had held back her full strength. Realizing that his escape routes were blocked, Neru, in desperation, chose the most viable path. Rather than retreat, he advanced with great peril, slipping between Reina's massive feet and darting out from beneath her, that he swiftly turned to face Reina's back, channeling all his energy into his right hand. Determination flashing in his eyes, he opened his mouth wide and bellowed. Energy wave. Sak felt a sense of embarrassment, wishing he could bury his toes in the Namekian soil. Why announce the technique during a battle? Boom! The energy wave struck Reina's massive form with pinpoint accuracy. With a roar, Reina, in pain, swept her thick tail toward Neru. Alarmed, Neru hastily descended toward the ground. Despite her immense size, Reina's agility was not to be underestimated. That tail had once again sealed off all his escape routes. His only chance to evade was to reach the ground. Fear flashed in his eyes as he once more gathered his energy, striking the ground with a powerful blow that created a pit over 2 meters deep, dust and debris swirling around. He barely managed to slip into the pit as Reina's tail brushed past him. Damn it! How could such a massive body be so agile? And her energy increased tenfold. What a freak! Breathing heavily in the polluted air, Neru cursed vehemently. He simply could not comprehend how such a creature could exist in the universe. Sak observed calmly. Neru was not yet at his wit's end, and the lesson had not been sufficient. Indeed, in the midst of the battle, Reina's enormous form turned, lowering herself as her left hand reached for Neru. In shock, Neru, disregarding any chance to recuperate, unleashed his energy and darted diagonally away. Targeting Reina's side, he unleashed another energy wave. Sak shook his head in disapproval. The Namekians had an extraordinary mastery of energy. Yet even after all this time, Neru still had enough power remaining to unleash 2 energy waves. However, they were woefully negligent in combat, lacking the development of their energy's offensive capabilities, faced with a powerful opponent like Reina. They were utterly overwhelmed. Anger flickered in the gorilla's eyes as she faced Neru's energy wave. Opening her cavernous mouth, a thick red beam erupted from her maw, surging toward him. Cold sweat dripped from Neru's brow as he instinctively dodged to the right. This movement spelled disaster. Reina's left hand remained in the pit, and she was not quick enough to react to her right. However, her right hand was free. Instinctively, she swung her arm, grasping at him. Ack! Neru's veins bulged. His face contorted in agony as sweat streamed down toward Reina's palm. That it was evident that Reina intended to crush this little ant. Her eyes glowed with a crimson light, her arm muscles bulging. Reina was devoid of rationality. The earlier lesson had now transformed into a murderous intent. Child, perhaps it is time to let her cease. Neru realized his mistake. As Sak watched with great interest, the voice of the elder echoed in his ears. Sak was taken aback. As long as the Namekian's head remained intact, he would not perish. Reina, transformed into a gorilla, had not managed to crush Neru's skull. Why the urgency? Sak thought, though his body acted obediently. He would need the Namekian's assistance further and would be residing here for a while. It would not do to create tension. The divine elephant within him roared to the heavens, its long trunk extending, infusing Sak with pure, immense energy. With a casual wave, he launched a subdued energy orb silently toward the artificial moon in the sky. That was the source. If he did not interrupt it, he would not know how to restore Reina. He swiftly appeared beside Reina, who had transformed into a giant ape. That Reina's eyes flared with crimson light as she opened her mouth once more, directing a thick beam of energy towards Sak's energy orb. Simultaneously, her tail swung towards Sak with ferocity. Sak was speechless. He was still contemplating where to strike when Reina inadvertently presented him with her weakness. Energy enveloped his palm, rapidly expanding into a massive energy hand. Firmly grasping Reina's tail, energy surged forth, and once he secured her tail, he lifted it with conviction. "Awaken!" he bellowed, causing Reina to pivot on her tail, her body lifting off the ground, her eyes swirling as she lost a significant portion of her strength. A feeble roar escaped her lips as her right hand slackened, causing Neru to slump helplessly to the ground. Sak glanced at him, controlling a cushion of energy beneath Neru to prevent him from meeting a fatal fall, then disregarded him. Boom! The energy orb he had initially fired collided with Reina's energy beam, striking the artificial moon and resulting in a violent explosion. As the moon detonated, the reflected Brut's light waves diminished until they vanished entirely. The tail in Sak's grasp shrank, and Reina's form began to revert. Reina blinked drowsily, her weakened voice murmuring, "Where am I?" Annoyed, Sak tapped her on the head, exerting a bit of force as he embraced her waist amid her discomfort. Energy extended outward to grasp Neru. Thus, Sak cradled one while using energy to hold the other as he soared toward the elder's abode. "Thank you, kind child," the elder expressed as Sak's lips twitched. The other party referred to him as a child, taking advantage of him. However, reflecting on the elder's longevity, it was likely that this individual was older than his own grandfather, so he begrudgingly accepted such treatment. The elder's subsequent words eased Sak's earlier concerns. "Rest assured, I've already informed the 7 elders, and they're on their way here with the Dragon Balls." With a hearty laugh, Sak dropped Neru, a smile gracing his face. "Then I must thank the elder. Regarding the impending crisis for the Namekians, it is indeed caused by Frieza, and I will assist the Namekians." The elder maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Sak's promise that, "I am deeply grateful, Da. They have just arrived. I have informed them that the second elder, Muley, will assist you." Sak nodded, carrying the blissfully unconscious Reina as he exited the dwelling. Outside, the Namekians summoned their divine dragon Purunga in response to Sak's presence, as the light from the Dragon Balls extended upward. Chapter 18. The Divine Elephant's prison technique takes a wrong turn. Sak's lips twitched as he stared at the grotesque form of the dragon that emerged from the light of the Dragon Balls. So swift? The words of the Grand Elder were undeniably swifter than any arduous quest he could undertake himself. Listening to the incessant murmurs of Purunga, Sak cast his gaze upon the aged Namekians surrounding him. The significance of foreign languages became strikingly apparent in that moment, for he comprehended not a single word. "Greetings, I am Muley, the second elder of the Namekians." "What is your wish?" Sak blurted out that to restore the Scion's original homeland, Planet Salad. Upon hearing this, Elder Muley turned to converse with Purunga. Before long, the Eternal Dragon responded, and Muley's eyes shifted back to Sak. "It is done. You may now state your second wish." Sak lowered his head, contemplating, to prevent Frieza from annihilating Planet Vegeta. The elder nodded silently, turning once more to converse with Purunga. After a brief moment, Elder Muley faced Sak with a look of regret that, "I apologize, but that wish cannot be fulfilled. You must choose another." Sak was not particularly surprised. While Frieza indeed harbored intentions of destruction, the primary directive came from the god of destruction. Beerus, Purunga's powers were undoubtedly insufficient to surpass that of the supreme deity of the universe. "Then, let me save all the Scions." Soon, the same message was relayed back to Sak. Saving Scions under the age of 3 is likewise unfeasible. Sak remained patient that, in that case, grant me mastery over all knowledge concerning the Yardrat race." Elder Muley conveyed Sak's request once more. The Eternal Dragon closed its eyes. Without waiting for it to speak, Sak felt a surge of clarity in his mind as a vast array of knowledge about the Yardrat race, both seen and unseen, flooded into his consciousness, which he absorbed in its entirety. Sak inwardly scolded himself for his earlier foolishness. Had he known, he could have come directly to Namek, thus sparing himself 2 segments of interstellar travel. With the completion of this wish, Sak felt as though he had unlocked a portal to infernal power. Without hesitation, he requested to acquire all knowledge pertaining to Ki on Namek. Elder Muley shuddered. Reluctantly turning to speak with the Eternal Dragon once more, Sak, indifferent to Muley's mindset, focused intently on absorbing the knowledge of Namek. After the dragon's murmurs, it dissipated into a stream of light, leaving behind 7 smooth stones. The dragon had fulfilled its wish, but the next usage would require an interval of 130 days. Sak gazed at Muley with a perplexed expression. "What is it?" Muley asked, clearly confused. "Is it truly just 130 days?" Sak grasped the meaning behind Muley's words, yet the sudden revelation struck him unexpectedly as formidable. Muley, lacking an understanding of human intricacies, nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Then can anyone use it?" Muley remained in a state of bewilderment, unclear about the implications of his own words. "Of course it pertains to the days on Namek." Sak chuckled internally, amused by the open-mindedness. Knowledge raced through his mind, causing Sak to lose interest in further banter. "All right, I am fine now." With that, he chose not to greet the Grand Elder and instead soared away in a chosen direction. Upon reaching a narrow island approximately 10 kilometers long, he selected a sheltered valley on the leeward side. With a flow of Ki stirred the air into a soft blanket, he gently laid Reina under the blanket, then turned towards the sea. Facing the ocean, he sat cross-legged on a protruding rock and slowly closed his eyes. The technique of the Divine Elephant's prison-calming heart method vividly materialized in his mind, continuously clashing with the knowledge of Ki studied by both the Yardrat and Namekian races. After a considerable time, Sak sighed deeply, his eyes fluttering open in confusion. This Divine Elephant's technique is flawed. In that world, with a dozen Divine Elephants, the Ki had already begun to crystallize, boasting formidable skills such as the Spear of the Underworld, Wings of the Demon, and Guardian of the Underworld, not to mention the very essence of the Hell Furnace beginning to coalesce. A further advancement would allow one to plunder the heavens and the earth, transforming them into sustenance for one's own existence. That I possess 1,000, yet remain stagnant. The disparity in Ki between the 2 worlds was likely a contributing factor, but the fundamental divergence in the laws of nature was the primary reason. Fortunately, both worlds practiced Ki cultivation. Had it been magic or other arcane phenomena, Sak would have found himself lamenting amidst a mountain of treasures. Crystallizing Ki. How does one achieve that? In this world, the concept of Ki crystallization was virtually non-existent. Their previous Ki was dispersed throughout their cellular structure, allowing for its abundance, rendering them impervious to planetary destruction. The notion of Ki flowing through meridians and acupoints was far from reality. Currently, Sak's Ki resided within the Divine Elephant, expelled when needed if he were to channel it through internal acupoints and meridians. He would undoubtedly find himself unable to cultivate. With no research available, and lacking data from the 2 highly advanced races, Sak pondered where in the vast universe he could seek answers, but he only understood that true Ki could be liquefied, and liquid could coalesce into crystals. However, his Ki was not liquid. Divine Elephant, perhaps you could refrain from expelling your breath, or merely spit. The image of 1,000 Divine Elephant particles within him howling to the heavens while incessantly spitting made him shudder. Enough. I cannot dwell on that. It is futile. Moreover, liquefaction was ineffective, as it required the gathering of Ki runes in the Sea of Ki, a skill he was utterly unfamiliar with. Sak felt a surge of frustration as the Divine Elephants moved in unison, their powerful Ki cascading forth, rapidly saturating his entire being. Where does it all converge? Besides, cells are far superior to meridians and acupoints. Sak's body erupted with intense energy blasts, unleashing them upon the ocean in a frenzy. This sensation is akin to an agonizing constipation. What is wrong? Reina awoke, flying over with a puzzled expression. Sak ignored her, continuing to release energy blasts to vent his inner turmoil. Reina hovered beside Sak, silently observing his actions without uttering a word. After 30 minutes, Sak finally calmed down. "Are you feeling better?" He nodded, his voice hoarse. "Reina, do you think a battle power of 3 million is sufficient?" Surprise flickered in Reina's eyes. Sack implied that he could currently exert a battle power of 3 million. She was aware of Sack's strength, but 3 million was beyond her imagination. Are you aware of Frieza's battle power? Reina merely asked, attempting to lighten his mood. Little did she know, Sack casually replied, 120 million. Reina's expression shifted dramatically, her entire being trembling with disbelief. Impossible. Sack remained silent, and she gradually regained her composure. There was no reason for Sack to fabricate a number merely to frighten her. Her fists clenched tightly. Does that mean we have no chance at all? Sack gazed at the surging waves in the distance, his eyes regaining their calm. Super Scion. Reina gasped in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion as she tilted her head, fixated on her master. This master, who had changed so significantly since the great battle for years prior, continued to unveil secrets. Chapter 19. Breakthrough. The artificial heavenly furnace that a battle power of 3 million is the standard. As long as one reaches 3 million, we can find a way to unlock the unique potential of our scion race. A power surpassing that of the great ape transformation, capable of increasing our strength by 50 times at that point, we would possess a battle power of 150 million, surpassing Frieza. Reina offered a wry smile. While 3 million battle power seemed attainable, achieving it was nearly impossible for anyone to master troubled by this matter. Sack shook his head, then nodded that my strength cannot continue to increase. I have maintained this state for a year. Reina furrowed her brow. What do you mean, master? That is why I journeyed to Yardrat, and then to Namek. Reina suddenly came to a profound realization, as her previous confusion dissipated entirely. She cast a troubled glance at Sack. Unsure of the source of his bewilderment on the path of cultivation, she herself was still a mere child taking her first tentative steps, rendering any comparison with Sack utterly unfounded. After a moment of hesitation, Reina stammered, Master, I believe that if this path proves unfeasible, we could simply pursue an alternative route, albeit at a slower pace. Even if we merely engage in rigorous training, it would still enhance our strength. However, this planet possesses only 1/10 the gravity of our Vegeta, so the effects may not be as pronounced. Sack gazed out over the ocean, a flash of inspiration igniting in his mind as he repeated Reina's words. The light of determination rekindling in his eyes. Gravity, gravity! How could I have overlooked such an essential factor? Reina felt a surge of joy as she observed Sack revitalized, delighted to have been able to assist him. Sack lifted his gaze, casting a gentle look in her direction. Please wait for me a while. Reina nodded vigorously. On this planet, she had no rivals, and thus felt no fear. The crises of Vegeta were of little consequence compared to the matters concerning her master. Sack soared into the sky, diving directly into the ocean. He plunged deeper and deeper, until he reached the limits of his physical endurance. Light burst forth from his eyes, illuminating the dim underwater realm as a myriad of powerful energies surged within him. Releasing a forceful breath, Sack hurriedly mobilized his entire being. As the pressure intensified, the flow of energy within him became increasingly arduous. The more challenging it became, the more fervently Sack channeled his energy to resist the mounting pressure. He had surpassed the pressure of Vegeta, now experiencing at least 20 times the gravity of Namek, akin to 30 times that of Earth. Sack was overwhelmed with excitement as the colossal energies absorbed both the internal and external forces, leaving no trace behind. He could only harness what was within reach. With the pressure becoming formidable, Sack sensed a transformation occurring within his energy. Recognizing the potential, he descended even more rapidly until he felt he had reached his limit. He came to a halt, remaining still in the depths of the ocean. Here, at least 3,000 meters below the surface, should suffice. Sack was not aiming to break his limits. He merely needed the energy to undergo a metamorphosis, enabling him to refine his powers further. The energy in the Dragon Ball world was far superior to that of the Divine Elephant confinement technique, derived from the absorption of external vital forces by living beings. Even considered as the essence of life itself, he needed to devise a method to create a hellish furnace within himself, a thought that lingered in his mind. He gazed into the darkness, listening to the silence and feeling the cold embrace of the sea. He closed his eyes and began his experiment. The Divine Elephant Confinement technique had yet to prompt his energy to coalesce into various runes, let alone the subsequent hellish furnace. Sack could only draw upon the knowledge within his mind to envision the construction of this furnace. His energy, while not needing further refinement, was already the purest form his physical body could convert. The energy coursed rapidly through his body, navigating along the meridians, complicating Sack's control. The simple act of compression, release, and mobilization was different now. He aimed to control the energy to form a suitable structure according to his design, stabilizing it before ultimately using these structures to construct the hellish furnace. Utilizing the immense pressure of the deep sea, he suppressed the high-intensity operation of his energy, making it easier to manage as he began to meticulously develop his concept of the hellish furnace. On the shoreline, Reina regained her stoic demeanor, standing majestically as if she were a celestial goddess. "Master, you can do it." The sun hung high in the sky, its three blazing orbs interweaving in a rhythmic dance, rendering the passage of time indistinguishable. Suddenly, the ocean's surface rippled, a small vortex gradually forming. Noticing this, Reina's expression shifted to one of alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, she plunged into the water, in the Grand Elder's palace. The Grand Elder abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he had grown even stronger. Nyla trembled, his countenance darkening. "Is it that male scion?" The Grand Elder nodded gently. "I cannot foresee the future of that individual. He may become a deity, a god of war." Nylu exclaimed in shock. "Grand Elder, they are evil scions. How can they also ascend to divinity?" The Grand Elder gazed kindly at Nylu. "Nylu, this world is not merely black and white. The god of destruction is tasked with annihilating planets. Yet he stands as a pinnacle deity of the universe that you understand." Nylu, feeling indignant, retorted, "Is there any comparability between humans and deities?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "This race possesses kindness within their hearts. Thus their opportunities for contact with the outside world are limited. For many matters, they rely solely on teachings and natural insights. Their perspectives are still quite narrow." As the hall descended into calm, a glimmer of determination shone in Nylu's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean, Sack kept his eyes shut as a colossal, three-legged, double-eared, chaotic-hued cauldron slowly revolved within him. This cauldron was immense, yet it traversed through his cells, merging silently with the Divine Elephant. Each time it integrated, the Divine Elephant experienced remarkable changes, no longer static, but infused with life, that a thin, imperceptible, untouchable, translucent membrane enveloped Sack's body, not hindering him in the slightest while allowing him to absorb the external vital energy. As Sack exhibited that membrane's ability to absorb, a vast, boundless power emanated from his being. Countless vital energies surged into Sack, entering the three-legged, double-eared, chaotic-hued cauldron, only to overflow and disperse into the Divine Elephant's form. Akin to the elephant drinking in water, as the cauldron and the Divine Elephant underwent transformations, Sack observed in astonishment, rendered speechless as he refrained from intervening, allowing the process to unfold freely. This is not right. The hellish furnace should possess a viscous, fiery red hue, akin to molten lava, exuding a pungent sulfuric scent. How has it instead manifested as an extravagant atmosphere, seemingly encompassing the entirety of the universe? The mutation was far too pronounced. Sack scrutinized the changes within him, unable to suppress a bewildered exclamation. The training path of the Divine Elephant Confinement technique had diverged completely from his current trajectory. Just as he was grappling with this realization, a new giant elephant rapidly formed within him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a continuous series of sounds erupted, culminating in the emergence of 1,000 colossal elephants. Stabilizing the chaotic energy in Sack's perception, a new giant elephant was gestating, ready to awaken once the cauldron absorbed sufficient vital energy. Incredible. This amounts to a battle power of 30,000. How absurd. This phenomenon was not merely a hellish furnace, but rather a man-made celestial furnace. Gazing at the magnificent cauldron within him, Sack could not help but marvel once more. The astonishment had yet to fade when a sudden upheaval occurred. Chapter 20. Extreme Rescue of Reina. Sack relentlessly broke through barriers. a feat attributable not only to his accumulated strength but also to the continuous siphoning of the surrounding elemental energy. As the energy drained, a colossal vortex formed around Sak at its epicenter. Sak, positioned at the heart of the vortex, scarcely felt the intensity. However, Reina, who had plunged into the depths in search of him, experienced a starkly different reality. Upon entering the water, she immediately sensed a powerful suction enveloping her entire being. Alarmed, she hastily gathered her strength to resist. Initially, she intended to conserve her energy by flowing with the force, hoping it might lead her to Sak. Yet, as she exerted her energy, the vortex was disturbed, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. In an instant, Reina's pressure escalated, prompting her to counter the increasing strain with even more force. This created a vicious cycle. As her body sank deeper, the pressure of the water intensified. Ultimately, Reina could no longer withstand it, and the turbulence dragged her further into the ocean's abyss. The once singular vortex had expanded into countless larger and smaller whirlpools, each engaging in chaotic combat, giving rise to increasingly complex waves that wreaked havoc upon the surface. The sea surged, raising colossal waves hundreds of meters high. Reina could only conserve her strength, her aura clinging closely to her body to shield herself from greater harm. In her moments of clarity, she continuously unleashed energy blasts, attempting to locate Sak and awaken him. Meanwhile, Sak had yet to fully comprehend the situation when he sensed Reina's frantic energy and instinctively followed it. As the vortex's driving force, his withdrawal rudely thrust him back into the tumult. Over time, while Sak's strength grew, it became a torment for Reina, who struggled outside. Waves of relentless impact battered him, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness. The energy he had summoned dissipated, and no matter how swift Sak was, he could not match the water's pervasive turbulence, especially since he needed to locate Reina's faint presence. With Reina unconscious, her aura diminished to a level weaker than the smallest fish in the sea, rendering Sak incapable of sensing her. Damn it, what is happening? Reina's energy was just there. I could have teleported. Sak bit his lip, his mind raging. Mastery of the knowledge of both races and a combat power of 300,000 could not enable instantaneous travel across an entire star system. But within a planet, it was entirely feasible. Realizing Reina's aura was fading, Sak became frantic. Unbeknownst to him, the female scion who had silently aided him had become irreplaceable. Deep within Sak, the Divine Elephant let out a resonant call to the heavens, and the recently forged furnace of heaven and earth trembled, expelling a torrent of pure energy. The transparent aura surrounding Sak ruptured, sending countless streams of energy surging forth, piercing through the vortex, reaching out in all directions. With the acrid scent of marine blood filling his nostrils, Sak's heart plummeted. Hurry, hurry! On a mountaintop, the elder's expression grew grave. If that fiery-tempered female scion encountered trouble on Namek, would Sak go into a frenzy? If he unleashed his overwhelming power in a blind rage, it could cause irreversible damage to Namek, a scenario he desperately wished to avoid. Yet their strongest warrior was Neru, who could not venture deeper than 300 meters below the sea. Technological means may suffice, but the storm's center was fraught with whirlpools of all sizes, beyond even their technology's resilience. The elder's solemn demeanor stirred Neru, who questioned with confusion. Could it be that the impending crisis was upon them? As Neru pondered this, his aura erupted, crackling through the air, emanating an aura of danger. The elder quickly restrained Neru. Now was not the time to provoke Sak. Should Neru lose control, it would disrupt Sak, and if they failed to rescue Reina, Sak would undoubtedly vent his wrath upon Neru. Whether they would survive was uncertain. The elder, privy to many cosmic secrets, knew that the mysteries of their Namekian kin were hardly significant. Meanwhile, Sak's emotions spiraled, his aura shifting to a searing red as water bubbled violently around him. He was somehow beginning to evaporate the seawater with sheer willpower. Countless bubbles rose to the surface, bringing with them a hint of the blood of various marine creatures. His eyes blazed with divine light, energy coalescing within them, leaving crimson streaks that soon evaporated, drifting upward with the rising water. There, Sak's energy erupted like a jet, his body compressing the water as he shot toward the source of the blood. Along the way, a temporary vacuum formed, only to be followed by a deluge of seawater rushing back in, creating massive waves. This was in the deep sea, racing toward the source of the blood. Sack flailed about like a headless chicken. Where is it? How can there be nothing? I arrived so swiftly. Sack yearned to unleash his entire aura, but he dare not. Reina was gravely injured that if he released his energy, it would only worsen the chaos in the water, and Reina would undoubtedly perish. That no. Stay calm. Stay calm. That Sack's thoughts churned as he repeatedly urged himself to maintain composure. Her energy has vanished, and the vortex is overwhelmingly powerful. The sole fatal point lies beneath, but he gazed at the roiling waters below, his energy tightly enveloping him as he dove deeper. Faint tendrils of energy extended outward, weaving a net in search of Reina. After a considerable time, as Sack endured immense pressure, a spark of insight lit up in his mind. No, Reina could not have reached this depth. If she had, she would surely have perished. Perhaps she is above. At that moment, a thread of energy severed a bizarre creature that was frantically fleeing in the deep sea, revealing a familiar aura. Sack's eyes widened in rage. Damn it! How dare you! His overwhelming energy sliced through the creature like a laser, eliciting a piercing wail as a torrent of blood stained the surrounding area. Without hesitation, Sack swam closer, positioning himself near the creature's abdomen, roughly at its stomach. Energy coalesced into a long spear. Gripping the spearhead, he thrust it in and twisted, creating a 3-meter-long wound. The spear dissipated, and with a fierce pull, Sack burrowed into the creature's belly. Moments later, a figure burst from the ocean's surface, cradling a frail, boneless body. Damn it! I haven't yet learned healing techniques. As Sack panicked, the elder's voice echoed in his mind. Child, I have summoned the 6th elder. He is the most skilled healer among our kin, but he is slow. I will guide you. Hurry and fly over. Sack's eyes flashed, and without a second thought, he stepped into the void. With a resounding boom, he was already 500 meters away. Back at the original spot, the space trembled before settling under the weight of the world. Inside the great hall, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally relaxing as he murmured, "There is still hope." That was close. Sack moved with extraordinary speed, soon spotting the sluggishly flying Namekian. After an urgent treatment, Reina F. as Sack's words echoed through the air, the Grand Elder visibly exhaled in relief. His greatest fear was that Sack would unjustly direct his ire towards them. Thank you, dear child. The Grand Elder then added, there is still one matter that requires your assistance. And no sooner had Sack finished speaking than Nilu's anger flared. They had already borrowed the most precious Dragon Balls. How could they possibly ask for more? You insufferable fool. Do not overreach. Sack's gaze turned icy, and with a mere wave of his hand, the heavenly melting furnace surged, unleashing a formidable pressure upon Nilu. In a fit of rage, Nilu struggled to resist, but how could he possibly match Sack? The clash of energy caused Nilu's eyes to bulge and a trickle of purple blood to escape his lips. Is this not lesson enough? With an overwhelming force, Sack subdued Nilu, standing nonchalantly as if unperturbed. Nilu, straining with all his might, lost his grip on the pressure, sending a shockwave that shattered a massive hole in the ceiling, causing debris to rain down. Nilu, overwhelmed with fury, spat blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Sack cast an apologetic glance at the Grand Elder, who gently shook his head. It is of no consequence. Nilu's nature is rather impulsive and requires tempering. His injuries are not severe and will heal. Sack refrained from further comment. A powerful individual naturally possesses a certain pride. Though Nilu had not committed grave offenses, repeated transgressions warranted punishment. A classic case of forgetting the pain after the wound is healed. Grand Elder, I beseech you to assist Reina in unlocking her potential. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in surprise. Do you not require this for yourself? Sack shook his head. He practiced the Divine Elephant Prison technique and did not need guidance to enhance his strength. The technique alone was sufficient for his studies, allowing him to absorb and master the energy within. Further enhancement could very well yield counterproductive results. Just help Reina. As he spoke, he steadied Reina, who was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Come here. I will guide your inner potential to bolster your combat prowess. Sak gestured for Reina to heed the Grand Elder's words. Reluctantly, she approached, allowing the Grand Elder's aged hand to rest upon her head. In less than 3 seconds, Reina's expression morphed into one of astonishment, her entire being trembling. Boom! A powerful wave of energy surged through the air, producing an unpredictable sound as the still falling debris was sent spiraling about in a cloud of dust. How formidable! Reina felt herself amplify beyond threefold. Perhaps her combat power had reached an astonishing 40,000. She unleashed her full strength without reservation. The pressure surrounding her suddenly intensified several times over, causing the Grand Elder to breathe heavily. Drenched in sweat, Sak uttered a sharp command, and the heavenly melting furnace roiled within him, dissipating the recently arisen pressure in an instant. Reina gazed at Sak in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. This is true strength, unmatched and unparalleled. The Grand Elder approached with ease, expressing gratitude towards Sak. Sak smiled lightly, bidding farewell to the Grand Elder before whisking Reina away. What shall we do now? Sak's eyes gleamed with determination. We return to Vegeta. Barunga could not assist him. He must try on his own. With about a year left, if he plotted wisely, he might save most of the scions from the impending explosion of Vegeta. Perhaps in a year, he could cultivate to 100,000 particles, achieving a combat power of 3 million, and breaking through to Super Saiyan at that point. The path would be considerably easier. The year was exceedingly favorable for him. Upon entering the spacecraft, Sak once again entered seclusion. Since his breakthrough and departure from Namek, he had been preoccupied and had not taken the time to truly comprehend the changes within him. Now that he had the opportunity, he would not squander it. Logically, with 10,000 elephants within him, he should be able to sense the myriad energies of heaven and earth. Yet, while his energy thrived, he felt no deeper connection. And any communion with the celestial was beyond his grasp. In the Dragon Ball universe, energy was omnipresent yet elusive. Moreover, despite only practicing the first tier of cultivation techniques, he remained entirely ignorant of what lay beyond, such as the demon god ceiling or the gates of hell. Yet he had managed to condense 10,000 elephants purely through sheer energy. There was no sensation of enhanced vitality or longevity. Others who had acquired this divine technique awakened 21 elephants, gaining an additional 300 to 400 years of life. Yet he had gained nothing. Wait, my physique has indeed strengthened considerably. Sak's combat power was now 300,000. In actual combat, relying on his formidable body, he could contend with those boasting combat powers of at least 500,000 now that he had broken through his limitations. With the elephant particles reaching 11,000 in combat power soaring to 330,000, this was indeed a matter for celebration. More significantly, however, was the transformation of his body in the Dragon Ball world. Energy may be stored within cells, with little to no enhancement to the physical form. Once a powerful warrior expended their energy, they resembled an ordinary person. He was now entirely different. In the past, the 10,000 elephants had indeed altered his body, continuously refining and enhancing his foundation. Yet to claim any miraculous strength or combat prowess would be misleading. At most, it served to augment his energy, amplifying his combat capabilities. The original elephants had merely acted as a transitory phase, specializing in refining energy to maximize its effects, enabling transformations, healing, and even instantaneous movements. They had also subtly tempered his physique. Beyond that, they served merely as an energy reservoir. Now, however, Sak felt confident that he could utterly defeat Reina through sheer physical prowess alone. The elephants had become akin to steel reinforcement, fortifying his entire being, transforming him into a substance akin to concrete, yet far superior. They constantly absorbed and converted energy, continuously honing his body. King Vegeta, prepare yourself. That position shall soon be mine. Sak suppressed his desire to test his newfound capabilities. Gazing at the ceiling with a glint of ferocity in his eyes, he sensed that if he unleashed his full power without restraint, he could indeed rend the earth and shatter the seas. Confront King Vegeta would be a mere trifle. Meanwhile, far away on Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta was seething with rage in the grand, frigid hall of the Scion throne. King Vegeta sat high upon his throne, coldly observing the scions below who were reporting to him. You say Frieza has conveyed news of two scions betraying me? Yes, my lord. A fierce glint flickered in King Vegeta's eyes, his entire being radiating a bloodthirsty aura as he roared in fury. Investigate this at once. Find out who dares to betray me. Such treachery is unforgivable. I shall have their bodies torn asunder. Damn it, to betray me and the Scion race. I shall make them understand the true meaning of authority. Chapter 22. Return to Planet Vegeta. The shocked Scions as the Saiyan entered the Grand Hall. His entire body trembled. The thought of those rebellious Scions caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Damn it, did you not hear my command to investigate? Do you wish to die? King Vegeta's furious roar echoed throughout the hall, akin to a mad dog barking wildly. The reporting Scion soldier trembled, desperately stifling the urge to relieve himself, and turned to flee the hall. I give you 30 minutes. If you fail, you may as well perish. Just as he crossed the threshold, the soldier stumbled and fell to the ground. Daring not to utter another word, he gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet. Stumbling forward, the investigation would pose no issue. They all utilized Frieza's equipment, which was recorded. However, 30 minutes to uncover the truth was an unreasonable expectation for a mere soldier. Unfortunately, in his lowly position, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. King Vegeta remained incensed. After over a decade of oppression, there were still rebellious scions. He gathered a formidable energy in his right hand, unleashing a key blast that illuminated the hall, the robust beam striking one of the pillars. The resulting explosion shattered the massive column into fragments. This was not the end. The beam continued towards the hall's wall, causing another explosion that blasted a gaping hole through the thick barrier. The Scion Grand Hall served as their facade. Though constructed from stone, it was far more resilient than ordinary steel. King Vegeta's power was unmistakable, as was the furious blaze within his heart. Father! A chilling voice resonated through the air. Vegeta, with a demeanor as icy as his counterpart, King Vegeta strode in, his expression unyielding. Indifferent to the recent explosion, he made his way directly to the center of the Grand Hall and stood firm. Tilting his head up, his gaze resolutely fixed on King Vegeta. The king, who had just been seething with rage, shifted his expression to one of satisfaction. Father, I am prepared to undertake a mission. King Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Undertake a mission? As an elite warrior, there is no need for you to embark on a task so soon. With an air of cold arrogance, Vegeta replied, My power has now reached 4,000. Most warriors are no match for me. I am fully capable of executing a mission. King Vegeta erupted into hearty laughter. Ha, splendid. This is indeed my son, the pride of the Scion race. Very well, I grant you permission. Who do you intend to partner with? Vegeta's expression remained impassive. I have already selected my companions. Nappa and Raditz. The glint of cold realization flickered in King Vegeta's eyes. Bardak's son. Is it? Very well, I approve. Having received his father's consent, Vegeta turned to leave. His visit was merely to inform, not to inquire or plead. King Vegeta, observing the similar silhouette of his son, felt a swell of pride. There will be a successor. I shall clear the obstacles for you. What is Frieza compared to you? You, Vegeta, are destined to be the emperor of the universe. Just as King Vegeta finished speaking, fury ignited within him, and he clenched his fists tightly. Damnable traitor, should I catch you, I shall crush you underfoot, so you may know the might of King Vegeta. Once more, a brilliant light erupted from his hands. Pondering the unsuitability of further destruction to his palace, he refrained from unleashing his power. Before long, Vegeta departed in a spherical spacecraft, accompanied by Raditz and Nappa. The recently arrived Sack and Reina observed in silence. Shall we not intercept them? Sack gently shook his head. There is no need. A deep sense of regret flickered in Reina's eyes. She had hoped for the entire Scion race to witness her and Sack's current prowess. With two absent, it felt imperfect. Should we notify the spacecraft docking center? Sack snorted coldly. No need. This return is to eliminate obstacles. A violent rampage is required. Reina's eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart wholly devoted to Sack, her affection unmasked. Sack sensed her feelings clearly, yet with formidable foes present and many urgent matters at hand. Matters of love would have to wait. Let us proceed. Reina smiled brightly as she controlled the spacecraft, thundering towards Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta, your end is nigh. In an instant, alarms blared across Planet Vegeta, and countless artillery aimed at them. To intrude upon Planet Vegeta is to die. The cold, electronic voice echoed throughout the heavens as numerous weapons automatically fired. This was the automated defense system installed by Frieza's subordinates on Planet Vegeta. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air as countless scions, disturbed, emerged to gaze indifferently at the spacecraft amidst the barrage of fire. It appeared they were scarcely concerned about the invasion. Merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Sak's figure blurred, appearing outside the spacecraft, his presence immense as his inner power swirled like a furnace. Countless projectiles veered off course, converging towards him as if drawn by an unseen force. Sak, towering like a mountain, absorbed the attacks effortlessly. A flash of brilliance ignited in his eyes as beams of light obliterated the technological weapons that had just fired upon him. Gazing down at King Vegeta's palace, he waved his hand casually. Slender beams of light sliced through the air, striking the outer city walls of the palace in an instant. With a resounding crash, the entire wall crumbled. The onlooking scions gasped in astonishment. Scions were known for their combative nature, and during a full moon, they were more prone to losing control and transforming into colossal apes. Thus, the city walls were constructed from far sturdier materials than the palace itself, forged from countless metals and molded into a single entity. Even the mightiest of apes, with battle powers in the tens of thousands, could not budge them. Yet, the delicate beam unleashed by Sak had obliterated the entire wall, leaving no debris scattered about. Even the larger metal fragments lay quietly upon the ground. How powerful must he be? He likely surpassed even King Frieza. Curse be, that is S-A-K.is that. A scion? Indeed, it appears to be a scion. But how can a scion be so formidable? Our strongest is King Vegeta, who has tried and failed to destroy the wall with a full-power energy blast. Yes, even King Frieza himself might not achieve such a feat. When did the universe gain such a powerful entity, and a scion at that? A King Vegeta in his great ape form would hardly reach such levels. Would he? Certainly not if he could break it. But to do so with such finesse requires not only strength, but absolute control over one's power. That it is astounding that our scion race has produced such a being. The transformations of the scion race indeed amplify energy and strength, but they also significantly diminish control. Not even the esteemed warrior King Vegeta could escape this fate. The scions contemplated when a hesitant voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. You think that could be the legendary Super Saiyan? Impossible! Isn't the Super Saiyan a myth passed down since ancient times? We have never witnessed one ourselves. But how do you explain that he possesses a tail? Have you ever encountered another humanoid species in the universe with a tail? I cannot say that I have. Then does that mean? I believe what he says is true. He must be a Super Saiyan. Does this not imply that our scion race is destined to give birth to a super powerful warrior? The onlooking scions stared in awe, pointing at Sak and engaging in fervent discussion. Chapter 23. Submission. Death. This group of scions, witnessing the destruction of their city walls, did not make a single move against Sak. Instead, they deliberated on his identity. Under Sak's precise control, no debris flew chaotically. The scions had no intention of attacking, merely observing him with curious eyes. This clearly illustrated the utter lack of collective honor among the scion race. A sentiment also evident among Vegeta and his kin. More and more scions gathered, yet none chose to confront Sak. He was simply too formidable. The sheer audacity of withstanding and obliterating the artillery fire was enough to leave them in shock. That final, effortless strike shattered their spirits entirely. This something a mere human can accomplish. Sak soared proudly through the air, his aura brushing against all present, taking note of the energies of this group of scions. Should they be unable to withstand Frieza, he could still utilize instant transmission to save a portion of them. Most of the individuals here possess power levels of only 700 to 800, with a few even lower at 300 to 400, primarily those responsible for managing scion logistics, cooking, and child rearing. There were also some guards and resting warriors, mostly numbering in the thousands, with very few reaching the 3,000 mark. Even so, they had gained a notorious reputation throughout the universe, rampaging without restraint. This showcased just how deeply the universe's elite concealed themselves. The skilled warriors among these scions remained collectively silent, rooted to the spot. Staring blankly at the flying sack, Sack shook his head, lamenting the poor quality of these scions. He would need to provide them with proper guidance in the future, with such a lack of belonging. What was the point of saving them? To sow seeds for a new generation of scions. Just as Sack was lost in thought, a voice filled with astonishment and anger suddenly erupted from the crowd. Do not be deceived, everyone. That is not a super scion, nor is he any kind of expert. Two figures shot forward, leaping into the forefront. Pointing at Sack, they shouted in fury, "Look closely, that is not a super scion at all. That is Sack, a low-level warrior with only 3,000 battle power." Sack had long anticipated the arrival of the visitors. One towering at nearly 2 meters, his physique a tapestry of muscle, his countenance rugged and fierce. The other, diminutive, with eyes glinting coldly. They were none other than his former captain and fellow squad member, Badon. "Sack, you fled during the mission, and with North's disappearance, you left Reina to fend for herself on the mission planet in search of you. Now, for years have passed, and you dare return. Upon your return, you audaciously employed vile technological means to dismantle the walls of our Scion clan. What punishment do you deserve for this?" The captain stepped forward, aggressively interrogating Sack. Initially, both men were taken aback, yet Badon, ever observant, scrutinized Sack closely and voiced his lingering doubts. Upon careful examination, they confirmed it was indeed their comrade, Sack. In their minds, they conjured a narrative of Sack's cowardice and his hasty flight from battle. Sack was merely a minor figure with a battle power of over 3,000. How could he possibly have demolished their formidable defenses? They surmised he must have employed some bizarre technological contraption. As a combat squad, they had endured considerable hardships while assaulting planets. Some races, despite possessing only a few dozen or 100 in battle power, had technology that could threaten members boasting powers of 4,000 or 5,000. Naturally, they could not believe that Sack had, in a mere 4 years, attained a battle power in the tens of thousands, instinctively attributing his success to underhanded tactics, just as he had fled in the heat of battle. Sack cast a glance around, remaining silent. Behind him, Reina, after deftly landing the spacecraft, emerged and positioned herself behind Sack. Reina, she coldly snorted. She was now resolutely convinced of Sack's innocence, and upon hearing slander directed at him, she felt a surge of indignation. Without uttering a word, her figure flickered and, in the blink of an eye, she stood before the captain and Badon. With one fist and one palm, she simultaneously struck towards them. "Damn it, Reina, what are you doing?" they exclaimed. "Reina, we are teammates. How can you attack me?" Their retorts were met with unrelenting force. Instantly, they summoned their full strength to confront Reina. She remained silent, her formidable aura swirling around her. The cold winds howled, and the air thickened, creating a tempest that accompanied her. Sack cast a cold, sweeping gaze over all the scions present. "According to tradition, I have vanquished King Vegeta." The expressions of the scions in attendance were still frozen in shock, completely oblivious to Sack's intentions. Upon witnessing this, Reina's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "What?" "According to our customs, Sack is now the leader, the king of our Scion clan." Her words jolted the dazed scions back to their senses, and they stared at Sack in disbelief. Their eyes darted back and forth between Sack and King Vegeta, as if seeking confirmation of the reality before them. Noticing that the crowd was merely murmuring and that no one was addressing Sack, Reina's anger boiled over, unleashing a turbulent gust that scattered the clouds overhead, as though threatening to obliterate the stars themselves. You all wish to die." Perhaps it was Reina's aggressive tone, or perhaps the belief that collective action would shield them from repercussions. A scion hidden among the crowd finally spoke up. "There is but one king among the scions, and it is he who led us to conquer the current Vegeta star." Upon hearing this, Reina's gaze turned icy. The aura she had been emitting surged towards the speaker like a divine force suppressing evil, an unstoppable wave of righteous fury. having battled alongside Sack on numerous occasions and having adopted some of Namek's teachings on Ki. She was far beyond the capabilities of this group of unrefined scions. The scions surrounding the speaker fell to their knees under Reina's overwhelming pressure, unable to even lay prostrate. The speaker gazed around in terror. He longed to kneel, to blend into the background and escape the present tension. Yet he found himself unable to do so. Some unseen force held him aloft, and even closing his eyes was impossible, leaving him to stare helplessly at Sack and Reina. Reina, fixated on the still silent individuals, ceased to contain her aura, allowing her immense energy to radiate outward. The grand hall behind her creaked ominously, unable to withstand the pressure, shattering like fragile porcelain. Several weaker scions, unable to endure Reina's aura, foamed at the mouth and fainted. All scions looked on in panic at Reina. Such a formidable aura, ever flowing. Was she intent on exterminating them all? Reina's fury escalated. Believing the scions should willingly submit to Sack, she completely disregarded the fact that under her oppressive presence, they were unable to speak, seeking death. Her chilling words descended like an endless, hellish wind, assaulting the souls of the onlookers. That Reina's body radiated light. With a mere blink, searing beams shot toward the standing scions. Terror gripped everyone, as if they could foresee their imminent demise. Sack's eyes flickered. Yet he remained motionless. He could have intervened, but it was entirely unnecessary. Even if Reina were to mistakenly kill someone, he could easily bear the consequences. This hidden king must be solidified today. With a snap, the standing scions found themselves immobilized, helplessly watching as Reina's light struck them, searing pain obliterating their senses, rendering them oblivious. Thud! Their bodies crumpled to the ground, and the surviving scions trembled. Reina surveyed the gathered scions with pride. Today, defiance would lead to death. All exchanged glances, wishing to submit, yet longing for Reina to retract her oppressive aura and allow them to speak. Sack perceived the dilemma of the scions. Reina, enough that Reina's aura receded, retracting the oppressive energy that had engulfed the scions, restoring a semblance of calm, though her gaze remained coldly fixed on them. The kneeling scions felt the weight above them dissipate, a colossal burden lifted from their chests, granting them the ability to move and speak once more. We are willing to recognize Sack as our new king. Sack nodded. Henceforth, we will still heed King Vegeta's directives on the surface. Reina will convey my intentions from the sidelines. Sack's gaze, imbued with calm authority, commanded the room. The MY battle power stands at 100,000, and Reina's at 30,000. Should anyone dispute this, you may challenge me, but Reina's earlier display indeed indicated a power of only 30,000, as he had informed her in advance. An O device could accurately measure Reina's true strength, AS for himself. No one could ascertain his true might, especially not with those inferior technological products. With the Scion submission, he feared no repercussions. Yet he suspected some Frieza loyalists lurked among them, and some may have activated their scouters, making complete concealment impossible. Frieza would undoubtedly be aware of this now. That was a thought that had crossed his mind upon exiting the Grand Hall. Since concealment was futile, he would deliberately spread some false information. Sack harbored a wild plan in his heart. If successful, it might yield tremendous benefits. Chapter 25, The Hidden King. Bold ideas. All the scions exchanged perplexed glances, including Reina, who could not comprehend the situation. Why keep King Vegeta around? Sack offered no explanation and unceremoniously discarded Vegeta. Reina, your strength is sufficient to quell all unrest. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light shot up into the sky from a distance. Sack's eyes narrowed in fury. How dare someone attempt to flee? With a mere gesture, a column of energy surged forth, soaring towards the ascending light. All the kneeling scions looked up in confusion, catching sight of the dazzling brilliance. Still lost in a daze, when a cataclysmic explosion resonated, all trembled, too fearful to gaze skyward, once more bowing their heads. King Vegeta was brutal, yet his long reign had bred familiarity. They did not act recklessly, as their lives were not in peril. This new figure had just seized power and had already taken numerous lives, even daring to eliminate those sent by King Frieza. Truly audacious. Among them, not a few harbored thoughts of rebellion. But the true strong were absent, and none dared oppose the tyrannical Reina. As Sack dealt with one insignificant pest, his attention shifted back. You may flee, but I will devise a new set of rules. Should you fail to comply, the entire Scion clan shall hunt you down. The Scions buried their heads even lower. Sack regarded this group of Scions with indifference. If the combatants returned, some would surely begin to rebel. Now, Reina, as per our plan, gather a few trusted individuals. Having said this, Sack took to the skies, retracing his memories toward his former dwelling. The palace had collapsed and was no longer habitable, so he could only seek temporary refuge elsewhere. On the journey back to Vegeta Star, he had already informed Reina of his need for a select few trustworthy allies, or perhaps individuals she was familiar with. Sack had his own contacts but preferred not to engage directly. With a battle power exceeding 400,000, he could not perform long-distance instantaneous travel alone. He required some individuals to serve as beacons across various planets. Upon returning to his residence, Sack delved deep into his thoughts. Entering a realm populated by 840 million colossal particles, the star field formed by these particles, each fluctuating and shimmering with potent energy, unleashed fierce storms of power. Damn it, I still cannot find a way. The celestial furnace was an accident, and the many subsequent techniques are utterly beyond my reach. In this universe, there simply aren't enough powerful beings for me to consume and cultivate with. What am I to do? Sack sensed that while he could advance, the speed was far from satisfactory. The celestial energies were abundant, yet not dense. I must devise a plan. It is too late to eliminate those individuals. Frieza is already aware. Within 6 months at most, he will undoubtedly descend with a thunderous fury. Sack simmered with frustration. After finally breaking through, he had only awakened fewer than 2,000 particles, leaving him over 80,000 particles short of the foundational battle power of 3 million required to transform into a Super Saiyan. There was another method, mastering the power of rules. Sack gazed at the particles rapidly absorbing and expelling energy, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The rules of the Dragon Ball world are far more challenging to grasp. I can teleport, but it is certainly not within the realm of spatial rules. Frieza is indeed a formidable boss, even according to the original narrative. What am I to do? The celestial furnace roamed within him, consuming and expelling various energies. Sack watched quietly, his mind racing to scour the depths of the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He vanished from the room in a flash. Upon reappearing, he found himself in a technologically advanced hall. Surrounded by various busy extraterrestrial beings, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Assemble. Who the hell are you to command us? Do you know who you are dealing with? As an extraterrestrial being spoke, a blinding flash of light surged forth, instantly claiming a life, with blood and flesh splattering in every direction. Sack's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the power emanating from this group of individuals. With a mere gesture, immense energy coalesced into a projectile, soaring into the sky. Guided by Sack's will to accurately strike down its target point, 12 beams of light shot forth, swiftly extinguishing the lives of 12 aliens. The remaining onlookers, their hearts quaking with terror, gazed at Sack in a daze. How dare you? They stammered. We were sent by Lord Frieza. You dare to kill us? One of them added. What about King Vegeta? I will inform him of your demise. Sack's gaze turned. I see why. It appeared that merely eliminating these few was not enough to instill fear in them. With the fury of a titan, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire space. And in an instant, a tempest howled. The Scions found themselves unable to withstand Sack's might, let alone these frail aliens. They fell to their knees, blood pooling around them, the entire hall saturated with a metallic scent. A swirling energy ball unleashed 3 more beams of light. The aliens knelt, trembling, as they heard their comrades' anguished cries, a viscous liquid seeping from their bodies. Now, activate the healing apparatus, Sack commanded, retracting his oppressive aura. The aliens trembled as they stood, too fearful to move. Oh, you wish to die. Sack's voice was cold as ice, reminiscent of a harbinger of doom, and no matter how powerful Frieza may be, he cannot save you now. Upon hearing this, the aliens scrambled to activate the devices, Sak observed the central apparatus rumbling to life, a sight he had never witnessed before, piquing his curiosity. My lord, the system is operational. Whom shall we treat? Sak's eyes flickered with contemplation. His energy sense expanded, summoning Reina. The alien stood there, dumbfounded. What are you doing? Wasting countless resources for a futile endeavor. Ignoring their protests, Sak gracefully entered the opening of the central device. Settling into a meditative position, he initiated the healing process. The aliens hastily complied, their heads bowed in fear. The stench of blood and urine lingered in the air, sharp as a blade. They were not willing to gamble with their lives. Reina soon entered, her gaze fixed upon Sak, her mouth agape. What is happening here? Sak remained silent, offering her a significant glance. With a fierce determination, the colossal force within him stirred violently. Blood erupted from his mouth, visibly weakening him. Reina clenched her fists, her formidable aura once again dominating the space. The aliens, in despair, knelt once more. King Vegeta has been defeated. The scions now answer to me, that if you wish to survive. Ensure his treatment is thorough. Reina's eyes glinted with malice, her intent more lethal than Sak's. Sak's actions were undoubtedly deliberate, and all that was required was to execute his plan. The aliens could only nod in trembling compliance. Hurry, act swiftly. A leading alien grit his teeth and rose, activating the device, which spewed forth a pale green liquid, engulfing the entire apparatus and submerging Sak. To enhance his strength, Sak had inflicted serious injury upon himself, hoping to significantly augment his power through the scion's injuries to aid his training in the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. Meanwhile, Frieza received word of the events. He observed the trembling Dodoria and Zarbon. Excellent, truly excellent. A wild monkey has managed to dominate the scions. Is King Vegeta truly worthless? Or is this Sak fellow exceptionally formidable? Chapter 26. Frieza's scheme. Sak finds his direction. Zarbon knelt. Drenched in sweat, trembling, he spoke. My lord, it is all King Vegeta's fault, we informed him. Yet he failed to dispatch the scions to eliminate Sak, allowing Sak to seize the opportunity and take control of the scion race. Frieza regarded Zarbon with a piercing gaze. That's so. Mr. Zarbon? Zarbon, anxious, lowered his head. In a tone of authority, Frieza indicated that King Vegeta would undoubtedly be displeased and would not heed the command, let alone take it seriously or execute it with diligence. Thus, Zarbon's intentions were naturally fulfilled. The grand spectacle that Frieza had anticipated did not unfold, and he would undoubtedly channel his wrath towards the scions. There was a possibility he might annihilate the scion race. Faced with Frieza's fury, Zarbon could only deflect blame, never admitting fault. My lord, King Vegeta is certainly dissatisfied with your orders, which is why he has feigned compliance, resulting in this astonishing reversal, even jeopardizing his own throne. Frieza's eyes narrowed. Tell me, what is Sak's power level? Zarbon trembled violently, akin to a leaf in the wind. He was uncertain. The scion race possesses the ability to transform into great apes. The fact that these individuals did not dare to resist indicated that Sak was far from the mere 100,000 he claimed. Upon reflection, it was possible that he could withstand Frieza's might. Frieza dismissed Zarbon's apprehensions. Dodoria, my lord, go, inform the scions on external missions that a traitor has emerged, and instruct them to return immediately to eliminate Sak. Dodoria was taken aback, hastily raising his head. My lord, but even King Vegeta is no match for him. How could the other scion warriors possibly stand a chance against Sak? Frieza sensed the underlying meaning in Dodoria's words, and the atmosphere turned frigid. This is an order. Dodoria, drenched in sweat, fled in haste. Frieza turned to Zarbon. Oh ho ho, let the monkeys tear each other apart while we sit back and reap the rewards. Such a scenario should prove delightful. Zarbon eagerly chimed in with flattery. Frieza, however, remained silent and uttered words that left Zarbon in shock. Notify the Ginyu Force to prepare to strike in 6 months and eliminate those 2 monkeys. Zarbon was taken aback. Frieza had always held disdain for that incompetent group, rarely allowing them to return from their missions that in the past. As long as it was a full moon, he could wipe out the scion race at will. The Ginyu Force, far superior to him, each member possessing unique abilities, could easily turn the tide in battle. The fact that Frieza was deploying this unit was alarming. That wretched scion truly that powerful. Sack was unaware that Frieza indeed intended to act 6 months ahead of schedule, merely issuing orders for the Ginyu Force to eliminate those two, without targeting the entirety of the Scion race. At this moment, Beerus had not yet arrived at Planet Vegeta, and there was no reckless behavior from King Vegeta that would provoke Frieza to annihilate the entire planet. Frieza still required a compliant Scion race. His murderous intent was not as pronounced. Zarbon departed respectfully, aware that this situation had become perilous if things did not proceed smoothly. Allowing Sack to roam freely would spell the end of his good fortune. On Planet Vegeta, however, the scene was markedly different. 10 Scions had vanished from the planet, and aside from Reina and themselves, no one knew where they had gone or what they were doing. Those remaining on Planet Vegeta could only envy that their combat power had soared to over 5,000 in such a short time. That was the benchmark for elite warriors, and achieving it through mere allegiance to Sack was a tempting prospect. Those individuals are fortunate to have advanced to elite warrior status so effortlessly. If they were to progress further, their power might even reach 8,000, one Scion remarked, watching the departing spacecraft with envy. Humph. What is there to envy? Sack is audacious, only daring to invade when our warriors are on missions and the planet is vulnerable. The returning warriors will undoubtedly settle the score with them. In due time. Those who betrayed us will meet a grim fate. You know all the methods of King Vegeta, the Scion, who spoke with an air of menace in his gaze, exuded an unmistakable aura of hatred. His bitterness stemmed from the fact that he was not among the 10 chosen individuals. Thus, he felt compelled to eliminate Sack in pursuit of the coveted method. As he voiced his thoughts, another individual immediately countered. Humph, what nonsense! King Vegeta is our strongest warrior. When King Sack entered the Great Hall, he dispatched King Vegeta without a fierce battle. The other warriors returned in the same manner. A warrior, standing a height of 1.61 meters, flickered with fervor in his eyes. What good is following King Vegeta? It is nothing but brutality. Look at King Sack. After subduing them, he refrains from unnecessary slaughter, meting out severe punishment only for transgressions. They deserve their fate. Conversely, King Sack had promoted over 10 warriors with a battle power of 5,000 that he believed that as long as he worked diligently and showcased his abilities, he too could ascend. The dream that had once seemed unattainable was now within reach, and he was determined to seize it. Ridiculous. Even if we warriors cannot defeat that demon, King Frieza will intervene. Dabo remained silent. The strength of King Frieza was unknown to all, but it was clear that he remained invincible. Years of accumulated power could not be easily overturned by Sack. No, if King Sack could effortlessly defeat King Vegeta, he would surely be able to vanquish Frieza. Umph, what folly! If he could easily overpower King Vegeta in his great ape form, I would believe it, but he merely defeated Vegeta in his normal state. How could he possibly be a match for King Frieza? Umph, we'll see about that. Another disgruntled Scion interjected. If you wish to betray and have Reina dispose of me, so be it, Myba retorted, eyeing them warily. With their hearts tainted, it was no wonder their intentions were unclean. This matter ends here. I have faith in King Sack, Dabo coldly declared, harboring dissatisfaction towards Myba, yet he would not stoop to such petty actions. Deep down, he believed that King Sack would not take action against Myba due to these utterances that team matters not. Insignificant beings are hardly worth consideration. Among the 5, a tall man nearing 2 meters stood silently, observing without uttering a word, and the others had grown accustomed to this silence. Refraining from inquiries in the treatment hall, Sack endured immense pain, rallying his spirits to closely monitor his internal condition. The tumult of 1,000 elephants surged within him, his organs in disarray, truly hanging by a thread. Fortunately, Reina, from outside, was lending her strength, the unknown liquid engulfing him, gradually mending his wounds. Power indeed surged forth. It was curious where this strength originated, as it was not from the absorption of external energy. Sack summoned the furnace of heaven and earth, encircling the emanating energy from various bodily tissues. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into his research, energy erupted from other areas. Sack hastily abandoned this site. Redirecting the furnace. Damn it, it's everywhere, not confined to a single place. However, the furnace of heaven and earth erupted, expanding dramatically, a transparent aura enveloping his entire body. His spirit soared with joy. I found it. The spine is the key. Within him, the cacophony of 1,000 elephants roared, the furnace contracting around his spine, strong and pure energy binding his vertebrae, with countless energies swirling around that area. Damn it, this must be an alternate dimension. One cannot cultivate according to conventional wisdom. The might of the elephants unleashed, suppressing the anomaly at the spine. The transformation into a super scion hinges upon the spine, and the surge in power after severe injuries also correlates to it. It is a matter of numerous cells dying due to grave wounds, allowing the spine to recover and generate stronger stem cells, thereby absorbing and merging more energy, resulting in enhanced strength. Curses echoed within him, an amalgamation of despair and fury, as he felt the pressure of his dwindling energy. Reina looked on with concern. Accelerate the healing, quickly. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death. Reina emanated a fierce aura, her murderous intent permeating the atmosphere, rendering it palpably tense. The cosmic beings hurried about. Those who lagged were obliterated by Reina's lethal energy, while the survivors became mute with fear, hastening to deliver healing supplies and expedite the equipment's operation. As Sack's mental fluctuations intensified, he realized he was not receiving everything he needed. Aside from a cluster of golden light, his body lacked the divine markings that in that other realm, cultivation would be impossible. Here, he could evade detection, but lacked the opportunity for completeness. Aside from the basic methods of cultivation, the first 3 levels were entirely absent, and to conjure a semblance of the furnace of heaven and earth was already a monumental stroke of luck. Eternal celestial melody, wheel of destiny, flame of hope, gospel of the master. Sack succumbed to madness. The elephants roared once more, the overwhelming energy tearing through his form, and Sack coughed up a copious amount of blood. His aura waned, yet energy surged violently, straining his battle suit, veins bulging on his forehead, a tumult of agony and rage, mingled with despair and hope. I must push through, otherwise it will be forever impossible. Each missed opportunity makes the next more arduous. With his eyes tightly shut, Sack suddenly bellowed. The equipment crackled, unable to withstand the force of Sack's feeble roar. The cosmic beings panicked, some trembling with wet trousers. My lord, please do not unleash your aura. Our strength is feeble, and it is difficult to sustain. The burden on the equipment is immense that we must focus all efforts on controlling the apparatus to prevent an explosion that if the treatment device were to detonate. The consequences for our lord would be unimaginable. Reina's complexion grew increasingly grim, and upon hearing the last words, she was taken aback, hastily retracting her aura, concealing her might. How much longer must we wait? The cosmic being felt as though his very essence was being drained. Damn it! How could he know? The rascal within was rapidly absorbing the healing liquid while inflicting harm upon himself, reducing himself to the brink of death. If this continued, the resources left by the scions would hardly suffice for his treatment alone. Such resources belonged to a powerful race, yet they were insufficient for a single individual. Who knows what mischief Sack was up to inside? My lord, we are uncertain. The esteemed individual inside should be cultivating. Do we need to continuously supply resources? We are almost forced to transport reserve supplies. Reina disregarded their concerns, prioritizing Sack's safety above all else. Then go, bring everything here. The cosmic beings, left with no choice, complied. Reina spent most of her time monitoring the situation, departing immediately whenever Sack appeared to stabilize. Sack's irresponsibility placed the entire weight of Vegeta's star upon her shoulders. Fortunately, her formidable strength allowed her to crush any obstacles, and with Sack's explosive wrath having decimated the majority of cosmic beings, Vegeta's star remained relatively calm. Yet Reina dared not relax, with warriors outside. Should they discover their home was lost, under her and Sack's control, a rebellion might ensue. King Vegeta had ruled for many years, undoubtedly garnering numerous loyalists. This was a race, and without loyalists, stability could not be maintained. Reina juggled concerns on both fronts while also attending to her own rest and training, becoming increasingly overwhelmed. Thankfully, she was not foolish and arranged for several scions to keep watch. The sack situation did not demand too much of her energy. The turbulence of energy surrounding Sack grew ever more immense, yet his form remained unchanged. It was a cycle of eruption followed by diminishment. Bubbles continuously formed in the nutrient solution, and arcs of lightning danced, colliding against Sack's body. Debo was fortunate to have entered this space. Their group, excluding Maiba, had all gathered here. Upon witnessing the legendary idol, Debo was filled with exhilaration, silently vowing to protect Sack. Across the cosmos, countless scions were scattered across various planets on missions. Bardock, your wife is pregnant. Bardock unleashed an energy blast, obliterating the alien before him. Indeed, in about 6 months, after this, you should be able to rest for a while. Right? Haha, indeed. Once we deal with this Kanasha star, I will take a break. Bardock, with your battle power of 10,000, you are still a low-level warrior. I truly feel for you. Silence, Barkak bellowed suddenly, silencing the complaints of his comrades. There is nothing to discuss. Strength is of utmost importance. Indeed, Barkak curtailed further discourse among his team. Let us depart. We have 5 months of travel ahead. Just as they prepared to move, the detector emitted a series of beeping sounds. Everyone stared at the information in disbelief. Their homes were gone. No, it's the evil scions. What does that mean? Preposterous. Are there any scions who are not malevolent? Barkak, deep in thought, suddenly recalled an ominous matter. This is terrible. Jine is on Planet Vegeta, and she is with child. Having uttered this, he turned aboard the spacecraft, but Dwaro, the Canassian warrior feigning death nearby, suddenly attacked. Damn monkey, die. Phantom fist. Barkak, watch out. Be careful, his comrades cried out. Unable to prevent the impetuous Barkak from falling victim to the ambush, a flash of light struck Dwaro directly in the heart. Our Canassian planet perished at the hands of you scions, and your planet Vegeta shall meet the same fate at the hands of Frieza. Soon, you will witness the destruction of your planet Vegeta and be powerless to stop it. Dwaro sneered as he succumbed to death. Barkak, are you all right? Barkak shook his head, visions of unrecognizable images flooding his mind, his expression darkening. I'm fine. Let us hurry back. Jine is in danger. Barkak was one of the rare scions who cared deeply for his family. Desperate to return and save his wife, he paid no heed to the images in his mind, but Dwaro's words echoed ominously in his heart. Do not worry, Barkak. We are the farthest away. The other warriors will return before us. Yet Barkak remained unconvinced, hastily flying toward the spherical spacecraft. How could he feel at ease when others were off to save their wives? A single energy blast could easily spell doom for the frail Jine. The remaining 4 had no choice but to follow closely behind Barkak, swiftly heading toward the spacecraft. Similar to Barkak and his team, numerous Scion warriors on missions received orders to abandon their tasks and hastily return to Planet Vegeta. An invisible storm surged among the Scions, and it was uncertain how many would spill their blood as a result. Chapter 28, Warriors Return. The escape plan 2 months later, Sake emerged from his seclusion. Weakened, his strength diminished to a mere fraction, and the once brilliant star within him had dimmed. The toll of developing his unique technique had been severe. He summoned Debo and the others to meet with Reina. Sake, what has happened to you? Reina asked, but Sake wore a joyful expression. It's nothing, Reina. I have succeeded. Though it will leave me weak for several years, I cannot linger on Planet Vegeta. The cost of developing his own technique was that Sake's energy had to be meticulously maintained near his spine without error, rendering his physical condition frail for years until the technique succeeded. In these years, it is unwise to engage in combat. Then I shall take all the scions away. Sake shook his head, slowly speaking under the bewildered gazes of the 4. No, that's not possible. If I take them, Frieza will pursue us, and the remaining Scion warriors will not spare you. But, Reina protested, unwilling to accept this fate. It's impossible to save everyone. Sake remained calm, devoid of any bitterness. He only needed to preserve the spark of the Scions. Even without this incident, he could not elevate his combat power to 3 million or achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Taking some Scions away had always been the best choice, whether in the past or present. Fortunately, with this breakthrough, If his vision materialized, he and the entire Scion race would become invincible. The four Scions were bewildered, yet they sensed that Sake seemed aware of something and was attempting to rescue the Scions. There are over 100,000 Scions here. Shall we abandon them all? Sake closed his eyes, realizing that if his technique succeeded, the more Scions there were, the better. Just as he pondered, a multitude of enormous presences suddenly appeared outside, accompanied by countless spherical spacecraft descending upon Planet Vegeta. The planet's technological defenses seemed oblivious to the invaders, allowing them to land at will. Reina's expression changed. Her senses detected at least 10,000 Scions returning simultaneously. What is happening? Sake shook his head with a bitter smile. It's Frieza. Only he could summon all the Scions from afar at once. What do we do? Reina queried anxiously, while the four Scions inside the room were filled with dread. Did they now count as Sake's lackeys? Sake, can you truly not intervene? Outside are the elite warriors of the Scion race, the weakest among them possessing a combat power of 2,000, with the strongest reaching up to 8,000. Most ranging from 5,000 to 6,000. I cannot withstand them alone. The disparity in combat power had not yet reached a decisive gap. A swarm of ants could indeed bring down an elephant. Sake pondered deeply. Reina, you have learned instant transmission, have you not? My strength is insufficient. I cannot perform interplanetary instant transmission like you did. A golden light erupted from Sake's eyes. And no matter. I have a plan. This time, due to my commitment to developing a new technique, I cannot strike. Here's what we will do. My emergence should be unknown to others. You will go out to attract their fire, attempting to hold them off for a while. Baku, Woli, you three take around 100 Scion children. Debo and I will search for a spacecraft. We will board it and leave the planet, entering outer space. Sake did not give them a chance to hesitate. Remember, you may choose any of the children. Strength does not matter. I will train them. Also, it's best to maintain a balance between boys and girls. After issuing his instructions, Sake sighed in relief. Fortunately, the Scions heading to the transit point had chosen a balanced mix of genders, which could serve as seeds for the future. He was progressing quickly. Perhaps he could save another portion before Frieza obliterated Planet Vegeta. All depended on whether time was on their side. Reina said nothing further, casting a deep glance at the four. These were merely temporary selections, lacking in strength and reliability in loyalty. Upon seeing this, Debo immediately responded with conviction. He understood that his opportunity had arrived. As long as he stayed close to Sake, his own strength could soar after this crisis. Compared to the hopelessness of never breaking through a combat power of 5,000, he was determined to take the risk. Reina, rest assured, I will accomplish the task and firmly support King Sake. Reina nodded, turning and striding purposefully toward the exit. As she stepped outside, her foot pressed down, propelling her swiftly forward. She needed to distance herself from this place, seeking a suitable battlefield to avoid disrupting Sake's plan. With my current combat power of 40,000, I have hope, albeit slim. I am merely a mid-level warrior. Otherwise, I would not fear them even in my grade 8 form. Reina knew she was no match for the over 10,000 elite Scion warriors. Yet she had to find a way to buy Sake more time. Like a specter, she swiftly reached the area with the densest concentration of warriors, gazing at the throngs of Scion warriors. A strange glimmer sparkled in her eyes. Had she not been with Sake these past years, she would have unhesitatingly struck down this group of Scions. But with Sake, she had learned to think strategically. Killing Scions was out of the question. She needed to alleviate the pressure for the breakthrough ahead. Gathering light in her hands, her energy surged violently. Enemy attack. Many Scion warriors wearing power-level scouters began to shout in chaos. 8,000, 12,000, 30,000, and then boom. It was Sake exceeding 30,000, undetectable by the scouters. The warriors roared, gathering boundless fury, their energy erupting in an instant. The atmosphere surged, chaotic energy ripping through the clouds, and powerful winds sprang forth from nowhere. Reina snorted defiantly. Attack. You wish. A formidable energy sphere, coalescing in my grasp, soared forth with a piercing whistle. Resist, resist. Damn it, how powerful. I can barely muster 2,000. I cannot withstand this. This band of scions has utterly failed to comprehend the situation. Upon receiving an attack, they erupted into chaos. The energy sphere suspended in the air suddenly fragmented into countless smaller energy blasts, all directed towards the spherical spacecraft present. The Scion warriors, still in shock, were met with a barrage of tiny energy projectiles that struck their targets, resulting in violent explosions. Many of the Scion warriors, unable to flee in time, were caught in the shock waves, helplessly flung into the sky, only to crash heavily back to the ground. The expansive area was engulfed in smoke and dust, punctuated by incessant crackling sounds. This is outrageous. SAC has destroyed our spacecraft, and I should be reprimanded for it. How audacious! Is he attempting to ensnare us all and assert dominance over the Scions? Spread out, encircle him. One or two individuals are certainly no match for him, but a few stray energy blasts were directed towards Reina, meager in number and utterly lacking in threat. With a flick of her wrist, Reina dispersed them effortlessly, channeling her energy as she soared high above, surveying the swirling clouds of dust below. Witnessing the panicked demeanor of the Scions, a swell of pride mixed with disappointment surged within her. This is the so-called Scion elite led by King Vegeta, disorganized, unrecorded, a veritable band of ruffians, far from what one would expect of a formidable race. Chapter 29. Reina's defeat. Can you hold me? These were supposedly the elite warriors of the Scions. Reina was utterly disillusioned, muttering with disdain, everything will change under Sac's command. The Scions should not be this way. With supreme power, even Frieza would be forced to kneel and cry for mercy. Yes, the dust began to settle. Reina was taken aback to see that a portion of the spacecraft remained intact, point 80 destroyed, yet over 1,000 still stood. Without mercy, Reina raised her hand, unleashing a wave of immense energy directed at the still intact spacecraft. Damn it, it's a woman that we were deceived. It's not Sac. This Reina possesses a battle power exceeding 30,000. Do not falter. Protect the spacecraft and withstand Reina's assault. Attack, attack. In the air, some Scions took flight, launching a thunderous assault towards Reina. On the ground, a few rational Scions gathered their formidable energy, unleashing energy blasts, waves, and beams aimed at both Reina and her attacks. However, Reina remained unfazed, her power unwavering, impervious to their onslaught. Without even glancing their way, she moved with blinding speed, her energy-infused fists and feet retaliating against the incoming Scion warriors. Cries of agony echoed as the Scions fell faster than they could react. Simultaneously, over 600 spacecraft erupted in flames. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Reina, who resembled a war goddess against the sky as she effortlessly handled the three-pronged assault. Her demeanor remained unaffected, as if she were dancing through the chaos. It took a while for the crowd to regain their composure, gasps of astonishment filling the air. Various expressions, shock, gloom, contemplation, intertwined as they directed their gazes towards Reina. Goodness, how powerful! King Vegeta could never accomplish this. No kidding, indeed. How dare one conspire against, or even defy the formidable King Frieza? Reina's entire being radiated fury, causing the surrounding Scions to scatter in alarm, with over 10,000 Scions launching an assault against Reina. Inflicting grievous wounds upon more than 5,000, their ferocity was undeniable. On the brink of death, Reina erupted with power. None dared to confront her fierce radiance. She gazed at the spaceship hovering not far above. Sensing the effort Sac was exerting, he could endure for another 3 minutes, buying precious time for their escape. In her heart, Reina calculated. With Sac incapacitated, she had to meticulously gauge every ounce of her strength. Aboard the spaceship, Sac's face turned pale. Chapter 30. Escape. What is your plan? What did Reina intend to do? With a battle power exceeding 40,000, after such an extended conflict, if she waited another 3 minutes, she would be unable to teleport to my location. Sensing the presence of 4 individuals behind him, Sac grew anxious. Without Reina suppression, should those 4 harbor ill intentions, the situation could turn perilous. Sac gripped the chair in front of him tightly. Feeling the piercing gazes of the 4, as if they were needles piercing his back, sweat began to bead on his forehead, a clear indication of his mounting tension, as even in his weakened state, such perspiration was unusual. Sack felt utterly powerless, his anger mounting, and he could not fathom how his mere meddling had led to such a dire predicament. His entire strength had nearly dissipated, his physical power sealed away. Was this the terrifying consequence of the new techniques derived from scion physiology? It left no room for him to maneuver. Reina, hurry! Sack's heart raced as the three intense gazes behind him seemed to threaten to melt him away, just as the situation reached a critical juncture. A melodious voice broke through the tension. Lord Sack, should we not pause here to await Miss Reina? Dapo stepped forward, interposing himself between the three and Sack, speaking gently. Simultaneously, the oppressive atmosphere within the spaceship lifted. Sack secretly exhaled in relief. Pondering his next move, they had yet to escape the gravitational pull of Planet Vegeta. Should they slow down now, the spherical spaceship would soon catch up with them. There was no need to decelerate. Reina was capable of managing the situation. Dapo silently nodded, casting a resentful glare at the three lacking foresight. They failed to recognize the evident advantages of aligning with Lord Sack. Sack's triumph over King Vegeta had liberated the Scions from a reign of terror. How could these individuals not comprehend this? By following Lord Sack, their strength would undoubtedly soar. Serving their kin would certainly be preferable to serving Frieza. As time passed, it became apparent that if Reina did not return within a second, she would be lost, while she remained engaged in battle with the elite Scion warriors. Hurry, there is no time left. Sack clenched his fists in anxious anticipation. With a final burst of determination, Reina forced herself to teleport, withstanding a blow from a Scion warrior. Sack sprang to his feet, rushing to her side. Are you all right? Reina's complexion was ashen. I am fine. I will have my revenge for this, she declared, her gaze cold and filled with a chilling intensity. She had held back at every turn and still sustained severe injuries. Had she unleashed her full power from the outset, most of the Scions would already be dead. Yet her compassion had been met with treachery, and how could she not feel furious? Sack sighed softly. Reina, this time you must not obstruct me. He gazed at the injured yet defiant Reina with a wry smile. There is no opportunity left. Reina's fury surged as she raised her head defiantly. I'm certain that those Scions can only pursue us for a short distance before Frieza summons them all back. Following that, his remaining forces will come to hunt us down. Why not? Sack shook his head, eyes closed. Reina, if you can recover in 6 months, I will permit you to return to Planet Vegeta for vengeance. Reina fell silent. Having followed Sack, she was no longer the brawn-driven Scion of yore. Is there no chance of salvation? Sack gestured towards Dapo and the others. They, along with the dozen or so Scions you dispatched who are willing to trust us, and the over 150 Scions aboard, are the seeds of our future. Planet Vegeta is destined for destruction. Dapo and the others looked on in confusion. Why are they still speaking of the impending doom of Planet Vegeta? Reina's expression remained impassive, revealing the emotional toll the Scion's relentless assault had taken on her. Regardless, what shall we do now? You must first tend to your wounds. I will handle the subsequent matters. Sack replied, that a spherical spaceship, intact and unscathed, ascended sparsely, pursuing the vessel Sack occupied. Sack remained unfazed. The Scions lacked technological understanding and posed no threat to him. The priority was evading Frieza's relentless pursuit. Currently, Frieza likely had not yet considered the annihilation of Planet Vegeta, but whether King Vegeta could maintain his reign amidst the watchful Scions remained uncertain. Sack had effectively crippled King Vegeta's strength, yet he had no idea how much of it might be restored. Frieza's battle power of 100 million was indeed a formidable challenge to overcome. Sack's gaze grew profound as his mind raced with thoughts. Plans often falter amidst change. Salvation was unattainable as his strength had nearly vanished, and he could no longer utilize teleportation. What if we head there? A location sprang to mind, but he swiftly dismissed the notion. No, sending so many Scions there would be untenable. I must evade Frieza's pursuit and then lead them to Planet Salad. There, I shall seek the boundless energy necessary for my rapid transformation to escape this state of weakness. Sack understood that he had become a target for the entire universe, necessitating a place to conceal himself. Both righteous and nefarious forces sought him for various purposes. He must evade their relentless pursuit. As time flowed, the first Scion soon caught up with them. Ifa, what news? My lord, I have heard of the events on Planet Vegeta. Are you all unharmed? Sack's heart tightened, but he maintained a facade of calm as he shook his head subtly. The trustworthiness of these individuals remained uncertain. He needed to exercise utmost caution that my lord. Is Miss Reina all right? She is healing, Sack replied, his gaze fixed intently on Ifa. Should anything seem amiss, he needed to plan his escape. Ifa released a breath of relief, visibly relaxing. Phew, that is a relief. Sack, too, felt a weight lift. If a few were safe, that was good for now that I have already evacuated some scions. They're the seeds of our race, our future. Within 6 months, you shall hear of Planet Vegeta's destruction by meteorite impact. Yet Sack was acutely aware that this was merely Frieza's tactic to eliminate Planet Vegeta and their entire scion lineage. Now that they had escaped, he could not allow them to be extinguished. Let us continue. We must gather everyone and then take you to a secure location. However, Ifa appeared troubled. What is the matter? My lord, I have heard on the planet that the entire universe is searching for us. Ifa responded cautiously, her loyalty to Sack clear as she expressed concern for the team's safety. Sack furrowed his brow. He understood the situation well. Yet these individuals must be brought back. They represented hope for educating the next generation of scions. I can serve as bait. Reina suddenly emerged from the cabin, visibly weakened. Miss Reina, Ifa exclaimed with joy. Reina nodded. Sack, various factions are pursuing us. If we escape, there will undoubtedly be complications. Reina spoke earnestly. Sack regarded her with a furrowed brow. What do you propose we do? Chapter 31. The golden cicada shedding of its shell. The first encounter with the Ginyu Forsack was not one to indulge in pretentiousness. T present, his power had not yet reached the level where he could effortlessly sweep aside all obstacles. The limitations of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique were considerable, until he fully absorbed it and transformed it into a cultivation method applicable throughout the Dragon Ball universe. His strength remained precarious, and the likelihood of a rapid enhancement was slim. This was the conclusion he had drawn from continuous experimentation. Within the entire team, Reina was now the primary combat force. As the golden cicada shed its shell, Sack silently regarded Reina. According to scion nature, she looked at Ifa and remarked, even if I were to caution them, they would undoubtedly reveal themselves on various planets. Ifa lowered her head in shame. While she was uncertain about others, it was well known on her planet that this scion was present. Their flamboyance was intrinsic to their character, yet now, that very flamboyance had plunged the entire scion race into a nadir. Sack clenched his fists in secret, feeling a sense of regret. A scion. Being so constrained was intolerable. Damn it, this was a tragic script, a case of having chosen the wrong narrative. He had not anticipated that a boastful beginning would lead to such a predicament. Had he opted for Namek from the outset, everything would have unfolded differently. Unaware of Sack's inner turmoil, Reina continued, if we proceed, we will inevitably face interception. Let us not even mention the Frieza force. We can keep an eye on the ships that boast of being just out a glint of cold light flashed in Reina's eyes that I will teleport in to eliminate them, then use instant transmission to bring our people aboard their ship. Reina leaned against the side in anguish. Afterward, I will return to make an appearance. Sack's heart surged with excitement. This was indeed a clever plan. The golden cicada shedding its shell, unbeknownst to the enemy. I will notify the scions, provide them with the route, and disrupt the entire universe's surveillance that I need some time to recover. I estimate it will take 2 months before I can act. Sack struck the cabin with determination. Yes, this plan is feasible. However, you cannot do it alone. We must both make an appearance. No, Reina replied without hesitation, resolutely dismissing the notion. Sack, Frieza primarily wants to kill me, that if I do not show myself, he will certainly pursue and annihilate other spacecraft, which will inevitably lead to leaks. Reluctantly, Reina nodded in agreement, unable to escape the truth of Sack's words. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. That I will contact them. Sack, intrigued, wondered if Reina had become adept with technology. To his surprise, she turned to Ifa. Understood, Miss Reina, that we have already purchased universal communicators and learned how to use them. Sack was taken aback. That was how it was. He had no objections to Reina's authority over the scions. The desire for slaughter had been extinguished. Survival was the priority, that if the Divine Elephant Suppression technique were to be fully developed after the heaven and earth melting furnace, he could indeed impart knowledge to the scions. For now, he had to focus on his own well-being. He was in dire need of energy. He lacked a substantial amount. Sak resolved that after this endeavor, he must make a trip there. The narrative of the Dragon Ball world primarily unfolded in that realm, and he was most familiar with it. Everything proceeded according to their meticulously crafted plan, but a dozen scions suddenly withdrew, alerting various cosmic forces to their exposure. They did not hide, quietly following along, with ample fuel. Sak and his companions continued their journey through the cosmos, even as Frieza's spherical spacecraft failed to find an opportune moment. Reina, too, seamlessly relocated all the dispatched scions without a trace that a total of 14 now gathered on their spacecraft. Unscathed along with over 150 naive young scions. Our plan can commence, Sak remarked coldly, with a large group of tails trailing behind him. Debo had made tremendous progress during this period, now boasting a battle power of 1,500, making him the strongest among their small team. The remaining trio, 8, Bago, and Wooly, were all situated between 1,200 and 1,300. Debo promptly inquired, should we land on a planet? Sak pondered for a moment. Landing was not advisable. Land, Reina's voice rang out suddenly. Her imposing aura weighed heavily on everyone. After sustaining serious injuries, Reina's battle power had reached 50,000, and she felt confident in eliminating all enemies, however, in alignment with the shedding plan. She had to suppress her murderous intent. All complied obediently. Sak said nothing further. In the Dragon Ball world, strength was paramount, and Reina was the only one he could trust. Sak, only by landing on a planet would they believe their essay chance. Then, a cold light flickered in Reina's eyes. We can find some humans, procure a few severed limbs aboard our spacecraft. Sak felt a sense of relief. Reina's thinking had become increasingly comprehensive. His initial reservations arose from the concern over corpses. Although Reina's arrangement had its flaws, the issues were not insurmountable that I should kill a few scions and bring their bodies aboard. That would P. Debo understood the situation perfectly. He was now tasked with overseeing the management of the scion children. Do not underestimate this group of youngsters. Even those just over 2 years old possess battle powers exceeding 80, with the strongest among them reaching 200. He promptly selected 5. Reina instructed them to place their hands on each other's shoulders, with their right fingers positioned like a sword against their foreheads, bowing their heads to concentrate. With a swift motion, Reina led them away from the spaceship. Outside, the Jinyu force was nearing the completion of their dance routine, and the situation was dire. With less than a minute remaining, they would finish the entire sequence, and no one knew whether their adversaries would grant them this time. Sak's gaze remained steady, yet his heart raced. Damn it! Within him, 840 million particles of energy flickered dimly, each possessing the power to annihilate the world, more potent than 100 stars combined. Unfortunately, Sak had yet to awaken and could not summon even a fraction of that power. His physical form was equally formidable, yet he could not unleash its might. Sir, should we go? A scion inquired softly. He too sensed the urgency and was willing to risk his life. Following Sak allowed them to learn many things, and they were no longer mere brutes. Not act recklessly. Wait, Sak commanded firmly. The scion stood helplessly behind him. Despite his lack of power, Sak exuded a formidable aura, an air of a king at the pinnacle of strength. Hey, you worthless fools, come out. The 5 members of the Jinyu force stood aloft, looking down disdainfully at Sak and his group. Suddenly, a spaceship in the sky began to charge energy and fired a blast towards the Jinyu force. Well, the towering blue figure, Berta, smirked, gathering a powerful energy wave to counter the incoming energy beam. The astonished eyes of all present, Berta single-handedly repelled and countered the spaceship's attack. Was this truly a human? So terrifying. How could one possess such immense energy? Berta chuckled sinisterly, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before the very spaceship that had just launched its assault. The spaceship hastily raised its shields. Berta's eyes glinted with disdain as he unleashed his formidable energy, firing another beam that pierced through the entire spaceship. This was the fate of those who dared to defy the mightiest team under Frieza. The Jinyu force, without so much as a glance, Berta dove downwards. The onlookers witnessing this scene were rendered speechless in terror. So powerful, A single individual destroyed an entire spaceship. Incredible! Was Frieza's army this formidable? How could they possibly fight back? Oh no, we're still within the explosion radius. In the distance, the sound of a whistle echoed. Boom! The first spaceship exploded, setting off a chain reaction of blast. It continued for over 30 ships before finally isolating and preventing further explosions. Consuming the remaining energy, Sack, however, felt a surge of delight. This delay captivated everyone's attention, making it easier for them to seize the ships and granting them more time. Reina appeared with several bloodied corpses in her grasp. We succeeded. Sack turned to see that apart from the tailbones, the bodies were intact. He felt a surge of joy at Reina's meticulous planning. Good, hurry. Reina nodded. Form groups of 10, quickly. She dashed towards the Scion children. Grabbing Sack crouched down. No, Hamburger, murder can only eliminate individuals. It cannot resolve the fundamental issues. Then let us annihilate them all. Sack choked slightly. Well, that is a possibility, but if we were to kill them all, this vast universe would be devoid of life, lacking vitality, which would indeed be rather dull. You wish for such monotony. Hamburger shook his head. Sack affectionately pinched his cheek. That I do not wish for that. Then you must learn to manage your emotions and strive to enhance your own abilities. With greater strength, others will not dare to challenge you. Once you reach the pinnacle of power, they will only admire you and treat you with reverence, not daring to show their fangs. Therefore, you must diligently cultivate your skills and continually grow until you reach that zenith. At that point, you will not need to lift a finger, for they will already fear you. Do you understand? Hamburger nodded, albeit somewhat dazed. Yes, King Sack, I comprehend. Sack chuckled lightly, rising to his feet, his gaze turning steely. He too was a person who would repay grievances. For now, he could not eliminate the Ginyu Force, but he could certainly annoy them. Reina, engage the ship's weapon systems and obliterate the Ginyu Force's spacecraft. Ascend and distance ourselves. Reina eagerly rushed to the weapons control panel, her fists itching for action. Energy gathered as 5 beams of light extended forth. Everyone looked on in astonishment. What were they doing? The enemy's ship was already exploding. Shouldn't they be thinking of escaping and avoiding being killed by the Ginyu Force? The 5 beams shot forth, aimed directly at the spherical spacecraft of the Ginyu Force. Without a glance back, Reina commanded the ship to ascend rapidly. The other extraterrestrials were not foolish. They immediately understood their intentions. All were filled with excitement, hastily activating their ship's weapon systems, adjusting their angles to target the spherical spacecraft. The Ginyu Force members could hardly contain their rage. How dare you? They unleashed powerful energy blasts in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of countless spacecraft. Yet they were merely 5 in number, and against such overwhelming attacks, they were utterly powerless, helplessly watching as their spherical spacecraft was destroyed. Very well, you all shall perish. Jinyu's eyes burned with fury as he gathered a torrent of energy in his hands, vowing to annihilate all the spacecraft in sight. Having launched their attacks, Sack and his companions had already ascended, and the remaining extraterrestrial crew members were no fools either. After their assault, they too began to elevate their ships. Only by swiftly breaking through the atmosphere could they evade danger and enter the vastness of outer space. In that moment, what could the Ginyu Force do? What could Frieza do? Splendid, we have succeeded. Within their new spacecraft, the Scions erupted in thunderous cheers, yet Sack remained unperturbed. This was merely the beginning. Next time, he would eradicate the Ginyu Force entirely and capture the diminutive member, Guldo, as the ship ascended. The explosions on the nameless planet bore little consequence to them. They were now considered safe. The next step was to settle on Planet Salad. After a long journey, Sack could endure no longer. The feeling of powerlessness was unbearable. Reina, I am preparing to depart. You will lead them to settle on new Planet Vegeta. This time, Planet Vegeta had already been obliterated, and the entire universe was aware of this news, jubilantly celebrating the demise of the troublesome Scions. Yet here, they remained silent, their expressions somber. Just as Sack had predicted, Planet Vegeta had been struck by a meteor shower, resulting in its explosion, coincidentally when the Scion warriors had returned, leaving no survivors. Such a coincidence was obvious to even the dimmest of minds. Moreover, who were the Scions? How could meteors strike their planet? The extraterrestrials cared little, as long as the scions were dead. It mattered not whether it was by human hands or meteors. Here, they were all scions, fully aware that the mastermind behind it all was Frieza, and they all harbored a shared resentment. Sack, you must leave. Sack gazed up at the starry sky. We have been holed up for 20 years without being able to defeat Frieza. I must seek a way out, but you only need to recover. Reina urged anxiously. No, we are still far from it. 3 million is merely the baseline. Oh, you remember my words? Reina fell silent. After a moment, she made an important decision. I will accompany you. Sack's expression darkened. Nonsense. If you follow me, what will happen to them? A leaderless flock will soon fall into chaos, and the scion race will be extinguished beneath the stars. Reina clenched her fists in defiance. My king, I will follow you. Debo suddenly stepped forward, speaking with determination. He still held to his original belief. Only by following Sack could he possibly find a way out, a path to transcend the impossible. Remaining within the scion ranks was indeed comfortable. It was too tranquil, unsuitable for the scions to enhance their power. Sack nodded in agreement. Having someone by his side would be advantageous, as for whether Debo might betray him. He could not yet ascertain, but he was certainly a better option than the other three. Sack exchanged a glance with Reina before handing her the star map and route. We shall take a small escape pod to depart. Reina opened her mouth to speak. After so many years together, Sack's departure felt utterly disorienting to her. I will return within 15 years. Reina's expression grew solemn. 15 years, such a long time. Sack sighed. 15 years was already the bare minimum. He could only find an energy source to absorb vast amounts of life force, reawakening the giant elephant particles, completing the transformation of his techniques, and acquiring formidable strength. Reina realized there was no other choice and could only acquiesce. Follow me. Reina cast a glance at Debo before turning to leave. Sack followed suit, heading toward the small escape spacecraft. 3 hours later. All preparations were complete, and Sack, accompanied by Debo, departed in the escape pod. Chapter 34. Bold Ideas. Utilizing stars for training my king. Where are we headed? Debo inquired respectfully. Ignoring Reina's warning, he understood that he could never act against Sack. What could he gain by striking down the weakened Sack? All he desired was to grow stronger. Only by following Sack and Reina, two individuals who transcended their understanding, could he possibly grow in strength. Sack regarded Debo, sensing the fervent anticipation burning within this seemingly weak scion. Debo, stay with me for 10 years, and after that, I will make you invincible beneath the gods. Debo's eyes sparkled with excitement, his body trembling with exhilaration as he clenched his fists and replied earnestly, It is an honor to follow the king. Sack smiled brightly, his gaze glimmering like stars. He was no child. He understood that mere strength would not command unwavering loyalty and trust. Carrots and sticks would always be the most effective tools of governance. We are heading to Earth. Debo was overjoyed, instinctively reaching to start the spacecraft, only to stop awkwardly, scratching his head. My king, where is Earth? I do not know how to pilot a spacecraft. Just follow my lead, Sack replied calmly, taking control of the cockpit. Even knowing the route, it was impossible to reach their destination with this escape pod. It would take far too long. Throughout their journey, Sack continuously explained how to enhance training efficiency, significantly accelerating Debo's training speed. However, most of Sack's focus was inward, his body feeling as if it had transformed into 840 million particles, forming a colossal divine elephant, akin to an entire galaxy. Sack knew that if he could undergo endless metamorphosis, with each particle of the divine elephant evolving into a primordial form and ultimately becoming a divine being, he could encompass an entire universe. Perhaps he would even surpass the universe itself. At present, the divine elephant was akin to a star, with only 13,000 particles flickering dimly, rising and falling incessantly. Wow, I have unexpectedly awakened over 1,000 more divine elephant particles. This is truly astonishing. Could it be that in that pressure-filled alternate space, my divine elephant particles can absorb energy in abundance, continually awakening? Sack was filled with astonishment, yet his body remained incapable of exerting any strength. That anomalous space was far too formidable, likely connected to the origins of the scions. The scions possessed such perverse abilities that they would be inconceivable in any universe or multiverse. Furthermore, they did not absorb external energy. Upon recovery, their combat power surged drastically, enabling transformations into super scion forms at will. Where did this energy originate? It was utterly implausible that their prowess could amplify out of thin air. Sack was convinced that the anomalous space he sought to seal and even attempt to control using the Divine Elephant Suppression technique harbored significant secrets. The special S cells within him that facilitated the Super Scion transformation undoubtedly stemmed from this very place, that if there were no secrets, he would consume planets in an inverted position. Thus, mastering that technique would allow him to restore his combat strength to 600,000 upon recovery, and his physique could advance even further. Yet he was uncertain whether he could survive in the cosmos. Sack gazed longingly at the stars streaking across the sky, and a bold decision suddenly took shape in his mind. 3 days later, a spaceship burst forth from a life-bearing planet. The inhabitants below could only wring their hands in frustration, cursing at the spacecraft. "Haha, my lord, you are truly clever by destroying all their spaceships. They will be unable to pursue us." Sack's expression remained calm. "Have we not concealed our identities? My lord, my combat power has reached 2,100. How could they possibly discover us?" Dabo was exceedingly excited, for following Lord Sack was undoubtedly the most prudent path. However, after only a few casual pointers from Sack over a few days, his combat power had far surpassed Wooly's. What was the point of living a stable life when loyalty had yielded such current strength? Dabo reflected, further solidifying his resolve to follow Sack's lead. Sack navigated the spaceship according to the star map, gradually approaching the outskirts of the northern galaxy, where Earth awaited. "Help me identify a suitable star." Dabo, still elated at the prospect of seizing planets like his predecessor, received Sack's command. "Huh." After a moment of stunned silence, Dabo hastily spoke up. Why, Lord, aren't we looking for other planets?" Sack regarded Dabo with a calm gaze, as if he truly believed they were mere bandits still preparing for further plunder. Dabo scratched his head awkwardly, understanding. "Understood, my lord. I will seek it immediately." A month later, Sack gazed at a nearby star, his eyes deep with contemplation. "My lord, this is the spot. Dock here and seal the outer cabin." Sack paid no heed to Dabo, striding directly toward the outer cabin. The outer cabin was isolated from the inner cabin, preventing cosmic radiation from infiltrating the spacecraft. Sack intended to harness the star's energy to accelerate his control over the anomalous space. Upon reaching the outer cabin, all preparations were set. Dabo, filled with trepidation, opened the outer cabin control door, gripping the closure lever tightly with both hands. Boom! Countless rays of stellar energy surged forth. Sack's expression radiated ecstasy. How delightful! His body absorbed various cosmic energies like a sponge. The heavenly furnace swayed with excitement, devouring energy and transforming it into vital essence, continuously nurturing the awakening of the Divine Elephant. In an instant, the Divine Elephant began to show signs of reawakening. Sack was overjoyed. He had made the right move, that, if successful, he would soon restore his power. Unfortunately, just as the Divine Elephant showed signs of revival, the tempest within the anomalous space intensified, forcing him to suppress it with even greater strength. The additional power Sack had just acquired was swiftly drained. Vanishing entirely, he gasped for breath, feeling the overwhelming sensation of power surging and then dissipating, far more agonizing than the discomfort of a roller coaster. "My lord," Dabo exclaimed in alarm, uncertain of Sack's condition, as he hurriedly pulled down the outer cabin lever, attempting to close the compartment. Veins bulged on Sack's forehead, sweat streaming down. Not close it. I'm fine as is." After uttering those words, Sack collapsed to the ground, as if his very marrow had been drained. Were it not for the various equipment securing him, he would surely have been swept away by the vacuum of space. Lying on the ground, Sack felt the speed of his control over the refining of the anomalous space accelerating, an expression of rapture crossing his face. It was as if he was experiencing the moment before the Divine Elephant awakened. Enduring darkness yet filled with boundless hope, he continued to advance toward the star until the spaceship could adapt to the position. Dabo gritted his teeth, His eyes aflame with determination, he reopened the outer cabin door. Tears welling in his eyes, and steered the spaceship toward the star as Sak's recent appearance lingered in his mind, a newfound quality of resilience and tenacity blossoming within him. Why, Lord, I will not let you down. Unbeknownst to Sak, as they drew closer, the torrents of rays and energy storms intensified. Sak trembled, his body beginning to erode, a peculiar, enchanted expression surfacing on his face. The anomalous space was being rapidly refined. Its speed more than tripled. In this manner, he lacked confidence in mastering the anomalous space and perfecting that ultimate technique within 10 years. It was an oversight. The anomalous space was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Unexpected, yet within reason. Chapter 35. What rubbish comes my way? Watch me make you immortal within Sak. It felt as if a primordial beast stirred, an invisible pressure radiating outward. Upon contact, Debo shuddered, collapsing within the control room. His eyes glazed. Oh, powerful. Is this the might of Lord Sak? Even in weakness, this aura could easily obliterate me. How could such a formidable individual exist? If Wooly and the others were aware, would they regret it? Struggling to breathe, Debo felt a fiery passion igniting within him, fueled by Sak's every inadvertent display of strength, which served as a potent stimulant, enveloping him in a robust shield of trust. The heavenly furnace incessantly consumed the formidable energies of the cosmos. His eyes gleaming like stars, an overwhelming aura suffusing his entire being. Sak harbored no greed, continually infusing the particles of the Divine Elephant and the awakening Divine Elephant within him. He understood that to excel in his craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Once that ultimate move was perfected, a smooth path awaited him. Yet he was uncertain about the rules governing such abilities and whether he could truly master them. What if he could not? He was also unsure if he could merely stack powers and charge forward recklessly. Waves of energy surged into the particles, and within Sak, it felt as if beans were being fried, awakening 10 more Divine Elephants. Just as they awakened, the Divine Elephants transformed, infinitely shrinking, entering his spine, and suppressing the anomalous space with even greater ferocity. They must be subdued and bent to his will. The speed of the Divine Elephant's transformation was too rapid. The physical body had yet to strengthen adequately, and the internal conflict caused an overwhelming buildup of energy that the flesh could not bear, resulting in explosive ruptures. In an instant, Sak's body bled profusely, the outer cabin reeking of blood, not foul, but rather carrying a faint, indescribable fragrance. If only it could liquefy. How splendid that would be. I recall that fellow crystallizing during his rage phase with several Divine Elephants. If I am this formidable, perhaps I could crystallize and give birth to offspring. Before long, warmth surged through his limbs, gradually strengthening his body, as wounds rapidly scabbed, faded, and healed, leaving no trace behind. Sak adjusted his course, infusing 99% of the energy into the awakening Divine Elephant to aid in suppressing the anomalous space, while the remaining 1% was evenly divided to nourish both the particles and his body. Thus, Sak and Debo temporarily lingered in this expanse of stars, continually advancing. Each day, Sak would retreat to the inner chamber of the spaceship to recuperate, and once in good condition, he would return to the outer cabin to endure the baptism of various cosmic energy storms. His body frequently echoed with thunderous sounds. Upon encountering a significant storm, he would release a considerable amount of energy, allowing the spaceship's energy conversion system to automatically absorb it, transforming it into the ship's energy. Surrounding Sak's spine, over 13,000 Divine Elephants encircled the anomalous space, while above, the heavenly furnace loomed like a canopy, firmly suppressing the anomalous space, preventing it from closing, ensuring that the Divine Elephant's energy continuously penetrated the anomalous space. Determined to reshape it from within, Sak's strength grew incessantly. Yet lamentably, he remained incapable of wielding any power. Debo, more diligent than ever, relentlessly pushed his physical limits, causing his combat strength to soar 0.2 light-years distant from Sak. A fleet of 9 spaceships approached slowly. This time we pulled off something big, haha. Heh, boss, those dim-witted galactic patrol are surely befuddled. Haha, indeed. The cunning of this passerby is not something that a bunch of fools can compare with. Brother, you are magnificent. Brother, you are robust. Brother, you are the horse wrangler. Suddenly, a subordinate spoke up. What did you say? Passerby glared fiercely at the one who spoke last. The subordinate, with a serious expression, replied, Brother, the horse wrangler, you are mighty and grand. The horse wrangler, you dwell in my heart. The brother's expression softened, a grin spreading across his face, clearly satisfied. Not bad. You possess a flair for performance. From now on, any entertainment our team organizes will be under your full responsibility. The speaking subordinate was overjoyed, nearly dropping to his knees in gratitude. Brother, with this batch of energy blocks, our cosmic fleet can expand to 30 ships. Excellent. There are also reserves to sustain our fleet. We shall proceed. We must grow stronger and create new glories. The younger brothers responded in unison, their voices echoing through the ship. All right, let's set off. We shall rest in the star system ahead. Yes, the subordinates promptly got to work. 6 days later, the ship arrived at the star where Sack resided. Brother, there's a ship ahead. The extravagant brother leapt up with a start, his face contorting in anxiety. What? Is a galactic patrol chasing us? No, brother, it's just one ship, and it isn't a patrol vessel. The brother breathed a sigh of relief and slapped the reporting subordinate on the head. Why frighten me with such alarm? After saying this, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in passerby A's eyes. Though it may not yield much profit, we are the cosmic star path. Even the meteors we pass should be met with a cannon fire. Let us go and rob them. Perhaps there will be beauties that you all fancy. Whoa! Brother, you are mighty. Brother, you are grand. Brother, you are the horse wrangler. Great king, 9 cosmic ships are approaching us. They appear to be space pirates. Sack opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. What rubbish dares to trouble me? Let me show you no mercy. Do not worry. I will handle them. Dabo was taken aback. They had been here for 2 years. Had the king regained his strength to deal with these petty thieves in cosmic ships? Sack remained silent. For 2 years, he had absorbed vast amounts of energy within the heavenly furnace, accumulating up to 30,000 giant elephants within him. Upon recovery, his strength had at least reached 1 million. In other places, he might struggle, but in the starry environment, the heavenly furnace continuously adapted to various cosmic rays. Dealing with these star thieves would be as easy as child's play. Just then, a storm swept through, and the heavenly furnace exhaled energy, feeding Sack an abundance of vitality. Sack was overjoyed. The cosmos was aiding him. How could these star thieves still play? Manipulating the powerful energy, he condensed a vitality furnace outside his body. Sack's body erupted with rhythmic roars, his entire being activating the external vitality furnace. The furnace twisted and vibrated as countless cosmic storms converged, like magnets attracting iron. The energy thickened and intensified, sensing the approaching ship. Numerous weapons on it activated, aiming at their cosmic vessel. The public channel of the ship even echoed cries of surrender. Sack smirked, a wicked smile gracing his face. It had been a while since he had fought. He wondered how this strike, exceeding his previous capabilities, would turn out to go. The vitality furnace, laden with countless storm energies, howled out of the ship's exterior. Brother, they do not give you, the horse wrangler, any respect. Humph. The brother's expression darkened. Send a small ship over. We will provide remote fire support. I will make them recognize the might of the horse wrangler. Oh yeah. Brother is mighty. Show them what we've got. The opposing side did not close their public channel. And Sack listened to their conversation with clarity. Suddenly, he felt a pang of compassion. They were too adorable. How delightful it would be to let them drift in the boundless, starry sky. Unfortunately, he lacked the excess energy to manipulate the vitality furnace. When he had enough, he could control it, but now, with so little, he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 36. Vast energy, gathering chi into symbols, suppressing hope in another dimension. What a pity such delightful beings, aside from Pilaf. It would be hard to encounter such again that a group of little cuties should settle here. Sack closed his eyes. Outside, many small ships flew out from the 9 large vessels, just as they emerged. Before they could fly far, The energy storm carried by Sak's vitality furnace erupted violently upon encountering the small cosmic ships. The cosmic expanse was silent, yet Sak felt as though he could hear the tumultuous roar of the energy storm sweeping through. Ah, brother, it's a cosmic storm. Help, it's a cosmic storm. The small ships cannot withstand it. Impossible. How could there be a cosmic storm here? Passerby erupted in fury. Damn it, didn't we turn on the energy detection system? How did we not detect the energy storm? He saw and heard the ship teetering precariously in the storm, the bright energy shield barely activating before being extinguished. Subordinate, the ship is completely destroyed. No, I must go save them. The others were alarmed. The undetected storm with unknown intensity was not easy to enter. If the level was too high, they could all be trapped. Brother, no. We will guard the spirits of our brothers. If you go now, it will spell doom for everyone. Yes, brother, don't do something reckless. Brother, we can use the main cannon of a ship to bombard that cosmic ship and avenge our brothers. The brother's eyes turned blood red as he struggled fiercely. The subordinate who had mentioned the horse wrangler spoke softly. Brother, if you go, the energy blocks will be lost. The brother froze, his strength waning as he allowed his comrades to restrain him. Indeed, if the energy blocks are lost, it would be in vain. Damn it, retreat. We cannot confront the storm head-on. Upon hearing that the energy blocks would be lost, Passerby decisively ordered a retreat. Is it really that simple? The subordinates were taken aback, then scrambled to operate the ship, rolling and tumbling in their haste. This moment, survival was their only concern. Everything else was irrelevant. Sak inhaled a wave of energy, following the old routine to send it into the giant elephants. Would there be time? It would be perfect if everyone could rest here. As Sak finished his words, the vitality furnace trembled, releasing the gathered energy storms. The gravitational pull accelerated, the violent energy shot forth, piercing through the 9 cosmic ships as if they were mere paper, and those within the ships perished under the onslaught of the energy storm. Sak remained unmoved by this scene, while Debo was filled with excitement. The king's power was astonishingly strong that he could strike with precision at cosmic ships hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the starry void. How powerful would the king be upon full recovery? Debo's heart raced, yearning to reach the king's level of strength. Watching Sak's miserable form on the monitor, Debo felt ever more exhilarated. Everything outside could not distract him. Sak's strength continued to surge. The giant elephants within him awakened rhythmically, enhancing his sensory abilities. Gazing at the distant eruptions of flames, Sak felt an insatiable longing. That place was abnormal. Several cosmic ships had exploded, certainly not yielding such intensity. Debo moved closer to that area. Debo's excited heart froze, his face turning pale. B brother, that's where the violent explosions are. We go. Debo trembled all over, shaking as he controlled the ship to approach the site of the explosions. Sak had no choice. He could not strike from such a distance, and could only think of a plan once they got closer. The energy there was strong, highly concentrated. Even if it exploded, he could absorb and condense it back through the heavenly furnace. Energy does not simply appear or vanish. It only transforms. The heavenly furnace can absorb all energies in the world. All right, let us stop here. The spaceship hurtled forward with great speed, and Sak, feeling confident, commanded Debo to halt. With a grave expression, the heavenly furnace erupted from within him. A muffled grunt escaped his lips as blood flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth. This was the residual force of the colossal elephant within him clashing against the fluctuations of the otherworldly space. Sak's face twisted in ferocity. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Bind and restrain. He bellowed. Heavenly furnace. Absorb. Absorb frantically. The colossal elephant stirred violently, its immense energy coalescing into a singular mass, faintly resembling a mystical rune. Sak felt a surge of urgency. This was a gamble, yet also a fortuitous opportunity. Under tremendous pressure, the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique exhibited signs of spontaneous evolution, that if he could successfully condense a unique rune and suppress the otherworldly space, he would not only gain a new path for cultivation, but the heavenly furnace would also be liberated from its stagnation, reintegrating into his being. That moment, he would reclaim a portion of his abilities. Moreover, as long as Frieza, did not transform into his complete form. Sak would stand invincible, relying on the heavenly furnace. The mighty elephant trumpeted, as if urging Sak to provide more energy. Without hesitation, he divided his mental focus, anchoring it within the heavenly furnace. "Absorb," he commanded. Instantly, the heavenly furnace expanded, voraciously drawing in the rich energy from the surroundings, transforming it into a torrent of life force that nourished Sak. Sak understood that the rules of this world were different. The elephant was soulless, and the life force lacked essence, necessitating his personal guidance, that he disregarded the awakening of the elephant particles. His pores wide open as an abundance of energy surged into his body, crashing violently into the colossal elephant within. Swiftly condensing into a mass to suppress the aberrant space, a spark ignited in Sak's eyes. His body grew increasingly frail, yet his spirit soared with exhilaration. There was hope. It was feasible that I end this world where rules were obscure. The elephant remained undaunted, a deity among the myriad heavens. Suppressing the boundless gods of the underworld, it would not allow such a minuscule realm to act with impunity. In that instant, the entire situation reached a stalemate. Sak's heart raced. If the heavenly furnace could absorb sufficient energy and transform it into life force, he would emerge victorious. If not, he risked descending into eternal silence, facing death itself. That could not happen. He withdrew some mental energy, entering the body of the colossal elephant, intertwining with its surging life force, as the rift to the otherworldly space unleashed a torrent of energy. Consolidate. Sak was willing to expend the essence of the elephant to forge the first rune, to subdue the otherworldly realm. Boom! His body trembled as the immense energy from his spine began to liquefy, dripping rhythmically. Without granting Sak a moment to react, a multitude of crystals emerged from the liquefied energy. The crystals were exquisitely transparent, pure, and flawless, coalescing into a towering mountain of crystal. Countless smaller crystals surged forth, yet the crystal mountain visibly diminished, rapidly transforming into a thin, transparent rectangular prism. Numerous intricate patterns crisscrossed its surface, while energy surged in from above, vanishing into the prism in the blink of an eye. A wave of hunger emanated from it. Sak paused, realizing that the rune lacked a substantial energy supply. His face flushed with urgency. Heavenly furnace. Maximize power. Absorb. In the past, upon witnessing others unleash their techniques with grandiose declarations, he would have scoffed disdainfully. Yet now, faced with such a situation, he too shouted in excitement, as if vocalizing could enhance his efficacy. Hurry! 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 Chapter 37. 10 years breakthrough of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Sak sensed the chaotic energy of the starry sky, countless, and even some surging with fury. Once the furnace absorbed these mixed energies into his body, they were immediately shattered, granting them no chance to resist. After being refined within the furnace, they transformed into life force, too impure to be thoroughly refined. Flooding into Sak's body, the massive energy enveloped Sak once more. He opened his mouth and pores widely, drawing the life force like a whale swallowing water. Debo was astounded. After years of training, he too could perceive energy. The weak was one thing, but this surging torrent was overwhelming. Even the king could absorb it. How powerful could Sak be? Inside Sak, the rectangular crystal rapidly absorbed and integrated the incoming energy. Sak's mental focus resided within the colossal elephant, resembling a war god, surveying the surroundings, suppressing rebellion. The condensed crystal runes acted as vanguards, one side receiving supplies while the other gradually pressed towards the otherworldly space. Over 30,000 awakened elephants were sluggish, yet they continued to exhale life force towards the crystals as Sak's mental energy shot forth, darting towards the condensed runes. With my spirit, connect with 800 million colossal elephants. Fuse with the scion bloodline, suppress the space, and unite with the essence of the scion race. Solidify. As Sak's mental energy radiated, the runes emitted a vast aura. The chaotic patterns on the surface gradually became orderly and distinct, with a clear seal character emerging. Once the sealing rune took form, it fell with a resounding thud, locking the rift to the otherworldly space. Sak's body quaked as an immense force surged from the rift, instantly enveloping his corporeal form. The colossal elephant trumpeted in exhilaration, rapidly devouring the energy, restoring itself, standing tall with its trunk raised to the heavens. Sak rejoiced, allowing the elephant to consume vast amounts of life force, while the remaining energy flooded into the elephant particles. Boom! 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 Within his body, 2,000 particles transformed into colossal elephants, radiating joy. Sak himself was exceptionally elated. It worked, though still somewhat unstable. He now had 50,000 elephants suppressing the spine, in conjunction with the sealing rune, ensuring absolute safety. The heavenly furnace unleashed its power, enabling Sak to forcibly seize the life's essence, appropriating various attacks released by others. Haha, I succeeded. I have sealed the otherworldly space. My technique is halfway complete. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. The rune, who would have thought it could succeed in this universe? Sak's heart surged with triumph as the heavenly furnace whirled back to his side. With a determined effort, he shattered the myriad chains that bound him. My king. Debo's heart sank. That was the opened outer chamber, where the powerful suction of the starry sky awaited. Without the chains to stabilize Sak, would he not be swept away in an instant? Just as Debo finished his thought, he stared in disbelief. Goodness, this is astonishing. Sak stood resolutely in the outer chamber, akin to a feather adrift in the current, treating the starry sky's suction as naught. With a forceful inhalation, a visible energy storm surged into his body, causing the colossal elephant to stir, transforming the energy into life force that coursed throughout him, nourishing his flesh before entering the elephant. This was then infused into the sealing rune. Sak's bones cracked and popped as energy twisted around him, as if an invisible force field repelled the cosmic energy. He laughed heartily. Debo, it's South time to close the outer chamber, then open the inner chamber. Debo, sensing the unfolding events, eagerly complied, completing the maneuver as instructed. Creak, creak. Sak stepped into the inner chamber, entering the control room. My king. Seeing Debo's excitement, Sak's calm demeanor returned, and he smiled. Let us approach the star. Yes, my king. Debo eagerly took his seat in the control chair, brimming with anticipation. He was eager to discover what monumental feats the rejuvenated Sak would accomplish. As they drew near, Sak stood within the cabin. My king. Should we? Debo inquired cautiously. Sak shook his head, unleashing an immense aura. Outside the ship, a transparent sealing rune materialized, shooting directly into the star, as it entered. Sak's aura waned, and he collapsed onto the cabin floor, yet excitement radiated from him. Witnessing the sealing rune penetrate the star, his smile widened dramatically. Let us set course for Earth. Debo, perplexed, gazed on, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Did he misinterpret the situation, thinking Sak was merely inspecting the star? They hadn't even begun, and yet they were to leave. Moreover, after that peculiar technique, Sak had grown weak again. What could possibly be unfolding? Within the confines of Sak's body, a faint stream of energy began to flow, delicate yet ceaseless, completing the stellar seal. A fissure emerged within Sak, through which he continually absorbed the energy transmitted by the seal. As it stands, Sak no longer relies on sustenance, nor does he depend on elixirs. Merely through this star, he sustains his very existence. As long as this star remains undiminished, he is entirely free from the need to consume food. The seal inscribed along his spine primarily serves to suppress rather than provide boundless energy, rendering it impossible for it to fulfill such a function, unless he can continue to coalesce new, expansive and multifunctional runes. The task appears daunting. Yet, Sak remains undeterred. This unexpected boon is an ancillary benefit of sealing the alternate space. It is even possible that this boon could surpass the sealing of the alternate space itself. Initially, Sak had no inkling of the existence of such runes. Thus, he feels no discontent. From this point onward, his focus is solely on discovering ways to enhance his life energy. Strangely, the 30,000 giant elephant particles in that realm are at least of legendary status, with an almost 1,000-year lifespan and the ability to comprehend space. Here, however, he feels none of that. Aside from sheer strength, he lacks mastery over the rules and any enhancement of life energy. Sak gazes into the distance at the star, eagerly anticipating the moment when he might seize the stars and transcend the cosmos. His physical form spanning the universe, wielding unmatched energy throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, Sak and Dabo occasionally venture to planets to seize the latest spacecraft. Yet, most of their time was devoted to heading towards Earth. Along the way, Sak would linger for a few days at lifeless star systems, employing seals upon the stars. Currently, Sak can awaken a giant elephant particle every hour, and this cultivation speed continues to improve. He has never experienced such a smooth and effortless awakening. The crucial aspect is that this process does not demand his mental energy. Many seals absorb stellar energy, transmitting it into his body, where the cosmic furnace transforms it into chi, which Sak then channels predominantly to the giant elephants to suppress the alternate space. Sak has yet to fully grasp the alternate space. He has merely sealed his own might, allowing him to draw upon its energy intermittently. Time passes with unyielding indifference, and a decade swiftly slips by. My lord, we have surpassed Namek by 10 days. Did you not say we would see Earth within 6 days? Why have I yet to catch sight of it? Chapter 38. Encountering Earth, the science extraordinary talent Dabo now possesses a combat power of a staggering 100,000. Diligently adhering to Sak's commands that it was only when he could no longer contain himself that he dared to inquire. Sak, exuding an aura as formidable as a prison, slowly opened his eyes. 10 years. And I have finally awakened 20,000 giant elephants. Upon our arrival at Earth, I shall coalesce the fourth seal to expedite my control over the Scion alternate space. Sak had not anticipated that the alternate space would be exceptionally challenging to master. 3 seals failed to suppress the alternate space, let alone control it, that he sensed that the fourth seal could aid in his initial grasp of the alternate space. Not true control, but a means to restrain it, preventing it from stirring further upheaval. Only by sealing the alternate space and devising new techniques could he lay the groundwork for reaching the pinnacle of power. 10 years have passed, and coincidentally, it has been 14 years since the destruction of Planet Vegeta. It should be around the time when Son Goku completes the first World Martial Arts Tournament. The extent of the narrative remains unclear, yet a glimmer of excitement flickers in Sak's eyes. This marks the moment when the grand era begins, and he intends to partake in it. Those formidable beings, the cosmic furnace, should be able to absorb sufficient energy. My lord, Dabo's expression remained unchanged. With a combat power of 100,000, he was not significantly impacted by Sak's presence, which he had yet to fully unleash. Sak currently possesses 6 million combat power, and he believes that in 10 years he will be capable of overwhelming Frieza. Presently, he cannot exhibit much strength, but in a decade, the situation will be entirely different. Sak roughly estimates that over 2,000 lifeless star systems have his seals. Each day, 24 giant elephants awaken, yielding an increase of over 700 combat power, totaling 263,000 combat power in a year. This is merely the current pace. Once the alternate space activates, and he transforms into a super scion, his strength is bound to amplify beyond measure. There is no need for concern. They should continue progressing toward their objective. Sak refrains from elaborating. Their spacecraft's performance is vastly inferior to that of the Namekian vessels. The distance from Namek to Earth is just over 6 light years, and having traveled for 10 days, they should arrive in another 10 or so. With no other options, Dabo complied with Sak's orders and continued their journey. 15 days later, my lord, is that planet the one you referred to as Earth? Sak opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance illuminating them. Glancing over, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, that is the one. Dabo gazed at the distant planet. Confusion etched upon his face. It appeared to be an ordinary life-bearing planet. So remote, he wondered what could possibly excite his lord. How much longer must we wait? 1 day should suffice, my lord. What shall we do? Sak remained silent, his gaze fixed on the familiar planet that bore an uncanny resemblance to his memories. Can we draw the probe in? I wish to examine it closely. Dabo hesitated. My lord, this is the probe system built into the spacecraft. I cannot operate it. Sak did not respond. He too lacked the knowledge. Very well, find a prominent landmark to land upon. In due course. We shall relax for several years, and I will teach you instant transmission and other techniques. Debo's eyes brightened, filled with renewed determination. Understood, my lord. Watch me. Debo eagerly raced toward the planet for the first time. Sack resumed his seated position within the cabin, but he was uncertain of the current developments. By the timeline, Piccolo should not yet have emerged. Sack contemplated his next steps with great care. The beginning of Dragon Ball does not feature much in the way of significant events or notably powerful beings. If one were to characterize it, it could only be described as humorous and appealing to a certain audience. If Sack intends to gain any advantage, aside from the sins of beings, there appears to be little else. Currently, he can harness chi, rendering the senzu beings less critical for him. Within Sack's body, around the vicinity of his spine, a chaotic mass of chi coalesced, forming various bizarre energy patterns. For the past decade, Sack has been attempting to explore new rune powers within himself. Should he succeed in coalescing a life force rune, not only would his lifespan increase significantly, but the scion lifespan would also benefit greatly. Unfortunately, his current strength is insufficient to initiate any transformation of flesh and blood. The disparity between the rules of the Dragon Ball world and that of his previous world is far too great. Regarding death in the Dragon Ball universe, is treated rather lightly. The power of the afterlife becomes increasingly feeble in the later stages. Even the Tournament of Power can only select warriors from Earth. Sack murmured to himself, fully aware that the notion of solely selecting warriors from Earth in the later stages is nonsensical. Put it plainly, it is merely a reflection of Beerus's laziness. The afterlife boasts a bounty of opportunities, far surpassing the turtle hermit. He laments that he has yet to discover a method to coalesce a life rune. Perhaps, when Majin Buu and the Kaishin appear, he will find a solution. Sack's eyes narrowed slightly. Based on the current progress, in 10 years, he will face the formidable Frieza, possessing only over 9 million combat power. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength would barely reach 450 million in another 4 years. During the android crisis, he would still fall short of 600 million, making the outcome against the first generation of Android 17 and 18 uncertain. He hopes to master the alternate space successfully, allowing him to return to Planet Salad and reunite with Reina and the others. Sack has the option to prioritize awakening the colossal elephant. Yet the pressures of the alternate dimension are exceedingly formidable. Currently, with 200,000 colossal elephants and 3 ceiling symbols, he finds himself unable to exert control, and the delay remains uncertain in duration. During this period on Earth, conditions are undeniably favorable for Sack. With the heavenly furnace in his possession, he can absorb all manner of chaotic energies, thus allowing him to recuperate thoroughly on Earth. Furthermore, with Debo by his side, he can traverse any locale on the planet. Sack perceives that the alternate dimension is far more profound than the ordinary universe. The Scions exhibit anomalies unlike those of beings in this universe. Should he master the alternate dimension, he might transcend the Dragon Ball world, not merely in terms of unassailable combat power, but in transcending the Dragon Ball realm entirely to venture into other worlds. It is as if the alternate dimension serves as an ethereal space, teeming with variegated energies sourced from disparate worlds and universes. The Scion bloodline possesses the ability to absorb the energies of that space for their own use. Just as Superman can harness the rays of an orange sun to enhance his strength, Scions absorb the innate energies of the alternate dimension they are born with, albeit with effects that do not quite rival those of Superman. No, Sack, having established a foothold in the alternate dimension, does not consider Scions inferior to Superman. While the outcome may suggest otherwise, Scions, in their later stages, find it increasingly difficult to utilize the energies of the alternate dimension. It appears that after reaching a certain threshold of growth, the efficacy of the alternate dimension diminishes. This is evident as they attain a particular level of combat power. After sustaining injuries and recovering, they no longer experience exponential growth in strength, yet they continue to transform. The transformations into Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4, or even Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, and the unique states of Gohan, as well as the combined forms, all stem from the S cells within Saiyan physiology, intricately linked to the alternate dimension. Chapter 39. Arrival on Earth. Little Goku's astonishment Sack understands the reasons behind this and is eager to explore further, even at great personal cost, to the extent of rendering himself incapacitated multiple times in his quest for clarity. Others remain utterly oblivious. This is both a blessing and a calamity. One may ascend to divine heights or plunge into demonic depths. Indeed, the line between God and demon is perilously thin. Sack is no fool. He does not believe he can master that alternate dimension in a short span. Such mastery necessitates a profound understanding of the world and the universe, as well as an adeptness in the laws of time and space that a team may even take a century to achieve. Beyond maintaining contact with the alternate dimension, he shifts his focus to enhancing his life energy, achieving cellular metamorphosis, and prolonging his lifespan. Live long is to possess infinite possibilities. Time slips away swiftly. The spaceship grazes the atmosphere, causing external temperatures to soar as plasma ignites the air, revealing tongues of red flames. The ship howls through the sky, descending not far above Earth. Upon seeing this, Sack is rendered speechless. Dabo is indeed obedient. Landing according to the designated markers, they touch down adjacent to Karen Tower. A mere 100 meters below lies the base of the tower, while above soars its towering structure. Your Majesty, you are awake? Yes, let us descend. And the spaceship, Sack's gaze flickers that it's gone. Huh. Dabo is taken aback. What do you mean gone? Are we not leaving? This planet clearly lacks the capacity to venture into space. There isn't even a starport. What if the spaceship is damaged? With over a decade of operational experience, he finds himself at a loss to repair the vessel. Without the spaceship, are they doomed to be stranded on this planet for eternity? Sack's expression sharpens as he gathers an indomitable aura, delivering a punch that creates a massive breach in the ship. Dabo stares in bewilderment. Well, no point in fretting now. It's completely destroyed. There's no way to contain that. Let us proceed. Sack smiles, leaving Dabo momentarily stunned. After years of companionship, Dabo has witnessed the King's combat prowess soar to an astonishing 100,000, yet rarely has he seen Sack exhibit such a carefree smile. This situation is undeniably peculiar. Returning to the familiar terrain of Earth, where most of the environment remains unchanged, his spirits are naturally lifted. These past few years have afforded him the opportunity to truly relax. And thus, he feels elated AS for the spaceship. Lacking both physical strength and skills to contain items, and with no universal capsules on hand, leaving it behind is inevitable. Moreover, he is aware of their current location, the base of Karen Tower. The assassin Tao Pai grins menacingly at Upa. I 1T cry. I must be strong. You are the one who killed my father, and I shall avenge him, as tears stream down Upa's face. He brandishes his axe, swinging it wildly in the air. Foolish creature, then perish. By killing you, I can still obtain the Dragon Balls. Tao Pai muses, convinced that Goku has perished and that the final Dragon Ball is hidden by the young Upa. Just as he prepares to strike, Sack's demolition of the spaceship triggers a violent explosion, drawing Tao Pai's attention. Who is that? Tao Pai, unfazed by Upa's flailing weapon, gazes menacingly at the sky. As the world's greatest assassin on a mission, how dare an ignorant fool approach this vicinity? Stop! How dare you? Suddenly, Goku, riding his Nimbus, dives down, swiftly reaching the ground and snatching Upa away. Tao Pai is taken aback. Realizing Goku is still alive, his pupils dilating with rage. What? You're still alive. Goku lands, holding Upa, and confronts Tao Pai with a fierce grin. You scoundrel, I will avenge Upa's father. Tao Pai's focus shifts to Goku. You're still alive, you little brat. Surprised but quickly dismissing it, he assesses Goku's formidable strength, though he believes he is no match for his signature technique. His eyes, however, gleam with greed as he spots the colossal figure in the sky. If I can capture that one, it will fetch a handsome price. Sack chuckles. Dabo, did you see that? Someone has set their sights on our spaceship. Dabo's expression turns cold. My king, they are merely ignorant fools. Their combat power pales in comparison. Even our 5-year-old scion children surpass them. They are nothing but weaklings. As Sack prepares to descend, he nearly stumbles upon hearing Dabo's disdainful remarks. Wow, It seems that this sentiment isn't solely expressed by Raditz. Debo can articulate the same thoughts. Is this the pride of the strong? Moreover, one cannot deny that it resonates with reality. Steadying himself, Sack strides through the gaping hole, making his way towards the ground. Behind him, Debo follows, his fierce expression evident, his tail prominently displayed in the sunlight. Wow, he's walking in mid-air. UPA, did you see that? Goku, adopting a combat stance, shields his forehead with one hand, exclaiming in awe. Even Tao Pai Pai's expression grows serious. Flight technique? Intriguing. The spaceship, with a massive breach, struggles to maintain stability as it plummets to the Earth, creating a muffled sound as it compresses the air. Wow, a giant plane is falling. Goku, with limited experience, perceives the metallic object soaring above as merely a plane. Tao Pai Pai's face darkens, fists clenched tightly. Clearly, he is dissatisfied with the unexpected complications surrounding his coveted prize. Unlike Goku, who is oblivious to its nature as a spaceship, Tao Pai Pai recognizes that such a large object, capable of soaring effortlessly through the skies, must possess immense value. The recent explosion, coupled with the object's drunken descent, makes it evident to Tao Pai Pai that something had gone awry. Damn it, my treasure! How could it be destroyed like this? You both shall pay. The gaze of Tao Pai Pai revealed the sinister intent of murderous aura as a scion. Debo sensed it immediately. With a cold snort, he prepared to strike. Halt! Do not act rashly. Sake intervened, sensing Debo's ominous energy. What a joke! If you strike, how can I maintain my bravado? Debo begrudgingly withdrew his hand. Sake inhaled deeply, and the air around him condensed with moisture, forming steps of air beneath his feet. As the altitude decreased, the humidity thickened, and a clear ladder emerged in the sky. Under the refraction of sunlight, it shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a breathtaking sight. Wow, you are incredible. You can actually construct a ladder in mid-air. This technique is amazing. Can you teach me? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he turned to Sake. Sake, maintaining an impassive expression, slowly descended to the ground, with Debo quietly standing behind him. Noticing that Sun Wukong was completely oblivious to Tao Pai Pai, Sake felt the intensity of his gaze fixated on him. Chapter 40. Sun Wukong finds the organization. The shocked crowd, Sake silently unfurled the tail coiled around his waist. Upon seeing this, Debo swiftly released his own tail, and the two robust tails unfurled and danced in the air. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but then became even more exhilarated. Wow, you both have tails too. I have a tail as well, he exclaimed, turning to grasp his own tail, extending it before him with a yearning look directed at Sake, as if seeking their acknowledgement that he belonged to their kind. But why is my tail so small? Sun Wukong mused, comparing his tail to those of Sake and Debo, a look of confusion crossing his face. UPA, snapping out of his shock, chimed in, Brother Wukong, it's because you are a child. They are adults, so their tails are much larger. It must be that way. My father said that when I grow up, I'll be strong like him. Sun Wukong pondered this and turned to Sake, inquiring, is that really the case? Debo, aware of Sun Wukong's presence, paid him little mind. Growing up on Planet Vegeta, he understood well that there were likely still scattered scions in the universe during King Vegeta's reign. Those lacking potential were exiled shortly after birth. Though those infants were weak, there were always a few fortunate ones who grew strong. Scions were not fools. The planets to which low-potential scion infants were exiled were remote and insignificant. As long as they did not possess exceedingly poor luck on a full moon night, they could transform into great apes, wreak havoc, and gradually grow stronger. Once they had wiped out the native inhabitants, they would inevitably return to Planet Vegeta for further training. Sun Wukong was clearly one such individual, likely a scion exiled a year or two before Sake's ascension to power, until the age of 18. Scions remained in a juvenile state, and even he could not discern Sun Wukong's true age. Above Corinta, 3 pairs of eyes were intently fixed on the ground. The cat hermit held his breath. Urgency etched across his face. This is incredible. This sensation feels so sinister. Scions were inherently savage, and Debo's alignment with Sake suggested they were indeed engaged in nefarious deeds, a realization that the cat hermit found unsurprising. As a deity, the first priority in his observations of others was to assess the nature of their aura. Within the heavenly temple, the god of earth gazed gravely into the mirror before him. Bobo, are these beings extraterrestrial? Yes, Lord God, Bobo replied. Earth has been discovered, and a group of malevolent aliens has arrived. This the first appearance of extraterrestrials on Earth. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Bobo's expression was one of complexity, not to mention that the god had arrived on Earth several centuries ago. More than a decade prior, an intergalactic patrolman named Gak had also come aboard a spacecraft. Not to dwell on the past, it was widely known that they were aliens. So, could the child named Sun Wukong be an extraterrestrial who emerged from Earth? This line of reasoning seemed flawed. The individuals before him were not the first wave of extraterrestrials. Bobo remained silent, quietly observing Corinta. These individuals share a race with that little fellow. They should not pose a threat to Earth. Right? Their aura is so potent that one could easily annihilate an entire planet. Earth was secluded, and they remained unaware of the Scion's notorious reputation in the cosmos, but on the ground, a furious Tao, Bai, shattered the stalemate. You scoundrels, do you think this is a reunion? Hand over the Dragon Balls. Debo glared fiercely, causing the surrounding air to solidify. Tao Bai's body stiffened, breath quickening, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. How is this possible? Debo's intangible attack left him utterly astounded. Sun Wukong found himself paralyzed, his eyes darting wildly. Wow, this is amazing. I want to learn this technique too. Sake sighed in exasperation, wondering why Debo had not clarified what he truly desired. The Earth's elemental energy quivered, and Debo's invisible force dissipated without a trace, restoring normalcy to the three individuals present. Hiss, how formidable! The elemental energy of a universe can be controlled by him. In the heavenly temple, the aged god of Earth suddenly stood up, eyes wide, gripping his staff tightly with his right hand. Bobo remained as composed as ever. Their manipulation of energy is quite crude. He mused. If Sake were to know, he might just burst into laughter. He has no energy to spare. Any meager excess he manages to extract would soon be devoured by a giant elephant. Tao Bai's eyes darted around. As an assassin, he sensed that the situation was dire. The two individuals before him were unfathomably powerful, resembling deities looking down upon mere mortals. But why would a deity interfere in the affairs of the mortal realm? Moreover, who exactly was this little rascal named Sun Wukong? As the foremost assassin in the world, Tao Bai felt a tinge of fear. Stammering, he asked, Who? Who are you? Sake's expression remained calm as he approached Tao Bai. Is your defective bomb ready? What? UPA exclaimed in shock, hastily scrambling to pull Sun Wukong behind him. Debo stood quietly, refraining from further insolence. The king had shattered his oppressive aura as a warning. If he continued to be ungrateful, punishment would surely follow. Sun Wukong appeared bewildered at a bomb. What is that? UPA trembled, filled with terror. Wukong, a bomb is a weapon of immense destructive power. .1 bomb can create a massive crater in a mountain. It's too dangerous. We should get far away. Sun Wukong tilted his head, still not comprehending, and pointed at Sake. Then why isn't he afraid? UPA paused, then furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by realization that, of course, they can fly. If they take to the air, the bomb shouldn't be able to harm them. Sake paid no mind to the two young ones' murmurs and steadily advanced towards Tao Bai, unwilling to retreat without a fight. Tao Bai, not anticipating that Sake had seen through his trump card, gritted his teeth. You scoundrel, do you think I fear you? With that, a faint flow of energy surged within him, and he clenched his fist, launching an assault towards Sake's face, his punch imbued with ferocity and accompanied by a howling wind. A cold smile graced Tao Bai's lips. Arrogant fool, I will make you taste suffering and realize the might of the world's greatest assassin. Sun Wukong, witnessing Sake's lack of evasion, leapt from behind a tree, calling out anxiously, Be careful. That guy's really strong. Debo cast a sidelong glance. This fellow certainly does not resemble a scion. The pristine condition of this planet is one matter. But the fact that the young lad can coexist harmoniously with the natives suggests that no destructive consequences have ensued. Prior to his arrival, he had observed the planet's satellite, which was immense. A full moon could undoubtedly reflect 17 million hertz of Bluz light waves that IT should not have remained untouched by the giant ape transformation. S in exile. The spacecraft they traveled in was imbued with knowledge encoded by the scions. And these beings ought to be acutely aware of their mission. Judging by his appearance, it has been at least a decade, and this planet hardly seems to bear the scars of devastation. Such an anomaly. Moreover, his aura is astonishingly pure and cleaner than that of someone who has blood on their hands. Bang! Tofu by Bai's fist struck unimpeded against Sak's form. The sound of the collision barely echoed before the sharp crack of bone breaking rang clear. Ow! Tofu by Bai cradled his arm, crouching helplessly on the ground. His attacking right arm had suffered a catastrophic fracture, leaving him severely injured in an instant. The flow of air suddenly accelerated. Chapter 41. The Slaying of Tofu by Bai. First encounter with the cat sage. Hiss. Gasp. Sun Wukong and Yu Pei stared in disbelief. They had witnessed Tofu by Bai's formidable strength, yet this tall and handsome man had done nothing, not even elicited a ripple in energy. Merely using his flesh to shatter Tofu by Bai's attack, and more devastatingly, his arm. This strength is rather grotesque, isn't it? Within Sak, the celestial furnace struggled to absorb, yielding only a minuscule amount of energy into its depths. Even reluctant to respond with a breath, Sak was not surprised. The current power of Earth is still feeble. Weak energy is to be expected if Tofu by Bai's punch could fill the furnace. He would not dare to confront such an attack head-on. However, the sealing talismans had absorbed sufficient stellar energy, which was then transmitted to him. As the furnace operated, a vast energy permeated his being, seeping into his flesh and bones, culminating in the emergence of a colossal elephant particle. The particle quickly filled, soon manifesting breath, while Sak's scarce energy was swiftly depleted. Roar! The particle shattered, revealing a gigantic pink elephant within Sak. His entire being trembled, his spirit exhilarated as he beheld the newly birthed creature, eagerly anticipating its absorption of energy, hoping fervently for its swift transformation into a mature giant. Unlike typical occurrences, this giant remained tranquil rather than rushing into the spine. It was as he suspected. He merely needed to consolidate the fourth sealing talisman to master the alternate space, thereby rapidly enhancing his power, but a faint tremor resonated within Sak, a weak energy emerging. Debo, who had been by Sak's side for quite some time, immediately detected the anomaly. Sharing in Sak's delight, he understood his king's aspirations all too well. This energy was entirely different, possessing a round and harmonious essence. The king has succeeded. The king is about to make a complete return. Debo was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. No one, besides Sak, comprehended the struggles the king had endured over the past decade, nor understood his hopes better than he did. Within Sak, the pink giant eagerly consumed the flowing energy, creating ripples. The celestial furnace swayed vigorously, ravenously devouring the primal energies of the universe. Wind, gentle breeze, light gust. Strong wind, hurricane, whoosh. Yu Pei clung desperately to the tree trunk. Tofu by Bai, you are doomed. The god shall punish you. Yu Pei shouted with all his might, venting his pent-up fury. Crash! The giant took form, bellowing towards the heavens. While Sak exuded a formidable aura, Sak laughed heartily, allowing Tofu by Bai to writhe in agony like a wounded dog, drenched in cold sweat from fear. How powerful! Sun Wukong gazed enviously at Sak. A giant elephant with a strength of 30 energies may not seem overly impressive, yet when it erupted within Sak, the impact was enough to astonish all at this juncture. Sun Wukong could barely contend with Master Roshi, and Sak's energy was equivalent to a quarter of Sun Wukong's own power erupting in proximity. Naturally, Sun Wukong was left in awe. Being able to harness 30 energies brought Sak immense joy. It was a delightful surprise. He had initially planned to wait until he consolidated the fourth sealing talisman before attempting to retain a portion of the giant within him. Yet it seemed he could achieve this much sooner than expected. Sak's aura was unreserved, a full 30 points, yet his gaze remained fixed menacingly on Tofu by Bai. Have you contemplated your demise? Boom! A bolt of lightning materialized from the heavens, Sak's form resembling that of a deity or a demon. A hurricane ascended from the skies, howling ominously. Tofu Bai was taken aback. Can his state truly influence the weather? Is he really a celestial being? Sak stepped towards Tofu Bai, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Divine finger technique. Perish, you arrogant fool. Ha! Be careful, Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, his expression anxious. Finally, he had encountered someone akin to himself, and he felt exceedingly tense as a blinding flash of light streaked past, striking Sak's throat with precision. Ah! How? How could this be? Tofu Bai's face contorted in pain, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the seemingly unscathed Sak. No, this cannot be real. In shock, he even dropped the high-explosive bomb he had been clutching. Sak, feeling the faint energy emanating from the celestial furnace, cast a disdainful glance at Tofu Bai. The storm in the sky intensified, accentuating Sak's might and reflecting Tofu Bai's current state of stupefaction. No, this is a deception. Why? Tofu Bai looked up at Sak, his eyes filled with astonishment and dread. A S1 accustomed to bloodshed, he was well aware of the malevolent aura surrounding Sak. Damn it. This is impossible. His left hand gripped the ground tightly, fingers sinking deep into the earth. Sak, uninterested in further discourse with Tofu Bai, pressed down with a single palm, the gale ripping through Tofu Bai's clothing. Bang! His brain splattered. Tofu Bai met his demise on Debo's cold and piercing gaze scrutinized the cat immortal. Yet his heart brimmed with confusion. The king appeared to be well acquainted with everything, despite the fact that he had been following him for the past decade. After the explosion, the cat immortal sensed something amiss. After all, he was indeed an immortal. He forced himself to maintain composure and directed a question towards Sak. Who are you, Meow? Sak regarded the unfamiliar yet oddly familiar cat immortal, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 42. The immortal beings acquired. Seeking the deity again, Sak's expressionless grin startled the cat immortal. I must inform you, I am a deity, so do not provoke me. Unfortunately, the space atop Corinta was constructed with pillars, leaving him trembling and utterly disheveled. That Debo's eyes revealed disappointment. This peculiar individual possessed nothing of significance. Sak gazed at the cat immortal. I will trade you a tank of immortal beans for 100,000 pounds of fish. Debo was taken aback. There were scions, after all, even without raiding planets. They could plunder people. He had done so while following the king. They had exchanged for over 10 spaceships, all acquired through theft. When had they ever needed a barter? No way, Meow. The cat immortal was extremely anxious. His mind blanked. It was only after speaking that he realized. What fish? His eyes sparkled with love as he fixed his gaze on Sak. Fish, indeed. That is fish. 100,000 pounds of fish is simply too little. The cat immortal, surprisingly, did not think to ask for more immortal beings, but instead complained about the fish being insufficient. 100,000 pounds of fish was certainly no small amount. That if you agree, we shall catch live fish for you. If not, we will seize them. The cat immortal was so frightened he jumped back, eyeing Sak warily. I must tell you, I am an immortal. Debo scoffed. An immortal? Even a deity? The king could slay you without hesitation. Can a deity survive in the universe? Debo did not know whether others believed it, but he was the first to doubt. Sak remained expressionless, whether you believe it or not. Debo could obliterate the entire earth. Do not think that just because you are an immortal, even those two above will vanish. The cat immortal's fur bristled, tightly clutching his staff as he continued to retreat. Why you better not act recklessly. Our earth possesses powerful beings. Debo narrowed his eyes. Powerful beings? Where? I see none. The atmosphere erupted with intensity, akin to a chasm or a prison. The tempest raged, and the cat immortal could only cling desperately to the railing, refusing a toast and instead inviting punishment. Do you even think you are worthy? Paired with Debo's ferocious visage, he bore the semblance of a demon descending from hell, both of their tails flailing freely in the air. The aura emanating from Debo grew more potent, overwhelming like an abyss, causing the air to crack, as if it were about to rupture the Earth's atmosphere. Boom! The violent winds stirred the air, summoning thunder. A myriad of serpentine shadows slithering in a chaotic dance. The cat immortal felt as if he could scarcely breathe, his vision clouded with countless divine and demonic figures in the divine hall. The deity abruptly stood. No, we cannot provoke them. Otherwise, the earth shall be destroyed. Divine One, should I descend to inform the cat immortal? Bobo, hands clasped behind his back, maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the celestial phenomena triggered by Debo, as if he were unaware of Debo's formidable strength. Just as the deity was about to speak, the cat immortal atop Corinta yielded. I will trade. I will trade. Sack waved his hand, and Debo understood. Retracting his unleashed energy and coldly hovering behind Sack, Sack turned to the cat immortal, demonstrating that he could indeed seize the immortal beings directly. Energy coalesced in his hands, and a three-legged furnace materialized, flying into Corinta before the astonished gaze of the cat immortal, entering the next layer of space. Before long, a tank of immortal beings soared out, landing squarely in Sack's grasp. This, Sack's figure ascended, leaving behind his voice. Debo, go catch 100,000 pounds of fish for him. Debo's cold expression mirrored his astonishment. Even if the fish weighed a mere 100 pounds, he would have to make 1,000 trips. Are we truly doing this? Sack's figure had already vanished from sight. Debo, resigned, could only look at the cat immortal. You come with me. I will catch 100,000 pounds of fish for you. The cat immortal was dumbfounded, pointing at himself. Me? Debo replied matter-of-factly, otherwise how many trips would I have to make for 100,000 pounds of fish? The cat immortal's astonishment froze on his face, and he suddenly leaped up. No way, no way. Is there still someone in this era who doesn't know about the universal capsule? Debo stared at the cat immortal with a puzzled expression. What? The cat immortal gestured animatedly. It's the universal capsule. Debo's mouth twitched, gazing at the cat immortal as though he were a fool. What use is that? The cat immortal quickly explained, and once Debo comprehended, he understood. Seize a universal capsule, then catch the fish and toss it to him. The cat immortal remained apprehensive, while Debo had already soared away with a whoosh. Such a simple task. Debo felt quite at ease. Sack ascended, flying for a considerable time before sensing something was off. Why have we not arrived yet? He paused mid-air, frowning in contemplation. With 30 faint auras enveloping his body, Sack's robe swirled, his pores expanding as he continually absorbed the essence of the universe through the furnace while focusing on his senses. Bobo, does he truly know of our existence? He should. Divine One. Bobo remained unperturbed, as calm as ever. Isn't he an extraterrestrial? How could he possibly know us? And what does he want with us? The deity's brow furrowed deeply. Lost in thought. Bobo, he wouldn't be here to kill us, would he? Unlikely. Bobo shook his head, then added, he bears no killing intent. The deity remained indecisive, yet Bobo's words quelled his concerns. Divine One, if he knows of our existence and has been on Earth, he will inevitably seek us out. The deity's expression shifted. Indeed, Bobo, lower the barrier and let him enter. Bobo nodded, seemingly in a hurry as he exited the Grand Hall. Sack, pondering how to locate the Divine Hall, suddenly sensed two auras, quite perceptive. The furnace provided energy, and Sack swiftly flew to the Divine Hall. The deity stood with Bobo in the plaza. Upon witnessing this scene, Sack's lips curled into a slight smile. You are quite clever, cosmic powerhouse. What brings you to Earth? Sack addressed the deity, uttering words that left him even more astounded. Take me to meet the king of the world. What? The deity had never anticipated that Sack's objective would be this. That was a high-dimensional deity, the ruler of the entire northern galaxy. Sack not only knew, but was also aware that he could meet the king of the world. What do you intend to do? Sack's profound gaze fixed upon the deity. Become a deity. This revelation. The deity was left utterly flabbergasted. Become a deity. One must possess a kind heart. You believe you are capable? Sack nonchalantly approached the deity. What do you intend to do? Divine One, you have no choice, do you? The deity's expression darkened, recognizing the blatant threat posed by Sack. As Sack advanced step by step, the colossal force within him began to stir. On the surface, Sack remained composed, yet internally he was quite shaken. The colossal force was moving on its own. This was the first time that he possessed the elephant-suppressing prison technique, yet it was incomplete. The awakened giant elephant, devoid of spirit, should not exhibit self-response. Now, Sak turned to Bobo beside the deity, probing. Mr. Bobo's identity is rather mysterious. Bobo was merely the deity's attendant, nothing particularly enigmatic. Chapter 43. The Haunting Words of Sak. Preparing to refine the fourth seal, Sak's gaze was profound, his heart brimming with disbelief. Memories of the narrative flooded his mind, which divine attendant could serve 3 deities. This was merely spoken. The previous gods might have been mere illusions as well. Furthermore, how could Bobo contend with 2 little super scions in the end? Was he in the midst of growth? Why had he not developed before? The colossal elephant, devoid of spirit, now exhibited fluctuations autonomously. Were it not for Bobo, he would twist his head off and use it as a ball. Ordinary or extraordinary, Mr. Bobo was perfectly aware, yet he remained indifferent. Even angels cannot intervene within the cosmos. I presume Mr. Bobo would not act recklessly. Upon uttering these words, a mournful wail echoed from within Sak that a jolt coursed through him. That remark had undoubtedly struck a chord with Bobo, though whether it was a positive or negative impact, he could not ascertain. His yearning for the divine grew fervent. I in this universe, besides the gods, even those who surpassed the divine in combat prowess through the advanced mastery of the ultimate technique lacked true control over the rules. They merely appeared to possess such mastery. The rest were predominantly innate abilities or skills cultivated through unique practices. Interestingly, the rules of this universe seemed both formidable and feeble that a group of powerful beings who had yet to grasp these rules could defeat those who had. Take Jiren, for instance. Heavenly God, could you transport me to the King of Worlds? What is your intention? The heavenly God wore a grave expression. The strength of the individual before him was perplexing. He appeared modestly powerful, yet trailed by an overwhelmingly strong presence that disregarded the very fabric of cosmic rules. Sak refrained from further dialogue. Casting a glance at the heavenly God and Bobo before turning to depart, I shall seclude myself on Earth for a while. This was indeed Sak's intention. Aside from the influence of Piccolo, he needed to regain his strength. He had yet to fulfill his promise to Reina. The fourth seal also required concentration. His previous thoughts had been merely impulsive. He had not anticipated that the heavenly furnace would be unable to sense divine energy. And today, the god of Earth was but a false deity, lacking significant mastery over the rules. However, he had not foreseen this. Beerus had mentioned that one could not perceive the essence of the divine without reaching the divine realm. Yet in the Z narrative, Son Goku and Bu treated King Kai's planet as a restroom, coming and going as they pleased. That was utterly inexplicable. Not to mention, in the early days, they could travel to King Kai's planet or even the Grand Kai's planet at will. Whether to blow things up, train, or simply dine.to claim that the Earth's heavenly god was a false god was one thing. But the King Kai, as a manifestation of the universe's core, ought not to be considered a false deity. True, the King Kai may not be particularly distinguished, but the King Kai of the divine realm was an authentic being, a pinnacle deity directly connected to the Omni King's palace. Why could Son Goku traverse freely? Did he possess a key? Was being a god akin to riding a bus? Sak had initially believed that his mastery of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique would be an exception. However, he found himself completely unable to sense it. Thus, he proposed that the heavenly god take him to King Kai's planet for training. To his surprise, the heavenly god had not reprimanded him, but instead had frightened Bobo. Fortunately, he maintained his composure. Otherwise, he might have revealed too much. It seemed that the gods harbored numerous secrets. The true world promised to be quite intriguing. Excitement gleamed in Sak's eyes. Soon, once he coalesced the fourth rune, the fun would truly begin. In the heavenly god's palace, the heavenly god swayed uneasily. Are we leaving? Bobo stood with his hands naturally at his sides, his gaze calm as a clear lake. This lake, unfathomably deep, was beyond exploration. Sak soared down to Kirin Tower, where Master Kirin was once again in a state of agitation. You're back again? Sak alighted at the tower's peak, casually leaning against the railing. I'll wait for Dabo to deliver the fish, then I shall depart. Master Kirin trembled, eager for this harbinger of doom to leave at once. You must be bored. Why not check on his progress? No need. He just snatched a universal capsule and is heading towards the seaside. Master Corin's lips twitched. Snatched? He is a celestial being. For goodness sake. Does he have no sense of pride? Sack wore a smile. His energy rapidly infusing into the elephant. With a roar, a seed of the elephant awakened, transforming into a playful pink elephant that joyfully waved its trunk and danced about. That Sack's aura surged once more. Reaching a battle power of 60 to Master Corin looked at Sack in bewilderment. Just moments ago, Sack's battle power had doubled. Although this increase was somewhat illusory, it was undoubtedly genuine. Sack paid no mind to Master Corin. As a surge of energy fluctuated, attempting to create a second new rune. With each change in the energy's thickness and direction, Sack felt he was making significant strides toward success. Failure is the mother of success. The more failures one endures, the closer they get to success. The energy continuously transformed and combined, subtly hinting at a liquid state. Each time the energy dissipated after a failure, it nourished Sack's flesh and skin. Once he could naturally refine his bones, he would be nearing success. He was coalescing a life rune to enhance his longevity. This was a meticulous endeavor, demanding perseverance. Approximately half an hour later, Debo arrived. His demeanor calm, yet reeking of a faint odor. My lord. Sack opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. All done, my lord. It seems Earth harbors some peculiarities, though. My lord, I sensed a strange energy, evil and formidable. A look of satisfaction spread across Sack's face. Debo's ability to discern this indicated he had begun to master his energy. He had sensed it even before entering Earth. He just hadn't mentioned it until now. Not just one, but many. However, many are still quite weak and have yet to manifest. With the heavenly furnace in hand, Sack had a keen sensitivity to energy, capable of detecting any unusual fluctuations within his purview. He understood what it was, though its true nature would only explode into prominence after 20 years. Am I correct, my lord? Sack had already taken flight. Indeed, but it is of no concern to us. Should that being appear, only the destroyer can obliterate it. Earth is on the brink of annihilation. Sack's words were unburdened by Master Corin's presence, who bore a grave expression. He did not believe these powerful beings would toy with him. Wait, you haven't mentioned what the crisis is. Sack had already soared out of Corin Tower. Debo scoffed, tossing a universal capsule and following Sack. Wait, you haven't explained. Master Corin was in a frenzy. Sack's remarks pertained to the fate of Earth. How could they be left ambiguous? He extended his hand, frozen atop Corin Tower, in the heavenly god's palace. The recently calmed heavenly god trembled in fear. Bobo, is what he said true? Bobo's eyes flickered. A formidable being. He should not jest. The heavenly god swayed slightly. Why are there so many calamities on Earth? What can be done? Bobo's gaze was as deep as a murky pond. Son Goku. The heavenly god was taken aback. Son Goku. That child? Bobo nodded. Those beings are powerful, benefiting from superior genetics. If Son Goku and his kin are properly nurtured, they too can become formidable. Moreover, he possesses a pure nature. The heavenly god pondered this, turning slowly to re-enter the heavenly god's palace. Chapter 44. Coalescing the fourth seal, shocking all divine beings in Earth space. Meanwhile, Sack, harboring a barrel of divine beings, departed Corin Tower with Debo, seeking a desolate and remote island. Debo, I need to enter seclusion for a while. The gravity of Earth is insufficient for your training. You may train beneath the sea. Yes, my lord. After responding to the Debo attack, he glanced at Debo, hesitating to speak. Sack, fully aware of Debo's thoughts, chose not to elaborate. The air shifted, and the uneven terrain was smoothed out as if plowed by iron. With dust swirling around, Sack gazed at the horizon, his mind swirling with thoughts. Once the dust settled, Sack slowly descended, sitting cross-legged, concentrating his mental energy within himself. Inside, 800 million colossal particles formed a divine elephant, dim and lackluster. The only area that shone with intensity was along its spine. An ancient giant elephant could drain a brook, yet I find this far from sufficient. The energy of this universe is far too singular, lacking the overwhelming power of the divine elephant's prison-suppressing might found in that boundless, diverse world. The disparity in strength is also considerable. For now, I can only continue to awaken the giant elephants. Next, I shall see what surprises the Scion bloodline's innate spatial abilities can bring me. Sack vaguely recalled that over 300 giant elephants already possessed legendary power. Yet now, with over 200,000 elephants, he had yet to even touch the threshold of the rules. This is utterly abnormal. Either the technique is missing a crucial element, namely the divine seals, preventing complete mastery. Sack manipulated the air, continuously infusing it into the awakened giant elephants. Numerous air mists surged once more at the spine. Sack felt there was always a slight lack of impetus. Raising his gaze, the furnace of heaven and earth erupted, growing ever larger, instantly enveloping Sack's head. The sky was suddenly engulfed in turbulent clouds, intertwining silver serpents roaring, as an immense storm formed in an instant. Deep within the tempest, colossal life energy surged forth, drawn into the furnace of heaven and earth, and subsequently transformed into Sack's internal energy. With more energy entering, the giant elephants within Sack began to trumpet joyously, creating a magnificent symphony. The vast energy at his spine gathered more and more, as the mist threatened to form a boundless ocean. Yet no crystallization had yet occurred. Sack's face flushed red as he roared in frustration. Not enough, not enough. Furnace of heaven and earth, draw in more. Pull harder. Every 50,000 giant elephants could yield a crystallized sealing symbol, but the further he progressed, the more challenging it became. Initially, he managed the energy of 50,000 elephants, and once they were sated, he could condense the mist into liquid, and the liquid into crystal. As he advanced, he not only had to manage the 50,000 elephants, but also the previously formed giants, who continued to absorb energy relentlessly. To date, the energy he input was evenly consumed by the 200,000 elephants, yet it still felt like a drop in the bucket. If he could not condense it into liquid and then into crystal, not only would he fail to maintain his progress, but he would also be unable to continuously awaken the elephants, leaving him with scant energy. However, once crystallization occurred, the energy within him would be woefully inadequate. This is why he was not in haste to condense the sealing symbol. High above in the sky, the dense life energy of heaven and earth was on the verge of transforming into mist, stirring the winds into a tempest. Any being with a battle power below 10,000 would be instantly torn apart. The furnace of heaven and earth, like a giant elephant drinking water, delved into the center of the life energy, continuously siphoning it. Sack trembled all over. Not enough, not enough, far from enough. With another furious roar, a fierce solar storm erupted from the sun, located 150 million kilometers away, its core ablaze with intensity. More, stronger energy rushed toward Earth. Not enough, not enough. Furnace, absorb more. Any energy that could be drawn in, absorb it all. The furnace shook violently, growing even larger, hovering like a canopy above Sack's head, operating beyond its limits. A fissure opened at a location on Earth known as Five Elements Mountain, and a massive surge of energy erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Meanwhile, in another place, a pitch-black iron door creaked open, exuding a dark aura that spread toward Earth, only to rapidly recede like snow before the blazing sun. Yet as if bound by some unseen force, it rolled away and vanished into the high sky, merging with the life energy of heaven and earth. On Cairn Tower, the cat sage was in a state of alarm, huddled beneath the central pillar at the tower's peak. Meow, 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 what a terrifying creature. I sense so much energy that doesn't belong to Earth being drawn in by this unknown force, and some of it could obliterate the planet, yet it vanishes in an instant. Meow, meow, how terrifying. What will happen to Earth? Will it be destroyed? Will I die? The cat sage trembled in fear, and the deities in the heavenly temple were equally disturbed. The temple shook as waves of unknown energy spread into the sky. The deities wished to intervene but could only watch helplessly. However, Bobo wore a rare, serious expression. His eyes narrowed into slits. 5 Elements Mountain. Taishang Laojun has directly exploded. Damn it, who opened the gate between realms? My flames have been severely disrupted. The pasta I cooked has lost its flavor. Gohan-kun, do you know what's happening? The deceased Gohan clung desperately to the embossed relief on the pillar, a halo above his head. Lord Anning, please save me. I feel I'm about to perish. I can't hold on any longer. Just a moment. I'm finishing this last bite of pasta that a colossal shadow rushed toward Gohan. I inhale. The hall of Yama collapsed dramatically, with Yama himself knocked senseless by the falling pillars. What is going on? Is someone attacking hell? Quickly summon Lord King Kai. The infernal spirits seize the opportunity to escape, causing chaos in an instant. On King Kai's planet, King Kai awoke from his slumber. What is happening? His antennae waved frantically as he sought the cause. Upon discovering Sack, King Kai's face turned pale. How can he be so powerful? He's nearly on par with Frieza. Wasn't Frieza responsible for the annihilation of the Scions? What on earth is going on? Are there Scions this strong, to draw in such diverse life energies from different realms? What does he intend to do? My heavens, he is attempting to consume energies from different realms. Has he gone mad? The massive iron door sealing the demonic realm on Earth swung open, startling the leaders like Ashura and Shimei. Is it truly this exaggerated? The energy of the demon realm is rapidly dissipating. How can I report this to the gods? If the seal breaks, the true demon realm will return, and Earth 1T be able to withstand it. Should we report to the gods? We cannot bear this. Ashura lowered his head, remaining silent. Countless powerful energies were consumed and refined by the furnace, continuously flowing into Sack's body. Sack welcomed all incoming energy, channeling it into the giant elephants. With the acquisition of more energy, the elephants gathered strength, joyfully exhaling energy, merging into the mist. This state was not fleeting. Rather, it persisted. Chapter 45. The fourth sealing symbol not yet formed. Sack descends into madness 3 days later. The mist at Sack's spine rapidly contracted. A drop of gaseous liquid fell from the mist at the opening of the alternate space, causing the originally tightly sealed 3 sealing symbols to automatically part, creating a space. The first liquid seemed to sound the charge as the mist began to drizzle down with gaseous liquid, increasingly pouring in, swiftly cascading into the liquid below. Sack felt elated. The liquid had formed. How far could the crystal be? Once the crystal formed, the sealing symbol would naturally follow. Sack's spirit surged, oblivious to the instability of his breath, as an inexplicable surge of fury welled within him. The alternate space was a terrifying realm that supported the Scion Great Ape transformations, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, and even the later Super Saiyan God transformations. Sack, possessing such feeble strength, foolishly aspired to invade and control it. Previously, it was akin to a river with a blocked mouth, possessing only a minor opening. The impact was not strong. Now, as the last gap threatened to close completely, sealing the river, the violent aura surged, crashing against Sack. With even a trace of energy escaping, Sack's bloodline began to boil, and his mind exhibited signs of uncontrollable rage. If Sack continued on this path, he might transform into a mindless, ferocious great ape under the tremendous pressure of the alternate space. He could see that point. Even if he could not achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, his combat power would soar to over 60 million in great ape form, enough to shatter the earth in an instant, while he himself would be cast into space, succumbing to the various energy storms therein. What is happening? Why am I so agitated? Is it because I sense initial success on the horizon, causing my emotions to heighten? This is detrimental to maintaining control. If I do not seal this properly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sack's heart was filled with urgency, yet he found himself bereft of better means. Everything in the world of Dragon Balls was rather simple. Brute force sufficed. There were no concepts of cultivation, physical enhancement, or methods to draw upon the world's vital energies. Only the relentless honing of one's body to elevate one's power in the present moment. It was merely a contest of speed and strength. Should he lose control before the impending seal, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. He could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. All he could do was race against time. As Sack endeavored to stabilize his form, he hastened the absorption of various chaotic energies through the heavenly furnace, converting them into chi. Within him, his blood began to boil, and special cells proliferated violently, emanating a fierce aura. His skin's pores expanded, and his dark hair surged forth rapidly. Quickly, I feel so hot. My body is on the verge of boiling. Katia's spine, torrents of energy surged, revealing glimmers akin to stars amidst the chaos. Those were crystals. The gaseous liquid transforming into solid form. Sack's blood boiled more violently. Some of it turned crimson and then black, a tempestuous, malevolent aura gradually spilling forth. Meanwhile, at the ocean's depths, Debo struggled to unleash his fists and feet. The king's advice was rather forceful. It was as simple as that. Immersing oneself in the underwater realm for training accelerated his progress 3- or 4-fold at this rate. Within a year, his combat power could reach 200,000. Such a prospect was astonishing. Debo was not even at the ocean's deepest point, merely around 4,000 meters down, about 40 times the standard gravity of Earth, just twice that of Vegeta's planet. He threw a punch, and the long, quiet ocean floor stirred, sending ripples that shattered countless ancient rocks. A wave of energy even reached the deep sea, causing the waters to churn and stir up a mass of silt and sand, revealing a distinctly foreign white object that rolled amidst the tumult. It bore no aura, and Debo could not perceive it. As the disturbances grew increasingly pronounced, the energy gradually surged towards the shallows. In the deep, no one was aware of this unfolding drama. The malignant energy radiating from Sack ultimately penetrated the ocean floor, reaching Debo. "What is happening, my king?" Debo exclaimed in alarm, abandoning his training and surfacing from the depths. As he broke the surface, a wave of sinister energy bore down upon him. "What?" Sack's eyes glowed crimson as he saw Debo emerge, unleashing a powerful blow towards him. "My king, what has happened?" "It is I." "Debo, I assure you." Despite his words, he dared not confront the king directly. Swiftly diving back into the ocean to evade the onslaught, Sack could no longer restrain the brutality lurking within his bloodline. His mind was overrun, transforming him into a mindless monster. His body was enveloped in a profusion of hair, and an overwhelmingly wicked aura surrounded him, with every movement exuding an insatiable ferocity that Sack's futile attempts to shake the tree of fate led him to a tragic end. Such was the fundamental source of the Scion race's mutations. To suppress it with the immature elephant's hell suppression technique, especially under insufficient energy, was nothing short of a delusion that if he were to seal the alternate space in one go, he might have a chance to gradually regain control. The taint of the alternate space, combined with the prolonged suppression of the elephant's technique, had already imbued it with the malevolent essence of hell. His power deepened, and perhaps the sacred aura could cleanse the evil of hell, yet he was still far from achieving that goal. Roar! In a moment of madness, Sack let out a thunderous roar, shaking the heavens and earth as dark clouds gathered above, and the stars seemed to shift. With his malevolent energy, he even caused the celestial phenomena to turn, a testament to his might. Inside, Sack clung desperately to the last flicker of lucidity, gritting his teeth as he attempted to reseal the opened alternate space. Yet all his efforts proved futile. His mental fortitude was eroded, and his body slipped from his control. The once great elephant faded, and Sack's final spark of awareness could only watch helplessly as he descended into madness, attacking Debo and wreaking havoc upon his surroundings. Damn it, I need to awaken. I require energy, and above all, time. If my body transforms into that of a giant ape, I will be utterly finished. With a combat power of 60 million, in my frenzy, I could easily devastate the Earth, and in the vastness of space, I would find no refuge. Sack's heart raced with anxiety, yet he could only watch helplessly, unable to assert any control. How could this happen? I was on the verge of sealing the alternate space. I merely needed to gradually master and control it. Why did it suddenly slip away? Could the alternate space be to blame? But isn't it just a space? How could it exert influence over me? And what of my blood? What on earth is happening? Sack struggled to maintain his mental clarity, his voice rising in panic. Outside, Sack's form began to wreak havoc uncontrollably. With a forceful stomp, the island beneath him crumbled to dust, and seawater surged in. The cloud of dust, combined with the flood of seawater, further enraged Sack's form. Under the influence of his madness, he unleashed energy from both palms, bombarding his surroundings. The cat sage clung desperately to the edge of the jar, trembling as he gazed at Sack's demonic visage within. What to do? Who can withstand this? The worst fears have come to pass. Divine One, please intervene and vanquish that evil being. The cat sage prayed fervently. while the deity in the divine hall knelt in despair. Chapter 46. The shocked few, what should we do? We must do something. Bobo, usually naive, wore a serious expression. Divine One, we can only wish to the dragon. The deity, in anguish, sank to the ground. Bobo, you know that the dragon's powers cannot surpass mine, that I cannot defeat Sac. The dragon cannot eliminate him. The deity's tone was filled with dread. Bobo, it's futile, but if it were other divine beings, relying on the feeble rules governed by the gods, the dragon might have a chance. But the strongest martial artist on earth is Master Roshi, and he cannot defeat the dragon. Bobo's deep-set eyes conveyed urgency as he explained swiftly. Divine One, let the cat sage leave the tower and inform Master Roshi to prepare. The demon ceiling waved up. Bobo's voice was steady, and the panicked deity gradually calmed, a spark of hope igniting within him. Yes, the demon ceiling wave. We still have that to try. He is akin to a demon now, his aura exceedingly malevolent. It should surely work. Bobo did not respond directly. Divine One, Sun Wukong, is searching for the last Dragon Ball. Once found, we can have him wish to the dragon. The deity looked bewildered, confusion etched across his face. Bobo, the dragon cannot resolve this situation with Sac. The mention of Sac's name made the deity grit his teeth in frustration. No resolution is needed. We merely require time. Divine One, if Sac can regain control of himself and emerge from his demonic state, he should be able to return to his peak at 8T that time. As his savior, he would likely not turn against Earth. Bobo's words instilled hope within the deity, who sprang to his feet. Yes, relying on the dragon and the divine rules I command, we may indeed find a solution. If so, Sac will surely be grateful to Earth and might even become its new protector. Bobo, there is no time to lose. You must contact the cat sage immediately and set this in motion. Sun Wukong and his companions are not familiar with US and may not agree readily. Bobo nodded, clasping his hands behind his back as a magical carpet appeared beside him, coming to a stop before him. He ascended onto it with ease. Bobo, possessing great strength, quickly reached out to the cat sage. The two raced through the air to find Sun Wukong, who was currently engaged in a contest with the fortune teller granny. Bobo, we are in a hurry. Let them finish first. The cat sage was beside himself with urgency. Not a moment to spare. The earth is on the brink of destruction, and they are so preoccupied. It is worth noting that as they arrived, they seized the last Dragon Ball from Pilaf's grasp. Thus, they had effectively gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, after bidding a heartfelt farewell to his grandfather. Sun Wukong watched as the fortune teller granny began to use her divination techniques to ascertain the whereabouts of the final Dragon Ball. Strange, why is there nothing? The granny was drenched in sweat, trembling as she pointed a quivering finger towards the sky to know. The Dragon Ball, it's right there. Bulma, unable to contain herself, stepped forward and gave the fortune teller a light slap. What nonsense! Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Are you a fraud? The fortune-telling elder has traversed the earth for centuries, detesting any insinuation regarding the ineffectiveness of her divination skills, which provokes her into an immediate outburst. Nonsense. My divination must be infallible. When I declare that the Dragon Balls are located there, they are indeed there. Sun Wukong summoned his Nimbus cloud and soared into the sky, climbing higher and higher until he completed a thorough reconnaissance and descended. Oddly, there was nothing to be found. Only dark clouds and raging thunder, which struck him repeatedly, causing him great pain. Bobo, recognizing the opportune moment, unveiled the concealed technique alongside the cat sage. The others remained perplexed, while Master Roshi and Sun Wukong wore expressions of joy. However, the cat sage was distinctly different. After a shudder, she gazed in astonishment at the pitch-black Bobo, who hovered slightly higher beside her, with a quivering voice. She exclaimed, "No way! How could a deity come here?" The cat sage, anxious and agitated, saw the situation become clearer and hastened to descend. Master Roshi, Wukong, it's been a long time. Hey, cat sage, indeed it has, Master Roshi replied, his expression nostalgic as he regarded the cat sage. Yet, Sun Wukong appeared confused. Didn't we just meet recently? The cat sage felt a wave of frustration, sensing an abundance of crows flying across her forehead. The overwhelming force of Sac had become undetectable to Sun Wukong. Now, in truth, Aside from the humans residing near that desolate island and the hidden deities, everyone knew their lives hung by a thread. They merely perceived the occasional earthquakes as natural phenomena, without concern. This matter is quite lengthy to recount. Bulma, being rather impatient, interjected without hesitation. Then please, make it brief. The cat sage nearly fainted from the effort of holding her breath in that moment. Rolling her eyes and ignoring Bulma. Wukong, this time the Dragon Balls are of great importance. You must refrain from using them. On what grounds? Bulma retorted, glaring at the cat sage. Indeed, who do you think you are? Just because you know Master Roshi doesn't mean we fear you. Yamcha brandished his fists menacingly. They'd endured countless hardships to gather the Dragon Balls. They had no intention of relinquishing them. Krillin, ever cautious, remained silent. He had always been shrewd, noting the subtle respect Master Roshi displayed towards the cat sage, and recognizing Sun Wukong's familiarity with her, he suppressed his lingering doubts that it was merely an opportunity for gaining knowledge. There was no need to speak out of turn. The cat sage was left with no choice but to succinctly outline the circumstances. So, the earthquakes are caused by someone going berserk? Upon hearing this, Yamcha was left in shock, fixating intently on the cat sage, openly expressing his skepticism. To be precise, that is a demon, not a human. Are you saying that it's someone like me, who also possesses a tail? Indeed, it is he, a solitary individual whose training went awry, resulting in his current madness, that we need to make a wish to the dragon and restore him. Seeing Bobo perched high in the clouds with no intentions of descending, Yamcha could not resist voicing his inquiry. Then couldn't the celestial deities suppress him? The dragon was indeed a divine creation. If the dragon could do it, surely the celestial deities could as well. Right? Yes. UPA's father is waiting for Wukong to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Order of priority, do you understand? The cat sage, pained by Bulma's brashness, looked on helplessly. You wish to bring about the destruction of the entire earth? Bulma stepped back frantically, shaking her head. No. I haven't kissed, I haven't married, I haven't had a baby. I refuse to die. Sun Wukong gazed up at the dark clouds, slowly coming to a realization. Cat sage, are you suggesting that the earthquakes are global, and the dark clouds are also a result of Sak's aura, affecting the entire world? The cat sage nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and the other half of the sky has already seen the sun and moon reversed. Time is of the essence, and the celestial deities cannot intervene. Everyone was left in profound shock. Could there truly be such a powerful being capable of altering global celestial phenomena, compelling deities to descend? Moreover, what had Sun Wukong mentioned? That being also possesses a tail. Those familiar with Sun Wukong could not help but shiver at the thought of the implications. Chapter 47. The cat sage cuts in. The dragon comes to assist after a brief pause. The cat sage continued. A deity. One must maintain their dignity. I cannot disclose that the celestial deities are not a match. Thus, it is essential to leverage the dragon's rules and power. The cat sage felt an overwhelming sense of unease and explained, as deities of Earth, they found themselves unable to resolve the crisis and must rely on a group of mortals to act. She felt a sense of shame. Little did the cat sage know, there would be far more embarrassing events to come. This was merely a prelude. The embarrassment would accumulate, and one would eventually grow accustomed to it. Yamcha suddenly interjected with a rather foolish suggestion, eliciting eye rolls from the others. Then why don't we just go defeat them? Ignoring the havoc they had caused to the planet, or the unusual celestial phenomena that ensued. If you dare to approach, I'll knock some sense into you. To think of defeating him? In truth, they were far too powerful. Even the dragon might not succeed, offering only a glimmer of hope. The cat sage, unable to tolerate such ignorance, stepped forward to clarify. Bulma, exasperated, buried her face in her hands, astonished that her boyfriend could be so dim-witted. But why is that? They are good people. They even defeated that villain Tao Pai Pai. Sun Wukong's face was a portrait of confusion that I'm not sure, but right now we need to utilize the Dragon Balls. Thus, Sun Wukong, for the safety of all humanity on Earth, could you grant us the opportunity to wish with the dragon? Sun Wukong hesitated. UPA was still waiting to save his father. I can give it to you, but can you really bring UPA's father back? He guards the sacred Karen Tower, and that evil Tao Pai Pai killed him. The cat sage shook her head. That is impossible. Even the celestial deities cannot resurrect him. Then what does that mean? If we're to resurrect someone, and you take the wish, won't UPA's father be left waiting for a year? The cat sage did not choose to conceal the truth, and spoke earnestly to Sun Wukong. The dragon can only grant wishes to resurrect those who have died within the year, and their bodies must be intact. Once a year has passed, the soul reincarnates, and resurrection is unfeasible. That is even worse, Bulma exclaimed furiously. Master Roshi and the fortune-telling elder observed calmly, fully aware of what was truly at stake. Their gazes fixed upon Sun Wukong. He too found himself in a dilemma. Wukong, think carefully. We cannot resolve this monumental crisis. Just as the cat sage finished speaking, the ground trembled violently. The tiled arena cracked with multiple fissures. And a third of the fortune-telling elder's palace crumbled during the recent tremors. The eye in the sky. Bobo's expression grew increasingly grave. He was sinking deeper and deeper. If they delayed any longer, the dragon's chances would diminish further. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and pulled out all the Dragon Balls. Here, save the Earth. I'll go speak with UPA. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Sun Wukong's cheeks as he handed the Dragon Balls to the cat sage and turned to summon his Nimbus cloud. Leaping onto it, Bulma's worried gaze followed closely, her heart aching. Wukong. Yamcha whispered words of comfort, yet he felt nothing but disdain within. The cat sage, having obtained all the Dragon Balls, hurriedly ascended and handed them over to Bobo. Sir, please use them. The fate of the Earth hangs in the balance. Decisive action is crucial. Bobo nodded and arranged the Dragon Balls. The cat sage descended once more. Master Roshi, come with me. I have matters to discuss. Zack, clinging to a flicker of hope, felt the pressure intensifying, pushing him closer to despair. There's no hope left. This time, we're truly doomed that I miscalculated. I never anticipated that developing a secret technique would lead to such turmoil, leaving me in a dire predicament. If only the great elephant had a spirit, it wouldn't allow a mere anomaly to wreak such havoc. Such a being can suppress boundless hell, treading upon demons and carrying the weight of the heavens. I never imagined I would falter in the realm of the Dragon Balls. I am filled with resentment. As various malevolent forces pressed upon him, a deep-seated resentment began to stir within Zack's soul, hinting at signs of impending madness. Should his mind succumb, Zack would inevitably plunge into darkness, wreaking havoc upon the world. Even with the might of a colossal elephant bolstering him, he might miraculously endure in the vastness of the cosmos, only to subsequently annihilate the entire Dragon Ball universe. That Zack's form had already grown to an imposing height of approximately 10 meters, his body cloaked in countless hair reminiscent of a giant ape. His forehead was pronounced and flat, his eyes radiating a fierce crimson glow, his broad nose emitted thunderous breaths, and his elongated teeth resembled those of a fearsome beast, while his jaw jutted outward. His hands were as large as fans, his waist as thick as a small cart, and his feet approached a meter in size. Dabo kept a safe distance, having just withstood the oppressive force of the king's slap, feeling as though he might vomit from the pressure. The strength was overwhelming. The gust from that slap compressed the seawater, rendering him akin to a leaf in a tempest, utterly unable to resist the onslaught of forces battering him. As Zack's clarity began to fade, a monumental voice suddenly resonated, jolting him back to awareness. It was impossible. He realized he could not achieve this, as external forces were influencing him. Simultaneously, on the arena, Bobo, the fortune-teller, Bulma, Yamcha, Krillin, and others including Puar and Oolong, gazed in astonishment at the Shenron. What did it mean? Impossible, Bobo's eyes flickered. How could he be awakened? Shenron, shimmering with red light, spoke with a tone that was both authoritative and obsequious. Do you wish to confirm this desire? Those who had witnessed Shenron's might found their jaws hanging in disbelief. Initially, they had harbored doubts, but after Bobo's wish, all skepticism dissipated. Given Shenron's current demeanor, they believed Bobo was indeed a divine figure. Otherwise, why would Shenron seek to curry favor with him? Bobo quickly shook his head. No, my wish is to awaken him. Impossible, came the response that he cannot do it himself. The power is too great, transcending Shenron's rules, making awakening unfeasible. His mind is clear, yet his body, soul, and spirit have been tainted by malevolent forces. Bobo's eyes remain tranquil, as if he had anticipated this all along. Then cleanse the evil from within him. Impossible! Bulma and the others were taken aback. What? Didn't you say any wish could be granted? Bobo's 3 wishes were all deemed unattainable by Shenron. Was this more difficult than resurrecting the dead? Bulma and Yamcha exchanged glances, a thought forming in their minds. This Shenron is a fraud. Perhaps he cannot even resurrect the dead. They both simultaneously felt relieved that Goku had not succeeded in obtaining the Dragon Balls. Krillin, on the other hand, watched with trepidation, his face filled with awe, his mind clearly blank. Then allow him to regain control of his body. This time, Shenron did not declare it impossible. Instead, he closed his eyes, seemingly communicating with something. Sak's clarity returned, and he let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He had nearly succumbed to complete degeneration to that point. Even the Kaioshin might not have been able to restore him. He suddenly realized what the voice he had just heard his clarity had been. Was Shenron coming to his rescue due to insufficient power? Who could it be? At this moment, it could only be Goku summoning Shenron to save UPA's father. Could it be the Cat Sage or the Divine Being? The authoritative voice echoed once more in his clarity. How can I assist you in regaining control of your body? Sak responded calmly. It is impossible that if you can provide me with a substantial amount of energy, I might attempt to regain control. After Sak's response, the voice faded, and he remained patient, certain that the outside world would devise a solution. He simply needed to wait quietly. Meanwhile, Bobo was thinking along the same lines as Sak. It is impossible. Bobo raised an eyebrow. How can I help him regain control of his body? He requires a substantial amount of energy. Then provide it to him. Impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Bobo clenched his small fists in frustration. What the hell do you mean impossible? What can you do? Fortunately, Shenron began to explain. Without a specific quantity, the rules cannot be fulfilled. Bobo ground his teeth, nearly shattering his molars, wanting to exclaim, then send him to the sun. But alas, he did not dare. He could not act. Sending Sak there would also alert Dabo, who could equally wreak havoc on Earth. It was entirely subjective, leaving him utterly helpless. How much energy does he need? He didn't know. Bobo's eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light from his frustration. Suddenly, Bulma stepped forward. How much energy does he need? Our Universal Capsule Corporation can provide it. Bobo was taken aback. This foolish girl, do you think it's primitive energy like coal, oil, or gasoline that humans require? Such things are of no use to martial artists. Can you allow me to communicate with him? Does this count as a wish? Bobo's eyes widened. You can do nothing, and this also counts as a wish. Do you believe I will obliterate your essence? Bobo, usually mild-mannered, was now furious, threatening Shenron in a low tone. What good is a Shenron that can do nothing? After 2 consecutive tremors, if we wait any longer, the earth will shatter. All right, this shall be considered a bonus. Shenron glared at Bobo, his small eyes glaring back, forced to concede. No one paid attention. Bulma, initially indignant, was now wide-eyed with excitement at the prospect of conversing with the powerful monster. She had forgotten that even Shenron could relent. With a cunning glance, she surveyed the group. She was extremely interested in someone capable of planetary destruction. Mr. Sak, can you hear me? Sak, upon hearing Bobo's earnest voice, contained his excitement and replied calmly, Speak. It seemed the gentleman was unaware of what Earth had endured. Cut to the chase. I did not anticipate this situation to be so dire. The energy is insufficient, and my mind is under duress. If you do not wish for my body to destroy Earth, provide me with a large amount of energy. I know Earth certainly lacks it. Even the gods cannot provide it. I have already drawn energy from other dimensional spaces, but you surely can. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes lit up, her expression brimming with excitement. What had she just heard? The existence of gods was real, and the concept of dimensional spaces was also genuine. The implications for scientific advancement would be monumental. That great monster, how do you extract energy from dimensional spaces? And, are you the same race as Goku? What is your race, the monster race? Is your weakness the same as Goku's, tied to your tail? Bobo's mouth twitched. Before he could even inquire, Bulma's barrage of questions erupted. Silence, shallow-minded woman. Bulma was taken aback, displeased as she awaited Bobo's retort. Yamcha also glared at Bobo in solidarity, indignant at such rudeness towards a lady. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves, Bobo raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Krillin and the fortune-teller wore expressions of innocence. They had said nothing. Why were their mouths suddenly sealed? Bulma and Yamcha frantically touched their own mouths, only to find smooth skin. What are we to do? Bobo hastily added, Shenron can only grant one wish. Sak's clarity flickered. He was losing his rationality. If he could still control himself, heading to Namek would have been a fine choice, but Shenron likely could not fulfill that. The current divine beings were utterly oblivious to the cosmic situation and had no knowledge of their origins, let alone the location of Namek. Coupled with Sak's own despondent state, even if he reached Namek, it would likely result in the planet's destruction. The only solution that came to Sak's mind was singular. Have the sun directly supply me with energy. Bobo's mouth fell open. Left speechless, he had merely mumbled that at first. No way. Could Sak really deduce even this? Sak, upon finishing his words, was engulfed by regret. In his current state, unless his body was instantaneously torn apart, the Lingguang could only absorb energy sporadically. The mere emergence of energy, after being absorbed and transformed by the heavenly forge, would solely serve to empower the colossal elephant, rendering it utterly ineffectual in providing any advantage to the Lingguang. Are you truly certain you wish to cast yourself into the sun? Upon hearing this, Sak found the reasoning compelling, yet he was uncertain whether he could withstand such a fate. In the sun, the overwhelming energy would undoubtedly obliterate him in an instant, allowing the Lingguang to recover and, while regaining control of his corporeal form, seize the sun's surging energy to complete the fourth sealing incantation. Sak's ambitions were grand, and he even envisioned undergoing a transformation of his physical form, uniting both righteousness and malevolence, akin to the Divine Elephant's profound mastery of the prison-breaking technique. This was not merely about prowess. It transcended to the very essence of life itself. With over 200,000 colossal elephants, Sak had already reached the corresponding legendary realm, yet he had never engaged in the corresponding 9 deadly trials, let alone the transformations of blood essence, soul, void, or even the 5 elements. Without the aid of divine seals, it was by all accounts impossible for him to cultivate to such lofty heights. He could only continuously infuse energy into the elephants, awakening them and progressing solely in terms of strength, speed, and reflexes. However, this path had its limits. The constraints of a mortal body could not be surpassed. How could a mere mortal cultivate divine techniques without divine seals? Unless he shattered himself, akin to grass transforming into its most elemental cells, recombining into a tree, and delving deeper into essence to become chemical substances, molecules, and ultimately reconstituting into the world tree, there would be hope. Sak now had the opportunity to, through the shattering of his flesh, in a certain sense, achieve an ascension of the Divine Elephant's prison-breaking technique, imbuing the elephants with spirit and facilitating their continual metamorphosis. The prerequisite was that he must survive and complete this transformation, that a flicker of inspiration ignited within Sak. This was not beyond the realm of possibility. He relinquished all inhibitions, transforming into a colossal ape. His combat power of over 6 million could potentially surge to 60 million. Frieza's brother, Cooler, was estimated to possess a combat power of 470 million. With his racial traits, he had survived entering the sun. He could certainly rely on the heavenly forge and the elephants to sustain him. As long as the Lingguang remained intact, there was a chance. Prolonging the current situation would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He had to take a gamble for an infinite future. Gritting his teeth, Sak resolutely declared, "Throw." Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. Krillin broke out in a cold sweat, while Yamcha wore a face of exhilaration. That monster heading for the sun would surely perish in this way. Wouldn't the crisis be resolved? Wouldn't he be able to return to the city, surrounded by beautiful women, basking in their admiration and affection? Perhaps even indulging in intimacy? Chapter 49. Piccolo's premature emergence. Terrified beyond measure, Bulma was initially struck with shock, followed by a gleam of intrigue in her eyes. Wow, this man truly possesses courage. Although he was a monster. If he were handsome, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. Furthermore, being of the same race as Son Goku, he should be able to revert to a human form. With a robust physique, he was likely to be quite attractive. Thus, could he possibly be her ideal boyfriend? Contemplating this, Bulma cast an unsatisfied glance at Yardrat. This man beside her was increasingly disappointing. After returning to the city, he had been gallivanting around, engaging in frivolous affairs, which was far from commendable. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Yamcha, he was on the verge of experiencing his first heartbreak as Bulma's dissatisfaction grew. Upon receiving confirmation from Sack, Bobo still harbored one last concern. What will happen to your friend if I send you to the sun? Without a moment's hesitation, Sack responded, You mean Lanier? He will know. Let him slumber and await my return. Bobo was taken aback, then quickly understood. If Sack lacked confidence, he would never willingly put himself in a position of certain death for the sake of Earth's safety. Sack's resolve was undoubtedly to embrace death in order to be reborn. Understanding this, Bobo began to make his wish to the dragon. Hey, I'm asking, who is Lanier? Is she a girl? Bulma suddenly shouted angrily around her, her face flushed and filled with grievance, as if her beloved doll had been lost. Naturally, Sack paid no heed to Bulma's opinions. Once Bobo completed his wish, Sack, amidst the chaos he was causing, vanished in an instant. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, energies from hell, the demon realm. And even the divine realm began to unravel, and various portals slowly closed. Dabo, who had been hiding nearby, witnessed Sack's sudden disappearance. Instant transmission? No, there are no energy fluctuations. Realizing this, Dabo rushed over, meticulously searching the ravaged earth. How could this be? Where did the king go? Dabo, filled with frustration, unleashed a torrent of energy that soared skyward, resonating with the heavens. Roar, Dabo's crimson visage was a sight to behold as he grappled with uncertainty. His fury radiating like a tempest. Raising a hand, he concentrated his formidable energy into his palm. Originally poised to strike the ground, he ultimately redirected his attack skyward at a vast, pale blue energy surged towards the heavens, piercing through the atmosphere and venturing into the unknown. Just as Bobo made his wish, the dragon scattered into the ether. After a moment of tranquil waiting, although the dark clouds had yet to clear, the earth no longer trembled. Satisfied in his heart, a beam of light shot into the sky, capturing his attention. The fearsome aura of Dabo reverberated from afar, and Bobo instinctively recognized it was Dabo. His expression shifted as he quickly urged everyone to board the magic carpet and leave hastily. The crisis on Earth had not yet been fully resolved. Only once Dabo was pacified and safely concealed could the threat of Earth's destruction be considered vanquished. When Sack vanished, no one noticed that a rice cooker was swept up by the waves and washed onto a beach. Unfortunately, a startled crab, panic-stricken, scuttled across the rice cooker, its sharp pincers ripping through the tightly affixed runes. As the runes shattered, the rice cooker began to shake violently, emanating an aura of malevolence and dread. Haha, who tore the rune and released this demon king? This demon king can grant you one wish, or consume you. Without the runes, how could a mere shell contain the might of this demon king? Break for me. With a crack, the rice cooker shattered, emitting a sound akin to plastic fracturing. The air twisted, and a grotesquely contorted green circle materialized in the atmosphere. A terrifying laughter echoed far and wide. Fortunately, the commotion caused by Dabo's training and Sack's rampage had intensified the tectonic activity across the globe, resulting in towering waves reaching hundreds of meters along the coast, leaving the shores deserted. Otherwise, the cries of frightened children would surely have ensued. Haha. I, King Piccolo, have returned. The gods shall tremble before me. Did you not expect my return? Do you think breaking the rune could contain me? Such foolishness. Next, it was time for King Piccolo to unleash his grand ambitions, proclaiming himself the strongest king in this world. Yet before he could finish his declaration, the terrifying aura of Dabo approached. It was bloodthirsty, powerful, frenzied, and insurmountable. Piccolo felt as if he were choking on phlegm from a long-standing ailment. Overcome by fear, he trembled uncontrollably, his green skin turning a deep shade of purple, his face contorted into a horrific, sinister grin, veins bulging on his forehead, perspiration pouring down, and his eyes frozen in dread so strong. I cannot even move from such a distance. The strength of Debo's aura only deepened Piccolo's fear that it was evident that Piccolo was now the most formidable being on Earth. After a while, Piccolo finally regained his composure, gasping for air as he supported himself on his knees. How many years had passed on Earth for such a terrifying entity to emerge? I cannot act recklessly. I must lie low until I understand this world before making my plans, summoning his remaining willpower. Piccolo suppressed his fear and leaped inland, covering dozens of meters in a single bound. Debo's encroaching aura terrified Piccolo, preventing him from even attempting to fly. Meanwhile, an airship braved the storm, heading toward Piccolo. Inside the airship, the dog-headed man, Ashu, struggled to maneuver the vessel. Lord Pilaf, the storm is too fierce. It's dangerous. Less chatter. There must be some precious treasure at the eye of the storm. If I obtain it, I shall command the entire world and become the one and only king. Polofu, strapped in his seatbelt, grimaced with a fierce countenance, biting down on his teeth while gripping the armrests of his seat with all his might. Beside him, Xiaowu's eyes were glazed, froth spilling from her mouth as she muttered incoherently. As Bobo made his way to Debo, he encountered the ship piloted by King Polofu and his companions. Relying on his overwhelming power, he easily intimidated the trio into submission. The airship swiftly turned around, and inside, the formidable King Piccolo sat high upon a throne of his own making, observing Polofu and his companions with a look of amusement. So, you speak of an object that can grant any wish. This is what you call the Dragon Balls? Yes, my lord, if one gathers all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon Shenron, who will fulfill any wish a person desires. Polofu knelt on the ground, lifting his head in a sycophantic manner. Piccolo, deep in thought, mused that if such a treasure existed, hope would still remain. Very well, go and retrieve the Dragon Balls. Once I become king, I shall reward you greatly. A barely perceptible smirk crossed Piccolo's face as he began to weave grand promises. Your Majesty, it is not that we do not wish to go, but the dragon has just granted a wish and is now turned to stone. We must wait a year for it to regain its energy and emit its aura once more before we can locate it. Upon finishing, Polofu, fearful of inciting Piccolo's wrath, prostrated himself, trembling in terror. The other 2 were no better off, bowing their heads to the ground, too afraid to raise their eyes or speak. Having witnessed Piccolo's terrifying presence, the trio was paralyzed with fear, their spirits crushed and devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Little did they know, they were indeed fortunate. Chapter 50. Piccolo lurks. Sak's divine light begins to emerge in times past. Had Polofu and his companions received such news, Piccolo would have shown no hesitation and would have swiftly taken their lives. However, he now found himself under the oppressive aura of Debo, too intimidated to even breathe. Having already acted with trepidation, he lacked the inclination to eliminate the trio that a year's time aligned perfectly with his intent to remain in hiding, to endure, and to proceed with caution. Returning to Sak's situation, he was oblivious to the unfolding events, suddenly appearing in the layer of the solar photosphere. Bobo dared not truly bring about Sak's demise. Harming Sak would serve no benefit to Earth if Debo could not resolve the matter. Unless he took direct action, there was no reason for him to resort to the power of Shenron. Thus, he had transported Sak to the relatively stable layer of the solar photosphere. The temperature gradient of the sun decreases from the core outward, maintaining a stable decline until reaching the photosphere. At a distance of 500 kilometers, the temperature begins to rise again as one approaches the chromosphere. Therefore, the temperature in the photosphere is, paradoxically, the lowest. The nuclear reaction zone at the core reaches temperatures of up to 15 million degrees, with pressures 30 billion times that of Earth. Should Sak enter the core, survival would be utterly impossible. Being in the photosphere, however, significantly increased his chances of survival. As for how he escaped from within the sun, that was of no concern to Bobo. It is worth noting that nearly all visible light from the sun emanates from this layer. If Sak were to utilize it wisely, he could awaken the power of 200,000 giant elephant particles once again. The moment he entered, Sack ceased to suppress the alternate space, and a violent aura burst forth. His body instantaneously enlarged, transforming into a colossal gorilla. Roaring in rage, he trampled about, yet before he could stabilize himself, his form began to disintegrate. The 200,000 particles of the giant elephant amounted to a mere 6 million in combat power. With the tenfold amplification from his transformation, it only reached 60 million combat power, which was still quite inadequate in the photosphere. His fur singed, unable to spread out, he once again vanished amidst the searing plasma. His flesh began to crack, his body unable to withstand the strain, bursting apart as skin, flesh, and bone began to dissolve. There was no respite for Sack's body. It began to disintegrate without a moment's grace. Even the violent energy of the alternate space could not endure. Evaporating rapidly under the high, Sack's heart screamed in madness, as the colossal elephant within him swung its long trunk high, trumpeting in unison in this moment. The giant elephant disregarded the alternate space and the fourth seal, empowering Sack's form. Sack at this instant resembled a giant elephant, a deity of heaven and earth. The true fire of the sun, the essence of the world, and the breath of the alternate space all surged into the earthly furnace under the elephant's might, merging into one, then relaying back to the giant. With a sudden jolt, Sack's entire being shattered for an instant, leaving only a final flicker of spiritual light. Surrounding this glimmer were 840 million particles of the elephant, most obscured and indistinct. Yet 21,000 of these majestic beings shone resplendently in a fleeting moment. As 200,000 suppressed elephant spirits were expelled, Sack's available power surged back to 300,000. The spiritual light shifted forms, condensing, expanding, contracting, and reinflating under the influx of energy, then contracting once more. After 9 iterations, Sack's spiritual light was on the verge of solidifying into 4 tetrahedral facets, radiating a divine essence. A peculiar rune materialized within Sack's spiritual light. With its emergence, the giant elephants trumpeted joyfully, expelling a torrent of energy from their mouths and nostrils. Suddenly, a drop of deep crimson blood, laced with a faint golden hue, materialized beneath Sack's spiritual illumination. The omnipresent, true fire of the sun sought to incinerate this audacious substance that dared to challenge it. Yet the earthly furnace and the giant elephant seemed to disregard the flames, continuing to exert their formidable power. The true fire of the sun was unrelenting, enveloping the blood like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. The blood remained still, even absorbing a trace of the true fire. The flames boiled, akin to an enraged lion. Suddenly, another drop appeared. The true fire had no time to react, as one drop followed another, soon accompanied by internal organs, bones, meridians, acupoints, skin, and hair. The particles of the giant elephant dissipated, revealing a strikingly handsome man. Who else could it be but Sack? As he opened his eyes, it was as if a divine being had awakened, causing the surrounding true fire of the sun to retreat in fear. Sack squinted slightly, a smile playing on his lips. With a deep inhalation, akin to a great whale consuming water, the boundless true fire of the sun surged into Sack's being that he exhaled, releasing a torrent of searing air. Following this, within his body, an ancient giant elephant quietly appeared behind him, its long trunk coiling to consume countless streams of true fire, its robust form creating a vacuum in the sun, the turbulence of energy dissipating as it settled. Its fur danced, the breath of alternate space continuously emerging. Merging with the giant elephant. It was a divine might akin to a prison, a divine grace as vast as the ocean. According to the principles of the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing technique, Sack's strength had undoubtedly reached at least the 3rd transformation of a legendary being, akin to a formidable void warrior. Sack was destined to acquire the teachings of the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing technique regarding the reconstitution of his body. This secret method, crucial for achieving legendary status, was a necessity for any practitioner at the moment of ascension to legend. The technique would trigger a cataclysmic explosion within the body, obliterating all acupoints, meridians, and energy seas into chaos. which would then be reshaped through various cultivation methods within that chaos. This was the first transformation, the blood-soul transformation. Yet Sak had not undergone such a metamorphosis. Awakening 200,000 giant elephants had not involved any shedding of form, let alone the technique itself. This explosive surge, fueled by the true fire of the sun, had fortuitously aligned with the necessary transformations, even surpassing the blood-soul transformation in its thoroughness, his very flesh. Blood and soul underwent profound changes, with his spirit now imbued with a trace of divinity, and his blood taking on a golden hue characteristic of the divine. The Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing technique initiated its operation spontaneously, beginning its transformation, and remarkably, it was completed in a single instance. Both the blood-soul transformation and the soul transformation were realized. This transformation was one of essence, differing from the Sacred King's world. Harmonizing the energy characteristics of the Dragon Ball universe with the rules of the cosmos, that it was a metamorphosis unique to Sak. From this day forth, from this very moment, Sak had truly embarked upon his own path, one that was solely his within the Dragon Ball universe, yet transcending it in his cultivation journey. Next came the Void transformation, or rather, a variation of it, as Sak, in his desire for ease, had whimsically named it. Once Sak accomplished this, he would be capable of traversing space without relying on the unique energy characteristics of the Dragon Ball universe. Achieving a semblance of instantaneous movement, Sak's power surged, and the true fire of the sun seethed in defiance. After a brief retreat, it returned with even greater ferocity, doubling, tripling, quintupled, even decupled in might. The flames raged, their temperature nearing 8 million degrees. With claws bared, they tore through various obstacles, launching a fierce assault upon Sak. The turbulent energy produced a piercing shriek in the air, which transformed into sonic waves, all converging toward Sak. Sak remained unfazed by this onslaught, his smile widening, even letting out a hearty laugh. Come on, the stronger the better." His voice resonated like the sound of a flute, dissipating the howls of space. The earthly furnace had grown to the size of a palm, absorbing the true fire of the sun as if it were 100 streams converging into the sea, reluctantly yielding to the furnace, before transforming into energy and entering Sak's being. Sak trembled, standing proudly amidst the true fire of the sun, his internal energy surging rapidly, continuously infusing the particles of the giant elephant that a cacophony of sounds erupted from within Sak. And in an instant, another 10,000 elephants awakened, culminating in a total of 220,000 awakened giants. Sak now wielded an astounding 660,000 units of energy, combined with the strength of his body. Even without transforming into a giant ape, he could contend with any warrior below 30 million in battle prowess. The furnace paused momentarily, its size expanding once more, now only slightly smaller than a ping-pong paddle. Moreover, the surrounding torrents of energy flowed like a river, ceaselessly pouring into the earthly furnace. Sak's gaze sharpened. The alternate space lay dormant, no longer resisting. He was unfazed by the fact that he could command the full might of the giant elephants. This was a golden opportunity to seal off the alternate space of the spine. Once he departed from this solar environment, or if the alternate space adapted, the difficulty of achieving the fourth seal, to confine it, would multiply exponentially. He needed to act decisively. However, Sak's eyes widened in determination. Earthly furnace, absorb. Another surge of immense energy flowed in, awakening an additional 10,000 elephants, reaching a terrifying total of 230,000. The residual energy within him surged into the 200,000 elephants, suppressing the alternate space at his spine. With 230,000 elephants, he could nearly subdue all defiance in the mortal realm. His might was unstoppable. Sak felt that a full-force strike could obliterate the sun, and even the residual energy could extinguish stars. Yet, Sak remained indifferent. He understood that this was merely an illusion of overwhelming power. While he could shatter stars, annihilating a celestial body was far beyond reach, let alone destroying the sun. He continuously awakened the giant elephants, merely securing a backup plan, a formidable assurance for himself. Sak intended to eradicate the lingering threats of the alternate space, and leaving himself a route of retreat was undoubtedly a wise decision. 200,000 elephants with 600,000 battle prowess were evidently insufficient. Now possessing 300,000 elephants with 900,000 battle prowess, combined with the earthly furnace, he should be safe for the time being within the solar sphere. There was no urgency for the void transformation. He had instantaneous movement at his disposal, and the awakening of the elephants could occur anytime. The alternate space, however, seemed to be stirring once more that it likely adapted alongside his acclimatization to the sun. With that in mind, he resolved to seal it first before considering other matters. In Sake's eyes flickered a glint of cold light, a trace of divine majesty stirring the winds and clouds. Despite the fortuitous turn of events, and even the ethereal brilliance possessing a semblance of divinity, his blood had undergone significant transformation. Yet, this experience was exceedingly harrowing, a perilous dance with death. The outcome was favorable, yet the intentions of the adversary were far from benign. Thus, it was imperative to first seal the before proceeding 30,000 awakened colossal elephants incessantly inhaled and exhaled energy as the celestial furnace outside began to contract. Without Sake exerting his full strength, the solar interior differed from that of Earth, and the furnace could only narrow its front, like a waterfall of energy cascading from the nine heavens into a delicate stream. The furnace's power naturally diminished. Sake paid no heed to the exterior. Maintaining his form without suffering grievous harm was paramount. With a shift of his mental prowess, an energy manifestation appeared above his spine, surrounded by 200,000 gushing energies of colossal elephants, while beneath him 3 complete sealing symbols occupied the interface of with the remaining side saturated with gaseous liquid. Chapter 52. Sealing The second transformation of the body. Sake's gaze was fixed intently upon the bubbles that sporadically emerged from the gaseous liquid. Astonishingly, it was the very essence seeping from the excellent. So you possess tenacity, do you? Sake's tone was chilling as he summoned the colossal elephants, once more unleashing a frenzy of breath. The energy coalesced above the gaseous liquid, continuously rolling and colliding, as the liquid continued to drip. Yet, Sake pondered matter. His form had once dissolved, leaving only the ethereal brilliance. This brilliance had transformed, tainted by a hint of tenuous divinity, allowing for restoration. However, there remained, with the sealing symbols, and even the gaseous liquid manifesting perfectly. What, then, is the connection within? Could it be? Sake harbored an outrageous conjecture. Having undergone a remarkable transformation, his physique experienced an astonishing metamorphosis. His meridians widened, strengthened, and grew more robust, naturally rendering him more resilient. The flow of energy traversed his meridians as if sprinting effortlessly along an unimpeded expressway. Exhibiting unparalleled swiftness, the colossal elephant exhaled energy with increasing velocity, causing the condensation of gaseous fluid to accelerate, while the mist thickened ominously. Within the ocean of energy and liquid, crystals proliferated, even beginning to accumulate. Crystals commenced colliding and merging. Observing this from an alternate dimension, one could hardly remain indifferent that a frenzied eruption ensued once more. Sake chuckled coldly, disregarding the situation entirely, allowing the energies of the alternate dimension to surge forth, enveloping him and radiating outward. Presently, Sake's spirit was as steadfast as granite. The mere impact of those energies felt akin to a gentle spring breeze upon his face. Yet he remained unfazed, even commanding the colossal elephant to deliberately release its seal, permitting the chaotic energies to rampage unchecked. The pervasive solar flames, upon witnessing this audacity, could hardly tolerate such insolence. You may consume me, but dare you unleash such brutal energies upon me? It was as if they held the sun in utter contempt. Like cats spotting fish, they lunged wildly at the energies from the alternate dimension. With a sizzle, akin to oil meeting fire, those energies swiftly dissipated under the searing heat of the solar flames. Realizing the peril, the energies retreated once more as Sake's gaze deepened. He inhaled forcefully through his mouth and nose, reminiscent of an elephant drawing in water. Streams of solar flames flowed down his throat, entering his lungs, then circulating throughout his body. Sake let out a muffled groan. Despite his now formidable physique, forcibly absorbing the flame's temperature inflicted considerable harm upon him. Unperturbed, he allowed the flames to scorch his body, guiding the residual energy from the 30,000 elephants toward his spine. At the threshold of the alternate dimension, the resistance from the alternate dimension melted away like snowflakes, swiftly retracting inward, a smirk played upon Sack's lips. You cannot escape my grasp. Yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. The alternate dimension was undeniably energy, albeit wild and chaotic. Why did it seem imbued with a semblance of intelligence? There was no time for deep contemplation. Part of his consciousness focused on controlling the celestial furnace, while another part directed the elephants to continuously channel the solar flames to suppress the chaotic energies. The majority of his focus remained on the elephants, urging them to expel energy and accelerate crystal production. Within the alternate dimension, the unruly energies resisted, unwilling to succumb to Sack's control, relentlessly surging forth. Sack allowed this tumult to unfold, engaging in a contest with the solar flames, determined to amass energy and liquid. As time flowed, the energies and liquids amassed ever more, clashing violently, and a wave of vital energy emanated from Sack's being. His mental energy radiated with jubilant laughter. The liquid energy swelled like an ocean, the waves towering high, sufficient to coalesce the sealing symbols. Sack did not rush the process. He prepared for a final strike to condense the crystals and forge the seals. It was imperative to be fully prepared, leaving no opportunity for the alternate dimension to resist. The denser the energy, the greater the control. After a period, the liquid energy expanded by 1/3, connecting and enveloping 3 sealing symbols. Sack concentrated his mental energy, exerting immense pressure upon the ocean of energy. Suddenly, it was struck, causing violent fluctuations, and countless crystals materialized. Sack's mental focus remained fixed on the ocean of energy. The liquid within it rapidly contracted, numerous crystals surfacing, then swiftly coalescing, and a familiar crystalline panel emerged, with liquid energy flowing into it, intricate patterns forming rapidly. Just as the 4th sealing symbol was on the verge of completion, the alternate dimension, seemingly imbued with sentience, sensed the impending threat. Chaotic energies surged forth in a frenzy. The panel's liquid energy scattered under this onslaught, the patterns becoming chaotic. With a mental shift, Sack directed the colossal elephant to gather the solar flames, funneling all into his spine. Externally, Sack's mouth widened as countless furnaces, unable to absorb and refine the solar flames quickly enough, poured their energy into him, dispersing throughout his body before ultimately converging at his spine. A charred scent emanated from Sack's being, his superficial skin taking on a yellowish hue. He appeared utterly wretched, yet exuded an air of pride, surveying the world with disdain. His spine, more solar flames surged in, unable to shake Sack's formidable presence, as he pursued the chaotic energies from the alternate dimension. Through self-destruction, they conveyed to Sack the lesson of balance. A force can only be countered by another of equal measure. Without the sun, free from the solar flames, facing the alternate dimension's final retaliation, Sack would undoubtedly descend into madness, leading to the planet's destruction, with himself following suit. Yet now, everything lay firmly within Sack's grasp. Leveraging strength against strength, the vile energies erupting from the alternate dimension were extinguished, their resistance evaporating entirely. It was akin to a reservoir releasing its waters to the sun, instantly drying up the entire expanse. As the energies from the alternate dimension dissipated, the colossal elephant inhaled deeply, drawing in the residual solar flames. The elephant's eyes sparkled, radiating joyous energy. Calm and composed, Sack directed the sealing symbols downward, sealing them seamlessly with the initial 3. Impenetrable, a sense of clarity washed over him, as if he were floating in a transcendent state. The 4 sealing symbols comprehensively sealed the alternate dimension, beginning to siphon energy from within, each radiating a faint silvery glow. Streams of energy flowing out and dispersing into Sack's limbs and core. This energy circulated throughout Sack's body, and he felt his recently reformed physique growing even more formidable, undergoing some unknown and inexplicable changes. After the restructuring, Sack's body had become powerful, and his energy more concentrated. In simpler terms, a punch that once generated 30,000 units of force could now unleash 35,000. The same was true for his energy. Previously, 30,000 units of energy could yield 30,000 units of force. but post-restructuring, it could now achieve 35,000. This outcome was undeniably favorable. However, strength and energy did not harmonize, functioning either independently or as a supplementary force. Following the nurturing provided by the energy from the sealing symbols, Sack sensed an emerging tendency for his energy and physical form to fuse. It was as if the essence of his being was no longer merely energy residing within meridians, acupoints, or his corporeal form, but rather akin to each cell embodying energy and each strand of energy resembling a cell, though not to that extreme. That was the ultimate aspiration. For now, he had only achieved a nascent unity with his blood. Yet blood was indeed a part of his physical form, a true oneness. This connection was still tenuous, but Sack was progressing toward this direction, steadily and unceasingly. It was so subtle that had it not been for this initial experience, he might not have perceived it at all. Chapter 53. Breakthrough completed. Coincidence, if successful, Sack might even master his bloodline entirely, transforming his form at will. Should he grasp certain principles, he might even metamorphose into a Kaioshin or Beerus, deceiving the very fabric of reality. Of course, he could not replicate the unique relationship between Kaioshin and Beerus, but he might very well supplant the lesser deities beneath them. The internal changes were far from over. The fusion of energy and blood was a gradual endeavor, and once equilibrium was achieved, the transformation would cease. The sealing symbols continued to supply energy in abundance. This energy flowed into the colossal elephant, illuminating its previously dull eyes with a glimmer of vitality, subtle yet significant. Had it not been for Chung Chen's heightened awareness of the energy's movements, he might have failed to notice. Sack's mental energy returned. He suddenly opened his eyes, astonished. The elephant was awakening. Each individual elephant was undergoing transformation, now boasting a combat power of approximately 30.0001. Sack was genuinely astounded. His spiritual essence blossomed, his physical form evolving. While the elephants seemed to undergo minimal changes, the sealing symbols extracted energy from the alternate dimension, and astonishingly, the elephants were advancing. This progress continued unabated, in a state of constant transformation. The sealing of the alternate dimension was complete, energy circulating, and with the elephants' task fulfilled, they dispersed, returning to their original positions. Serendipitously, this journey to the sun had allowed Sack's power to be fully realized, now nearing 70 million in combat strength. His body transformed, his true energy concealed, yet he felt an impulse to coalesce into divinity. It was simply ineffable. Overwhelmed with joy, Sack exerted himself, the charred yellow of his surface dissipating, his skin becoming as smooth and luminous as jade. Imbued with an indescribable aura, he floated serenely within the sphere of light, sacred and untouchable, his energy now dense as lead and fluid as mercury, closely entwined with his blood. His cells seemed reborn, radiating vitality. 150 years of age. This was not his limit. His life force continued to surge, and his lifespan extended further still. Sack's progress this time can only be described as remarkable. The essence of the Divine Elephant's prison guarding technique has undergone a fundamental transformation. Even without the divine mark of the gods, he is now qualified to practice this formidable martial art, compared to his entry before the sun. The likelihood of the giant elephant metamorphosing into the primordial elephant has increased tenfold. There's also a transitional phase known as the dragon elephant stage that Sack's current cultivation can only be likened to awakening in its infancy. The immense power of this technique has yet to be unleashed. The combat power within the Dragon Ball universe is exceedingly chaotic, and the enhancement of strength is far from normal. It remains uncertain whether the dragon elephant will serve as the pinnacle of this world. Each world operates under distinct rules, and Sack, being a novice, is unaware of such intricacies. 70 million units of combat power is merely an algorithm of the Dragon Ball universe. His physical form is now stronger, and his energy more potent. When calculated based on actual combat capability, the 70 million units of energy he possesses undoubtedly yield far greater strength. It is unclear whether, prior to entering the sun, Sack was merely a somewhat fortunate mortal. While he harbors thoughts of surpassing Beerus, he is not entirely confident in his ability to do so. after uncovering the mysteries of the alternate space. He attempts to master it, possessing only a third of the certainty required to exceed Beerus in the Dragon Ball universe. Goku and Vegeta are the true protagonists, one blessed with extraordinary advantages, the other perpetually aided by the cosmos. Aside from his fortunate acquisition of the Divine Elephant's prison-guarding technique, Sak is otherwise inconsequential. Currently, he resembles a war god, yet he is merely in an embryonic phase, not even a newborn. Nevertheless, in essence, he belongs to the realm of the divine. He is continually undergoing transformation and growth, a process that is ceaseless and unending. Given the opportunity, he could evolve his body and energy, surpassing the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe at that time. No one would be able to breach his form, nor could anyone obstruct his energy. The unexpected convergence of sealing symbols has brought him immense surprises, and mastering the alternate space has further fortified his confidence. The next step is to complete the void transformation, allowing his entire being to coalesce spatial energy and undergo yet another metamorphosis towards a divine physique. Sak's eyes gleam like stars, while the celestial furnace transforms into a featherweight racket, inhaling and exhaling energy. However, I am not in a rush to master my second technique, the void transformation. It is time to return to Earth, take Dabo, and visit Salad Planet to see Reina. She must resent me by now. Sak smiles as he senses Dabo's energy, vanishing into the solar sphere's layers. Upon his departure, a void is formed, and the surging solar energy envelopes the area, its fluctuations slowly dissipating. Dabo, who is training beneath the sea, feels Sak's familiar presence and trembles. Stunned in place, he mutters to himself, "Strange, I must be going crazy." Hearing things, Sak chuckles lightly and shakes his head. "You fool, take a good look and see who I am." Dabo rubs his eyes vigorously, somewhat astonished. "You haven't vanished. Could it be real?" Sak, bemused, thinks how silly Dabo seems in a flash. He appears before Dabo, seizing him, and the two ascend swiftly towards the surface. Dabo resists. He is currently situated 500 meters below the Earth's ocean, equivalent to 450 times normal gravity. This person is so powerful that he can catch him off guard and whisk him away. "Who are you? When did Earth acquire such a strong warrior?" "It's your big-headed brother. We're heading back to Salad Planet to meet Reina." Dabo remains skeptical, hesitating. "Are you really the king?" Sak, exasperated, wonders how he never realized just how Navi Dabo is. "Do you really think anyone can know what you're thinking?" Doubt still lingers on Dabo's face. Sak feels a surge of emotion. It appears his words have indeed reached Dabo, who has been training at the seabed all this time. Upon arriving on Earth, Sak realizes a year has passed, and even King Piccolo has emerged. It is not surprising for him to know about Reina. Few on Salad Planet are likely aware of her. Dabo finally comes to his senses that King, you truly are the king. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Sak gives Dabo a playful tap on the head. "Stop being a fool. How has your time on Earth felt?" Dabo grimaces. "If I hadn't been stuck at the seabed, I'd feel like my body was rusting." Sak chuckles lightly. The winds are shifting. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. Dabo looks perplexed. Is the king referring to that fellow named King Piccolo? Sak nods and shakes his head. "That's merely a prelude. It has little to do with you." As Sak begins to elaborate, he hesitates. "What is the matter?" Dabo furrows his brows. "Why has he come? Shouldn't he be seeking our assistance?" Sak chuckles lightly, surprised by how timely Goku's arrival is, coinciding perfectly with his return to Earth. Now, with over 230,000 awakened giant elephants, Sak is certain that Goku's return is nothing short of coincidence. Chapter 54. Hopes and Disappointments. Piccolo's wish. Dabo scoffs. "It's merely a combat power of 260. As a scion, how could not improve himself over such a long time? Truly a castaway." Sak bursts into laughter, leaving Dabo momentarily stunned. He has never seen Sak laugh so heartily. "What's wrong with what I said?" "Oh, sometimes you're just a bit dense." Dabo, confused, and the two burst through the water's surface. "My king, let us just wait for him. There aren't many scions left, and each one is invaluable." Sak hovers in midair, gazing in the direction Goku is flying from, speaking calmly. "Oh, you know him?" Dabo looks puzzled. "I isn't that Goku." Although I don't understand why he has such a peculiar name or why he mingles with Earthlings. When they followed Sak, Goku had yet to be born and would have no knowledge of that astonishing combat power of two. Don't you think he resembles someone? Dabo frowns in deep thought. This is something he hadn't considered. Yes, Sak's words resonate. Images of scion faces flicker through his mind, causing his body to tremble. Bardoc's S-O-N-M-Y King. Is that correct? Dabo, who previously held little significance among the Scions, might have been oblivious to an ordinary person. However, Bardock is different. Every member of the Scion race knows him. He is renowned for being a low-class warrior with a power level exceeding 10,000. It remains uncertain who is stronger, he or King Vegeta. Additionally, Bardock is somewhat unique. He is deeply sentimental and never abandons his comrades. Thus, the entire Scion race is familiar with him. But wait, my king, Bardock only has one son. Upon saying this, Dabo's body trembles. Wait, I recall that Bardock's wife, Jine, was pregnant. The date of her delivery was shortly after we left. Realizing this, Dabo can hardly believe it, and then excitement wells up within him. So, Goku is indeed Bardock's son, but his potential was low, so he was sent away. That doesn't fit either. Even if he were sent away, it would have been after 6 months, by which time Planet Vegeta was already destroyed. How did Goku survive? Musing aloud, Dabo suddenly looks up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. My lord, do you think there could be more Scions who survived? Sak retracts his gaze and glances at Dabo. Don't dwell on it too much. Do you think it's possible? Sak's expression is as profound as the stars. When Frieza strikes, he would never allow many Scions to survive. After all, we have the Ginyu Force pursuing us, don't we? Dabo pauses, then retorts defiantly, my king, I acknowledge your strength, but such a possibility I see entirely absent. What if some warriors disobeyed Frieza's orders and didn't return to Planet Vegeta? They could have survived, right? The possibility you speak of is not without merit. However, let us not forget the devices. All technological apparatuses of the Scion race are derived from Frieza, be it the detectors or the spacecraft. He possesses the capability to eavesdrop and even pinpoint locations that you believe that, without guidance, the simple-minded Scions would contemplate such matters. Dabo's face was filled with astonishment. Indeed, the king spoke the truth. His current achievements and clear insights are fundamentally rooted in his proximity to the king. Otherwise, such thoughts would be beyond his reach. How could the other Scions ever conceive of this? In the past, he might have arrogantly believed that the Scions were invincible except for Frieza. Yet, after spending a decade traversing the world with Sake, he had encountered numerous formidable beings. Naturally, the notion of Scion invincibility had dissipated. The excitement in his eyes dimmed. With a tribe of just over 100 individuals, could it still be considered a race? Sake, understanding Dabo's discomfort, patted him on the shoulder. There is no need to overthink. We shall take our time. Although a little over 100 is slightly inadequate after 10 years, we should be able to develop into 200. Dabo felt somewhat reassured. As long as there is hope. Under the king's leadership, he believed they would soon regain their peak. No, they would far surpass the Scion race under King Vegeta's command, eclipse Frieza, and become the new overlords of the universe. That moment, Goku arrived. As Sake's words faded, the sound of footsteps echoed. Goku, riding on his Nimbus, slowly approached, his keen eyes immediately spotting Sake, and Dabo, finally found you. Were you two deliberately waiting here for me? Sake smiled in silence, while Dabo's lips curled into a scornful smirk. A proud Scion, mingling with the lowly humans of Earth, was beneath him. Such a person was unworthy of being his kin. Goku had initially intended to explain the situation, but the sky suddenly darkened. Sake remained remarkably calm. This phenomenon could only mean that Piccolo had gathered all the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Goku's expression changed abruptly as he controlled the Nimbus to fly directly toward Sake. Hurry, there's no time. Help us defeat the evil King Piccolo. Goku's reckless actions prompted a disdainful snort from Dabo, who unleashed a powerful wave of energy, exerting pressure on Goku. Caught off guard, Goku plummeted into the sea with a swift motion, bubbling as he sank. Dabo made no effort to restrain his energy, which spread far and wide. In a desolate plain, a flying ship hovered silently in the air. Pilaf and his companions, with white cloth stuffed in their mouths, sat back to back on the ground, tightly bound by ropes around their waists. King Piccolo exuded an aura of decay and age, yet wore a sinister, malevolent grin. Before him, the eternal dragon had just finished its introductory speech and awaited King Piccolo's wish. A glimmer of doubt flickered in Piccolo's cunning eyes. Why did this green dragon emerging from the seven orbs seem so familiar? Yet he was certain he had never encountered such a creature. Oddly, could it be that he was simply growing old? Piccolo's momentary confusion vanished. What he primarily desired was to regain his youth. Eternal dragon, grant me. Boom! A surge of immense power surged forth that was the pressure from Dabo, which Goku had failed to shake off. Startled, Piccolo staggered and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Pilaf's pants became soaked. Fools, you too, quickly pretend to faint, Pilaf whispered, tilting his head, closing his eyes, breathing faintly. Asu and Xiaowu were still in a daze. But upon seeing Piccolo begin to wobble, they hastily followed Pilaf's lead and feigned unconsciousness. Piccolo glanced over and noticed Pilaf and his companions had collapsed. Humph, worthless beings, to faint under such a trivial pressure. Perhaps they fainted from excitement upon seeing the eternal dragon. Since they did not witness my plight, so be it. My focus must remain on myself. Piccolo turned his gaze to the eternal dragon. His eyes clouded with uncertainty. Initially, his singular goal had been to attain eternal life, that he believed that with eternal life, he could become invincible, control the world, and eliminate the gods. That Dabo's energy reached him, awakening his senses. No, I have underestimated that individual. Even with eternal life, he could still eliminate me. Chapter 55. An unfaltering power to frighten Goku. Piccolo's eyes were filled with contemplation. Have you decided? What wish will you make? Silence, trash. Do not disturb me. Piccolo roared at the eternal dragon. Eternal life is not an option. How about immortality? As the thought crossed his mind, Piccolo immediately dismissed this new idea. Immortality would not enhance his power. The one with immense energy could eliminate him repeatedly. Moreover, if he became immortal, wouldn't that also allow the god to become immortal? This was a scenario he sought to avoid at all costs. What if I wish for unparalleled combat prowess? A flash of determination crossed Piccolo's eyes as he addressed the eternal dragon. That I desire invincible power. Piccolo's reasoning was sound. Currently on Earth, there existed individuals who threatened his life. If he acquired invincible power, he could eliminate that unknown formidable presence. The following year, he would seek the Dragon Balls again, wish for immortality, and then annihilate the eternal dragon, preventing anyone from successfully making a wish while he alone would reign eternally over Earth. As for the gods, he could either seal them away or consume them. In light of his aspirations, the continued existence of that individual was something he could reluctantly accept. Piccolo's vision was grand. But unfortunately, the eternal dragon spoke. I am sorry. That wish cannot be granted. Piccolo stood frozen, trembling, and after more than a second, he erupted in furious roars. You filthy wretch! Did you not say that any wish could be fulfilled? Why can it not be granted? On what grounds? The eternal dragon was unfazed by Piccolo's wrath, glaring with its fiery red eyes. Wishing requires a fixed reference point. What you propose is not a wish, but a delusion. Piccolo felt as though he had swallowed something vile. What nonsense is this? Invincibility. How can that lack a point of reference? In the distance, Sake was slightly taken aback. That fool Piccolo's wishes not to regain his youth. Has he picked up the wrong script? He looks ready to perish at any moment. How can he possibly succeed with such a mindset? Yet Piccolo remained undeterred. He would not easily abandon his quest to conquer Earth and become its sovereign. Then grant me unwavering power. Piccolo's initial desire had been for extraordinary talent, enabling him to transcend his limits. However, time was of the essence. The unknown entity with immense energy was undoubtedly seeking to accomplish similar objectives, inevitably leading to a fierce confrontation. In light of the urgency, he deemed it wiser to seek something tangible. As you wish. The eternal dragon's eyes glowed red, seemingly preparing to fulfill Piccolo's desire. Piccolo felt his body rapidly transform. Decay giving way to vitality. His wrinkled face regained its youthful luster, and his spirits surged with vigor. With the aid of the unwavering power, Piccolo experienced a renaissance. Not only that, but the continuous influx of energy made him feel as though his strength was escalating, 1 fold, 2 folds, continuing until 5 folds. Piccolo was uncertain of his precise combat prowess, but sensed that in this state, he could obliterate Earth with a single punch. Excitement and exhilaration sparkled in his eyes. The eternal dragon's brilliance dimmed, and it spoke, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, it began to disperse. The glint of cold light flashed in Piccolo's eyes, and his murderous intent surged as a cruel smile crept upon his lips. "Since I have achieved 3 effects with 1 wish, your existence is no longer necessary." Muttering to himself, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in his hand. Swish! The divine dragon had yet to transform into the Dragon Balls when Piccolo's beam technique swiftly penetrated its form, obliterating the dragon in an instant. With a series of thuds, 7 stones plummeted to the ground, subsequently shattering into fragments. Suck, fully attuned to the energy, could only click his tongue in response to the scene unfolding before him. "Your Majesty? It's nothing. I merely witnessed a decisive individual at work that I might take a leaf out of his book," he mused, contemplating his plans on Earth. As for Piccolo's actions, he saw no benefit to himself. However, the impending crisis posed by the Scions could provide him an opportunity to visit King K. It was rather unfortunate that, despite possessing divine essence and a battle power of 7 million in his normal state, he could not sense King Kai's planet. After all, Goku, with a mere 300,000, could perceive it. "This world is truly biased. I have divine attributes, making it easier for me to sense," Suck thought, his dissatisfaction spilling over into words. "Shall we be off?" he asked, glancing at the impatient Dabo, though hesitating momentarily. Piccolo had already shifted the narrative, currently boasting a battle power exceeding 1,300, and with his inexhaustible strength, even Raditz would fall before him. Goku, with only a little over 200, was no match for Piccolo. If they departed now, and Goku were to perish, would this world not collapse? No, they must wait a while longer. Dabo stood silently behind Suck, his expression cold. Generally, he would not dare to contradict the king that a good show was yet to unfold. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Suck's eyes, his voice as calm as ever. "Let's temper our energy and accompany Goku to see for ourselves." Dabo obediently complied, his previously tempestuous energy now reduced to nothing. Suck nodded in satisfaction, only to be rendered speechless. He saw Piccolo frozen in place. A look of incredulity etched on his face. This fellow had indeed changed his mind due to Dabo's aura. Could it be that we are the 2 butterflies flapping our wings? Bah! A smile danced on Suck's lips as he glared at Dabo, who had emerged from the sea like a drenched chicken. "What are you doing? Don't you realize the urgency? If Piccolo succeeds in his wish, there will be no one left to restrain him." Goku, bursting forth, bombarded Dabo with questions, only to find himself bewildered by the surroundings. "Huh, why is it suddenly clear skies?" Goku exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Could it be that the dragon fled upon seeing him as the Demon King, denying him his wish? Or is it possible my grandfather is aiding me? Witnessing Goku's exuberance, Suck could only roll his eyes in exasperation. "Clear skies, the rain has ceased, and now you think you're invincible?" He was determined to shatter Goku's illusions. "Might it be that the Piccolo you speak of has completed his wish?" Goku's excitement froze on his face, awkwardly scratching his head. "Yes, that's so?" "No. Wait. Upon completing his wish, Piccolo's strength will surely increase. We must hurry to stop him." Observing Goku's worried expression, Suck refrained from teasing him further, issuing a calm directive. "Dabo, that fellow is not yet worth my intervention. You shall handle him." Dabo, preparing to act, wore a puzzled expression. "Teach him a lesson? When the Scions strike, is it not a matter of fighting to the death?" Suck, smiling faintly, uttered words that left Goku's expression drastically altered. Chapter 56. Piccolo's Contingency. The diminished effect of the sins of beings, that fellow still has value. He cannot be killed. However, he has indeed grown significantly stronger. Using a bit more force to obliterate the Earth's surface should pose no issue. "What? Is that true?" Goku's concern became even more pronounced, urging Suck to act swiftly. Dabo regarded Goku with disdain. Not only do you spare the indigenous people of this planet, who have transitioned from pillaging to mere raiding, but you also wish to protect them? Even if they can perform this task, your paltry power of 200 cannot safeguard them. Dabo, now brimming with confidence due to his own strength, had forgotten how many years it had been since he had surpassed 1,000 battle power. Relegated to the logistical staff of the Scion race on Planet Vegeta, to be so inept yet still find himself fortunate to speak in the presence of the king was a tremendous stroke of luck. How dare he pressure the king? Restraining his admonishment due to Suck's attitude towards Goku, Dabo buried his confusion deep within. That fellow has indeed changed considerably. What, Suck, what are you saying? Dabo inquired, following Suck as he soared towards Piccolo. Behind him, Dabo followed closely, flying through the air, while Goku navigated on his flying Nimbus, puffing along. Suck had not anticipated such a significant transformation in Piccolo. After acquiring inexhaustible power, he had not recklessly sought out Dabo, nor exhibited arrogance. Instead, he had quietly concealed himself. At this moment, he was seemingly laying eggs. No, it was more than merely laying eggs. That fellow was the first to consider a contingency plan, gazing at the whirling, mottled giant egg soaring away. Suck found it amusing. The future had become shrouded in mystery, and the strong naturally felt their blood boiling. Piccolo, sensing the vibrant life force within the giant egg, thought, "My child, you are my ultimate contingency. That fellow's energy is as deep as an abyss. I cannot be certain of victory, but as long as you are well, I shall die without regret. Remember that aura, remember the energy of that being from the divine temple." If the worst comes to pass, Piccolo clenched his fist. Remaining silent, he lacked the confidence to surpass that being that entity approached. However, Piccolo's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, but he crouched low, gritted his teeth, and exerted himself. Beads of sweat forming on his brow point, 2 large eggs appeared, only to crack open shortly thereafter. Observing this, Piccolo directed a surge of energy into the 2 giant eggs. With a crackle, 2 small, green, grotesque creatures emerged from their shells, one with a large mouth and the other rotund, radiating a menacing aura, far surpassing Goku's strength. Suck's brow furrowed. "Dabo, you stay behind. I'll go take a look first." As he spoke, Suck felt a twinge of embarrassment. Before even arriving on Earth, he had promised Dabo he would teach him instant transmission. Yet upon setting foot on Earth, he first sought out Senza beans and then aimed to gather the 4th sealing talisman on a deserted island, only to be met with resistance from another dimension, leading to his berserk state. Subsequently, he had ventured into the sun, and that was the last anyone had heard of him. He still hadn't taught Dabo instant transmission. Given Piccolo's unusual behavior now, he certainly wouldn't have time. He still needed to return to Salada Planet, and time was running short. Wait, where are my Senza beans? Suck suddenly recalled. His primary objective upon arriving on Earth had been to acquire Senza beans. That item was the ultimate game changer. Even if Goku and the others achieved Super Saiyan Blue, one bean would restore them to full health in an instant. Although he could not fathom how such an extraordinary item could be cultivated on Earth, he had immediately gone to exchange for a jar upon arrival. Yet he had subsequently abandoned it on the island, neglecting it entirely, and after falling into a frenzy, he had certainly not attended to that jar of Senza beans. "No, my Senza beans, they can't be gone, can they?" Despite the rhetorical nature of his question, Suck felt a strong sense of certainty and was left speechless. His primary objective had slipped away. All of this was of his own making. Who could he blame? Such a large jar of Senza beans, how many powerful warriors could he have cultivated upon returning to Salada Planet? With his own hands, he could have severely injured a scion, and with one bean down the hatch, their strength would have skyrocketed. And now, it was all for naught. "Your Majesty, I managed to salvage a few here." The Suck's eyes lit up, excitement radiating as he looked at Dabo. "From you?" Dabo's face flushed. "Your Majesty, it's not much, only a few dozen. If you want, I can go back and snatch some from that cat." The cat sage, currently observing the lower realm from his rooftop, was suddenly startled and jumped to the opposite roof. Wait, I'm out." Beside the cauldron, a rotund figure was noisily munching on celestial beans. The cat sage observed this with mounting irritation. He was already distressed. And here was this glutton consuming his provisions. "You scoundrel, cease at once. You are forbidden to eat any more celestial beans." The portly individual, known as Yakalobe, continued to shove the beans into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. With so many celestial beans at your disposal, what's the harm in me taking a few? Such pettiness. The cat sage, exasperated, bared his teeth and roared, "How dare you question my authority? Do you not realize that if that fellow arrives, he will seize an entire cauldron? If we cannot procure it, we may as well await our demise." Yakalobe, cheeks bulging, paused his chewing, casting a glance around. "Who is it? Who dares to challenge me? I shall make them aware of my might." The cat sage sneered. "Oh, really? If you can defeat him, you may consume as many celestial beings as you desire, for I shall not hinder you." However, as soon as he uttered those words, he realized he had misspoken. In doing so, he had equated Yakalobe with those two formidable adversaries. Was this not a disadvantageous exchange? Very well, you are a sage, and your word is your bond. The cat sage quickly recalibrated his thoughts, acknowledging that if Yakalobe could vanquish those two, he would gladly relinquish his head as a vessel for his urine. Humph, that man-s servant, Piccolo, could hardly withstand a single attack, and Piccolo nearly vanquished Sun Wukong. Had he not dismissed the notion, Sun Wukong would be no more. The cat sage was no fool, directly invoking Sun Wukong as a measure of combat prowess to illustrate the gravity of the situation to Yakalobe. Yakalobe's jaw dropped. "So formidable. You could test your strength." Sun Wukong himself sought there. You truly believe you surpass him?" The image of a tailed abomination flickered in Yakalobe's mind, and he shook his head vigorously. No way could such a being ever suffer from hunger. The cat sage fell silent. The primary purpose of celestial beings was to heal wounds, yet this individual was treating them as mere sustenance, an utter waste of divine resources. Meanwhile, Sake shook his head resolutely. Celestial beings had once been the divine artifact he yearned for, but back then, his energy merely possessed sharp offensive capabilities, not much different from the aura in the Dragon Ball universe. Now, their presence or absence held little significance for him. Having undergone transformations of blood and soul, his aura diverged fundamentally from that of the Dragon Ball realm, effortlessly mending the injuries of the weak. In comparison to celestial beings, another matter undeniably piqued his interest more. Chapter 57. Piccolo strikes with lethal precision. Sake falls victim. Forget it. I shall first observe the actions of the Demon King Piccolo. Upon uttering this, Sake vanished from sight. He sensed that Piccolo was up to something and deemed other matters unworthy of his attention. Sake's disappearance left Sun Wukong glancing around in confusion. Wow, where did Sake go? "Hey, did you see that?" Debo, with a cold demeanor, replied, "That was the king's instantaneous movement." "What is peculiar about that?" Sun Wukong's face was a canvas of questions. "What movement? Is it a connection?" Debo's muscles tensed. Fists clenched tightly. "Nothing, let us go." Sun Wukong remained puzzled. "Hey, wait for me." His heart raced with eagerness. The concept of flight and instantaneous movement fascinated him, and he was resolute about following Sake and his companions to learn these extraordinary techniques. Having undergone a metamorphosis, Sake's aura diverged from that of the Dragon Ball universe. Armed with knowledge from Planet Yardrat and Namek, his mastery over Ki was unparalleled. Upon arriving via instantaneous movement, he immediately cloaked himself in invisibility. Even then, not a trace of his aura escaped detection. Naturally, Piccolo remained oblivious, gazing at his two subordinates. The lean one was named Dambalin, while the rotund, winged one was called Simbu. "Yes, my king," Piccolo smirked, a look of pride adorning his features. "You two shall eliminate all the martial artists on Earth." The two demon warriors ascended with sinister laughter. "As you command, my king." Sake observed intently. In the original tale, Piccolo had only released that Birdman and Dambalin before encountering the winged one. Their strength could not possibly be so formidable, possessing merely a third of Piccolo's power, exceeding 400 at this juncture. Earth harbored no martial artist capable of contending with these two demons. Sake pondered briefly. Choosing not to intervene, he wished to observe Piccolo's forthcoming actions. There was something peculiar about this individual. He did not seem to have just been unleashed, but was engaged in meticulous plotting. Yet, what were these three underlings? Were they mere remnants of the world's inertia? Piccolo remained oblivious to the presence of anyone nearby. The rejuvenated warrior stroked his chin thoughtfully. All contingencies are prepared. That individual reappearing after a year must have a purpose. Should I take action? Sensing a boundless reservoir of power within, Piccolo felt unusually inflated with confidence that no, that's still not safe. I must take further measures. Sake watched in disbelief. Piccolo was excessively fearful. He conveniently overlooked his own past fears of Frieza while desperately seeking ways to enhance his own power. What he had practiced could be termed tactical survival, but Piccolo was simply cowardly. His eyes darted, contemplating his next move. Then, an idea struck him. Sake, curious, was well acquainted with Piccolo's methods from his past life, yet the current Demon King Piccolo was entirely unfamiliar to him. Could this individual genuinely discover a means to counter Debo? That seemed improbable. Suddenly, Piccolo's green visage flushed crimson, his aura roiling and expanding into the air. Sake was astonished. This individual had remained hidden for a year. And now, fully aware of Debo's approach, he chose to unleash his energy. Was this akin to an old man's final folly? No. While this being was malevolent, he was not foolish, as Sake finished his thought. His expression turned grave. He sensed an unusual aura, starkly distinct from that of the Dragon Ball universe. What was this? So malevolent and terrifying. Wait, no, my giant elephant is actually excited. Upon introspection, Sake discovered that the awakened giants were trumpeting joyously. As if heralding the arrival of spring, a spark of realization illuminated Sake's eyes. Indeed, that must be the demon realm. Piccolo truly can invoke IT in the Dragon Ball universe. One could liken it to an egg, with countless planets within, and beneath lay hell, and beneath hell was the demon realm. Sake felt exhilarated, not only refraining from interference, but also hoping that Piccolo would indeed establish a permanent portal to the demon realm. What was the Divine Elephant Suppression technique? It was a divine art crafted by the Supreme Ruler, tailored specifically for the gods, utilizing all their strength and essence to suppress hell and restrain the myriad demons, thus elevating the divine realm. That if the demon realm were to emerge, would that not be akin to sending lambs into a tiger's den, flaying them alive? If the Divine Elephant Suppression technique could absorb the hellish and demonic energies of the Dragon Ball world, it could even undergo further transformation, purging its inherent malevolent essence. This was wholly different from the aura he had drawn forth using the Heavenly Forge. This was pure essence. Yes, precisely, as long as it could be stabilized. Success would be within reach. Sak gazed with fervor, eagerly anticipating Piccolo's success. Upon receiving the wish from the dragon, Piccolo's body brimmed with boundless power, and as he relentlessly pushed his limits, his combat prowess astonishingly escalated at an incredible pace. By the time Debo arrived, his battle strength had already surpassed 10,000. Sak found himself at a loss for words. This world, in its essence, was far more advanced than the realm of the Divine Elephant's prison, coexisting with deities where even the power of cultivation was similar. Yet, it was rife with contradictions. One could even argue it was inherently weak. Any form of cultivation inevitably resulted in the acquisition of power, with the core objective being the enhancement of one's essence. The scions faltered, Namekians were inadequate, and even Earthlings struggled in their pursuits. Though they ventured beyond the cosmos to engage in battle, they fell victim to the forces within the universe. In a brief moment, Piccolo's combat power surged from over 1,000 to more than 10,000, leaving Sak speechless. The fluctuations of the world's energy were not particularly intense. Where did this power originate? Perhaps this was something Sak was oblivious to, yet it was undeniably extravagant. Where was Sak? Sun Wukong, observing Piccolo, did not immediately register Piccolo's substantial increase in strength, but instead began searching for Sak. Piccolo glared menacingly at Debo. You must be that mysterious individual, he sneered. Debo, looking down on Piccolo, dismissed him with contempt. Just a guy with a battle power of 10,000. You're hardly a concern. Energy manifested in the palm of his hand, radiating brilliance. Without a word of greeting, he unleashed a surge of energy towards Piccolo. Piccolo, with a fierce expression, retorted, I am the Demon King. How could I fight you? A mere underling. Perish, trash. With a roar, Piccolo propelled the dark space he had just conjured towards Debo. Sak's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Piccolo's resolute aggression, attacking Debo with the Dark Realm space upon their first encounter. Entering the Dark Realm did not guarantee survival for Debo. Hastily revealing himself, he shouted, "Debo, don't engage directly. Retreat." Sak unleashed his formidable strength, pushing Debo and Sun Wukong aside with one hand while confronting Piccolo with the other. Damn it, what are you doing? In the Dragon Ball world, there were usually unspoken rules against interrupting an opponent's attack. Piccolo's immediate use of a powerful move caught Sak completely off guard, inciting his fury. With a hand raised to meet Piccolo's assault, he severely injured and sent him flying. After pushing Debo and Wukong away, he concentrated his immense energy, striking at the Dark Realm space. Allowing that space to run rampant could potentially lead to disastrous consequences, which he could never allow to happen. Boom! The powerful shockwave reverberated, scattering in all directions, causing Pilaf and his companions to scream as they were propelled into the sky. Sak paid no heed to this, his expression one of confusion. What on earth is happening? Chapter 58. The void transforms into hope. Piccolo becomes the key. Sak's fist collided with a rift in the Dark Realm space, drawing forth an inexplicable wave of spatial energy that captivated his fist. He felt an endless supply of energy flowing into his hand, only to vanish without a trace. Sak's gaze sharpened. His body was now extraordinarily powerful. He should have easily crushed such a ruptured space with a single punch. Yet he found himself unable to withdraw. Oh, there's even a little ant. Piccolo, the Demon King, returned, wiping the purple blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes alight with anger and a chilling smirk. Very well, you've managed to wound me, Demon King. This is the first time I've been injured since breaking free from my seal. You are impressive. Sak paid no mind to Piccolo. With over 10,000 in battle power, he could stand there and allow Sak to strike for an entire year without issue. Yet he felt a strange marvel at the fragmented space before him. How could Piccolo connect to that realm? With his other hand, he gathered energy, crashing it against the fragmented Dark Realm space. Just a tiny fragment, and it dared to act fierce. Sak, with unwavering confidence, found that once again his strike had no effect. No, his hands were now stuck to the fragment of space, and energy surged from within him even more rapidly, clashing with the Dark Realm's essence, dissipating. Debo and Sun Wukong returned in disarray, their expressions grave. The Demon King Piccolo was extraordinarily powerful. Debo, wanting to intervene and rescue Sak, hesitated. Do not move. Suppress Piccolo. You cannot kill him now. Debo was puzzled. The sudden tenfold increase in this guy's energy was indeed remarkable. But there remained a tenfold difference between them. Should he transform into a great ape, the disparity would reach 100-fold. How could he possibly be invulnerable to death without uttering another word? Debo bellowed, concentrating immense energy into his hands, moving swiftly. Piccolo grinned maliciously, unfazed by Sak's warning. His energy surged, and in an instant, winds began to swirl violently. Undaunted by Debo, Piccolo summoned all his strength to meet him head-on. Enveloped in a thick aura of black energy, he audaciously drew upon the essence of the Dark Realm, but Sak's eyes glinted with golden light as his divine nature erupted. The ruptured space created by Piccolo shattered like glass. Crack! Sak was not pleased. Rather, he was taken aback. As the space fractured further, the force that had been alluring him grew ever more powerful, drawing him inexorably toward the Dark Realm. Humph! Do you intend to devour me? How unfortunate! Channeling the divine energy to manifest his form, with every movement, he unleashed the strength of a colossal elephant. Sak roared, akin to the enraged bellowing of a divine elephant, and within him, a cacophony erupted, reminiscent of thousands of mighty elephants stampeding. His body erupted with overwhelming force as his energy boiled and surged forth. The power of the elephant intensified, causing Sak's energy to snowball, growing ever larger and more concentrated. His physique began to expand, his veins, flesh, and bones becoming broader, stronger, and more resilient. The glint of brutality flashed in Sak's eyes, a manifestation of the divine elephant's disdain for the Dark Realm's audacity to resist. Dabo and Piccolo clashed furiously, an unending tempest of energy, while Sun Wukong retreated, unable to withstand the tempest any longer. Roar! Sak unleashed another furious roar of the Divine Elephant. The energy within him reached its zenith, flooding his entire being, from his very cells, blood, marrow, blood vessels, meridians, dantian, and even skin. The energy coursed visibly to Sak's body trembled mightily, as if a divine elephant were awakening. A faint phantom of an elephant's head, trunk, and human form appeared behind him. With the emergence of this phantom, Sak seemed to transcend into a divine being, a pressure unlike mere energy radiated outward, enveloping the entire earth in an instant, bringing all to their knees. Dabo and Piccolo knelt, heads bowed, not daring to meet his gaze in the divine temple. The deity knelt upon his throne with a thud, while Bobo stood expressionless, slightly bowing beside him. Karen Tower's cat sage, the island's turtle sage, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and even the recently departed Dambalin and Simbru all fell to their knees. As Sak's power surged, he turned the tables, binding the fragmented dark realm space. With his waist bent and poised, all his strength surged, coalescing at his right shoulder. Ha! Boom! Crack, crack! The shattered dark realm space held on for less than a second before emitting a shattering sound, akin to breaking glass. Bang! A wisp of pitch-black flame, suddenly Sak, is certainly capable of performing the void transformation while consolidating the spatial runes within his corporeal form. After all, he possesses the strength equivalent to that of over 230,000 elephants, having already attained the prowess necessary for the void transformation. That it is merely his own restraint that holds him back from breaking through. Primarily, he is eager to return and see Reina, while his personal feelings towards the Scion race are not particularly strong. Furthermore, he lacks certainty. He cannot perceive the rules at all. Both the blood-soul transformation and the soul transformation are accomplished through harnessing the sun's capacity to shatter all. Even achieving this has been a perilous endeavor. Thus, Sak opts to refrain from transforming for the time being. For him, the greatest benefit of the void transformation lies in mastering spatial power, a mere embellishment rather than a fundamental enhancement. In the world of Dragon Ball, as long as he can continuously increase the total amount of energy within him, he remains unafraid. Regarding the rules, having them would be advantageous, yet their absence does not pose an immediate urgency. Now that the opportunity presents itself, he will not let it slip away. Dabura, swiftly defeat Piccolo and bring him here. He is of utmost importance that Sak's voice resonated meaningfully throughout the ruins. He had not anticipated that Piccolo could offer him such a significant surprise. Opening the portal to the demon realm, even if it is merely fragments of space, is extraordinary. This place is filled with spatial shards that in other worlds he might find it challenging, but in hell and the demon realm, it is akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog that he intends to seize this chance to complete the void transformation, allowing himself to undergo another metamorphosis. He firmly believes that once he traverses the legendary 9 transformations, he will undoubtedly grasp the rules of the Dragon Ball world. Those are the rules of the Dragon Ball universe. While this world may be weak, mastering its rules would mean he could consume the entire world. If he dares to attempt such consumption, he might even break the shackles and gain insight into broader realms ahead of time. If there exist Dragon Balls, why should he not explore other worlds? The crux of the matter now rests with Piccolo. Only he can continuously open the portal fragments to the demon realm. Chapter 59. The earth shakes, the god of the heavens killing intent, receiving his orders. Dabura grinned wickedly as he fixed his gaze on Piccolo. T2 had noticed Piccolo's peculiar state. His power may not be formidable, yet his strength flows endlessly, ceaselessly. Despite having severely wounded Piccolo, he can recover in the blink of an eye. Moreover, his combat prowess has been steadily increasing during the battle, currently reaching 15,000. But how does that matter? Even with 500,000, he remains confident in suppressing Piccolo. Did you hear? The king has spared your life. You should be grateful for his mercy. With that, he sensed the overwhelming force that had been suppressing him dissipate completely. Without pondering why the king would let Piccolo go, Dabura surged upward, delivering a powerful punch toward Piccolo. Piccolo's eyes darkened, radiating an aura of malevolent magic. Damn it. Do you take me for an easy target? If you think you can incapacitate that guy, you believe you can escape? With that, Piccolo gathered all his strength to confront Dabura. His power is boundless. He can recover with each breath, pouring forth all his might with every strike. Though he finds himself at a disadvantage, he remains fiercely aggressive. This is precisely what Sack intended. Although Dabura has undergone numerous battles by his side, most have been mere displays of overwhelming strength. If one were to speak of genuine combat, there's been scarcely any. This opportunity allows Dabura to hone his skills, preventing him from perpetually assuming the role of the top dog, while Sack plays second fiddle. As the two clashed once more, Sack's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Dabura certainly possesses the means to subdue Piccolo. If all else fails, he can always step in himself. Does he truly think that being restrained means he cannot take action? Sack once again channeled energy into his corporeal form, causing the colossal figure to tremble as immense pressure surged toward the inferno of the demon realm, gradually unraveling and absorbing its power. These extraordinary energies, consumed and integrated by the colossal figure, ultimately transformed into the energy that Sack could command, nourishing himself in the process. Naturally, the flames of the demon realm resisted fiercely, striving to counterattack, frantically drawing upon its own essence. Sack had initially believed that escaping the sun's unique environment and finding a similarly abundant setting would prove exceptionally challenging. He never anticipated that Piccolo's change of heart would yield such a delightful surprise. By subduing Piccolo and acquiring an endless stream of energy from the demon realm, coupled with the refining effects of the demon realm's flames on his body, and with spatial fragments raining down, he would soon be able to undergo the third transformation. One could only say that Lady Luck was smiling upon Sack, eagerly providing him warmth. The spectral visage of the elephant-headed figure gradually faded as Sack unleashed his formidable abilities, condensing seals of energy within his body. With the interference of the alien spatial energies eliminated, the sealing symbols coalesced smoothly. In an instant, a crystal-clear seal, shimmering with brilliance, burst forth from Sack's body, swirling and hovering above his head, containing the various energy storms and spatial fragments. With the emergence of the seal, the demon realm's gravitational pull on him diminished significantly, allowing Sack to break free from its control, moving his body with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. It is my turn now. Sack moved freely, his energy surging forth, transforming into a furnace of heaven and earth, rotating slowly around him. All the surrounding elemental energies, the dissipating essence of the demon realm, and the spatial fragments were drawn into the vortex, suppressed, refined, merged, and returned to him. A torrent of mixed, formidable energy surged into the colossal figure's body. The colossal figure welcomed it all, consuming everything, then exhaling energy for Sack to command. This energy entered Sack's being, merging with his flesh, bones, and meridians, further fortifying and strengthening him. Gradually, Sack began to harness spatial power. Yet, it was still insufficient. Sack unleashed a potent aura. Dabura, have you not resolved this yet? You must hurry. He could intervene himself, which would render the situation less thrilling. Having accompanied him for over a decade, it was time to impart some guidance to Dabura. Meanwhile, son Wukong, watching anxiously, found himself unable to penetrate the fray. The residual force from Dabura and Piccolo's clash was far beyond the mere 200 combat power he possessed. Oh, strong, so strong. Will I be this powerful in the future? I must strive to train harder. Sack, hearing this, smiled faintly. Indeed, son Wukong would eventually grow that strong, but he still had a long way to go to reach Dabura's current level of power. The adversaries at that time would be terrifying entities like Frieza, capable of obliterating planets with a mere flick of their wrist. As Sack absorbed the energies of the demon realm and contemplated spatial power, he also extended his consciousness to sense the battle between Dabura and Piccolo. The more he watched, the more he felt speechless that Dabura's combat style was excessively crude, carelessly expending energy, while Piccolo showed no fear of injury or consumption. Sack suddenly furrowed his brow. His body shifted slightly. Eyes fixated on the sky 3 kilometers away. While others could not see it, he could clearly discern a small robot flapping its wings in midair, its ocular components emitting faint red glows. Was this a robot arranged by Dr. Gero? With the current state of Piccolo's organization, would Cell become even more formidable? Sack quickly dismissed this notion that in the world he inhabited, variables had already emerged. It was either the primary timeline or a uniquely developed time continuum. It was improbable that Cell could possess Piccolo's cells, which contained inexhaustible power. Unless, of course, Cell had ventured to another world to exert his influence. But with Sack present, how could such a scenario unfold? In the heavenly temple, the god of the heavens watched the battle below with trepidation. Bobo, what do you think Sack intends to do? What is his goal? An unforeseen event has ensnared the demon realm portal on Earth. The entire planet is on the brink of destruction. Bobo's gaze was deep, seemingly oblivious to the god of the heavens' flustered attempts to rise. His expression remaining composed. Heavenly God, I believe Sack is training. Training? What further training could he possibly need? He has already survived in the sun. What more could he want? The god of the heavens' aged visage contorted in rage. His voice a furious roar. This is Earth, the planet under my dominion. Does Sack truly believe he can act with impunity? Bobo quietly observed, his expression betraying a hint of difficulty. He was merely a naive divine attendant, entirely oblivious to the complexity surrounding him. Sack, in stark contrast to the rest of the Dragon Ball universe, possessed an inner power that bore both divine and potent demonic qualities. Remarkably, he could thrive in the sun while simultaneously suppressing the gates of the demon realm and absorbing its essence. Although Sack's combat strength was a mere 70 million, he himself was puzzled by it. Naturally, he could not divulge more to the god of heaven, just as the previous god of heaven had acted. This current deity was only aware of sealing King Calyx II, remaining ignorant even of Calyx II's ultimate techniques. Speaking of which, the technique just executed by Piccolo bore a striking resemblance to King Calyx II's Hell Vortex. One opened the gates of the abyss while the other unsealed the portal to the demon realm. We must devise a means to punish Sack. Do you have any ideas? The god of heaven bellowed. Destroying Earth would render them incapable of surviving in space. How could that be? If Earth were obliterated, what significance would it hold to kill Sack? Then we are at an impasse, for no one on Earth can match him. The god of heaven's gaze flickered as his mind raced. Perhaps seeking assistance from Lord Yama might yield some allies. Bobo was momentarily taken aback, his face etched with confusion as he gazed at the god of heaven. Are you suggesting we borrow powerful beings from hell? Matters of the mortal realm should be resolved by mortals themselves. Is it truly so casual to summon hell's might? The god of heaven indeed had the ability to transcend life and death, traversing between the mortal and the netherworld. Yet he would ultimately have to relinquish his divine duties. At that point, he would merely be a martial artist. How would he respond to Lord Yama's inquiries and the favors owed to the denizens of hell? This was recklessness without consideration for consequences, prepared to summon aid to eliminate Sack. Sack had not committed any egregious acts, so was the god of heaven truly so deranged? Bobo hesitated before cautiously inquiring. God of heaven, might the cost be a bit too steep? The god of heaven gasped for breath, and he was acutely aware of the implications. Previous gods had met grim fates for similar actions. Yet, as the deity of Earth, confronted with despair in the mortal realm, could he simply stand by and watch as Earth faced annihilation? His inherently pure and benevolent nature would never allow such a tragedy to unfold. God of heaven, we could observe further. What if? There is no time. The god of heaven insisted firmly, his voice resonating with conviction. Look at what has become of Earth. The demon king Piccolo rampages unchecked, and Sack remains adversarial. If they conspire together, we would truly be helpless. Should Piccolo gain inexhaustible power, even if I were to take my own life, I could not impede him in the slightest. This is a risk I cannot afford, and neither can Earth. Bobo fell silent. Your speculation seems rather paranoid, that if Sack wished to destroy Earth, why would he agree to enter the sun in the first place? He still had a glimmer of hope in space. Entering the sun would lead to certain death. Yet, he agreed and return alive. Is there truly a need to rush into eliminating him? Bobo silently critiqued in his heart, refraining from intervening in the god of heaven's decisions. Having served 3 deities, he had never overstepped his bounds. Whatever the god of heaven intended to do, he would follow suit, as the consequences were his to bear. Sack, oblivious to the god of heaven's growing madness in seeking a hellish powerhouse to eliminate him, was preoccupied with how to deal with the robot. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius, a rarity in the Dragon Ball universe. While it was not unfeasible to create androids, it would be a tragic waste of such talent. Technology, while not extraordinarily powerful, was still astonishingly advanced in ways that surpassed their martial capabilities. The primary issue was that they scions lacked an understanding of technology. In sealing the alternate space, Sak was confident that his kin would evolve, enabling them to survive in space. However, what of the weaker ones? Even if they could exist in space, their flight speed would be woefully inadequate, far inferior to that of a spacecraft. If he could gather a team to develop advanced technology for the scions, they would surely flourish. Not to mention, a healing chamber would be immensely beneficial to them. After all, Senza beans were scarce, and his energy was similarly limited. The technological healing chamber would provide unparalleled assistance to the scions in their early stages, with a sudden flash in his eyes. A beam of energy shot forth, instantly obliterating the minuscule machine that I must seek out Jero. It would be a shame to diverge from that path. What good is ruling Earth? After vanquishing the robot, Sak began to absorb various powers, primarily that of space. Though he had yet to sense any rules, the power of the spatial fragments coursed through his meridians, gradually integrating into his blood and flesh. Not only that, but the colossal entity seemed to be aiding him, whether intentionally or not. As he absorbed, the spatial power contained within the fragments transformed into new seals, inscribed into Sak's very being. This was far more potent than merely having spatial energy enter his body. What he consumed could only be likened to a meal, yet he could not digest it fully, the gargantuan being acted akin to his stomach, breaking down spatial energy into seals that were more easily absorbed and re-etched into his flesh. Although these spatial seals were imperfect and lacked the brilliance of full seals, they had been refined, rendering them entirely within his control. Unlike the seals from that world, these were not of various forms. They resembled traditional rectangular shapes, their patterns incomplete, as though abruptly halted mid-stroke, confronted with the incompleteness of the spatial seals. Sak felt powerless. Beyond the foundational evolution of the 840 million elephants primary technique, he had not acquired any other methods or powers. The Divine Elephant sealing technique comprised three primary doctrines: the transformation of power, the supreme spiritual doctrine of the past, and the supreme battle doctrine of the future. While he had managed to create a semblance of the earthly forge from the transformation of power, it merely served as a rudimentary cultivation method, absorbing the energies of all things into a singular entity. In sealing the alternate space, he could create new techniques akin to seals, gates of hell, divine realms, and forge ancient paradises. Yet he was utterly incapable of grasping the legendary body of dominion that absorbed rules. That was the foundational method for transforming the body, a realm in which Sak found himself utterly powerless. Forced to rely on instinct and the growth of his strength for cultivation, the body of dominion was immensely powerful and enigmatic, serving as a method of bodily cultivation that began with altering blood structure, enabling life, and ultimately leading to the cultivation of divine blood. However, it was entirely different from Sak's energy and blood, a chasm of disparity. My lord, they are approaching, Debo reported as he restrained Piccolo. Slowly flying closer, Sak, with an enigmatic smile, fixed his gaze on Piccolo. You are quite astute. You must have sensed my presence early on. Piccolo stared at Sak, bewildered. You know me? Sak smiled mysteriously, revealing a statement that would shatter Piccolo's composure. Not only do I know you, but I'm also acquainted with the one from the God of Heaven's realm. Having met him in person, Piccolo's aura surged violently as he struggled against Debo's grip. So, you were sent to suppress me? Piccolo's emotions flared, his power skyrocketing from 15,000 to 20,000 in an instant, nearly overwhelming Debo's control. Sak's eyes narrowed, emanating a terrifying aura that transformed the atmosphere. Stirring winds and dust. Calm yourself. Otherwise, I shall end your life. Whether it was the sheer force of his presence or his words that stunned Piccolo, he ceased his struggles. Even if you perish, the one from Earth shall follow. Without a god, I am indifferent to Earth. Piccolo was taken aback. You know my connection with that individual? As Son Goku, somewhat dazed, approached, Sak's sudden outburst of energy affected him too, causing him to tumble to the ground in a comical manner, landing in a sprawling position, creating a small crater. Hearing Piccolo's words, he struggled to rise, his face bruised and muddled as he asked, "Which individual? What connection?" Dabo shot a disdainful glance at Son Goku, his contempt growing stronger. He could not fathom why the king's attitude towards this fellow was so erratic, especially when Goku appeared genuinely weak. How foolish! Sak's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 61. The Enmity with Sun Wukong. Energy depleted. I not only know your relationship with that individual, but I am also fully aware of your origins and the whereabouts of your kin. What? What? The first reaction came from Piccolo, whose expression was one of shock. Standing frozen in place, forgetting even to resist, the latter, of course, was the deity preparing to summon souls from the underworld. Both of them stood there, unwittingly, their faces etched with disbelief. The deity's countenance was blank. This was nearly his sole obsession. After struggling to expel it from within through Piccolo, it was now brought up again by Sak to claim indifference would undoubtedly be a falsehood, as Piccolo now gazed on with eager anticipation. Sak had no intention of providing explanations. I keep the portal to the demon realm open. I shall divulge to you the information regarding your race. Dabo wore a hesitant expression, contemplating various matters. Having wandered through the cosmos alongside Sak for a considerable time, he had witnessed much. Speak if you have something to say. Sak's demeanor was menacing. Yet inwardly, he found amusement. He could not afford to shatter the imposing image he had constructed. Should Dabo wish to inquire, it would naturally come to pass without prompting. Without offering some incentives, how could he expect Piccolo to wholeheartedly open the portal to the demon realm? Dabo was no fool, and he would not let Sak down at him. Why, Lord? Are you referring to the Namekians? I have heard of them in the cosmos. A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of Sak's mouth. Indeed, I once journeyed to their planet with Reina, and we borrowed their Dragon Balls. Reina's power, exaggerated as it may be, surpasses yours largely due to the guidance of the Namekian Grand Elder, who helped her unlock her potential. Sak explained briefly, then turned to face Piccolo. Let us commence. Sak's voice dripped with skepticism, imbued with an air of superiority. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, still determined to rise. I hope what you say is true. Otherwise, Sak's gaze turned frigid, his aura blazing like the sun. You possess no room for resistance. You truly believe that the dragon's wish can guarantee your survival. The rules governed by the dragon are dictated by the strength of its creator. You cannot possibly think that a dragon spawned by someone devoid of heritage could surpass the one created by the Namekian Grand Elder. Piccolo's pupils dilated, his aura wavering. What did you say? Do you not find it familiar? Piccolo's expression darkened, his mind racing from the moment he summoned the dragon to Sak mentioning the Namekian wishing dragon. You mean to say that the dragon was created by that individual? Sak teased. Otherwise, who else on earth could create such a divine entity capable of bending the rules? Can't you create some warriors as well? As he spoke, Sak glanced toward Dabo, and symbol at Piccolo's pupils constricted. A fleeting glance cast toward the seed, he recalled that Sak had been here from the very beginning. Thus, Sak must have thoroughly observed the creation of his offspring. Rest assured, should you continue to prattle, I shall eliminate both you and your future self. Piccolo was startled into silence. Sak was indeed knowledgeable. He dared not utter another word, silently gathering all his strength to regain control of the portal to the demon realm. Upon contact, Piccolo's expression darkened. The power is overwhelming. I cannot control it. Sak, however, remained unfazed as the celestial furnace gradually expanded to the size of a basketball, ravenously consuming the energies and fragments of the demon realm. You need not concern yourself. Simply continue to enlarge or maintain it. Sak's tone was laced with delight. Piccolo, disclose the location of Dabo's second Carrick. Dabo shall unseal that individual and bring him here to unleash the Hell's Vortex upon me. Sak suddenly declared while absorbing the demon realm's energy with all his might. Piccolo wore an expression of disbelief. Is there truly someone eager to court death? Have you grown weary of life? Dabo snorted coldly. Spare me the chatter. Proceed as my lord commands. Piccolo, not daring to say more, informed Dabo of the sealed temple of Carrick II, then gathered his strength to fervently control the portal to the demon realm. The instructions were clear. The larger, the better. and he complied without hesitation that he was still under the influence of the evil demon heart, his power infused with demonic energy, allowing him to navigate this force with ease. As long as it was sufficiently large, he would eventually be able to consume Sak and devise a method to eliminate Dabo, reclaiming his invincibility. With Dabo gone, only Sun Wukong remained, anxiously standing in place. He was naive, not foolish. The malevolent aura emanating from the demon realm's portal was revolting. Sak, cease at once. If this continues, countless lives will be lost, Sun Wukong shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears. Realizing he could do nothing against Sak, he gritted his teeth and desperately compressed the energy within his body. Kamehameha! A thick yet faint beam of energy shot straight towards Piccolo. Piccolo scoffed dismissively, disregarding Sun Wukong's attack entirely. The gap between his combat power of over 200 and Sun Wukong's 20,000 was insurmountable. Despite his exertions to open the portal to the demon realm, his power was inexhaustible. He could stand there and let Sun Wukong strike him all day without consequence. In the celestial hall, the deity observed this scene, caught in hesitation. Cold sweat trickled down the deity's brow as he wrestled with conflicting thoughts. Go find someone. Perhaps Sak will not divulge his lineage, and if we do not act, the portal to the demon realm will only grow larger, and if we add Carrick II into the mix, the world will surely descend into chaos. Wait, let us observe for a moment. Bobo said nothing further, standing quietly in the temple plaza. Inside the Karen Tower, the cat sage furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. What can be done now? Who can bring him to justice? Meanwhile, the turtle sage and Krillin finally prepared to board the aircraft. Master Wutian, are we truly going to eliminate the Demon King Piccolo? That is, after all, the Demon King, whom even your master, Utetu, could not defeat. Will we stand a chance? The turtle sage's expression was grave. It is the duty of martial artists to confront this threat. We must act. I have faced crises alongside Sak, and now we confront a weaker Piccolo. Krillin, sweating profusely, looked apprehensive, but why do I feel that the aura now is even more potent than during Sak's crisis? My goodness, why does Earth constantly face such monstrous beings? What shall we do? That is why we must train diligently. Only then can we stand strong in the face of such crises. Krillin grumbled in dissatisfaction. He had hardly exerted himself. In less than a decade of training, he was nearly catching up to those who had trained for centuries. What else could he do? Sak, at this moment, was unconcerned with the outside world. The energy transmitted from the demon realm was still singular, and the void transformation remained incomplete. His entire body, meridians, dantian, bones, and flesh, had coalesced into incomplete spatial runes, yet he was utterly incapable of wielding their power. It was akin to using a mere fishing line to catch a great fish, utterly powerless. His body, however, was continually awakening with colossal particles. The immense energy had nowhere to vent, unable to elevate Sak's transformation, and could only enter the colossal particles to awaken continuously. Regrettably, the gap was far too vast. Fortunately, he had not attempted the void transformation within the sun. Sak allowed the colossal particles within him to awaken, as his formidable aura relentlessly seized the energies of the demon realm. Chapter 62. Dabo faces punishment, the misfortune of Carrick II. Dabo soon returned, gripping a figure approximately 3 meters tall. My lord. Dabo said respectfully, discarding the creature from his grasp, his eyes brimming with intimidation. Unleash the hell's vortex upon the king. As Carrick II emerged, he was immediately overwhelmed by Dabo's successive strikes, promptly brought to this place. Before he could grasp the situation, he heard Dabo's icy voice. He had lived for so long without ever encountering such a demand. He had forgotten that Dabo knew he could wield the hell's vortex. What? A glint of cold light flickered in Dabo's eyes as he extended a finger, a beam of light piercing through Carrick II in an instant. Hurry and unleash it. Carrick II, gritting his teeth against the pain, bared his fearsome fangs. In my hundreds of years of existence, I have never encountered such a demand. If you wish to meet your demise, so be it. Without hesitation, Carrick II unleashed the hell vortex towards Dabo. Unbeknownst to Dabo, he was utterly unacquainted with such techniques. In a moment of carelessness, he found himself ensnared within. Damn it. "What are you doing?" Debo roared, unleashing a powerful aura in a futile attempt to counteract the vortex's pull. Yet his reaction was too slow. Having initially dismissed the threat, he found himself unable to escape as the suction intensified. Sack, observing the scene, snorted dismissively. He released a torrent of energy from his elephant form, effortlessly striking the hell vortex. With a combat power exceeding 70 million, he shattered the vortex to pieces, far beyond the feeble creation of Carrick 2. Debo, after all these battles, you still fail to cultivate a sense of vigilance. Sack admonished, his oppressive aura forcing Carrick 2 to the ground, leaving him choking on dirt. Debo, overwhelmed by shame, knelt before Sack, cold sweat trickling down his brow. It was the first time in many years that he had bowed in such a manner. He understood that Sack was genuinely furious this time. Enraged by his lack of progress, Sack's eyes gleamed with intensity. With one hand free, he coalesced a luminous orb of energy as the orb flew into Debo's body. Debo's vitality visibly waned until it dwindled to a mere 200 combat power. "That I will seal your energy. You must elevate yourself and break through the barriers I have set." Debo, anguished yet silent, dared not utter a word in protest. Although Sack did not appear aloof, the authority and divinity he emanated rendered him unapproachable. "Yes, my lord," Debo replied, his head bowed in contrition. Sack's anger was palpable. He had traversed dimensions. Yet Debo, who had been by his side longer than Reina, still faltered in moments of crisis. Despite repeated guidance, the scion's arrogance remained unyielding. What would happen if he found himself ensnared next time? Previously, he could attribute his frenzy to overwhelming strength, but such elementary blunders, born of Debo's hubris, could not recur. The temperament of someone like Vegeta was entirely unacceptable. The subsequent crises on Earth were predominantly instigated by Vegeta's character, with Son Goku also contributing to the chaos. Reflecting on this, Sack turned his gaze away from Carrick and focused on Son Goku. "Are you not leaving? What purpose do you serve by remaining here?" Son Goku, with reddened eyes, clenched his jaw tightly. "I must stop you. Your actions will lead to Earth's destruction." Sack scoffed. "If anyone is to destroy the Earth, it would be you, Son Goku." He had no intention of elaborating further. Others sought to benefit from the exploits of the protagonist, but he had no need for such advantages. Initially, he might have entertained such thoughts, but now, having absorbed over 2,000 stellar energies and undergone 3 unique transformations under the sun, he had transcended those desires. His choice to remain on Earth was solely due to its proximity to divine beings, that he was perplexed as to why he could not yet sense the presence of the divine realm. The more he understood, the better he could dissect the essence of divinity and ultimately gain mastery over it. The God Elephant's prison technique was lacking. Even at its peak, it only yielded a combat power of 25.2 billion, although it might be marginally higher now. The difference between 25.2 billion and 50.4 billion in later stages was negligible. To find stability, he needed to reformulate a completely new technique from the God Elephant's prison method, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of power within the Dragon Ball universe. Currently, experiencing something akin to the legendary 9 transformations seemed a viable path forward. All of this was intrinsically linked to the divine and alternate dimensions, compelling him to remain on Earth. However, staying on Earth did not mean he would tolerate Son Goku's absurd philosophies to enhance his strength. He would not resort to unscrupulous methods, nor would he allow those who lacked understanding to obstruct him. His voice was unusually grave. "Leave, or I shall suppress you as well." Son Goku, adopting a serious combat stance, declared, "I will not fear you." Sack was nearly amused. The gap between him and Piccolo was already 100-fold, let alone with Son Goku. With a mere thought, he stirred the air, generating a sudden whirlwind. Before Son Goku could react, he was hurled far away, crying out in surprise. Silence enveloped the scene at Sack's utterance. Carrick 2 shivered. He felt an inexplicable sensation that the long-tailed imp was present, and the formidable being before him seemed to have subdued his power considerably. Yet now, he was recklessly exerting immense pressure upon Carrick 2. The sensation of a liquid force within him threatened to spiral out of control. Trembling, he crawled on the ground, unable to rise. "Will you not quickly unleash the hell vortex upon me?" Sack's voice sliced through the tension. Carrick, too, felt on the verge of tears. Having barely escaped his constraints, he found himself confronted by such an overwhelming figure. What significance did seizing the position of a deity hold in the face of such a malevolent force? This being seemed to embody dominion over all, with moods that shifted unpredictably, causing the very fabric of reality to respond to his whims. Even as a deity, one could not achieve such control. In truth, Carrick wished to demonstrate his prowess, but the oppressive aura rendered him immobile. How could he possibly execute his techniques? Carrick felt despondent, yet he remained silent, bottling his frustrations. Upon realizing Carrick's immobility, Sack withdrew his oppressive force. He found himself increasingly fond of this method of exerting pressure. It was remarkably effective against those of lesser combat power, a guaranteed means of control. With a sense of indignation, Carrick too rose and unleashed the hell vortex towards Sack. As if to vent his pent-up fury, the vortex's pull latched on his Sack, who recognized the familiar essence of the infernal energy, causing the elephant form to stir restlessly. Sack's expression remained neutral as he accelerated the operation of his technique. The transformation that had previously stagnated began to resume its gradual progress. Not sufficient, far from sufficient. Sack sighed internally, feeling the changes within his being and contemplating his next course of action. Chapter 63. No one can see through Sack. The space talismans had already coalesced. Yet Sack was not in haste to complete the void transformation. If the demon realm and hell could not sustain him in this endeavor, his only recourse was the energy and essence of the divine realm. However, given the current pace and the divine essence involved, the likelihood of successfully achieving the void transformation was exceedingly slim. Damn it, I did not anticipate that the void transformation would require such a plethora of energies from different dimensions. What to do? If I do not succeed this time, I shall have to wait for Zamasu to appear. He pondered whether his combat power of 25.2 billion, combined with the Super Saiyan transformation, would be sufficient to contend against him. Sack had not expected that mastering such powerful techniques in the Dragon Ball universe will be fraught with challenges. Time was of the essence, primarily time. The rules of this world were exceedingly twisted. In other realms, decades or even centuries might allow for gradual progress. But the Dragon Ball universe was not so forgiving. A mere misstep could leave him lagging behind. As the destined protagonist, Son Goku's ascension was exponentially rapid, while Vegeta, as the most gifted practitioner, clung to Goku's pace through sheer pride and indomitable spirit. Sack lacked the confidence to match their progress. Sack's calm demeanor was predicated on his possession of absolute self-preservation power in the face of cosmic cataclysms, that he still had access to alternate dimensions, but for now, they were sealed and had yet to be developed. He wondered if, in 10 years, he would be able to complete the void transformation. Beyond that, there were numerous other elements to master. 5 elements: yin and yang, domains, spirits, stars, and immortality. Among these, mastering domains and stars posed no challenge for him. Once successful, even without transforming his body, he would wield semi-divine power. At that point, he could potentially transform the elephant into a primordial form, achieving invincibility within the Dragon Ball universe. That Sack's gaze flickered as the colossal elephant voraciously absorbed the energy emanating from the furnace, continuously condensing the spatial talismans. The transformation into the void was crucial. These spatial talismans would permeate his flesh and bones, fostering an entirely new corporeal form that could almost be regarded as an extension of his cellular structure. His body was destined to transcend into a new realm, becoming more resilient. Space, to him, was akin to water for fish, utterly devoid of constraints. Thus, the transformation into the void held immense significance. The more energy from the alternate dimensions he absorbed, the more refined the spatial talismans would become, ultimately rendering him even more formidable. The Divine Elephant Suppression technique, as a supreme-level martial art, required vast amounts of energy from alternate realms to satiate its needs. Even at its most basic level, only through a gradual metamorphosis, ascending his life form to that of a divine body, could the colossal elephant hope to achieve the transformation into the primal elephant. Thereafter, he would stand invincible at the pinnacle, instilling fear and reverence in countless deities, demons, and spirits. "You too, intensify your efforts," he commanded. Bick and the second Prince Carrick were on the verge of retching. The relentless control over the two great portals was beyond their capabilities. Not only that, but they too were enduring the onslaught of these tempests. Were it not for the overwhelming might of Sack's furnace, which absorbed an excessive amount of energy, they would have long succumbed, plummeting into the demon realm or hell. Here, 1/3 of the sky was shrouded in inky darkness, teeming with countless demonic entities. Another third was cloaked in ominous gloom, emitting various wailing cries, while the remaining third basked in bright sunlight, yet devoid of any whisper of wind. With the invasion of two alternate realms, the natural environment of Earth, a realm of mortals, was utterly incapable of withstanding such a siege. What appeared radiant and splendid was, in truth, suffocated by death. My lord, it's not that I am unwilling, but this is all I can manage, Carrick II lamented, his face a mask of despair, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead in a desperate plea. Bick, however, was faring better. His strength was inexhaustible, allowing him to maintain the maximum intensity of the demon realm's portal, combined with the energy absorption from Sack's furnace, rendering the pressure bearable. Carrick II, on the other hand, was struggling to. Sack's eyes glimmered with cold light. This individual was not as formidable as anticipated. Team most, he possessed a combat power of a few thousand. Even with some assistance later on, he would only reach tens of thousands. In this regard, his contribution was minimal. Sensing Sack's murderous intent, Carrick II dared not utter a word further, spitting forth blood in fright. Open, open, open the hell vortex, he cried in despair. Yet, even with this fervent effort, the vortex barely opened a fraction more. Sack's desire to kill showed no signs of abating. The two entities trembled, a stream of water dripping slowly onto the ground, instantly saturating the earth. He was terrified, truly afraid of death. My lord, I still have my uses. Once the demon realm and earth intersect, I can unleash an overwhelming force 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold stronger. Carrick II was no fool. He could clearly perceive Sack's current intentions. Faced with this monstrous being capable of devouring the energies of the demon realm and hell, he dared not show any disrespect. His only source of confidence lay in the hell vortex, which Sack regarded as mere sustenance. There was no comparison, and to claim otherwise would be sheer folly. Sack suppressed his murderous intent. Acting now would be futile. In the hall of the gods, the divine being's countenance was ashen. Bobo, look at him! What is he doing? Does he treat Earth as a dining table? Damn it! Earth is besieged by the energies of the demon realm and hell. Can it still be called Earth? If the spatial integrity weakens, the malevolent spirits of hell and the demons of the demon realm could freely manifest on Earth. Wouldn't that throw everything into chaos? Who will guard Earth then? I will need to assign personnel to suppress even a single rift from the demon realm. The divine being's killing intent surged. Never before had he felt such agitation. Sack's actions were utterly detestable. Threatening to bring immeasurable harm to Earth. No, he must be restrained. Otherwise, Earth will face destruction. Sack remained indifferent to the divine being's sentiments, observing Carrick II as he weighed his options before ultimately abandoning his plan. He was not fearful of Carrick II's growth. No matter how much he developed, he could never reach a combat power of 7 million. Even in his giant ape transformation, he could easily contend with Frieza. Let alone this minor demon, Dabo, accompanied son Wukong and trained diligently on Earth. Dabo stood respectfully at the side, not anticipating the flames would reach him. He had assumed that the king was merely punishing him. As long as he stayed close to the king, he could learn more and improve himself, which seemed harmless. Yet now, it appeared he was being exiled. Thud! Dabo fell to his knees, a cloud of dust rising. My lord, Dabo acknowledges his mistake. I beseech you not to exile me. Sack smiled gently. Dabo, do you think I'm exiling you? Dabo's head drooped lower, cold sweat pouring down. Remember, son Wukong possesses far greater potential than you can imagine. By following him and engaging in continuous practice, you will grow rapidly. In your current state, you are not suited to remain by my side. Dabo's body trembled. My lord, is this truly your resolve? Sack perceived Dabo's hesitation and unease, his tones softening somewhat. Yes, I said. Return to 100,000, and you will understand why. This left those observing the scene utterly perplexed. Who was this individual, whose emotions shifted so dramatically? Sak's hand trembled, and a crystalline, radiant talisman materialized in his palm, exuding an aura of nobility and grandeur. Chapter 64. Sealing the Power. The talisman departed Sak's palm, embedding itself in Debo's forehead. This seal contained 1/3 of my power. With a combat power of less than 4 million, it could never be broken, but it allows for 3 opportunities. The method of control has been communicated to you. Go forth. Debo bowed respectfully, turning to fly in the direction where Sun Wukong had departed. He would unfalteringly fulfill Sak's command. The granting of the seal indicated that he was not entirely being exiled. If he put forth the effort, he could undoubtedly return to the king's side. Debo's heart lightened considerably, his earlier worries dissipating. Yet Sak's words sent shockwaves through the ears of those present that 1/3 of my power equates to 4 million. Does that mean Sak possesses a combat power of 12 million? What a terrifying figure. Although they had no clear understanding of what this combat power entailed, they could vaguely sense Sak's formidable might. You may continue until I command you to cease, Sak stated coldly. The spatial talismans would surely not condense, but augmenting the foundation was beneficial. As Sak's petals fell, the demon realm space erupted in a furious roar. The Earth's spatial fabric tore like cloth. A multitude of terrifying energies instantaneously enveloping the planet, radiating outward. In the Hall of the Gods. The divine being trembled, anxiously tapping his staff on the ground. It's over, it's over. I should not have hesitated. Such terrifying entities have emerged. Bobo observed in disbelief that in such a brief time, Sak had conjured numerous calamities. The divine being's comings and goings would surely consume more time. Could the divine being descend into hell to retrieve powerful allies for aid? Sak gazed at the monstrous beings of the demon realm, his eyes narrowing with cold fury, a wave of killing intent surging forth. Before the colossal elephant, the demons dared to defy. The giant elephant roared in anger, leaping forth directly into the demon realm. Sak watched calmly, quietly absorbing the energies of the demon realm. Soon, the tremor subsided, and the giant elephant flashed into Sak's being. Bick and Carrick II stared in astonishment. What on earth was this? Was it a monkey or a colossal elephant? After half a day, Sak signaled for them to cease their energy absorption. Continuing further would serve little purpose. What remained was primarily accumulation. Transcending the mere act of absorbing energy from these two realms, Sak's aura expanded, permeating a 20-mile radius, thoroughly infiltrating every nook and cranny, leaving not a single trace untouched, both above and below. The Earth currently lacked the means to manage this otherworldly energy. Should even a trace be neglected, the entire planet could face contamination, with certain life forms potentially transforming into monstrous entities or spirits. Sak aimed to eradicate these hidden dangers in one fell swoop. As Sak exerted his formidable control over this space, the atmosphere became tumultuous, and swirling sands began to coalesce into various earthen blades, resonating with Sak and collectively applying pressure against the diverse energies of the otherworld. Beck and Carrick, too, having withdrawn, witnessed Sak's earnest endeavor to suppress the demonic realm and the vortex of hell. A glint of cold light flickered in Beck's eyes. Seizing this moment, he felt a strong likelihood of forcing Sak into the demonic realm. With a battle power of 25,000, his strength had reached unprecedented heights, and once again, ambition stirred within him. After much hesitation, Beck ultimately abandoned this notion. The reason was simple. It was too precarious that a faint smirk graced Sak's lips. His eyes filled with a sense of regret that it was wise of Beck to hold back. If he dared to act rashly, Sak would undoubtedly eliminate him. Regrettably, if Beck chose not to strike, he too would surely meet his end. Suddenly, Sak's fierce aura faltered, as if encountering a tremendous impact. His expression shifted dramatically, and his body flickered backward. This was dire. Both the demonic Lord Beck and Carrick too were taken aback, having no time to react before a potent force of attraction bore down upon them. Damn it, they erupted in frustration, a transparent energy shield rising from their bodies. Help! Carrick too, the weakest of the two, faltered first, Unable to withstand the force for more than 10 seconds, his feet carving grooves into the ground as he was inexorably drawn toward the rift to the demonic realm. Beck, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he too was pulled closer to the demonic rift. "Damn you, for your trickery!" Beck roared enraged. At this juncture, how could he not recognize Sak's manipulations? Sak remained poised, everything appearing tranquil and undisturbed. Yet upon his withdrawal, the formidable pressure of this place was laid bare. Sak had long since planned to eliminate the two of them, but a cold smile lingered on Sak's lips as he conjured two radiant energy orbs in his hands. The mere space of the demonic realm would not suffice to vanquish Beck and Carrick too. To preempt any future troubles, it was prudent to act decisively, be cautious. This space is overwhelmingly powerful. Brace yourselves, a heavy sound resonated as Sak unleashed a colossal surge of energy. Without a hint of suspense, the demonic Lord Beck was swept into the demonic realm. Boom! The energy erupted violently, and Carrick too fell silent. Lifeless, while Beck, battered and bruised, struggled to resist, Sak remained indifferent, concentrating his immense energy once more, transparent runes of energy igniting throughout the space that he gazed upward, calmly observing the shattering fabric of the demonic realm. "Damn you! You shall pay for this treachery." Sak paid no heed. While Beck might survive in the demonic realm, he would never endure within the rift of its space. The rules of the dragon were not particularly potent. Beck would be torn apart within the rift, his power dissipating gradually. It was only when Beck's essence extinguished that Sak employed sealing symbols to suppress the two other worlds to avert complications. He refrained from using the sealing symbols to absorb the energies of both spaces. Instead, he deftly manipulated the Earth's vital essence to mend a rift. The world possesses a self-healing capability, as long as it remains undisturbed in the short term. It would restore itself to its former state. Having resolved the predicament, Sak utilized his energy manipulation abilities and once more instructed Dabo, confirming there were no issues before vanishing from Earth that he has gone. "Has he?" The deity gazed incredulously at the spot Sak had vanished from. Bobo, standing with arms crossed, responded calmly, "Indeed, he has departed." Yet, where could he possibly have gone? Why did he vanish so suddenly? The deity, in a state of agitation, fretted restlessly. Sak was an unpredictable variable, and his abrupt disappearance was deeply concerning. Bobo remained silent, steadfastly maintaining his composure. The upheaval instigated by Sak had caused the deity considerable worry. Though brief, the disturbances had been quite significant. The deity diligently searched the earth, exclaiming, "No, he is truly not here." Indeed, he is not. The deity lowered his head in contemplation, then lifted it, his gaze resolutely serious. "Bobo, go fetch the Earth's finest martial artists to ascend to the divine realm for training." Even the composed Bobo was taken aback. What is the deity planning? Observing the deity's solemn demeanor, Bobo nodded earnestly. Clearly, Sak had exerted immense pressure on the deity, prompting him to place his hopes on Sun Wukong. The deity's thoughts wandered, mulling over a singular query that he is a Namekian. Where are the other Namekians? Why is he alone on Earth? And why has he lost his memory? What exactly is the Namekian race? Sak regarded the astonished Neru and the Elder. "Excuse me, may I pass?" Chapter 65. Farewell. Reina. Sak awkwardly addressed the Elder. Though he had just executed a swift teleportation with panache, he had forgotten that his battle power was merely 7 million. Rendering him incapable of sensing Reina, who was far away on Planet Salad, a sudden inspiration struck him, leading him to focus on Neru, whose battle power was still commendable. "Hello, Neru. Your battle power is quite impressive. You've reached 60,000. Sak forcibly shifted the topic, scrutinizing Neru from head to toe. Ordinarily, it would take another 11 years for Neru to achieve a battle power of 40,000 during Frieza's invasion. Now, having reached 60,000 several years ahead of schedule, he might even attain a battle power of around 100,000 by the time Frieza arrived. It was evident that Sak's visit with Reina had motivated Neru, prompting him to intensify his training and achieve his current prowess. This development piqued Sak's interest. After his disruption, the future incarnation of the demon child, known as Piccolo II, would undoubtedly experience a significant power boost. No doubt, he would exceed 200,000. Previously, when Nero's 40,000 merged with Piccolo's several thousand. Their combined battle power soared to 1.1 million. Now, even considering a hypothetical 100,000 for Nero and 200,000 for Piccolo, their fusion could potentially yield battle power in the tens of millions that, if an unexpected variable were to emerge among them, it could escalate to hundreds of millions. When Piccolo returned and fused with the deity, their combined strength could reach tens of billions. A mysterious smile played on Sak's lips. This world was becoming increasingly intriguing. Sak's peculiar grin startled Nero. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, I'm not easily intimidated." Realizing the implications, Sak coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You think you're intimidating? I find that quite amusing. You're a so-called peace-loving Namekian. Yet here you are," Sak retorted sharply. Causing Nero's face to flush with embarrassment, the elder observed the exchange with a smile. "Good boy. Do you have something to discuss?" Only then did Sak adopt a serious demeanor. "Elder, I was merely passing through. I wish to return home, but I cannot locate my position for the moment. Hence, I came to Nero for assistance." The elder nodded. "Oh, you require help?" "Not at all," Sak replied dismissively. It seemed absurd for him, now a super expert with battle power in the millions, to seek assistance from the elder of Namek. With his right hand, he formed a sword with his fingers, placing it against his forehead. In a flash, he vanished. Reappearing, Sak found himself wandering about aimlessly. "Strange, where is this place? There's a powerful aura here," he mused. "Nonetheless, the ground here feels rather comfortable, soft, and yielding." Just as he spoke, the earth trembled. Soil cascading down, and a peculiar sound echoed, sending ripples through the air. He gazed in astonishment as the distant mountains began to lower. Word. "What a colossal creature!" Sak exclaimed, letting out a startled cry before vanishing once more. "Wait, something feels off. That energy is rather unique." Sak stood amidst the throng of extraterrestrial beings, unfazed by the peculiar gazes directed at him. Anyone would find it unsettling to suddenly have an additional presence nearby. Prompting a few extra glances, unable to fathom the situation, Sak opted to sit cross-legged and furrow his brow in contemplation. Oddly enough, that surge of energy seemed to hold significant potential for him. Yet he could not recall its specific purpose at that moment. He strained his brow, deep in thought. After a quarter of an hour, his eyes suddenly widened in realization, barely concealing his excitement. Could it be? With bated breath and focused intent, he shaped his right hand into a blade-like form. Perhaps he should investigate. There might be something to uncover. After a prolonged moment of concentration, Sak opened his eyes in astonishment. How peculiar! Why could he no longer sense that energy? It was so formidable. How could it simply vanish? Unknown to Sak, after his departure, the creature did not continue its wrath, but instead fell into a deep silence. A heavy wave of energy rippling across the entire planet, causing it to meld completely with the celestial body. This effectively meant that the creature had become one with the planet itself. How could he possibly sense a planet? Naturally, his attempt would yield no results. He exhaled deeply. Well, there was no need to rush. He would remember this star system linked to Mike's star and could search for it gradually. Or perhaps later connect with the Kai and enlist their assistance. Sak maintained a positive outlook. The IT was not urgent to find it now. He was still uncertain when he would complete his transformation. Worrying about it was futile. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed something amiss. Everyone around him was regarding him with strange expressions. How odd. Was there something wrong with him? He flicked his tail and, after a moment, finally realized. He smacked his forehead. His scion identity had been exposed. Sak could only manage a wry smile. His identity and appearance were hardly secrets in the cosmos. That Frieza's side might be unaware, but many planets within the righteous faction likely had his likeness on display. He had not anticipated that, after more than a decade, these individuals would still remember him. Were they so idle as to recall a villain from over 10 years ago? Without further ado, he vanished once more from the planet. The inhabitants finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sak was notorious throughout the universe. Although many believed him to be dead, his formidable presence lingered. He was a formidable adversary who had single-handedly challenged a substantial portion of the righteous forces in the cosmos and had even obliterated spaceships with sheer physical prowess. Being in the company of such an individual was immensely pressuring to in the crowd of extraterrestrials. A few figures whispered furtively to that sack. It appears to be that individual that weren't the 5 repugnant fellows from the Ginyu Force supposed to have dealt with him. How could he possibly be here? I don't know. Should we report this to King Guldo? Certainly, but would it be necessary to inform Frieza? Why are you fretting over nothing? Frieza has nothing to do with us. We are merely spies dispatched by King Guldo across the universe. Even if we need to notify someone, it would be King Guldo's decision that you're just being overly concerned. Besides, do you know if there are any of Frieza's men around here? That's a valid point. Let us go report to King Guldo that Sack is still alive. Wait, if Sack is alive, does that mean the group of Scion children he rescued back then is also alive? The group paused in astonishment before hastily departing. It seemed like there was quite a spectacle in store in the universe. There should now be only 4 Scions remaining. Vegeta and his companions, along with that individual who escaped from Frieza's army. As spies for Guldo's forces, this was all they were aware of. Sack, of course, remained oblivious to all this. After several more instances of instantaneous movement, he finally sensed Reina's energy. Was it only over 100,000? Reina had been rather lax in her training. After furrowing his brow, Sack vanished from one planet and reappeared beside Reina. After a decade, Reina had not changed much. The Scion race remained youthful until adulthood, and only then did they begin to age. Who goes there? Reina's expression shifted dramatically as she sat in the Grand Hall, suddenly calling out. Sack silently nodded. Her power was slightly lacking, but her vigilance was commendable. He spoke in a deep voice. It is I. Chapter 66. Like a deity, shocking the Scion clan, Reina's face displayed a vivid array of emotions, and after a full 10 seconds of astonishment, she stammered, trembling, Sack? It is you, isn't it? Sack gazed at the excited Reina, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is I. Though it seemed Sack surveyed his surroundings, noting the emptiness of the Grand Hall, reminiscent of Planet Vegeta. It appeared that little had changed. The planet Salada had long been destroyed, and its reappearance in its original position should not pose significant trouble. The Scions of yore were hardly virtuous. It was improbable that a race capable of threatening them existed in the vicinity. Or perhaps none existed at all. With no external foes, Reina should have been entirely capable of leading the surviving Scions to thrive. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the situation was far from favorable. The condition of the Scions could not be described as utterly dire, but it was certainly not one of comfort. That Reina's cheeks flushed. Previously, just an ordinary combat Scion, she had no experience managing a group, not even as a squad leader. Now, thrust into the role of overseeing over 100 individuals, she felt utterly unprepared. She could only replicate the past, which was hardly suitable. Had it not been for her formidable strength and the relatively reliable individuals she had chosen, coupled with the fact that most were Scion children, they would have encountered problems long ago. Presently, the Scions resembled untamed wildlings. Sack stepped forward, affectionately ruffling her hair. There's nothing to apologize for. This is my fault for taking too long. Reina pouted. As a combat-oriented Scion, she rarely displayed such vulnerability. Had she not been utterly exhausted and feeling a deep sense of grievance, dependent on Sack, she would not have shown such a demeanor. It's all right. I will take charge from here. Your strength has diminished significantly, so focus on improving your combat abilities. Reina nodded silently. Should I gather everyone? Sack's gaze shifted with intensity. Yes. Reina turned to leave. Sack was puzzled, but soon understood the reason and grimaced. This situation was still his fault. None among the Scions were adept in technology. He had abandoned Reina and her group mid-journey, solely focused on solving his own internal troubles without considering their circumstances to owe him. Reina possessed a combat power of over 40,000, as long as she avoided encountering Frieza and his ilk. Leading this group of several hundred Scions should not pose a problem. However, the reality was that their expansive population lacked even the most basic technology. The spaceship they arrived in had long run out of fuel, leaving them unable to escape. Communicate. They could only rely on manual flight. In a flash, he vanished from the Grand Hall and reappeared beside Reina. Extending his hand, he summoned a powerful energy that transformed into an invisible hand. Seizing the fleeing scions, taken by surprise, the scions were filled with dread. What is happening? Sak observed clearly and felt increasingly helpless. These individuals had grown complacent here, their sense of vigilance all but vanished. It's me. There's no need to panic. Upon hearing Sak's words, the scions stumbled and fell to the ground, their expressions wary. Upon closer inspection, they furrowed their brows deeply, were it not for Reina's presence. In his own tale, they might have lashed out. "Tate, this is King Sak." Reina, unable to maintain her composure, spoke sternly. Only then did the scion named Tate regain his senses. "However, Queen Reina, there hasn't been a spaceship return recently." Sak had seen this fellow before. Though they were not well acquainted, he had not anticipated such obstinacy. "What? The Queen can teleport. Do you think I cannot?" He would naturally not disregard Reina's dignity. When others spoke thus, he intuitively responded with respect. It was at this moment that Tate finally comprehended the situation and hastily knelt on one knee. This was customary during the Vegeta era, and nothing had changed under Reina's rule. He was simply accustomed to kneeling. Sak furrowed his brow, raised his hand, and an overwhelming force acted upon Tate, causing him to rise involuntarily. Tate stared in astonishment at Sak, pondering the true extent of strength possessed by this king he had only met a few times. They had only heard of it through Reina. Aside from their own enhancement of power, they had never witnessed such might. From now on, there is no need for kneeling that we, on Planet Vegeta, have abolished all acts that undermine the dignity of our kin. Without allowing Tate a moment to respond, Sak's immense aura filled his being, utilizing a special technique to connect with the energy of the entire planet, creating rhythmic tremors. All scions on Planet Vegeta. I, Sak, the king of the new scion race, have returned. Gather at Reina's palace within 2 hours, or face annihilation. Sak granted this considerable time as he sensed the presence of over 200 low-power beings. Aware that if the time was too tight, those individuals might not make it in time. With an enormous reservoir of energy and the knowledge from Yardrat and Namek, accomplishing such feats was effortless for Sak. This display of power startled not only Tate, but even Reina. What manner of technique was this? It was unfathomable and beyond comprehension. Tate, in the wake of his astonishment, was left with nothing but admiration, endless admiration. He felt a vast energy emanating from Sak, initially calm, then erupting violently into the surroundings, only to return to tranquility once more, followed by the thunderous declaration that began to resonate. Tate was uncertain of the extent of its reach, but it was clear that all Scion kin could hear it. This was no trivial matter. It could span over 1,000 kilometers. The king's terrifying strength made him ponder if they too could attain such power. Especially considering Reina's selflessness and Sak's previous aid in enhancing their strength. Sak retracted his aura. Standing silently in place 0.2 hours is but a trivial matter. As the stars gradually shifted, twilight enveloped the sky. The scions began to appear in droves, and Sak looked on with satisfaction. Before the 2-hour mark had elapsed, all the scions on Planet Vegeta had assembled, observing the curiosity in their gazes. Sak unleashed a tremendous aura without mercy. All scions, save for Reina, buckled under its weight, baring their teeth and collapsing to the ground. Strangely, as long as they knelt with respect and harbored no thoughts of rebellion, they felt no pressure. However, the moment a rebellious thought crossed their minds, an overwhelming force bore down upon them, akin to a colossal mountain crushing them. The scions regarded Sak with reverence, as if he were a deity. Who am I? Some may have forgotten. Yet, the hatred for Frieza, who annihilated Planet Vegeta and our kin, should not be forgotten. The scions remained silent, fervently staring at Sak. This is my last request for you to kneel. From now on, scions need not kneel before me or the queen. We shall rise and conduct ourselves with dignity. The eyes of the scions blazed with fervor. They were inherently inclined to submit to the strong. Sak's actions proved far more effective than a quiet discourse. After a brief silence, they erupted into thunderous cheers. Yes, King Sak. Witnessing their fervor, Sak chose to quell their enthusiasm. Chapter 67. Enhancing Scion Combat Power. I shall observe, never intervene. The voice imbued with energy resonated like the solemn tolling of a bell, delivering words that pierce the heart. The Queen's combat power is 170,000. Mine is 7 million. And Frieza's is 120 million. That the once enthusiastic crowd was now rendered speechless, aghast at the staggering disparity. How could they possibly hope to catch up? Sack gazed at the increasingly despondent and even agitated crowd, snorting coldly, and the immense pressure jolted them awake. Thus your strength is inadequate. Far from sufficient. At this point, a bolder scion raised a voice of protest. King Sack, we have trained for so long, yet our progress is painfully slow. It is impossible to catch up. But a smirk graced Sack's lips, a hint of wicked charm illuminating his expression. I can assist you in rapidly enhancing your strength. Before the scions could revel in this news, they suddenly felt the previously absent pressure return, exerting itself to the brink of their capabilities. Some scions with exceptional willpower struggled to lift their heads, staring in astonishment at Sack. They were bewildered. Why would the king act in such a manner? Just moments ago, he seemed divine, but now he appeared as a devil. They sensed that the previous intimidation had transformed into a genuine desire to eradicate them. Even more tragically, they could not even perceive the intent to kill. Sack's actions felt akin to squashing an AN. No scion could withstand it, and they collapsed in a cacophony of blood and injury. Strangely, once grievously injured, the pressure vanished entirely. Even so, they lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Reina stood quietly beside him, saying nothing. She had already discerned Sack's intentions, even if she did not know them. She would not dare question his actions on behalf of these scions. The pressure had entirely dissipated, and among the surviving scions on Salada, none could endure Sack's casual attack. Sack surveyed the scene. Taking a deep breath, the colossal energy within him surged, circulating rapidly. The energy flowed along a specific path. The sharp, aggressive aura gradually faded, and a life-giving essence emerged. Utilizing the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, Sack altered the nature of his energy in the Dragon Ball universe. Energy is categorized into two primary types, offensive and supportive. Offensive energy primarily seeks lethality, while supportive energy encompasses a myriad of functionalities, healing, instant teleportation, and even controlling time and space, among others. However, in the Dragon Ball realm, pure offensive energy lacks any healing capabilities, and healing energy is significantly deficient in offensive power. Now, Sack could effortlessly transform between the two. Once he completed 9 transformations, the attributes of his power would change entirely, allowing him to achieve all effects without needing to convert the energy within. With a mere thought, his energy could heal while simultaneously possessing formidable offensive capabilities. A green mist enveloped the ailing scion crowd. Sack, now immensely powerful, wielded his abilities with precision, ensuring the scions faced no immediate threat to their lives. As the green mist spread, it enveloped all the scions present. Reina's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, when Sack took action, it was always grand. This maneuver was far more impactful than the figures Sack had mentioned. After recovering from their injuries, the combat power of these scions would at the very least double, and possibly even triple. As the green mist dissipated, waves of violent energy surged skyward. How is this possible? My strength has increased by over 2.5 times. I have tripled. It's simply unbelievable. Enhancing strength is this straightforward. The scions discovered their power had increased to varying degrees, losing themselves in the release of pent-up energy. The air crackled with intensity as the environment shifted. Reina's expression darkened. This group of scions displayed a shocking lack of reverence. Enough, all of you. Quiet down. Otherwise, I shall personally take action against you. Even after all these years, Reina's authority remained formidable. To her roar, the scions exchanged glances and retracted their energy, and the surrounding oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate, resulting in a profound silence. They regarded Sack with awe, but their fear of Reina overshadowed it. This behavior among the scions was unacceptable. Reform was necessary. As Sack delivered his admonition, time rewound to earlier moments. In the tranquil void of space, a spaceship traversed the route of the Salada star system. Boss, we detected a massive energy fluctuation, but it disappeared quickly. It must be a treasure. An excited crew member exclaimed from the control room. Are you out of your mind? There are no planets in the vicinity. Where could a treasure possibly come from? The crew member appeared perplexed. Nonetheless, that energy fluctuation certainly resembled a treasure. Such nonsense. Surely, it must be an energy storm unleashed by the cosmos. How could there possibly be treasures? I have stated my case, yet you continue to dispute me. Have you lost your mind? By the stars, we have the latest star charts, and this system harbors no planets whatsoever. Just as the leader finished speaking, another subordinate suddenly became animated. Planets, energy, I can feel it, he exclaimed. The leader is not mistaken. The leader hesitated, and one of the subordinates, noticing his indecision, grew increasingly anxious. Over a decade ago, a fellow pirate had seized a vast quantity of energy blocks, only to be pursued by the galactic police. Though the police issued a bounty, the pirate vanished without a trace for an extended period. The interstellar marauders speculated that the police had eliminated him, fearing backlash for their actions, hence the proclamation of his escape and the subsequent bounty. Their suspicions held merit. The pirate had pilfered an immense fortune in energy blocks, and should he have truly evaded capture, the police would have launched a relentless search. Yet, they merely issued a bounty, without any sign of a manhunt for their comrade. This alone spoke volumes. Thus, it was widely believed that the police had indeed dealt with the band of marauders. Now, they found themselves in a similar predicament, pursued by the galactic police. For the sake of treasures, should they provoke the police, another ignored bounty would emerge, and they would be buried in this desolate star system. The losses would be catastrophic, a venture fraught with peril. Prudence was the wiser course. Leader, we still have the galactic police on our tail. Should we linger too long, calamity may befall us. The fate of the former pirates serves as a cautionary tale. We must be wary that as this subordinate spoke. The one piloting the spaceship suddenly interjected with enthusiasm. Leader, there is a significant disturbance, albeit brief. The intensity is undeniable. It must be a treasure, a grand treasure. The subordinate who had been advising the leader felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Treasure, you say? There's still a horde of galactic police behind us. For the sake of a treasure, you risk everything, heedless of the danger. If you wish to gamble with your life, so be it. But do not drag the entire band of pirates into your folly. Are you not afraid of perishing before your venture even begins? The leader found himself caught in a web of turmoil. The subordinate was clearly not deceiving them. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us merely observe. We are fleeing for our lives, and we shall not engage." Chapter 68. Once more, the pirates, the new scion crew of Planet Vegeta. The advising subordinate rolled his eyes. What difference is there between your approach and simply inching closer to danger without entering? If we proceed, will you truly abandon ship? In that case, we would surely meet our doom. Unable to rise again, if we are to flee, let us do so without greed complicating matters. Leader, this cannot continue. The galactic police are close behind. Should an incident occur? The tumult continued, and then Yang Chi appeared amidst the chaos. Listen, you wretched coward, always fretting. Are you still a pirate? Indeed, we are pirates. Why fear the galactic police, those incompetent fools? Unless Frieza's army were to arrive, we would have little to fear. Exactly. What is there to be afraid of? Our ship's scanners have detected energy signatures. Surely it indicates a remarkable treasure. Just imagine the wealth that could be ours. Furthermore, this region is devoid of planets. It must be a natural treasure born of the universe. Those who fail to seize the gifts of heaven shall suffer the consequences. Do you understand? Fool! Go read more. Laughter erupted among the subordinates, who mocked the one offering counsel. His face flushed with anger at their childishness. These fools were too immature to engage in serious discourse. With the galactic police hot on their heels, the leader still contemplated satisfying the whims of his comrades. What were they doing? Even if the galactic police were inept, should they catch up with them, their meager strength would be insufficient to resist. Unbeknownst to them, as the subordinates jeered, their leader began to swell with bravado. They were right. There was no need for concern. We are escaping, and we simply wish to conserve our time and energy. Should the galactic police dare pursue us, we shall retaliate and leave them reeling. Oh, how mighty the leader is! How magnificent! The subordinates cheered, lavishing praise upon their captain. Yet the leader's heart raced with unease. these accolades did not bode well. It would be wise to tread carefully. Change your words of praise, and prepare the ship to approach the site of the energy disturbance that a subordinate who had claimed to detect a planetary response was left dumbfounded. What? You said the ship detected a planet. I cannot vouch for the rest. The star charts must be erroneous. Do my words go unheeded? He chose to remain silent. As the famous cosmic philosopher once said, silence leads to either eruption or demise. Should there be a planet behind them, it would soon reveal itself. Striking a blow to these foolish souls. 3 days later, the ship echoed with cries of despair. Behold, I warned you. The ship detected a planet, and yet you all ignored me. How infuriating. The pirates found themselves bewildered. They possessed the most advanced star charts, and this region was deemed devoid of planets. Yet, what was that spherical object ahead? It could not simply be a ball. It had to be a planet. This celestial body was not even listed on their charts. It might very well be a newly formed primordial planet, perhaps concealing some arcane treasures. Maximize the ship's scanning capabilities. Let us charge forth. This time, whoever uncovers the good fortune will be handsomely rewarded. Upon hearing the word reward, the initial excitement among the subordinates began to wane. Replaced by an air of lethargy, the leader, who had previously spoken of rewards, had inadvertently dampened their spirits. What is this? Do you look down upon me? Yet the subordinates, unafraid of the leader's ire, retorted in unison. Leader, if you had not mentioned rewards, we might have rallied our efforts, but your incentives are far too insipid, and we have little faith in them. The leader's expression twitched, his eyelids fluttered. Humph. The galactic police are on our tail. Should they catch wind of our presence, we would be in dire straits. There is no time to waste. Let us descend upon this planet and resolve matters swiftly. Upon hearing this, the young warriors rallied their spirits and deftly maneuvered their spacecraft towards the planet that lay before them. Unbeknownst to them, this very planet was the long-awaited Salada, now restored by Sac. Currently, it was home to over 160 scions. 3 days prior, following Sac's brutal onslaught, the majority of these scions had their combat power reduced to below 5,000. With only a select few lingering around the 1,000 mark, that a handful of exceptional warriors had even attained a power level of 30,000. Besides Sac and Reina, there were currently 13 adult scions residing on Salada. After enhancing their battle prowess, Sac had formed 2 royal teams specifically tasked with protecting the Scion Palace, as well as the Queen and himself. With Sac's current strength, he could effortlessly obliterate the so-called royal teams. Yet he refrained from doing so, maintaining this fa for the sake of decorum and the future growth of their lineage that a proud ruler of the Scion race could hardly be without a formidable guard. 8. Bagoo and Wooly were 3 of the 4 who had escaped from Planet Vegeta alongside Sac. They were originally part of small team, with the 4th member, Ba, having perished on Planet Vegeta. The remaining member, Dabo, had since surpassed them, boasting a combat power exceeding 100,000 and was currently facing punishment on Earth, accompanying Son Goku. Alongside them were Ifa, Tate, and several others. The royal team was led by Ifa and Tate, each commanding a squad comprising 1 adult scion and 4 younger scions, thus forming teams of 6. Each member of the royal team possessed a combat power of no less than 5,000. And Sac mandated that within a year, all members must elevate their power levels to surpass 20,000, with the captains achieving no less than 50,000, that while this strength may not rival the Ginyu Force, it was nonetheless commendable. With continued effort, during the impending crisis on Namek, they might very well find themselves with a regular opportunity to dominate the Ginyu Force. The remaining 8, Bagoo, and another tall scion named Hark served as the enforcement team, each leading 1 adult scion and commanding 8 younger scions, thus forming a 30-member enforcement squad to manage the scions and uphold Sac's newly established rules. Currently, Sac could only speak of regulations, rather than laws, as the scion population was far too scant. Just over 160, even more bizarrely, after a decade, Reina had yet to facilitate the scion's reproduction. Upon witnessing this, Sac nearly succumbed to frustration. The inability to enhance their strength and the poor living conditions of the scions were burdens he could not evade. Yet after 10 years, with so many eligible scions, why was there no effort to procreate? Were they merely here to admire the scenery? After 3 days of adjustment, the royal team comprised 4 adults and 8 younger scions, while the enforcement team included 6 adults and 24 younger scions. The remaining 120 younger scions were classified as ordinary scions, with 3 adult scions serving as instructors, specifically responsible for the training, education, and daily lives of the younger scions. They were attempting to descend upon Salada, a fact that both Sack and Reina had already noticed, albeit without taking any action or making their presence known. As the captain of the royal team, Tate, the strongest among them, was the first to detect the incoming presence. "Ifa, did you notice?" Ifa, puzzled, replied, "Notice what?" Just as he spoke, his expression shifted. "Is there a spaceship approaching our planet?" A wicked smile crept across Tate's face. Ifa, this is a splendid opportunity." Ifa stared at Tate, as if he were a fool. "Tate, our latest regulation prohibits us from plundering without cause and from indiscriminate slaughter." Tate's face darkened, and he awkwardly scratched his head. They were indeed malevolent scions, after a decade of being subdued. Their king's return meant they could not act recklessly. Whom could they turn to for justification? "They are approaching our planet with ill intentions," Ifa retorted, glaring at Tate. "If they truly meant harm, the king would have acted already. Why wait for you? Focus on instructing that little rascal in your team," Tate grumbled, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. "Ifa, we are the royal team, dedicated to protecting the king and queen when faced with enemies. How can we allow the king to take action? What is there to train in those youngsters? I am on the verge of surpassing 40,000 in combat power. You need to step up, or you won't be worthy of being Tate's woman." Within the palace, Sack had his eyes shut, nearly bursting into laughter upon hearing Tate's words. The scion race was indeed excessively rugged, whether in their approach to tasks or in matters of affection. Much was determined by physical strength. Tate and Ifa seemed like mismatched companions. Did they truly find compatibility? Nonetheless, it could be seen as a positive development. The new king of the scions, Sack was indifferent to matters of the heart. What he required was the birth of new scions to expand their race. The only scions he knew to possess a semblance of emotion were Bardock and Jine, as well as himself and Reina. If scions were to rely on emotions to give birth to offspring, it would spell doom for their race. Transforming these battle maniacs into refined beings before engaging in romantic pursuits was more challenging than increasing his power by 6 million. Those little scions were prone to fits of rage at the slightest provocation, and within just 3 days of his return, Sack had already lost his temper and acted 12 times. He could hardly fathom how much energy Reina must expend to keep them in check. No wonder her combat power had not risen significantly. This was not merely a matter of scions being intentional or unintentional. They would erupt into fury at the slightest hint of discord, losing their reason and igniting battles. This only served to highlight Vegeta's prowess. Son Goku, afflicted by a mental handicap, often appeared as a naive fool, while Vegeta, driven by a belief in his own strength, exerted great effort to master his emotions. The innate talents of the two were not to be compared. If they could maintain control over their tempers and spare the band of space pirates, they might once again venture into the cosmos. If that proved impossible, they could remain quietly on Salada, honing their skills. Mastery over one's emotions was essential for proper cultivation. Sack's eyes sparkled with a celestial glimmer, concealing boundless might within. His return was not a mere social visit to the scion race. With the dimensional seal completed, the ultimate technique he envisioned had been perfected. The next step was to begin his training with Reina. As these thoughts occupied Sack's mind, outside the palace, Tate and his team headed towards the landing site of the spaceship. Sack did not confine Tate and the others' movements. The primary function of the royal team was to confront other factions, accentuating the authority of Sack and Reina. On ordinary days, the 12 members focused primarily on their training. As Tate moved, Ifa and her squad naturally followed suit. Not only did their 2 teams advance, but even the 3 enforcement squads did not lag behind, pursuing closely. The remaining 3 adult scions looked on with envy. They wished to join but were encumbered by the 120 younger scions trailing behind them. Look, what are you staring at? Put in some effort to train, so next time you can strike against a strong enemy that if you don't find a way out of here, you'll continue to be a burden." One scion admonished, "Don't you think you're in the same boat, instructor?" Another scion piped up in dissatisfaction. "You little brat, do you want to get beaten?" The instructor retorted, but the little scion stood his ground. Fists clenched. "You wouldn't dare." King Sack said excessive corporal punishment is forbidden, not if you dare to act recklessly. King Sack will surely punish you, instructor. The instructor's face darkened as he gathered his energy, unleashing a pressure that bore down upon the young scion. Boom! Everyone stood stunned. Has this guy's power skyrocketed? Look up in the sky! Someone exclaimed instinctively. Wow, what a massive fireball. Fool! That's the spaceship descending, creating friction with the atmosphere, igniting the oxygen. It's not a fireball. Another scion snapped, his expression grim. Sack gazed at the descending spaceship, unable to conceal his amusement. Space pirates? Once again, how intriguing. Curiously, Reina approached. Sack, why do you say once again? Have you encountered them before? Sack restrained a chuckle and nodded gently. Indeed, he had encountered them before and even vanquished a band of space pirates. Those pirates, for reasons unknown, possessed an astonishing amount of energy, yet they had been quite helpful to him, significantly shortening his training time. But Reina's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she suppressed her urge to inquire further. Gazing at the descending spacecraft, Sack spoke softly. Reina, if they are wise enough to leave their ship behind, we should prepare to let them depart. Reina was taken aback, hesitating as she looked at Sack. Sack, isn't this a bit too risky? Their strength is not sufficient for traversing the cosmos, without Frieza to rely on. We are effectively surrounded by enemies. Sack initially intended to mention that he would enhance the warrior's combat power from another angle. Mastering the alternate dimension would allow him to connect with it, ensuring that these scions would not be subjected to the ravages of that hostile realm and could transform into great apes at will. Consequently, the minimum combat power here would exceed 10,000, with some captains boasting as much as 400,000, as long as they continue to operate in small teams throughout the universe. They would face little issue, unless they encountered a few anomalies or Frieza himself. These scions would remain safe. In the vastness of the universe, it was not so easy to cross paths with Frieza. If he could also teach them instant transmission, everything would be manageable. A vast energy signature extending beyond the galaxy detected a peculiar spaceship, and a smug grin crept across Sack's face. Perhaps I have found a solution. Reina, momentarily stunned, felt a surge of frustration at Sack's demeanor. Although she had not fully absorbed all the knowledge regarding energy from the planets Yardrat and Namek, she possessed some understanding from Yardrat, making her more adept at energy manipulation than most beings in the universe. With over 100,000 units of energy, she was already formidable, and combined with technique, she could barely sense the spaceship approaching their planet. What could their intentions be? Sack's lips curled into a smile. Rest assured, their arrival bodes well. Chapter 70. New Techniques. Sack's grand vision, noticing Reina's confusion. Sack patiently elucidated. Reina, consider this. They are entirely unaware of our existence. Their appearance is obviously in pursuit of that band of space pirates. We are merely victims of circumstance. Reina furrowed her brow. But I still cannot comprehend the pirates not realize that the Galactic Patrol is in pursuit of them. How could they dare to land on the planet's surface? Sack, could this be a ruse? Perhaps that pirate ship is actually a Galactic Patrol vessel, intentionally designed to approach us and capture us. The reason they're called space pirates rather than space bandits is due to their relative weakness. When faced with the Galactic Patrol, their only option is to flee. Even in the vastness of space, escape is not guaranteed. To dare land on a planet is a certain death sentence. The Galactic Patrol may be weak compared to the Scions or Frieza's army, yet they possess the power to crush all life on planets, excluding Frieza, the true bandit of the galaxy. Just as space pirates hastily evade the Galactic Patrol, so too would the patrol flee from Frieza's raiding party. The chasm between pirates and bandits is as vast as the galaxy itself. One is a mere cockroach, while the other is a ferocious tiger. That Reina's concerns were entirely reasonable. Without Frieza's backing, she lacked the confidence to confront the Galactic Patrol. Sack gazed at the fiery orb in the sky. No, that is undoubtedly a group of pirates. Rather than speculate, you should use your energy perception. Those insignificant beings are no match for Tate and Ifa. They surely have not sensed our presence. which is why they chose to land on Sarada. What are they up to? Are they truly willing to fight to the death? Reina pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. She struggled to grasp the rationale. Typically, when pirates encounter the Galactic Patrol, they flee. Had the pirates aboard that ship truly lost their minds? Sack chuckled lightly. He had already surmised some reasons, calculating the pirates' distance and time of arrival. Backtracking, he realized it coincided with the moment he had manipulated the planet's energy to summon all scions to gather and subsequently injured them, followed by healing them to enhance their strength. He had infused his own energy into the energy of Sarada's environment multiple times, employing various methods to release extraordinary energy, stirring the planet's energy to assist him in conserving effort. The energy fluctuations between planets were beyond his control and had undoubtedly spread. Under normal circumstances, the spread of energy between planets would be lethargic, chaotic, and even barely detectable by spacecraft sensors in the vastness of space. However, that day was different. He had controlled the energy, making every movement systematic and powerful. If his calculations were correct, that spaceship must have been equipped with an energy detection system. Fortuitously, it had detected his control of the energy at that time, leading them to believe that this planet harbored treasures, prompting their reckless pursuit of fortune. Alas, they might find themselves in peril instead. The odds of success were 1 in 10, while the chances of losing everything were 9 in 10. Or worse, they might even lose their lives. A sardonic smile graced Sack's lips as he muttered to himself. Reina's frown deepened. Sack, I do not comprehend your meaning. And what about the pirates? What should we do? The Galactic Patrol may come to investigate. Should we hide? Hide? Sack turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Reina. That we have committed no crime. Why should we hide? As soon as he spoke, he caught himself, suddenly recalling that he was indeed a wanted criminal in the universe. No, we are so powerful. Why should we hide? Look at Frieza. Does he need to hide from the Galactic Patrol? Reina rolled her eyes. Can we even compare ourselves to Frieza? Sack smiled confidently. That we can. Aside from numbers, Frieza cannot contend with us. Reina scoffed. The Jinya Force, his entire battalion, and numerous technological advancements, not to mention Frieza's own combat prowess. She counted on her fingers, slowly tallying the odds. Sack merely smiled, refraining from responding to Reina. Just wait. Once this trouble is resolved, I will explain everything to you. He had made up his mind. In 3 days, the Scion clan would barely stabilize. His and Reina's temporary absence would not lead to significant mishaps. Should he desire, he could swiftly awaken the 250,000 great elephants. Why then? Reina would be able to harness the alternate dimension through his seals, while she might not be able to train in the alternate dimension as he did. It would not hinder her transformation into a great ape, nor would it impede her achieving 3 million Super Saiyan form. This would pose no issue whatsoever. Why is it that the Scions of Universe 6 can achieve Super Saiyan transformation simply by concentrating their strength at their spine? It is, after all, a matter of emotional turmoil. The seal of Sack has isolated the emotions of the alternate dimension. Henceforth, the transformation of the Scions will encounter no obstacles whatsoever. As for the seal's manifestation beyond the physical realm, that is entirely non-existent. The alternate dimension is remarkably enigmatic, existing beyond the confines of this universe. Otherwise, Sack could not possibly have been reduced to ashes only to rejuvenate, with the alternate dimension still firmly anchored at the base of his spine. It appears that the seal has penetrated the bodies of various Scions. In truth, it has merely accessed the alternate dimension, still under Sack's dominion. This is akin to these seals becoming seeds of a singular realm. The ultimate plane resides with him. These seals, by virtue of his essence, successfully manifest into colossal apes, while the Super Saiyan is but a lesser plane. As time progresses, the unparalleled power of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique allows Sack to wield the energies of the alternate dimension in novel ways. Particularly, the seals of divine and demonic imprisonment, the gates of hell, the pure lands of the gods, and the ancient paradise will become his ultimate skills. There is even the potential to crystallize a spark of hope, drawing upon faith for cultivation. Provided he can fully master the alternate dimension in the realm of Dragon Balls, any Scion born will automatically coalesce a seal, thereby forming a symbol of Sack's lesser plane from the moment of birth. The only concern now is whether the energy of the Dragon Ball world suffices for Sack's ascension. awakening 800 million colossal elephants, with each seal of 50,000, can only yield 168 million seals, making the control of the alternate dimension a mere fantasy. Yet, setting aside future considerations, in the present context, utilizing the seals to enhance the strength of the scions within the alternate dimension or employing the seals themselves equates to assisting Sack in continuously absorbing and refining the energies of the alternate dimension, thereby aiding his cultivation. These seals can perpetually condense power, transmitting it through the void to Sack, subsequently entering the particles of the colossal elephant, facilitating its awakening. The awakening of the colossal elephant signifies Sack's enhancement of strength, further expediting his mastery over the alternate dimension. Only through complete dominion can his ultimate vision come to fruition. As long as the alternate dimension remains formidable, serving as a convergence of many realms akin to the Dragon Ball universe, he will be capable of crafting techniques that transcend the principles of supreme power. Sack's eyes narrowed slightly as a vast wave of energy surged outward, resonating with the surroundings. This wave stirred the soul, but imposed no tangible suppression of power. Chapter 71. The concept of the eternal source domain. Suppressing all enemies. Given its extraordinary strength, it shall be dubbed the eternal source domain, as Sack uttered the name. A spark of intelligence flickered in the eyes of the colossal elephant within him, its aura of malevolence and divine majesty becoming ethereal. It seemed to embody the very source of all principles. The Divine Elephant Suppression technique has transformed, having entirely diverged from its initial path of advancement. Presently, it is a method of cultivation belonging solely to Sack. The foundational practice of refining the eternal source domain, or even creating the eternal source domain, including the supreme dominion, shall come into being within this source domain. Naturally, this remains a conceptualization. Even if all proceeds smoothly, the alternate dimension residing at Sack's spine must connect with countless vast and formidable planes of the universe, should there be innumerable universes akin to Dragon Ball. Sack's journey would ultimately halt at the Dragon Elephant. The upper limits of the Dragon Ball world are exceedingly low. Any universe capable of achieving the annihilation of an entire cosmos within mere decades or centuries indicates a profound imperfection in its governing principles. Given the inherent flaws in these rules, the universe's upper limits must inevitably be diminished. An inescapable truth, the stronger the display of power, the more it signifies the intrinsic weakness of the universe, incapable of regulating the emergence of life within it. However, Sack is somewhat different. Having undergone 2 transformations, he retains the alternate dimension, suggesting that the Scion bloodline is indeed potent, with the Dragon Ball universe being the only feeble aspect. Alternatively, the Scion bloodline can connect with the alternate dimension, enabling continuous evolution beyond the entire Dragon Ball universe. Regardless of the interpretation, it bodes well for Sack. This signifies that upon surpassing Dragon Ball, the formidable power of his bloodline will not diminish, continuing to provide him with substantial support. The sole complication now is whether the alternate dimension harbors sufficient universes for Sack to continuously absorb their energies, facilitating his complete evolution. Sack, how have you changed? Sack remains silent. The spiritual essence of the colossal elephant does not belong to any deity or realm. It is uniquely his as the creator, thus naturally undergoing distinct transformations. One could assert that Sack has now become a new, self-created deity, one that belongs exclusively to the scions or to his own school of cultivation. Given the opportunity, he might even raise the spark of hope, igniting faith to create worlds that could be said that Sack's future will not fall short of that of the Omni King. And unlike the creations governed by the Omni King's rules, he possesses formidable combat prowess as well. Presently, a single colossal elephant corresponds to a combat power of 30.1 within the Dragon Ball world, which may appear inadequate, yet it is in a state of continual evolution. Furthermore, he has attained a profound realization by infusing his essence. The colossal elephant can achieve such significant enhancement. A truly remarkable feat, Reina. Do not worry. We shall discuss it once Tate and the others have resolved the matter. Reina refrained from probing further. You think they might seek total annihilation? Considering how ruthlessly we have suppressed them? Reina inquired with concern. Had she not ascended to the position of queen, she herself would have struggled to endure such prolonged restraint without the release of carnage. In the past, on that distant planet, she nearly lost her sanity. Had Sak's combat strength been sufficient to suppress her, compounded by the subsequent massacre of the inhabitants of Yardrat, she might not have been able to withstand it. Her ability to control her violent urges emerged only after the events on Namek. This group of scions, when suppressed, could be compelled not to kill. However, given the passage of time, they might become enraged and obliterate everything in sight. Sak offered no explanation. T2 was uncertain. Logically, this group of scions originally belonged to the weaker faction under Vegeta. It was due to him and Reina that they grew stronger, and their bloodlust was not necessarily overwhelming. Yet the fickleness of fate is unpredictable. The alternate dimension of the scions poses a significant dilemma. As time passes and their combat strength increases, the influence of the alternate dimension upon them also grows. In the past, they could release their pent-up aggression through slaughter and battle. Now, they're limited to conflict, and Sak is uncertain whether that will prove effective. Sak's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. If they can be controlled, it indicates potential for transformation. I shall grant them an unimaginable future. Reina gazed at him with curiosity, opting not to elaborate further. What Sak possesses, she would inevitably obtain in time. Of this, she held unwavering confidence that a tremendous pressure suddenly surged forth. Battle had commenced. Sak's gaze burned intensely as he focused on the landing site of the space pirates. As the pirates emerged from their ship, they appeared utterly dazed. "Boss, am I seeing things? It's possible that I am hallucinating. Boss, I didn't chase after any girls last night, so why am I seeing things? What is happening?" It seems whether or not one pursues women, one still suffers from impotence and hallucinations. As for me, I had a splendid evening, lasting a full 60 minutes. The boss's expression turned blank as he listened to his subordinate's nonsensical chatter, his face reddening with embarrassment. "Shut your mouths, you bunch of fools." After scolding his underlings, the boss stealthily approached the group with tales. "Esteemed sirs, this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" Tate emanated an aura of ferocity, his eyes ablaze. As he licked his tongue, let's split them in half and finish this swiftly, shall we?" Ifa's overwhelming presence bore down upon Tate without any courtesy. "In no way. Not a single one of these people is to be harmed." "Nonsense!" Tate erupted in fury, his pressure rebounding violently, causing the air to crackle with a series of sharp sounds. Thud! 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 Upon witnessing the spectacle, the space pirates crumpled to their knees, collapsing weakly onto the ground. "Please spare us, great ones. We were wrong. We failed to recognize the mighty. We deserve to perish. We are fools." After subduing Ifa, Tate exuded an aura of unrestrained malevolence. "Ifa, these individuals are space pirates. If we do not eliminate them, shall we simply leave them be?" Ifa's forehead was slick with sweat, her combat power merely 34,000, leaving her significantly lacking in comparison to Tate's nearly 39,900. She found herself utterly unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Tate. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself. "Tate, we cannot indiscriminately slay the innocent. That is our code. Have you forgotten?" Ifa's words sparked hope among the band of star pirates, their bright eyes fixed intently on her. Wishing they could bolster her strength and turn the tide against Tate, them, Ifa, the female scion, appeared far more benevolent than Tate. "Nonsense. These individuals were star pirates, not innocents that if we eliminate them, we can soar through the cosmos aboard our spacecraft. What a delightful prospect." Ifa struggled to maintain her composure, while the scions behind her unleashed their formidable energy, laboriously resisting Tate's pressure point 1-6. And Tate still appeared utterly unfazed. "If you refuse, I shall command my team to eliminate you," Tate declared, causing the scions behind him to perk up with renewed interest. "Hold your hand. Tate, we can capture them and present them to the king for judgment. We need individuals knowledgeable in technology to advance our understanding. And we also require some sparring partners. If you kill them, they will be rendered utterly worthless." Ifa's final plea resonated with Tate, who smirked and retracted his overwhelming presence. "You are right." The two reigned in their auras. The tempestuous winds gradually subsided, leaving the star pirates in a state of trepidation. They could only silently lament, paralyzed with fear. Chapter 72. Capturing Star Pirates. Purple Sprite. Mimikyu. Who could have imagined that on this unfamiliar planet, absent from any star charts, a group of scions thrived? From their words, it seemed there was even a king of sorts. Could it be that King Vegeta yet lived? Then why, over the past decade, had there been no news of scions wreaking havoc across the cosmos? Perhaps it was wishful thinking. These matters were not the crux of the issue. What lay ahead for them? Would they become fodder for the scions? What fate awaited them? The mere thought was exhilarating, was it not? Ah, no. It was quite nerve-wracking and unsettling. They had set out to seek treasure, only to stumble upon a horde of monkey-like marauders. Fortunately, one of the female scions displayed compassion, sparing their lives at least for the time being. The star pirates were consumed by anxiety, their minds racing with various thoughts, from the leader to the underlings. All were apprehensive regarding their fates. Only one subordinate, who had initially urged the leader not to come, observed with shrewd eyes, surely they would not perish just yet. These scions likely intended to take them to meet their king. Was there a chance for him to remain among them? That female scion had mentioned the need for individuals skilled in technology to remain within their ranks. Was this not a golden opportunity for him? In terms of technological knowledge, who among these star pirates could rival him? He was born too late. By the time he could navigate the cosmos, the scions had become mere legends. The once notorious race had met its demise in a cataclysmic meteor strike, a tragic irony. And now, they stood before such a multitude of scions. There was no doubt. Fearsome, brimming with murderous intent, boasting robust tails, capable of flight, and possessing immense individual strength. As the alien pondered, his thoughts coalesced into a resolute decision. He stood up. Esteemed lords, I possess a solid understanding of science and can contribute to technological research. Ifa beamed with delight. Excellent. Come to my side. With that, before Tate could intervene, her overwhelming energy manifested as an invisible hand, drawing the small subordinate to her. Gazing at the diminutive figure, barely 1.40 meters tall, with purple skin, pointed ears, and tufts of fur resembling a purple sprite, Ifa found herself increasingly enchanted. What is your name? In response to your inquiry, my name is Mimikyu. Ifa's smile widened. Splendid, Mimikyu. If your technological prowess meets our expectations, you will undoubtedly be rewarded handsomely. Even if you do not, you can teach the young scions, aiding in our reform. Cough, cough. Ifa. Tate, already irked, coughed to remind her to restrain her enthusiasm. Ifa suddenly realized her oversight and fell silent, though the gleam of joy in her eyes remained uncontainable. If she could present this individual to King Sak, it might transform the current state of the scions, that if they could reapply technology, their race could indeed experience a renaissance. Mimikyu felt his trepidation dissipate. To align with such powerful scions was a rare fortune sought by many. Rest assured, as long as you truly possess technological expertise, you shall not be deprived of benefits. Ifa assured Mimikyu, aware of the need to temper her words. Mimikyu's heart warmed at the realization that the scions were not as fearsome as he had initially believed. They were quite approachable. The star pirate leader and his gang were left dumbfounded. What was Mimikyu doing? Was he betraying them? One particularly dim-witted subordinate leapt up, pointing an accusatory finger at Mimikyu. How dare you betray us? Ifa's eyes flashed with icy resolve, energy coalescing in her palm, and a beam of light struck the belligerent pirate, sending him crashing to the ground. This startled the remaining star pirates, Mimikyu included. Goosebumps prickled his skin, and although he wanted to flee, fear anchored him in place. The momentary relief he had felt vanished. These were scions, notorious throughout the universe. How could they possibly be benevolent? Let us depart. Bring them all back for the king's judgment. Ifa commanded, glancing at Tate. What are you staring at? Are we not taking the ship? Tate, looking as if he had stepped on a tail, replied, What nonsense! You wouldn't have me carry it back, would you? Ifa's threatening gaze bore into Tate. Can we not each take one side? Or let them pilot it back? Tate scratched his head awkwardly, fully aware that such a notion was implausible. Reluctantly, he acquiesced and hoisted the spacecraft. That is more like it. Ifa gathered Mimikyu and turned to soar toward the palace. Behind her, 10 scions cast predatory glances at the 30-odd star pirates. All flying toward the palace together, a Kati their rear, Tate unleashed his full energy, steadily carrying the spacecraft without haste. These individuals were not particularly formidable, but one could never underestimate the potential threat of advanced weaponry. They were acutely aware that technological weapons could pose a significant danger to them. Hence the need for caution. Sack gazed into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. They had returned. The scions were evolving, requiring less of his attention. A positive development. He had observed that recent scene with clarity, and a decision had formed in his mind. After Reina, it would be Ifa. Currently, Tate was the strongest in terms of combat power, yet his temperament left much to be desired. A true powerhouse must possess the ability to control their emotions. Tate still had a long way to go. What would happen next? Sack understood Reina's intent to end the cosmic expanse. A galactic patrol spacecraft approached them. That posed a more pressing dilemma. Killing them or releasing them were both unfavorable options. Perhaps confinement? Sack's eyes flickered as he contemplated a possibility. Reina, what do you think would happen if the scions collaborated with the galactic patrol? Sack's words startled Reina, her mouth agape. That would be inappropriate. Sack remained silent, pondering Reina's perspective. The scions' emotions were indeed difficult to manage perfectly, which rendered such a collaboration precarious. Regardless of whether the Galactic Patrol would accept or acknowledge it, should the scions enact the law while in a fit of rage, unleashing energy blasts that obliterated a planet, the consequences would be dire. Regardless, let us first observe this group of star pirates, Sack declared. By the time he finished speaking, Ifa had already led her entourage. A grand procession arriving before the palace. Your Majesty, Ifa began, with the 10 royal guards echoing in unison. Your Majesty. A group of star bandits trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, their faces ashen. They were not foolish. They understood that their fate was about to be decided. Life or death rested solely in the hands of the formidable king before them. Great King, spare our lives. We are mere star bandits. Unaware that we intruded upon the domain of the illustrious Scion race, that we beseech your mercy, the star bandits cried out in unison, pleading for clemency. However, Sack remained silent, closing his eyes as he concentrated. Gathering energy within, a brilliant radiance materialized above his head, causing the bandits' faces to turn a sickly green. In such circumstances across the cosmos, it often heralded imminent action. Their combat prowess was indeed lacking. Ranging merely from a few dozen to over 100, as the saying goes. One may not have tasted pork, but surely they have seen a pig run. They had witnessed countless powerful beings in the universe unleash their might. Whether through energy blasts or light techniques, akin to Sack's current display, in their panic, they bowed repeatedly, pleading, Great King, please spare us. Sack, however, paid no heed to their desperate cries, with a decisive push of his hands. The energy spheres surged towards the star bandits. Among those kneeling, some continued to apologize fervently, having grown up hearing tales of the science renown, too timid to resist. Yet others harbored a glint of malice in their eyes. Stealthily reaching into their cloaks simply await death was not the nature of a star bandit. They thrived in perilous pursuits of wealth. With Sack taking action, they naturally sought ways to retaliate. 7 bandits, their faces contorted with rage, surged forth from the kneeling throng. Die, you worthless scum! Alpha and Tate exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Tate's spaceship had not yet descended, leaving him slow to react, while Alpha swiftly advanced towards the trio, instigating trouble. Stand down. Sack's authoritative voice resonated, prompting Alpha to reluctantly retreat, her gaze filled with anger towards the advancing 7 bandits. The tinge of regret flickered across her face for having hindered Tate, allowing this rabble to diminish the king's dignity. Sack regarded the 7 bandits wielding technological firearms with an impassive demeanor. It seems you possess some awareness, understanding that mere physical combat will not harm me, thus opting for technological weaponry. Now, I have a question for you. Despite their confusion at the energy sphere hovering above them without causing harm, the 7 maintained expressions of disdain and ferocity. Who do you think you are to issue commands? Your life is in our hands. You have no right to question us. Now, do as I say. Lower your ship, Surrender your planetary treasures, prepare ample energy and provisions, and then accompany us to safety. Otherwise, we shall blow your head off. Alpha, initially furious, was rendered speechless by the bandits' audacious demands. What is this? Is this a request or a wish? Even before a wish-granting entity, one would not dare to make such demands. Her anger dissipated, replaced by scorn. It was not merely a matter of insulting the king. The technology these bandits brandished resembled nothing more than toys. With her combat power exceeding 30,000, she feared nothing without the formidable weaponry aboard her ship. And Sak's power was as vast as the starry sky. These bandits were nothing but pathetic clowns. Sak, uninterested in further discourse, noted that the Galactic Police's ship had already entered the Solata star system and would reach their planet in approximately 2 days. He had no time to squander. Since you are unwilling to engage further, then prepare to meet your demise. The 7 bandits paused, then erupted in laughter. You poor fool, do you not realize your predicament? Our energy guns are aimed at your head. Do you truly believe you can jest under such circumstances? One of them, taunting, found his throat constricted as he dropped his weapon, desperately clutching at his neck. Attempting to stave off his impending fate, before he could draw his last breath, 6 beams of light emerged from the air, piercing the throats of the remaining in mere seconds. The once boisterous 7 fell, writhing in agony, their faces turning a deep purple, unable to expel a single drop of blood as they succumbed to their wounds. The intensity of the energ Sak fixed a seemingly mocking gaze upon the leader of the Star Pirates. Advancing towards him step by step, each stride akin to treading upon the very heart of the pirate chief. As Sak drew nearer, the leader's complexion grew increasingly pale, devoid of blood. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Reply, my lord. I'm called Ba Boyu," came the trembling response. "Look at me." Observing Ba Boyu's fearful demeanor, Sak narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, you recognize me now?" Ba Boyu nodded vigorously. "Who am I?" The king of the Scion race. Sak's eyes glinted menacingly, his terrifying aura descending like a shroud. The kneeling pirates buckled under the pressure, collapsing to the ground, leaving only Ba Boyu standing. His survival, amidst such dread, became a torment, a profound mental anguish. "What is my name?" Sak waited a couple of seconds. Seeing Ba Boyu's stubborn silence, he extended his right index finger, a wisp of energy flickering at its tip. Just a mere trace, almost imperceptible. Yet that infinitesimal essence made Ba Boyu feel as though his very soul was severing from his corporeal form, as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, please spare me. Your name is Sak, a universal fugitive. I learned of it through cosmic news. I beg for your mercy. I am willing to entice the Galactic Patrol to refrain from disturbing your seclusion." Ba Boyu wailed pitifully, gripped by fear. The energy at Sak's fingertip seemed capable of obliterating the universe, quelling any thoughts of resistance within him. Satisfied with Ba Boyu's acknowledgement, Sak allowed him to go. Casting his gaze upon the kneeling pirates, each bearing a distinct expression, with a mere thought, he unleashed a surge of energy that erupted in a searing heat, bathing the surroundings in blinding light. With a hissing sound, when the calm returned, only 12 cosmic pirates remained. The others, including their lifeless bodies, had vanished without a trace. Among the 12, there were Mimi Gu and 6 others with a background in scientific research. Alongside Ba Boyu and 4 others who exuded a less sanguinary aura. In truth, Ba Boyu possessed the most pronounced bloodthirst among this group of pirates. The reason for his retention was twofold: to manage the remaining pirates more effectively, and to allow the Scions to glean some management skills and cunning. It is indeed ironic, among the Scion race, few engage in deceitful tactics. Even the treacherous King Vegeta conducts himself in such a manner that others can easily discern his every move. It is a disgrace to the name of their lineage. Look at the planet Yardrat, then at Namek. Even the kindest among them, when faced with their own kind, do not hesitate to be subservient. When one cannot win, they endure, waiting for the right moment to strike down their opponent. Such tactics elude the Scions for personally teaching them. Sak lacked the patience for that. He had abandoned them once, and it was unlikely he would invest himself more deeply now. Sak's focus remained on mastering the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. as he was soon to accompany Reina heir, seeking instructors for the Scion race. These instructors must possess knowledge, yet pose no threat to the safety of the Scion lineage. Eboyu counted as one, and Mimigu naturally as well. Should the Galactic Patrol find suitable candidates in a few days, he might keep some behind. This time, barring unforeseen circumstances, Sack would be near the Salarada star system, where any danger would prompt his immediate return. As the saying goes, one cannot teach through mere words. One learns through experience. He had faith that Ifa and Tate could manage these tasks well. Ifa, take Mimigu and those 6 extraterrestrials to dismantle the spaceship and construct a research facility. We need to manufacture communication devices. This massive planet is hindered by our limited communication capabilities. Yes, my king. Ifa replied respectfully before Sack turned his attention to Tate. You shall take Yu and the other 5. Observe closely, learn as much as you can, and occasionally engage in combat training. Tate grimaced but acquiesced. What use are these 5? Their presence is merely a hindrance. Sack refrained from elaborating, as a king does not explain himself to his subordinates. Ifa, Bago, and Hake led the enforcement team to patrol the primary zones of Scion activity, primarily to prevent the Scions from engaging in excessive combat and to enforce the new regulations, while occasionally mentoring the younger Scions. The planet Salarada settled into tranquility. Sack sat quietly in the Grand Hall, his immense energy swirling around him. His cells radiated a faint silver glow, indicative of spatial power. Regrettably, his spatial runes were incomplete, rendering their potency nearly non-existent, merely an empty shell. However, within his body, his blood flowed like lead and mercury. With 9/10 being blood and 1/10 energy present, Sack could seamlessly integrate energy into his blood. Although he could only merge a portion, every movement could unleash tremendous power, capable of reshaping mountains and filling seas. Plucking stars from the heavens, Sack's inner vision encompassed 840 million colossal elephants, of which 250,000 had awakened, freely traversing the realm of particles. The energy was insufficient, and the awakening speed of the colossal elephants was too slow. Thus, the 250,000 equated to merely 7.52 million battle power, together with the advantages of his physical form and sealing runes. He believed he could contend with Frieza without issue. Currently, Sack's body had yet to coalesce into the realm of space, and his energy was not sufficiently pure. Most of the energy entering his body would continually be refined within the colossal elephants, ultimately transforming into sustenance for the colossal elephants, which also serve as the source of Sack's power. Within Sack, his mental force incessantly controlled the energy, transforming it into a mist of energy which condensed into liquid, and then solidified into crystal. Soon, a crystalline seal, entirely composed of condensed energy, took form, but a smile graced Sack's lips. Success. I merely need to await the Galactic Patrol's arrival for a discussion, and I can then assist Reina heir in mastering the alternate space. Sack, capable of carving out an eternal source domain amidst chaos, would not permit the source domain to serve merely as an energy reservoir. Only with a sufficient number of scions of the same bloodline cultivating the alternate space together, akin to colossal elephants lifting the divine realm, could he ensure that the scions would elevate his eternal source domain. Filled with joy, Sack silently anticipated the future within the Salarada star system, aboard the Galactic Patrol spaceship. A diminutive figure, barely 150 centimeters tall, with a smooth silver exterior interwoven with shades of purple and light blue, and eyes resembling 2 quail eggs, operated the ship as it hovered in the cosmos. A human girl, clad in suspenders with golden hair, glared discontentedly at the pilot. "Hey, Jack, what are you doing? Hurry up and pursue them. Yu and the others have clearly fled." Jack grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Don't just talk. Come do it. The headquarters has sent a message, and I must take it." Jack's voice trailed off as he stared wide-eyed, terror etched across his face, sweat pouring down. What is happening? Chapter 75. The Escaping Patrolman Jack. Ignored by Sack. Jack's terrified expression drew the girl's attention. Hey, what's wrong? If you have a scary story, you must share it with me. I still need material for my novel." Jack, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he piloted the ship. Internally, he screamed, "What time is it? I can't afford to think about novels. I need to escape. Hey, Jack, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you changing the ship's course? If you don't go, what will happen to my material? The girl noticed the ship's directional shift and questioned Jack with displeasure. Tai Si, stop messing around. This is serious. The headquarters has sent word that Sak is not dead. Frieza has received word and is dispatching the legendary Ginyu Force to eliminate him. According to the intelligence from headquarters, this area was once known as the Salarata star system, home to a very famous planet bearing the same name as the star, which is the ancestral home of the Scions. Our spaceship has detected it. Comparing it to the database, it is indeed the old Salarata planet. I don't know who has the audacity to silently add a planet in the universe that we must escape quickly. It won't be long before the Ginyu Force arrives here, as they have also received word. They won't find Sak, and will only come to this Scion ancestral planet to gather intelligence. After speaking, Jack felt his tension alleviate considerably. He was genuinely terrified. As the saying goes, the higher the path, the greater the evil. How could he possibly stand as a match against the nefarious Scions? Generally, a patrolman's combat power hovers around 2,000, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with a fully grown Scion. Encountering either a Scion or the elite Ginyu Force that hunts them down would be impossible for him. Jack noticed the ship's course adjusting and the stars receding around him. The heavy burden in his heart gradually lifted. What's the matter? You are a galactic patrolman. Why are you such a coward? Sighing, he turned to gaze at Ties. What nonsense! We are executing a strategic retreat. Sigh. Upon uttering this, he too noticed an unusual phenomenon unfolding within the spacecraft. A silver point of light appeared out of thin air, spiraling incessantly, while a pitch-black void materialized before them. Opposite the void, an ancient, desolate hall flickered into view, and a stout black rod cleaved through the air with a piercing sound. What is happening? Without turning his head, Jack haphazardly pressed a few buttons on the control panel. Once the ship's autopilot took over, he stepped away from the console and approached the peculiar space. Strange. What is this? Ties pondered, her expression thoughtful. That I believe this resembles a wormhole. Perhaps we can traverse to the other side and enter that ancient hall. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became, her eyes fixated on the black hole behind the silver point of light, eager to leap forth. Jack felt an urge to protest, but he could only wipe the sweat from his brow in resignation. Do not act rashly. They are oblivious to the situation on the other side. Ties pushed Jack's arm aside. Really, you are the renowned galactic patrolman, yet you are so timid. Step aside. Let me give it a try. With a look of anticipation on her face, Ties clutched the capsule, preparing to leap it. Before them, the tiny opening gradually shrank until it vanished completely. What is going on? Ties glared at Jack, her fury palpable. In her eyes, only Jack could have been responsible for the disappearance of that black hole. The IT was a black hole, an opportunity to experience something so rare, and now it was gone. Damn you. Jack, bring it back. After her outburst, Ties lunged at Jack, gripping his neck tightly. Jack's combat prowess was not substantial either, and he did not wish to harm Ties. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. It wasn't me. I didn't know, I swear. Then what happened? How did that perfectly good black hole suddenly vanish? On planet Salata, Sak sighed. Indeed, an incomplete spatial talisman is utterly unusable. Not only is the condensation and release speed exceedingly slow, but stability in size, direction, and energy maintenance is also unattainable. Should we venture inside and the spatial passage were to collapse, one could easily become lost in the chaos of spatial turbulence, which would spell disaster. After muttering to himself, Sak suddenly remembered something, his expression turning grave. If I were to enter the spatial turbulence, would I not absorb a vast amount of spatial power and otherworldly energy, perfecting the void transformation? A flicker of temptation crossed Sak's face, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He had already undergone 2 transformations, significantly extending his life. Without a doubt, he had a lifespan of several thousand years. There was no need to risk his life for minimal gain. He only needed to survive, exert a bit more effort, and he would eventually complete the void transformation. There was no rush. Focusing intently, Sak vanished from the hall. When he reappeared, he was already inside Jack's spacecraft, where Ties and Jack were flailing about like headless chickens in the center of the ship. Greetings to you both. Sak's voice rang out suddenly, startling the pair. Upon seeing him, Jack trembled violently, as though he were a leaf in a tempest. Ties, however, was as bold as a newborn calf, perhaps unaware of Sak's infamy, and curiously scrutinized him from head to toe. How did you appear? Did you just emerge from the spatial passage? But I didn't notice at all. It's strange and marvelous that your ability. And what do you want with us? Who are you? Was that scene behind the spatial passage a glimpse of your planet? Where is that place? Ties rambled on incessantly. Meanwhile, Jack was on the verge of panic. What on earth is going on? Does this girl not realize who this person is? As a patrolman, Jack was well versed in the identities of various criminals. And having just mentioned Sak, he quickly pieced it all together. Now that he looked closely, how could this person not be Sak? Not a single aspect of him had changed. How could this not send chills down his spine? I am Sak, the scion being pursued throughout the universe by both righteous and wicked forces alike. After saying this, Sak regarded the advancing Ties with perplexity. Why does she resemble Bulma? Always seeming a bit off. Her reflexes so delayed. Undeterred, she approached closer, unafraid. Do you not see Jack nearly on the verge of collapse? Do not harm her. She is innocent, Jack mustered the courage to say. Unbeknownst to Sak, Jack perceived him as emanating a foul, sinister aura surrounded by howling, evil spirits that devoured the space around them. Ties, however, remained oblivious, now inching closer to Sak, curiously touching him. Oddly enough, this is my first encounter with a scion. I've always heard you are akin to monkeys. Yet you lack abundant fur. Sak, with a perplexed expression, swatted Ties' hand away. You impertinent fool. Where do you think you are touching? After his reprimand, Sak's expression shifted, and he shot into the air, glaring at Ties with fury. Gritting his teeth as he scolded, You reckless fool. Are you not afraid I might kill both of you? Chapter 76. The willingness of scions and galactic patrolmen to cooperate. Jack trembled as he drew his weapon. Fearfully regarding Sak, Ties, however, remained largely unfazed. What's the matter? You are such a miser. I am merely checking to see if you have fur, just gathering some material. However, your tail does resemble that of a monkey, thick and robust. Quite soft to the touch. Jack was nearly in tears, wishing he could rush forward and cover Ties' mouth. Did she not see how furious he was? Why provoke him with such incessant taunts? Did she want to hasten their demise, perhaps to savor the taste of torment? Jack cursed inwardly. He held no favorable impression of Sak. In truth, no one understood Sak's heinous deeds better than the Galactic Patrol. They had even speculated about how Sak had managed to survive, theorizing that he had likely ambushed some extraterrestrial beings and stolen their spacecraft. The Galactic Patrol may not possess high combat power, but they certainly had intelligence. Sak regarded Ties, who was still complaining, and found himself utterly speechless at the absurdity of her family. Are they all so mentally deficient? Ignoring Ties, he thought, this girl only bullies Jack. She poses no threat to anyone else. The Galactic Patrol? Jack paused, instinctively nodding, but halfway through, he abruptly halted and shook his head vigorously to no, we are not. We are merely flying about the universe. Jack hurriedly denied it, his mind racing through the scenes after Sak's appearance, confirming there was no rage in Sak's demeanor, and he felt a bit relieved. He wasn't sure if he could survive. But it certainly improved his odds compared to revealing himself as a galactic patrolman. Ties looked on, puzzled. This fellow seems indeed more powerful than Jack, but he is still a wanted criminal. As a patrolman, what is there to fear? Jack, draw your weapon and apprehend him. Why are you claiming you are not a patrolman? Jack leaped atop the spacecraft, producing a crisp clang as metal met metal. You rascal. Ties, do not betray me. I am not a patrolman. After his roar, he cautiously eyed Sak. You see how weak I am. I can't possibly be a patrolman. I'm just playing around, engaging in cosplay. Jack forced a smile, anxiety coursing through him. But wait, you mentioned it yourself, and you even took me to the galactic headquarters. Is that a place just anyone can access? Jack fell to his knees. Goosebumps erupting all over his body, sweat dripping down like rain. Sir, do not listen to her nonsense. It's false. She is a liar. We are truly ordinary people. Sak found the situation tedious after a brief observation. Since Jack lacked the courage, he decided to eliminate him instead. With a mere gesture, A formidable energy coalesced in the palm of his hand. Upon witnessing this, Jack's complexion turned a ghastly white. If you must kill, then do it to me. She is merely an insignificant figure from a remote area. Spare her life. Jack drew his firearm and began to unleash a relentless barrage towards Sack, evoking a vivid imagery reminiscent of frantic cries intermingled with gunfire. May I have a word with the King of the Galaxy? Jack managed to calm himself, noting that Sack remained unharmed, his breath hitching in fear. What is there to discuss? Sack inquired with a furrowed brow. He had originally intended for the Scions to be incorporated into the police force as enforcers, fighting through unconventional means across the cosmos to enhance their own strength. However, the King of the Galaxy dared not confront Frieza. Should he discover the Scions had become police officers, Frieza would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, leaving Sack unable to manage numerous teams. This star system, centered around the Solata star system, spans a radius of 10,000 light-years, and is the territory of the Scions, that we are responsible for maintaining order here. Jack stared at Sack in astonishment. What is your intention? Is this not akin to an empire within an empire? Autonomy over such an extensive area. What does this signify for the Scions? Observing Jack's bewilderment, Sack chose not to elaborate further. He lacked the strength to delve deep into the police headquarters to meet the King of the Galaxy, as it was rife with notorious criminals. If the king were to unleash them, Sack would likely find himself at a disadvantage. A condition. All cosmic criminals apprehended by your police force may be detained within this jurisdiction, with the Scions overseeing their custody. Of course, for issues you cannot resolve, you may offer compensation to invite the Scions to assist you, regardless of who it may be, including Frieza. Sack added internally that this would be within his capabilities. Frieza was not the sole malevolent entity in the universe. His father, King Cold, along with characters like Cooler and Door, and other formidable beings such as Bojack, Dubra, and the evil Majin Buu, sealed by the Four Kais, were equally threatening. Not to mention the morally ambiguous beings who gradually redeemed themselves over time. Moreover, the Dragon Ball universe, with its fluctuating balance, could easily lead to dimensional rifts and the emergence of even more grotesque monsters. Beyond that, in the 12 universes and among the remnants of several destroyed universes, there still lurked some who harbored vengeful spirits. Though encounters were not guaranteed, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. Should the King of the Galaxy ever face an insurmountable adversary, it would be an arduous task for Sack, but he merely intended to broach the subject, not rush into a partnership agreement with the Galactic Police. This was inherently a win-win scenario, provided both parties could trust one another and the Scions could reform and assist one another, with Scion assistance maintaining order across approximately 10,000 light-years. The police force's effectiveness in other regions would significantly increase. The Scion's formidable strength could ensure that darkness and chaos would be kept at bay, fostering stability and peace in this area. Furthermore, their aid in suppressing cosmic criminals would be a tremendous boon. Jack was intrigued, yet he recognized that such matters were not within his purview as a mere police officer. This matter requires reporting to the King of the Galaxy. Only he can make a decision. Sack was well aware of this. He held a certain level of trust in Jack, knowing that others unfamiliar with the police might not express themselves with such clarity. Very well. Return to the King of the Galaxy and convey that this arrangement is mutually beneficial. As the new King of the Scions, I will ensure my subordinates adhere to established protocols, thereby achieving a stable and harmonious state across the region. By the way, the star pirates you were pursuing have been dealt with. Your mission can be considered complete. Jack grew anxious. No, they do not deserve death. Sack's expression turned cold as he waved his hand, causing a light screen to materialize before them. Not all were exterminated. Those who had committed heinous acts were eliminated, while the majority remained on Solata, under Scion's supervision. After saying this, Sack vanished within the confines of the spacecraft. Tai Si was left bewildered. Hey, where did he go? I still have so many questions left unanswered. How could he just leave? Tai Si began to query the empty air. She was particularly fascinated by Sack's sudden appearance and disappearance, especially his ability to summon a light screen with a mere gesture, revealing individuals still active within it. Such technology could surely render televisions obsolete. Chapter 77. Reina's perfect great ape transformation. Jack's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he collapsed limply onto the ground. My goodness. I thought I was going to die just now. Foolish Jack. Sack is not a bloodthirsty individual. Why were you so fearful without cause? Tai Si suggested. How about we pursue the matter to Salada and conduct an in-depth interview? Leaning closer to Jack, her alluring visage took on a seductive allure as she attempted to sway him to fulfill her ulterior motives. Jack shivered in fright. Are you insane? We narrowly escaped death. Why would you want to venture into the lion's den? Do you even have a brain? He shook his head, resolutely that no, I must meet with the King of the Galaxy to report what was just discussed. Tilting his head, Jack pondered. However, he does seem to have a valid point. Setting aside the rest, if the Scions return and do not pose a threat to the galaxy, it could indeed be advantageous for us. The pressing question is whether the Scions can survive under Frieza's onslaught. If they cannot endure, then all these optimistic thoughts are mere castles in the air. Yet if they do survive, could it not mean that Frieza, this malignant tumor, might face retribution? The more Jack contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a bright future beckoning him. Yes, I must meet with the King of the Galaxy to inform him of the Scion's current situation and analyze the pros and cons. Suddenly, Jack sprang to his feet and dashed towards the control room. Accelerate, accelerate. Let's go, Jack exclaimed, his excitement surging as if he had been invigorated. Tai Si, feeling irked, stormed over, bent down, and whispered into Jack's ear, You heard me. Right? I'm going to Salada to gather materials for my novel. Jack grimaced, but remained steadfast in steering the spacecraft toward the Galactic Police headquarters that on Salada. Tranquility returned once more, occasionally disrupted by explosions and distant sounds of combat. The Scions engaged in their vibrant and fervent battles. Sack strolled leisurely through the palace. The sound of footsteps echoed throughout. The doors creaked open, revealing a graceful figure. Reina. Sack, you called for me? Sack regarded the weary Reina. What troubles you? Is the establishment of the technology center not going as planned? Reina nodded with a bitter expression. Indeed, it is quite challenging. Aside from Imigu, the remaining 6 possess limited research capabilities. And even independent operations pose difficulties, let alone independent development. Sack remained non-committal, though he was not surprised. If they were exceptionally talented, they would not have descended into the life of space pirates, living precariously. The presence of a talent like Mimigu was already a reflection of the protagonist's luck. If everyone were a scientific genius, there would be no room for practitioners like them to flaunt their might. If one could effortlessly create superweapons capable of obliterating entire star systems, even the strongest would have no choice but to stand helplessly by. What is lacking? Everything, primarily research personnel that in Sack's mind, the memories of the sensations felt on Earth and the presence of those robots resurfaced. There still exist formidable scientists in the cosmos, setting aside the members of the Frieza force for the moment. Even if he were to capture them, he would not dare to employ their services. His concern does not stem from potential issues. Rather, the remaining Scions are currently incapable of withstanding such challenges. Without reaching 3 million in battle power and transforming into a super Scion, instantaneous travel over considerable distances is simply unattainable. Moreover, as it stands, only Reina has mastered the art of instantaneous movement. He has little desire to seek out other extraterrestrials, nor does he wish to engage with them. Mimigu is somewhat acceptable. Apart from her gaze, she largely conforms to his aesthetic preferences. Most of the other beings from the universe are grotesque in appearance, which he finds unappealing. The remainder consists either of the Namekians or the Earthlings. However, he currently cannot bring any of them over. Not to mention, with his battle power nearing 8 million, he cannot even reach Earth. Sighing, he reassured himself. No matter, let us first procure the communication devices. Sack's tone remained calm and composed. He harbored no expectations that this group would manage to develop a spacecraft, let alone a medical pod of incomparable value. To them, the utility of a medical pod far surpasses that of a spaceship. Very well, let them amuse themselves here. I shall take you somewhere. Noticing Reina's perplexed expression, Sack patiently explained the path he had arranged for her. Isn't this being neglected? I designated Ifa and Tate to handle such situations. As long as their lives are not in jeopardy, they should be allowed to venture forth. Otherwise, how will they eventually lead our entire Scion lineage? Reina furrowed her brow in confusion. They are the kings. Why is there a need for others to govern the scions? Come along, Sax said, grasping her hand as their figures swiftly vanished within the confines of Salada Planet. Simultaneously, the energies of heaven and earth began to tremble. As Sax's directives and arrangements resonated throughout the cosmos, reaching the ears of every scion. Sax led Reina to the nearest planet, instinctively commandeering a spacecraft and heading towards an uninhabited star system. After all, the Galactic King had yet to agree to cooperate. Were he to assume the role of an order maintainer, Sax would not act in such a manner. However, for now, convenience was paramount. Should the original owners of the ship become aware of this, they would surely curse Sax in their hearts. Sax and Reina headed directly toward a star. Sax, you need to undergo a transformation. Oh, you remember the legends of our clan? Super Scion, Sax chuckled. Indeed, upon reaching 3 million in battle power, one can transform and defeat Frieza. Oh, you recall? Reina excitedly nodded, recalling all that Sax had shared. Sax, you mentioned your battle power is nearing 8 million, correct? A smug smile crept upon Sax's lips. Your assumption is correct. But I do not wish to rely on the Super Scion form in battle unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, I will still depend on my base strength. Why? Is not the Super Scion form our power? Sax remained silent, only speaking cryptically. You will understand in time. For now, I am assisting you in mastering the secrets of transforming into a Super Scion. Sax smiled gently at Reina's astonished expression. A transparent sealing talisman emerged from within him, entering her forehead amidst her bewildered gaze. Sax, do not speak. Focus on your comprehension. The sealing talisman, under Sax's control, traversed Reina's body without hesitation, heading straight for an alternate space within her spine. Suddenly, Sax extended his right hand, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outward. Reina's previously pained expression intensified into one of agony as her body rapidly expanded, her fur thickening. Sax directly manipulated his energy to unleash a brute wave, causing Reina to transform into a colossal ape. Her eyes turned crimson as she let out a roar. Roar! Sax's gaze sharpened, his own body emanating a radiant sealing talisman, which, having just entered the alternate space within Reina's spine, also began to shine before vanishing into that realm. Reina's transformation into a giant ape brought clarity to her eyes. What is happening? Chapter 78. Sax's technique succeeds, the supreme future of the eternal source domain. Upon voicing her confusion, Reina realized something was amiss. How is this possible? Sax, what is this? Sax wore a smile that if you desire to become a Super Scion, perfectly transforming into a giant ape will help you conserve much energy. But why do I retain consciousness in this form? I'm merely a mid-level warrior. First, take a moment to feel your battle power. 1.28 million is not easily controlled. Remember, do not damage the spacecraft. If you do, we will have to fly again. A hint of amusement danced on Sax's lips. I could see this moment. He had little energy to spare for Reina. The sealing talisman had entered Reina's space, and naturally, she was the primary beneficiary. Under normal circumstances, a sealing talisman could not contain the violent energy of an alternate space. The marvel lay in the connection formed between Sax's alternate space sealing talisman and the one he had just used. It was as if the alternate space within Reina's spine was a portal, allowing 4 alternate spaces from within Sax to penetrate and assist her in suppressing the alternate space's energy. Consequently, Reina could indirectly control the entire energy of the alternate space. While not perfectly adept, she remained unaffected and could still accelerate her training without issue. Reina benefited immensely, yet the greatest advantage fell to Sax. Not only could he freely manipulate 5 sealing talismans, but he also sensed a powerful and tumultuous energy entering his body. The furnace of heaven and earth rippled with absorption, which was then transmitted to the giant elephant. After further refinement and transformation, it erupted forth, the remaining energy still surging. As this energy emerged, it rushed towards the particles of the giant elephant that a storm of energy swept through, causing Sax's body to awaken 1,000 giant elephants in rapid succession. Sax too felt a surge of immense energy propelling his rapid breakthrough. Delightful. If this continues, Frieza will be but a specter. Once I achieve the 9 transformation and the giant elephant metamorphoses into a dragon elephant, what is Beerus to me? Sak's heart swelled with exhilaration as he murmured to himself. Even so, the continually awakening colossal elephant was merely a fortuitous benefit. From the outset, Sak's intention was to forge his own unique techniques. However, he soon realized that it had metamorphosed into a new form of cultivation method, one that could at least expedite his training and facilitate the transformation of his physical body, gradually evolving into a divine form with divinity, and perhaps even the potential to ignite the divine flame. Due to the sealing talismans that suppressed and confined it, Sak's personal alternate dimension encased a small expanse of space. This space was characterized by an absence of distance and direction, a realm of utter chaos. Tentatively, Sak designated the confined space as a scale of 10, naming it the Eternal Source Domain. Upon transmitting his sealing talisman to Reina, she too, upon entering the alternate dimension, confining a space of her own, which was approximately a scale of 1 in size and intensity. Initially, the two realms were entirely unconnected, yet due to the sealing talismans, they formed a tenuous link. Sak's domain resembled the pinnacle of paradise, the primordial origin of all existence, while Reina seemed to have created a diminutive plane within the boundless chaotic void, resting beneath Sak's supreme, divine paradise. The divine paradise conjured by Sak, beneath the eternal source domain, could manifest infinite darkness and light, capable of birthing countless small worlds. These small worlds could continuously grow, yet the majority of their energy would be converted into sustenance for the eternal source domain. Much like a symbiotic relationship, as Sak's eternal source domain flourished, the small worlds would not receive substantial aid. Conversely, the enhancement of small worlds would perpetually bolster the eternal source domain, should the eternal source domain collapse. Unless a new world could take its place, the innumerable small worlds beneath it would inevitably perish. Present, Sak remained relatively weak. The eternal source domain could not produce sealing talismans nor bestow them actively. It required Sak to coalesce the talismans within his own body, injecting them into the scion's form one by one. As Sak's eternal source domain continued to expand, it would ultimately possess the capability to autonomously create and distribute, accomplishing all manner of extraordinary feats at that juncture. The eternal source domain would wield the supreme power of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. Sealing methods, summoning techniques, domain laws, world laws, faith laws, and numerous other methods would converge into a singular mastery. As Sak consistently evolved, combined with the ever-increasing population of the Scion race, his strength would experience rapid passive growth. His eternal source domain would inevitably transform into the exalted divine realm of the highest sanctity, enabling Scions to forge small worlds and augment their own power. In the end, Sak could even disseminate his cultivation method, allowing beings across the myriad realms to practice his techniques, thereby giving rise to an innumerable multitude of planes akin to grains of sand along the Ganges. These planes could contribute some negligible strength towards perfecting Sak's methods. However, do not underestimate the multitude of planes akin to grains of sand. Even so, it is not something that ordinary individuals can cultivate and manifest. At the very least, one must transcend humanity and attain the celestial or divine realm to succeed. Upon envisioning his success, Sak felt an immense thrill. What did 260,000 colossal elephants signify? Merely 8 million battle power. Combined with the great ape transformation, it would only amount to easily vanquishing Frieza. Indeed, Sak was currently experiencing a surge of pride and audacity. With several formidable techniques at his disposal, Frieza was inconsequential. He could execute methods akin to the divine purification, allowing him to thrive in the vastness of space, transforming him into a great ape or a super scion. Frieza would merely be relegated to the status of a younger sibling. The super scion transformation boasted a staggering 400 million battle power. Paired with his physical prowess and formidable techniques, even Frieza's brother Cooler would pale in comparison. Haha, splendid. I never anticipated that my long-conceived eternal source domain would finally be fully realized now. Sak exclaimed with exuberance. Reina was also gradually mastering the great ape form, which was now beginning to diminish. Sak, we need to devise some clothing. Mimi and the others are utterly incapable of it. As Reina spoke, She disregarded her completely exposed form before Sack. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he coughed repeatedly. Reina, be mindful of your influence, to his surprise. Reina seemed unperturbed. What's there to be shy about? It's not as though we haven't seen each other before. After all, we must strive diligently. The child is already in their teenage years. Sack continued to cough, overwhelmed by her boldness. However, he remarked, what you injected into me is astonishing. It has helped me gain control over my violent emotions. If all scions possess this, wouldn't our strength increase tenfold? Sack offered a rueful smile. Not merely tenfold, but at least 100-fold enhancement. In the great ape state, scion training is more effective than in their normal state, though it requires maintaining the Blutz wave at over 17 million, which is typically unattainable. Yet if we could devise such a device, our scions could wield the great ape form without succumbing to violent emotions, significantly accelerating our training speed. Regrettably, he was aware that someone could indeed create such a device, none other than the single individual on Earth. Bulma. Not only that, but achieving a tenfold increase in battle power would offer numerous advantages in the past decade. Apart from Frieza, the scions have been invincible throughout the cosmos. Should Reina swiftly elevate her power to 3 million and take her position on Planet Salad, even Frieza would find himself at a disadvantage. But what kind of race are the scions? The more they battle, the stronger they become. Once they experience defeat, Frieza would never catch up to Reina again. Chapter 79. Mutual Enhancement of Strength. Well, that's not entirely accurate. Frieza's innate talent is exceedingly abnormal, and he may not necessarily fail to keep pace. However, regardless of his pursuit, without enduring the torturous trials of the afterlife, Frieza would find it impossible to achieve a breakthrough in his mindset and successfully transform into Golden Frieza. At that point, Frieza's raw power would certainly not rival Reina's. This matter can be discussed later. With a snap of his fingers, a set of casual attire materialized on Reina. She tugged at it, exclaiming, "What a peculiar outfit! Yet it feels quite comfortable, though it's ill-suited for combat." Sack slapped his forehead in exasperation. "All right, Reina, you must diligently train now, successfully mastering the great ape form.